I just finished sending out the design I worked on for 4 months. Song Xian finally relaxed. She stretched and decided that she wouldn't take any more jobs this month. The design she sent out had caused her a lot of trouble. The client kept changing their requests, which was really annoying. Her whole new year was spent stuck at her desk in front of her computer. Song Xian closed her computer and quickly unplugged the power cord. She didn't even bother to take a shower. Instead, she collapsed onto her big bed. She hugged her small pig plush pillow and almost immediately fell asleep. Song Xian's appearance is quite ordinary. Her eyes are bright but not large, her ears stick out slightly, and her nose and mouth are average. Her soft hair is roughly gathered into a bun at the back of her head with a large clip. Her lazy and introverted personality makes her blend into the crowd easily, and the only notable feature is her height of 1.68 meters. Although Song Xian doesn't look outstanding, she is somewhat well-known. Her talents are not in academics, but because she has a grandfather who is a passionate chess player. Since she was young, her grandfather often played chess with her, and she memorized many game records. Years of practice paid off. By the age of 18, she had achieved a 5-dan rank in Go. After entering college, no one pushed her, so her rank didn't improve further. However, she earned a level 10 piano certificate before finishing middle school, thanks to her mother's strong efforts to boost her chances of getting into a good university. Interestingly, her favorite hobby is drawing, so when choosing her college major, she picked industrial design, which is related to art. Song Xian is an only child. Nowadays, most families are only children and love their kids very much. Her grandfather and father adore her to the bone. They would do anything for her, even if it meant reaching for the moon, as long as their precious Xian are asked. Luckily, her mother is sensible. Through her careful teaching, strong support, and hard work, she prevented her father and grandfather from spoiling her completely. After graduating from university, Song Xian was unhappy with several jobs she tried. In the end, she decided to become a home-based worker, taking on cases online, making friends online, and shopping online. She spent a long time like this, eventually becoming a true homebody. Her entertainment mostly happened through the internet, watching movies, reading novels, listening to music, and playing games, so the internet became a big part of her life. Her mother was upset that she stayed at home every day, so she finally kicked her out, claiming it was to help her become more independent. At first, she was very happy to be free, but in less than a month, she couldn't handle it anymore. Song Xian had enjoyed a life of ease since she was young. She couldn't lift heavy things, didn't know how to clean, do laundry, or cook, and only knew how to eat. This wasn't about gaining independence. It was more like just surviving on her own. However, she didn't let these difficulties defeat her. Song Xian believed that a good life depended on the quality of clothing, food, shelter, and transportation. If she couldn't manage these basic chores, how could she enjoy life? Over 4 stormy years, Song Xian made great progress in managing her household chores. People say food is the most important thing in life. At first, she ate out at restaurants, but that was too expensive. Then she started eating instant noodles and snacks, but after 3 weeks, she couldn't stand the smell of instant noodles anymore and felt sick just thinking about it. What to do? She decided to make fried rice. She looked up recipes online, learned how to cook it, and found it wasn't hard. From then on, she couldn't stop. To satisfy her taste buds, she began a long journey of cooking. She even started a blog to share her cooking tips. To her surprise, more and more visitors came, and her fame grew. Fans left comments, and she received many requests for recipes. Unexpectedly, planting a willow tree by chance led to her successful career, something she never imagined. Don't think that Song Xian, a young girl who has always been pampered and taken care of, can tolerate a messy, dirty, or unclean environment just because she's lazy. In fact, she cannot stand even a little dirt around her. Several years of living alone have given her a strange habit: cleaning. Whether she's angry or happy, whenever her emotions flare up, she will go on a big cleaning spree. There is a funny story behind this. Once, She went grocery shopping and had a big argument with someone unreasonable. When she got home, she kept thinking about it and got even angrier. Coincidentally, she planned to clean the bathroom, so she grabbed a cloth and started scrubbing vigorously. After putting all her strength into it, the bathroom became spotless. Suddenly, her mood improved greatly. This discovery became her favorite way to relax. It was very important to her. As a homebody who spends all day at home, she doesn't know how to manage her emotions well and rarely talks to others, not counting online friends, since they are not physically present. This could cause problems. Actually, she has had a secret crush since she was young. It was on Zhang Haotian, the son of her mother's colleague. He is a gentle-looking guy with glasses, about 1.7 meters tall. He is very kind, filial, and always willing to help others. Song Xian didn't know what was wrong with her, but she liked him. However, before she had a chance to confess her feelings, she found out he already had a close girlfriend. This was a big blow to her. Since then, at 26, she hasn't fallen for anyone again. Sometimes she thought that maybe she could live like this forever, without a husband or children, just like that, growing old in a nursing home. It sounded good. But as beautiful as the thought was, fate seemed to disagree and wouldn't let her have that peace. One morning, a loud quack woke Song Xian from her sweet dream. She thought, where are all these ducks coming from? So noisy. Can't I get any sleep? She closed her eyes tightly, refusing to get up. Is it easy to be a night owl? I can't even enjoy a lazy sleep. It's so unfair. I want to sleep more. Wait, no. I live on the 18th floor. How could ducks downstairs make such noise here? Song Xian opened her eyes. Oh no, she thought. I must be dreaming. She blinked again, but everything was the same. It wasn't her cozy ceiling with cute wallpaper, but a plain white semi-transparent curtain. Her favorite pig-shaped pillow was gone. Instead of her simple, elegant bedside table from IKEA, there was a dark coffee-colored, gold-edged, carved wooden table. Her favorite Starbucks green transparent cup was missing. The light yellow pinewood floor was replaced by dark, real wooden flooring. There was no bookshelf, no sofa, no standing lamp. Instead of the bright sunlight pouring through her big window on the 18th floor, there was a semi-transparent, unknown material window made of wood. No long wool rug on the floor. All these signs told her she wasn't in her own room. Where was she? The quack sounds outside still continued. She tried to sit up. As soon as she moved, she felt strange. When she looked at her hand, she saw a small, fair, semi-transparent hand. It wasn't her body. Her heart skipped a beat, and she broke out in a cold sweat. Could she be wearing something? Song Xian loved reading novels, fantasy, martial arts, romance. She had read countless stories, but she never thought there could be such a thing as time travel. Think quickly, what should I do in this situation? Her mind raced fast. Is this Earth? What time period? Which country? The furniture doesn't look futuristic, more like ancient times. But the curtain doesn't seem old. This body looks about 4 or 5 years old. Should I pretend to have amnesia? Or act mute? What to do? What to do? Stay calm. Stay calm. At that moment, footsteps sounded outside the door. It was probably 2 people. Song Xian quickly closed her eyes and pretended to be asleep. With a soft sizzle, the door opened. She heard a young woman's gentle voice say something unintelligible, like, at Yuan and, comma, followed by another voice, also speaking in an unfamiliar language. Oh no! Neither Chinese nor English, not Japanese or French, completely unknown language. I can't understand a thing, Song Xian thought. It seems she can only pretend to be mute for now. Deciding this, she slowly opened her eyes, pretending to have just woken up. She heard one of the women call out softly, and then run away, probably to get help. Another woman stepped forward and asked, Yuan and, Song Xian carefully looked at the woman in front of her. She had green hair, brown eyes, and features that looked Western. She appeared to be about 17 or 18 years old. She wasn't particularly beautiful, but looked decent. Her clothes were modest, covering everything except her hands and face. The light yellow dress looked quite new, about 80 to 90% intact. Its style was somewhat like medieval European fashion, but with some differences. The collar and cuffs were embroidered with simple patterns using silk thread. Her green hair was divided into 2 braids on each side, tied at the back. Her forehead was smooth and free of bangs, and she wore delicate gold earrings. Hearing her clear question, Song Exeon opened her mouth but showed a confused look, making no sound. She just stared at her blankly. The woman carefully helped her up, placed 2 pillows behind Song Exeon's back, and covered her with a thin quilt. She asked some questions, but Song Exeon just looked at her and shook her head, remaining silent. The woman grew anxious, took Song Exeon's hand, and kept asking questions. Our heroine refused to speak and kept turning her head to look around, feeling nervous inside. Since she couldn't understand what was being said, she could only pretend to be confused. Suddenly, loud footsteps rushed in from outside. A large group of people stormed in, making Song Exeon dizzy. A woman in her late 20s hurried forward and hugged her, speaking rapidly in a language Song Exeon didn't understand. She felt the woman's hands tighten around her neck, making it hard to breathe. She let out a soft cry. The woman immediately released her, checked her arms and forehead, and seeing she was okay, relaxed. Then she turned to talk to the woman beside her. Song Exeon looked up and thought, wow, what a beautiful woman. Tears were sparkling on her eyelashes. Her light purple eyes looked shiny and wet. Her small pink mouth was slightly open. Her skin was white with a healthy glow. She had long, smooth blue hair tied up at the back, with a small, thumb-sized purple gemstone hanging in the middle of her forehead, attached with pearls. Song Exeon didn't recognize the gemstone, but the pearls were special, black and all the same size. In her old world, such black pearls were very rare and valuable. The woman wore a delicate, well-fitting white dress that made her look even more elegant and noble, like a goddess from a dream. The only sad thing was her furrowed brow and worried eyes, which made Song Exeon feel pity and wish she could help her. It was funny. Song Exeon was so stunned by her beauty that she was completely captivated. Song Exeon has been here for a month now. She still doesn't know exactly where she is. Anyway, it's not Earth. There's a sun and 3 moons in the sky, and it's a world of swords and magic. Because she doesn't understand the language, she has to pretend to be mute. She finally calmed her sadness, thinking her parents and grandfather must be very upset. Usually, when people travel to another world, it's because of a car accident, lightning strike, or illness and old age. But here, she just slept and woke up in a new place. Luckily, it's a soul transfer. Song Exeon has never seen people with black hair, black eyes, and yellowish skin before. For Song Exeon, her relaxed and easygoing personality helped her not to feel sad for long. She still has a small hope for the future. She's read many stories about crossing worlds, so she knows to learn from others' experiences. Since she's here, she might as well accept it. Looking at herself in the mirror, she sighed. Her appearance is quite plain. Her hair is flax-colored and somewhat soft, and her skin is smooth and fair. But everything else is average. She has narrow eyes with sparse eyelashes, slightly upturned corners, light eyebrows, and a good nose and mouth shape. Still, they don't seem to match well, and her long limbs and tall figure look a bit awkward. After observing herself, she realized her looks are definitely unusual in this family, kind of ugly, even worse than the young girl she's supposed to take care of. Since arriving here, various priests have come and gone like a revolving door, but none of them have cured her illness. That's obvious. They know she's not sick. She's just pretending. All the priests, young and old, first used light magic on her, making her feel very comfortable. But this also made her understand her situation better. Living in a world with faith and gods, it is very dangerous for a wandering soul like me to occupy someone else's body. If I am not careful, I could be burned alive. I must never die that way, as it is one of the worst deaths for Song Exeon. Understanding the situation, Sophie carefully hides her differences and slowly adapts to everything here. Gradually, fewer people come to treat her, and she becomes less nervous. From Song Exion's guesses and imagination, she finally gets a rough idea of her new home. Sophie Schwallow is her new name, and her cheap father is named Fei Schwallow. Schwallow seems to be a big family. They are rich and powerful, or they wouldn't have so many priests coming to treat her. The house is quite large. Just from the fact that a child like her, only 4 or 5 years old, has her own small yard, you can see how big it is. There are many servants, including 2 maids and 4 young girls around 15 or 16 years old. Of course, they are much younger than her original self. It turns out that the woman crying by her bed that day is her biological mother, named Ivy Schwallow. To Song Exion, besides her eyes, her cheap mother doesn't look much like her, and her eyes are darker than her mother's purple eyes. They are a true violet color. It's clear that her cheap mother still cares about her. Otherwise, she wouldn't come every day to stay with her, her daughter, who has become a bit slow. Although she only stays for less than 2 hours each day, she speaks softly and gently to Song Exion. From her worried and loving eyes, Song Exion can see the same deep motherly love as her mother had in her previous life. As for her cheap father, Sophie has not met him yet. It seems he has gone away on an important trip. Additionally, this body has an older brother and sister. They are twins, about 8 or 9 years old. They look very similar. Handsome boy and pretty girl, both adorable, like little angels painted by Raphael. They resemble their mother very much. Their face shapes and hair look just like her, only their eyes are different. Their mother has light purple eyes, while the twins have brown eyes. From the admiring looks of the servants, Sophie is clearly a favorite. She is loved by everyone and very popular. However, it seems she only returns home twice a month because she is studying somewhere else, so Song Exion has little contact with her. Sometimes, Song Exion secretly wonders why children from the same parents can be so different. She feels she looks nothing like them, almost like an ugly duckling. If it weren't for her kind mother's loving gaze, she might even doubt that she was born from this body, thinking she was adopted. From the servants' conversations, she finally learned how Sophie got hurt. Sophie doesn't look pretty and often causes trouble. She has a bad temper and sometimes takes her anger out on others, so she's not well liked in the family. One day, she was throwing a tantrum and bothering people as usual. Her father, who was about to leave the house, saw her and scolded her, punishing her to stay in her small yard for a month. After her father left, Sophie threw another tantrum and secretly sneaked out. In her panic to avoid being found, she climbed a tall tree. She accidentally fell from the tree, injuring her arm and her head. Of course, her wounds were healed by the priest before Song Exion woke up. It's easy to understand why such a young girl would act this way. She probably felt ignored because she didn't look good, and she wanted her family's attention. But she used the wrong way to try to get it. All day long, under the strong contrast with excellent older siblings, no one liked her anymore. The less people liked her, the more she became wild and aggressive. This created a vicious cycle. In modern times, Song Exion has seen many such situations, and anyone could analyze them easily. But who knows that a life can be lost just like that? The original Sophie has disappeared, and her soul has been transferred. Perhaps because of crossing over, Song Exion already feels that her new body is different from her previous life. Her long arms and legs look awkward and make her movements uncoordinated. Actions that were easy in her past life now feel clumsy. This was a bit of a blow to her. She had hoped to train hard while still young, like other crossers, to become a master and control the weather. But it seems that's not going to happen. So, she decided to learn magic. Since she's in a magical world, how could she not learn magic? If she could become a full-element mage like those fantasy heroines, it would be great. Maybe mastering space magic could even help her find a way back to Earth. Song Exion spends her days lying in bed, feeling bored, but her thoughts are racing like a revolving lantern, one after another. Having a good memory was a big advantage for Song Exion in her previous life. She couldn't remember everything perfectly, but her memory was much better than most people. In just 1 month, she truly experienced what it's like to have a photographic memory and an exceptional recall. Everything she saw or heard seemed to be imprinted in her mind like a movie. When she wanted to check something, she could just flip through her memories and see it clearly, almost as if it were real. This ability even surprised her. It was incredible. Could it be that protagonists in fantasy novels are all this lucky? For a month, she pretended to be clueless. Now, with her super strong memory, Song Xin can understand the conversations of the people around her. She once hid away and tried to make sounds, but her voice was weak and unsteady. It was a bit strange at first, but it was finally time for her to speak. Not talking almost made her feel like she was going to burst. To make her silly illness get better naturally, Song Xin carefully and slowly started to improve. Of course, besides her mother, no one else was really happy about her recovery. From her maid Nora's eyes, she could see only a little fear and hesitation. Looking at the little girl in the mirror, the only thing that looked beautiful was her bright, lively eyes. These eyes belonged to the young lady of the house, Song Xin. Her small face didn't look like a child's at all, and her expressions and mannerisms seemed strange. At 4.5 years old, Song Xin felt a bit helpless. Did she really have to pretend to be innocent and cute? The girl's expression in the mirror became pitiful, almost looking a little. Her lips curled up slightly, trying to smile. Although it was a fake smile, her strange little face suddenly looked bright and cheerful, which was surprising. The small smile gradually grew into a big, genuine smile. Beautiful. Truly beautiful. She never expected that this awkward little duckling smile could be so contagious, like flowers blooming in a spring garden, as if even the sound of blooming could be heard. It was exciting to think about how her appearance might change in the future. She softly said, "Let me live well for you. Be brave. From now on, I am Sophie. Sophie is me." "Miss, do you have any instructions?" Nora, the maid standing nearby, didn't understand the Chinese that Sophie spoke. From now on, Song Xion's name will change to Sophie, and a different life story will begin. She responded carefully. "Oh, it's nothing," Sophie said, trying not to reveal any flaws. She took a deep breath and said, "Take me to see my mother." "Miss, at this time, the lady is usually in the study and not to be disturbed," Nora replied anxiously. She looked a bit pale, probably worried that Sophie might cause trouble again. "Then, find someone to tell her that I need to see her," Sophie said with a faint smile. It seemed she was quite pitiful. It's not easy to see her own mother. "Yes. Would you like to go outside and get some sun first?" Nora asked calmly. "No, you go quickly and come back soon," Sophie said, feeling not in the mood to do anything else. She wanted to quickly put into action her carefully thought-out life plan. Nora seemed used to her bossy ways. She didn't say anything, nodded politely, turned around, and gently closed the door. Sophie was a bit nervous about the upcoming conversation. She was afraid of revealing her true identity or making a mistake. She also worried that her new mother might not agree to her request. Now that things had reached this point, she could only adapt as best as she could. Not long after, her mother's close maid, Shauna, arrived. From Sophie's observation, Shauna was not an ordinary person. The first person she saw that day with green hair was Shauna. She was not only her mother's right hand but also seemed skilled in martial arts. Her trained movements and sharp, bright eyes showed her strength. "Miss, do you have something urgent to tell the lady? She is currently entertaining guests, so she might only have time after they leave. Should I pass on your message?" Shauna asked gently. She didn't show any impatience, nor did she seem to like or dislike the young lady. She was just respectful and composed. Sophie felt a bit helpless about her attitude when talking to her. She hadn't said no, and speaking in a gentle, negotiating tone made it hard to get angry with her. Maybe it was because of the previous owner of this body, who was very strict. The servants all watched her carefully, afraid that if they made a mistake, trouble would happen again. How could she change their opinion of her? "Big Sister Shauna, when will Mom be free? I really need to see her. Who are the guests? Do I know them?" Sophie asked with wide eyes, trying to sound kind and cute, hoping to seem innocent. Actually, she didn't realize that her current look was very much like a cute young girl, very different from her usual elegant style. Shauna's eyes showed a quick surprise, then quickly became calm. You can just call me Shauna, Mississippi. It's not proper to call me sister. Oh, Master Stephen Xian and his apprentice are here. You should know the master. He visited 3 months ago. Really? Shauna, you know I've forgotten some things after I was hurt. Never mind. From now on, I'll call you sister, Sophie said, trying to test if her charm still worked here. She gently shook Shauna's arm and asked, Who is Master Stephen Xian? Shauna's eyes showed even more surprise. Master Stephen Xian is the head of the Music Magic and Martial Arts Academy in Tianjia, Yun City. Last time he came, didn't you insist he take you as his disciple? Really? Sophie's heart started beating faster. She was excited and said, So I am his disciple? That's wonderful. Miss? Are you feeling okay? Do you feel unwell? Shauna asked nervously, touching Sophie's forehead.
I've fine, Shauna.
Hurry and tell me. Sophie frowned and pushed Shauna's hand away. Don't you remember? The test results said you don't have magic talent. Shauna replied with confusion. Sophie was surprised.
No magic talent?
What does that mean? It means Master Stephen Xian said you seem to have little magic talent. Even if you learn magic, you probably won't achieve much, Shauna honestly explained, glancing at Nora, who was hiding behind her and dared not come out. Nora was startled and looked at Shauna with pleading eyes, nodding towards Sophie. Sophie didn't notice their small actions. She was stunned by the news she just heard. Could it be that I am the legendary magic and martial arts failure? Is it possible that such a ridiculous thing is happening to me? Oh, heavens! You are so unfair. What did I do to deserve this treatment? Sophie was overwhelmed by the huge blow, feeling self-pity and regret. She didn't notice Shauna and Nora watching her with some confusion. Nora tugged at Shauna's sleeve, begging her silently, hoping she could help settle this matter. It would be troublesome if the young lady got angry again. Cough, cough. Shauna saw Nora's pitiful expression and had to speak. Second miss, actually, you are not unable to learn magic. It's just that Master Stephen Xian isn't accepting you. You're still young. Maybe when you grow up a bit, you'll be able to learn. And you can also learn from others. Hearing this, Sophie's eyes lit up immediately.
Yes.
I can still learn from others. Ha, that's settled. Shauna, sister, take me to see Mom quickly. I want to talk to her, she said, grabbing Shauna's hand and trying to leave. Second miss. Wait a moment. Shauna desperately held on to Sophie. Master Stephen Xian is currently taking the young lady to Tianjia Yun City. Madam has many things to discuss, so she really doesn't have time right now. Is sister going to Tianjia Yun City? What for? Sophie asked in confusion. Shauna also realized that Sophie had truly forgotten many things. She explained, last time Master Stephen came, he took the young lady as his apprentice. He didn't take her away then because he had to handle some matters. This time, he came specifically to pick her up. So, that means my sister has a talent for magic? Sophie asked, feeling a bit jealous. Of course. The young lady is a genius with both water and ice magic. And the young master is also talented in martial arts. Nora quickly chimed in, causing Shauna to give her a sharp look. Nora immediately hid behind Shauna. Seeing their tense expressions, Sophie felt a mix of amusement and helplessness. She thought, God is really joking. I went from being the proud daughter of the heavens to a commoner overnight. My looks are not great, and they even made me a useless person. They really think highly of me. When will they leave? Sophie asked. I heard the master has some business at the city's mage guild, so they probably won't leave for about 7 or 8 days, Shauna said with a worried look. Miss, maybe after the guests leave, I can tell Madam that you want to see her. If there's nothing urgent, I can leave first. Madam can't be left alone. All right. Thank you, Sister Shauna. I'm fine, Sophie replied, feeling a bit overwhelmed inside and needing some time alone to calm down.
So, she politely said goodbye.
Seeing that the young lady had recovered and seemed more sensible, Shauna's calm expression softened. After Shauna left, Sophie went to her small garden pavilion. It was her favorite place to relax since she arrived. When she was pretending to be a fool, she often daydreamed here. The pavilion was designed in a European style with a large round arch, very Baroque, which made Sophie feel at home even in a foreign land. Crossing into this world as a heroine is really tough. Is it some great mission from heaven? No, thank you. A simple girl used to living an ordinary life can't handle such responsibilities. Besides, this world is not advanced. People's lives are not valued much. Without strength, you can't protect yourself. One careless move could be the end. Although there seem to be many bodyguards at home, relying on others isn't enough. Can they protect you forever? But I am actually a legendary useless person. Maybe I should start earning money? But I can't even remember the recipes for glass or cement, let alone modern weapons that the male leads often use. As a homebody, I have no interest in those. I studied industrial design in college. Industrial design? In this backward place, where do you even find industry? If I knew this would happen, why did I study music, chess, calligraphy, and painting? It seems useless here. You say it's useful? There's no piano or go board here. So what's the point?
Oh,
Maybe I could become a famous chef. The monotonous food here makes me feel sick. If wealthy families eat this, what do ordinary people eat? But it seems unlikely that a big family like mine would let their children become chefs, right? Humph. I don't believe it. I am a perfect girl at home, with so much modern knowledge and skills. Even if I can't use them now, my overall ability should be better than those from this backward world. I need to stay strong. Sophie shouted to herself, fighting. Taking a deep breath, Sophie prepared herself mentally. She inhaled the fresh, unusual air of this world, filled with a faint, unknown floral scent. She remembered a classic line. The world is so beautiful, but I am so irritable. This is not good, not good. Just as she was lost in thought, Lady Lias ran over, panting, and said, Miss, the lady is here. She's waiting for you in your room. Looking at her stammering, silly expression and rosy little face, Sophie couldn't help but smile. Seeing this young maid, Sophie, who is 26 in her mind, naturally treats her like a child. A mischievous smile appeared on Sophie's face. Suddenly, Lias froze, her eyes shining with a hint of surprise. Curious, Sophie tugged at her sleeve and asked, What's wrong? Lias snapped out of her daze and awkwardly said, Miss, your smile is so beautiful. What? Have you never seen me smile before? Surely not, Sophie asked. Yes, miss, you've never smiled at me before. Lias blinked, showing the innocence of a girl her age. Oh, Sophie thought to herself sadly. Shouldn't a little girl of 4 or 5 be giggling and playing all the time? Sadly, Sophie in the past never smiled. Maybe nothing had made her truly happy or joyful. Those poor parents were really failures. They only cared about themselves and ignored their younger daughter, who needed more love and care than her older siblings. That was so wrong. Sophie kept walking forward, lost in her thoughts, not noticing Lias behind her, who looked a bit worried. When they entered, Nora just brought in a drink called Marin Fragrance. In this world, almost all food and drinks are different from those on Earth. For example, this Marin Fragrance is made mainly from a fruit called marin, mixed with dried and ground-up pieces of various other fruits. When ready to drink, you add water and boil it. It tastes sweet with a hint of sour, somewhat like water-soluble C100, but it has a strong aroma that is too fragrant for Sophie, who's used to modern drinks. Shauna still stood respectfully behind her mother, maintaining her role as a servant, without showing any emotion. The beautiful mother looked worried and reached out her hands to Sophie, saying, Sophie, come here. Let me see how you're feeling today. Recently, Mom had been hugging and cuddling Sophie a lot. At first, Sophie was annoyed and rolled her eyes, but gradually she got used to it. Now she could calmly accept it. Although she still felt a little awkward, Sophie let her mom hold her comfortably. Playing the role of a little girl also requires some professionalism. Sana said you don't remember many things. Is that true? Tell me. Maybe after hearing Sana's words, Mom looked a bit confused. She comforted Sophie, saying, "It's okay. If you don't remember, that's fine. We can start fresh." Sophie didn't want to argue about this anymore. She knew that talking too much could cause trouble, so she quickly changed the subject. "Mom, do you think I really can't learn magic anymore? Can I ask another teacher to teach me? Be good. Actually, when Master Stephen tested you and your sister, he said your sister has excellent water magic talent, and her ice magic talent is rare in 100 years. But compared to her, your mental strength is far better. Your mental power is so strong that even ordinary great magicians can't compare. Your mental strength is much higher than most people," Mom sighed and continued. "However, even though your mental power is very strong, your magic energy level is too low. No matter how hard you try, you can only reach the level of a beginner mage in your lifetime. Advancing further will be very difficult." After hearing Mom's explanation, Sophie felt a bit less sad. At least she knew she had some strengths. No wonder she had a good memory. Her mental strength was very powerful. "Can I learn martial arts?" Sophie still wasn't willing to give up. Mom shook her head sadly. "Your body is naturally not suitable for practicing the family's fighting energy." Sophie sighed softly and changed the subject. "Mom, is a beginner mage very powerful? What level are you?" Sophie was still very interested in magic. Mom let go of Sophie's arms, helped her sit on a nearby stool, and then picked up her cup to take a graceful sip of Malin tea. Learning magic is a long process. You start as an apprentice, then move through beginner, intermediate, advanced, and grand mage levels. After that, there are junior, middle, senior, and grand magic instructors. Beyond that, there are saint-level and divine-level magic instructors. Moving up each level requires talent. Without it, it's just a waste of effort. There are only 7 saint-level magic instructors on the whole continent, and no divine-level ones. Mom has worked hard but is only a beginner magic instructor. Madam is already a genius. Very few are so young to be a beginner magic instructor. Nora, the little girl, couldn't help but interrupt. Shauna immediately cleared her throat and shot Nora a look. Mom shook her head and smiled softly. "Sophie, dear, there's actually another profession that might suit you, alchemist. Do you know? To be an alchemist, you need strong mental strength, but the magic power required isn't high. The problem is, Dad, and I don't know many master alchemists, and good alchemists have become very rare these days. It's even harder to find good teachers. We can ask around later. Don't worry too much. If it really doesn't work out, our family still has a few alchemists. We can find a good one to teach you the basics, and once you find a good teacher, you can learn more." Sophie noticed that when her mom mentioned family alchemists, Shauna's eyes flickered with a hint of disdain, as if looking down on them. It seemed those so-called family alchemists weren't very skilled. A good start is half the success. There is no best, only better. Sophie thinks it's better not to act rashly before finding a better teacher, to avoid poor foundation and going astray in the future. She has a good understanding of modern theories and considers herself quite an expert in this area. Seeing Sophie silent and not responding, her mother thought she was upset again. She took her small hand and said, "Don't worry. Mom and Dad will find a good teacher for you. Mom, can I start by learning to write first? I want to learn to read and write." Sophie suddenly remembered her original reason for talking to her mom and said cutely, "Of course, that's no problem." Her mom replied with a gentle laugh. "It's very good that Sophie wants to read and write. I didn't expect that after you got sick, you became so sensible. Before, you wouldn't even agree to learn." Her mom didn't think it was strange for Sophie to want to learn to write at such a young age, but Sophie was sweating nervously, worried that her change from her previous self might be noticed. That would be terrible. Actually, her beautiful mom didn't notice anything. Sophie's talented older siblings started learning to write at age 3, so she's actually a bit late compared to them. "So, when can I start? Do I need to find a teacher to teach me to write?" Sophie asked eagerly, seeing her mom didn't suspect anything. "There's no rush. I still need to ask for your opinion," her mom said seriously, looking very graceful and noble. "You already know about your sister, right? This time, Master Stephen Xian is coming to take her to Tianjiayun City. Although we have relatives and friends there, your sister is still too young. Mom and Dad are worried about her going so far alone without anyone to take care of her, so we decided the whole family will move to Tianjin City. A month ago, on the day you had your accident, Dad had already gone ahead to arrange our move and transfer some family businesses to that location. But because there was so much to do, it might take a long time to finish everything. Dad and Mom might not be able to take good care of you, so they want you to stay with your grandfather for a while. Once everything is settled, we will bring you back. Do you think that's okay? At this point, Mom's face showed a hint of complexity, which Sophie happened to notice. Could there be some hidden secret she was hiding from me? Sophie felt a bit confused. Where's my brother? Is he also going to Tianjin City? Sophie asked. He's going too. Your brother is learning a family skill called Do Chi, and your dad needs to guide him personally, so he has to go as well. Mom looked into Sophie's eyes with a worried expression. Sophie felt a cold wave in her heart. She lowered her eyes, afraid that her sadness and bitterness might be seen by Mom. She never thought she would feel so unimportant in her own family, like she was being abandoned. Normally, Sophie's mature mind and strong spirit shouldn't be so easily hurt or discouraged, but the new home she was trying to settle into wasn't as supportive as she imagined. Anyway, this news caught her off guard. But under the roof, she had to bow her head and face reality. Still, she wanted to fight for some benefits for herself before that. So, Sophie looked up and asked, "When will I go to my grandfather's house? Will anyone go with me?" "In 3 days, you will leave. Your nanny and maid will go with you, and your mom will also send a team of guards to escort you." Mom seemed to breathe a sigh of relief and relaxed her expression. Sophie guessed that Mom was very afraid she wouldn't agree, which meant there might be some hidden tricks. "Mom, am I a good girl? Do I listen well? Is there a reward?" Sophie was again pretending to be a child in a sneaky way. She whispered loudly enough for everyone in the room to hear, "Are there any bad people on the road? If bad people catch me..." Then she secretly glanced at her mother, whose face was turning pale. She thought to herself, "I can't let them easily trick me away. If I don't get something good, I won't do what they want. That's not how I behave." "Mom will ask Uncle Dake to take you there," her mother said seriously. It seemed Sophie's words caught her attention. Nora and Lias, standing nearby, looked surprised and happy. But our main girl was not happy. She didn't know who Uncle Dake was, and what she really wanted was a magical treasure from a fantasy story. Reluctantly, she asked directly, "Is there any top-quality magic gear you can give me? Look, I'm so small, and not even with you. What if something happens?" Sophie didn't finish her sentence. She pinched her own thigh hard, making her cry out in pain, looking very pitiful. The beautiful woman across from her saw this, and immediately her eyes turned red. She hugged Sophie gently and kept saying, "Mom will find a way, Mom will find a way." Seeing this, Sophie quickly stopped crying, wiped her tears, and started acting cute to change the subject.
"Mom, I'm hungry.
"I want to eat something delicious." Okay, we'll go right now," her mother replied repeatedly. The 3 maids watched in shock, their eyes wide open. They had never seen the second young lady act so demanding and cute before. And today, when something big was happening, she didn't throw a tantrum or cause trouble. It was unbelievable. Since she decided to leave, Sophie started preparing right away. Like on her previous trips, she liked to make a list. She used the excuse of drawing for fun and asked someone to bring paper and pens. The writing tools from this world are all feather pens. As for what kind of animals' feathers they use, Sophie doesn't know. Anyway, they are colorful and more beautiful than the goose feather pens she has seen before. The paper, however, is quite different. It can't compare to modern smooth, white, lightweight, and thin printing paper, but it is somewhat similar to the Korean paper she sometimes uses for traditional painting. Because this paper causes ink to spread and soak in a unique way, Sophie liked it for a while. Sophie listed all the items she might need on a piece of paper. The list includes a lighter, a small knife, a tent, medicines, a mirror, a comb, sunscreen, a toothbrush, scissors, a hot water bag, sunglasses, a water cup, wet wipes, a camera, and a flashlight. It is a complete outdoor survival list. She wrote the list in Chinese characters, so even if others see it, they wouldn't understand. After finishing, She realized she didn't really need to do this. In the past, she made such lists because she was afraid she would forget some items if she got overwhelmed. But now, just a quick glance is enough. She can remember everything clearly in her mind. She tore off the list and called Nora and Lias. Sophie started asking them about each item. After a while, she finally understood that although this world doesn't have lighters, they do have flintstones. Striking 2 flintstones together can produce fire, which is very convenient. The small knives, tents, medicines, mirrors, combs, scissors, and water cups are all ready-made. The girls quickly found everything she needed. However, the medicines here are few. There are only a few types similar to ointments for wounds and bandages, plus some insect repellent powders. Sophie felt a bit disappointed. She thought about the effective cold medicines, fever reducers, anti-diarrheal drugs, anti-inflammatory medicines, Yunnan Baiyao, band-aids, and dog skin plasters from her previous life, essential medicines for home, travel, fire prevention, and safety. She couldn't help but sigh that this world is quite backward. The hot water bag was Sophie's favorite thing in her past life. Naturally afraid of the cold, she always prepared one wherever she went. However, there was nothing similar here, so Sophie kept drawing and explaining until she finally found the most skilled maid, Moroni, to help. It took less than half a day, and she quickly made a replacement. Sophie was happy because this hot water bag, made from beast hide, looked quite good. She even named it using the original Chinese pronunciation, since there was no such thing here. She wanted to leave her mark first. As for the other things, Sophie didn't rely on them anymore. If she ran out of money in the future, she would just invent new things again. The next day, Moroni made a double-shoulder bag from beast hide, following Sophie's simple drawing. It had many small pockets. Sophie was so excited that she happily packed all her prepared items and treasures from her old treasure chest into it. The young lady from a big family always had some collectibles. Some of the small items Sophie didn't understand what they were for, but she was sure they were valuable. Sophie, being a big collector, took everything without leaving anything behind, like a swarm of locusts. The tent was too big to carry around, so she put it in the box. Sophie slung the backpack over her shoulders and jumped a couple of times. It was fine. Her small frame could carry that much. Any more than that would affect her movement. As for clothes and other items, she didn't need to worry. A few servants quickly packed everything into 4 large boxes. Sophie was amazed. Over the past 2 days, a few young maids, who seemed much younger than her in her eyes, had been running around busy. They didn't quite understand what Sophie was doing, but as long as she didn't get angry or throw a fit, everything was fine. Right now, Sophie was happily spreading out a large roll of beast hide she got from Shauna on a big table in her room. She finally had a chance to learn about the whole continent. This is a map of the Salsagon continent, and I heard it is very valuable. Indeed, just the tanned hide of the mysterious beast that was used to make it is rare, flawless, strong, soft, and flexible. It is a whole sheet, 1 meter wide and 1.60 meters long. On Earth, it would probably be worth a lot. Shauna immediately found it and gave it to Sophie, who was very happy and quickly decided to like her. Sophie also carefully asked about the world of this different realm. Since Shauna already knew about Sophie's memory loss, her questions didn't seem strange. It turns out there are 4 continents in this world. Each one seems much larger than the combined land area of Earth. They are called Labashina, Kamashra, Salsagon, and the Dragon Illusion Continent. They are separated by nearly impassable oceans, and there are also terrifying sea bands set by the creator god. Labashina and Kamashra are home to gods and demons, respectively. The Dragon Illusion Continent is the homeland of dragons. The Salsagon Continent is inhabited by humans, elves, orcs, and dwarves. Humans occupy the largest areas, especially in the east, west, and south, where resources are rich, controlled by 5 big nations and many small ones. Orcs live in the north. Their land is slightly smaller than the combined areas of the other 3 parts, and while resources are not scarce, their large population often leads to internal wars over supplies. The elves and dwarves, fewer in number, mainly live in forests and mountainous regions. Sophie was most eager to learn about the human countries, as having a good living environment is very important before she can protect herself. In other words, if the country is constantly at war, the lives of ordinary people will surely be unstable. For Miss Song Xian, who is used to a comfortable modern life, she cannot adapt to such a life quickly. However, from Shauna's brief words, Sophie got the answer she wanted. Currently, the 5 great nations sometimes have small conflicts, but their strength is relatively balanced. There won't be a big war in the short term. The fights between smaller countries do not threaten the Orlan Empire, where Sophie lives. This good news made Sophie breathe a sigh of relief. She felt safe.
No, not yet.
We can't be too happy too soon. In this backward world, there are still many bandits and robbers. Robbery happens often. Otherwise, the recent test 2 days ago wouldn't have made her mother so nervous her face turned pale. Shauna told her that her grandfather's house is not in the Orlan Empire, but in the Cade Empire. It takes a month and a half to travel there, passing through a small country called Dueston. Because Dueston is near the monster forest, the journey is not peaceful. There are often wild monsters and robbers, and many merchants and mercenaries have trouble on this road. But she also said Uncle Dake is a great swordsman, so protecting Sophie is definitely not a problem. Hopefully that's true. Her parents' marriage should be considered a cross-country marriage. Nora, come in, Sophie called loudly. Over the past 2 days, the maids around her no longer showed the indifferent or fearful expressions they had at first. Sophie secretly felt pleased. She wanted to build good relationships with them and develop a few close confidants. That way, it would be easier for her to do things in the future. She also wanted to treat these maids like sisters, but she knew this was a world with clear hierarchies and differences in status. She didn't dare to make big changes. She kept reminding herself to stay low-key, but she still couldn't help showing her sharp edge. Recently, my strange behavior has caused quite a bit of gossip among the people. When I realized this, I broke out in a cold sweat. If someone with bad intentions notices anything, it could be very bad. So, I quickly burned all the drawings to hide what I had done. Miss? Nora entered the room and saw her young lady frowning and deep in thought. She hurriedly asked. Sophie snapped out of her thoughts and asked, "Can you read?" "Our maids all can read. The lady hired someone to teach us," Nora replied with a grateful look in her eyes. "That's great. Please help me look at this map."
Where are we living now?
"Point it out," Sophie said, pulling Nora to the big table and pointing at the map. Nora looked at the dense writing and winding roads on the map and immediately felt dizzy. She frowned and said, "Miss, I've never seen this map before. I can't understand it." Sophie didn't expect Nora to say that. "Then who can understand it?" "Miss, maps are very valuable and rare. Only wealthy families have them. We servants have never seen such things." "We definitely can't read it," Nora explained. Sophie felt a bit disappointed. Just then, the door to the room opened with a soft sound. "Sweet Sophie, what are you doing?" It was her mother, who came in smiling and gently patted Sophie's head. "Oh, Mom is here. I was just about to look at this map," Sophie said happily, holding her mother's hand. "Really?" Her mother tried not to laugh and teased her like a child. "Did you understand it?" "No, I just can't understand it at all." Sophie immediately pouted and said, "I asked Nora to come see, but she couldn't understand either." Then she frowned and pouted, looking like a little child. My mom looked at both of them and chuckled. "Hello, ma'am." Nora blushed and quickly bowed. My mom smiled and waved her off, saying, "You can go now. I have something to tell Sophie." Nora hurriedly responded and quietly left, closing the door behind her. "Mom, can you show me where we live and where Grandpa's house is?" Sophie was still thinking about the map. She reached out and pointed to the map on the table, asking her mom. "Sure." Mom picked her up with one arm, smiled, and gently pointed at the map twice. Then she traced her finger along the map and said, "We live in Sanyana City. Grandpa lives in Jacampa City. You will travel this way to Grandpa's house, which will take about a month and a half." "Oh, what are Grandpa and Grandma like? Will they like me?" Sophie asked. My mom paused when she heard Sophie and looked a little uncomfortable. She forced a smile and said, Your grandma is a very kind person. She passed away when Mom was born. And what about Grandpa? Sophie didn't want her mom to feel sad, so she asked quickly. Your grandpa is also very kind, but he has a bit of a strange temper. He is a Duke of the Cade Empire and the Lord of Maslaughton, with a large territory and a big army. He is very powerful. Your grandpa actually cares a lot about me. He has only one child, which is my mom. But when my mom fell in love with your dad, he didn't agree at all. Later, I ran away secretly, and he must have been very angry with my mom. My mother started to choke up while talking. She sniffed and took out a letter and a necklace. As she fastened the necklace around Sophie's neck, she tremblingly said, "He's getting old. Please take care of him for me. Don't make him angry again. It's not good for his health." Sophie listened, and her eyes started to turn red. She also thought of her mom, dad, and grandpa on Earth, and she felt sad. Then her mom took out a handkerchief to wipe her tears, calmed down, and gently touched Sophie's face. She said, "At first, I was worried about sending you to Grandpa's place. I was afraid you might be naughty and upset him. But now that you're healed and more mature, I feel better. When you get there, show him this letter and necklace. He will know who you are." Now Sophie understood. No wonder she felt something was off. This task was too important for them to trust just anyone. She looked down at the necklace on her chest. Its soft purple glow caught her attention. The necklace was in a Baroque style, made from unknown material. The large gemstone at the bottom was clear and deep, like a lover's tear, creating a foreign and luxurious feeling. It seemed to whisper an old, sad love story. This necklace belonged to your grandmother. It's called Angelina's Shield, her mom explained. It's a powerful protective item. It makes you immune to magic below level 8. With it, I won't worry about your safety. Her mom pushed the necklace into Sophie's collar. The cold touch made Sophie shiver. But you must be very careful. Never let others see it, or bad people might try to steal it or harm you. Do you understand? On the continent of Salsagon, a level 10 magic spell is as powerful as a forbidden curse, comparable to a missile explosion on Earth. Usually, only high-level magic masters can cast magic above level 8, but some magic scrolls over level 8 have the same effect. However, ordinary people cannot own such scrolls. For the small, unknown girl Sophie Schwarlow, using the Angelina shield, along with a great swordsman for protection, is quite a waste. Of course, Sophie understands the principle that an ordinary person is innocent, but possessing treasure invites suspicion, and she nods in agreement, saying, "Yes, I understand." However, Mom, I want 2 people. Sophie begins to make her request again. You promised to ask the teacher to teach me how to read, so can he go with me to my grandfather's house? And I also want Grandma Maloney. Is that okay? After 2 days of interaction, Sophie and Grandma Maloney got along very well. Grandma Maloney smiled gently, not talkative, and with no bad temper. Most importantly, she is very smart and understands things quickly. She can make all the strange things Sophie asks for. She's talented. In this world, what is the most valuable? Talents. Grandma Maloney is exactly the person Sophie needs. Mom chuckled softly and tapped Sophie's small nose with her finger, saying, "Little one, why do you have so many ideas? Honestly tell Mom, what kind of hot water bag are you making and who taught you?" Sophie was stunned when she heard this. After a moment, she recovered. If her mom's face hadn't been smiling, she might have thought she had been caught. "Mom, you already knew?" She mumbled. "Clearly, you were told not to say anything, right?" Mom interrupted. "Not bad, knowing how to hide your plans at such a young age. If I didn't know you've been injured recently and haven't gone anywhere, I might even suspect you're fake." Hearing this, Sophie was secretly surprised and quickly said, "That's impossible." She didn't expect that her otherworldly mom could be so clever, matching her Earth mom in cunning. It seemed her mom was quite observant. She had thought her small tricks could fool the otherworldly people, but it turned out she was being watched right under her nose. The best way to handle this was to change the subject. "You still haven't said whether it's okay or not. Don't worry, the teacher has already been arranged. Tomorrow, you'll set out together. Mom will have Maloney's maid pack your bag soon. Is that okay? Her mom said helplessly. Sophie's face immediately lit up with a big smile. Yay! She had gained a treasure and a talent, and hadn't been exposed. Although she had a few small slips, she managed to hide them. She was satisfied. Seeing Sophie's bright smile, her mom was momentarily stunned. After a while, when Sophie's smile faded a bit, her mom finally recovered and hugged Sophie, giving her several big kisses. Baby Sophie, your smile is so beautiful. Mom has never seen anything like it. That's obvious. You've turned the kid into that kind of person, and now you want to see her smile, Sophie thought to herself. Luckily, the original Sophie didn't smile much either, or the big difference in personality might have raised suspicion. When she finally saw the teachers, Mr. Old Macy and Uncle Dake, it was just as Sophie was dressed in her outdoor clothes and ready to leave with her bag. Her mom, along with her siblings, whom she had only met 3 times in this world, came to see her off at the gate.
Wow.
For carriages pulled by 4 horse beasts, these creatures look like horses, but are twice as tall as the largest horses on earth, with lion-like mouths, deer-like tails, and hooves like horses, and about 30 armored horse beasts guards on horseback. Little beauty sister Cienduola. Why isn't she called Cinderella or Pandora? Haha, probably because of how her parents named her. Politely said goodbye to Sophie, with a gentle ladylike manner. Unlike her, the handsome brother Arturo struck a knightly pose, but Sophie could see the envy shining in his eyes. Sophie secretly chuckled and also pretended to be serious, listening quietly to her mom's advice. Inside the last carriage, the one pulled by a horse beast, are some local specialties for your grandfather to try. On the way, no matter what her mom said, Sophie nodded eagerly. Hey, isn't that little Sophie? A loud voice suddenly interrupted. Before Sophie could see who it was, she was suddenly hugged tightly. Her small face turned red instantly. Although she looked like a little girl, she was actually a 26-year-old woman. Being hugged like that made her feel shy and a bit embarrassed. The person holding her was a man in his early 30s, with a healthy, rosy face, tall and strong build. His short blonde hair stood up, matching his golden eyebrows, brown big eyes, and deep features, making him look handsome and bold. How come, little Sophie, you don't recognize Uncle Dake anymore? The loud voice of the man holding Sophie made her ears buzz. Sophie turned her head to keep some distance from him and politely said, Hello, Uncle Dake. Haha, ma'am, don't worry. I will definitely safely deliver little Sophie to her destination, said the well-known Uncle Dake. Sophie must have known him before, as he seemed quite familiar with her family. While talking to Sophie's mom, he put Sophie down and then went to chat with Cienduola and Arturo. He seemed to be a cheerful and friendly person. Mom held Sophie's small hand and led her to the second carriage. An elderly man about 60 years old was getting off. He wore a dark gray long robe, with silvery hair neatly combed back. His well-groomed goat beard matched his calm, deep green eyes, and his curved eyebrows gave him a wise look. To Sophie, he looked like a true wise man. Mom pointed at him and said, Mr. Macy, this is my daughter Sophie. Please take care of her from now on. Sophie immediately understood that he was her teacher. She opened her eyes wide, looked at him, and bowed politely. Hello, teacher. My name is Sophie. Mr. Macy's eyes showed a hint of surprise. He nodded and smiled.
Hello.
Mom shook her head and said, Sorry, Mr. Macy. Sophie hasn't learned proper manners yet. Please forgive her. Sophie then remembered that bowing was not a common greeting on the Salsagon continent. She felt regretful and wanted to make a good impression on her teacher, but now she thought she had ruined it. Mr. Macy saw Sophie pouting and couldn't help but laugh. That's okay. It's the first time I've seen someone greet like that. It's quite funny. Sophie, you must listen to the teacher and study hard. No more mischief, Mom said as she stepped onto a small stool and gently lifted Sophie into the carriage. The inside of the carriage was very spacious, about the size of a small room. It had cabinets, a table, and bedding, enough for Sophie, Nora, Lias, and Mr. Macy. It didn't feel crowded at all. It looked like a camper on Earth, very comfortable. Sophie, excited for her first ride in an otherworldly carriage, looked around, opened the curtain of the window, and waved her hands outside, acting like a real little child. Finally, amidst Sophie's excitement, Mom's reluctance, her brother's envy, her sister's smile, and Uncle Dax's loud voice, the carriage slowly started to move. Besides her own yard, Sophie had never truly seen the busy streets of another world. She was almost overwhelmed by the variety of shops and crowds outside the window. She kept asking questions, finding everything new and exciting. The two maids, who hadn't seen much of the world, also cheered excitedly. Only Mr. Macy closed his eyes to rest, occasionally opening them to look outside but not talking to anyone. It seemed that Sanyana City was quite large. The carriage had been traveling for over an hour and still hadn't left the city. Sophie was thinking about this when the carriage suddenly stopped. Outside, many people were running forward. At that moment, the door opened, and a guard-like person peeked in and said, "Miss, the city gate is just ahead. Someone is causing trouble there. Lord Dake ordered us to stop here. He has gone ahead to handle the situation." Sophie nodded silently. She saw Nora looking at her eagerly, as if she had something to say. She asked curiously, "What are you doing?" "Miss, do you want me to go see what's happening outside?" Nora stammered. Lias also looked excited. Mr. Macy still had his eyes closed, perhaps asleep. Sophie made a long sound. Oh, and couldn't help but want to laugh. Even the young girl from another world was curious. She pretended to be serious and said, "Then go find out what's going on." "Okay." Nora quickly slipped out of the carriage. Just then, she could be heard running away happily. After waiting a long time, the crowd outside gradually dispersed. Soon, Nora returned, loudly shouting, "Miss! Mess!" "Shoo!" Sophie made a shushing gesture. "Don't wake up the teacher." It was already too late. Mr. Messy opened his eyes, cleared his throat, and asked, "What happened?" Nora took a few more breaths before replying, "I heard 2 mercenary groups fought." She scratched her head in frustration. "I couldn't get in, so I didn't see it. It seems it was caused by 2 orcs. "Oh," Sophie became interested. "Orcs can walk freely on human territory." "Yes, I heard as long as you have a mercenary ID, you can go anywhere. Last time, I went shopping with Aunt Ilian, and I saw 3 orcs and a dwarf. I've never seen elves before, but I heard they are very beautiful," Nora boasted. Lias looked on enviously. "I haven't seen an orc yet. In Sanyana, orcs and dwarves are very rare, not to mention elves. But Miss Millie from the ladies' courtyard said that her grandfather's city, Jacampus, has the biggest mercenary guild. We might see them there. Teacher, is that true?" Sophie asked, noticing Mr. Messy was listening to their conversation with interest. Mr. Messy nodded and smiled. "That's right. Not only does it have the largest mercenary guild on the continent, but also the biggest mage guild and warrior guild." The carriage started moving again. Sophie looked out the window, hoping to see an orc, wondering if they looked the same as in fantasy stories. But after passing the grand city gates, she still didn't see any orcs. Sophie was very disappointed and leaned on the small table. Then, an idea struck her. She looked at Nora and asked, "Do you have any good drinks?" "Bring some for the teacher." She then sat politely across from Mr. Messy and begged, "Teacher, tell us a story." Nora skillfully took out an expensive piece of hemp reed leaf and brewed a cup for Mr. Macy. Soon, the small carriage was filled with a light, fresh aroma, and everyone felt more alert. This hemp reed leaf is from a rare plant called hemp reed. After harvesting, the leaves are dried and brewed with hot water to drink. It's produced in small amounts and is very expensive. When brewed, it looks similar to green tea from Earth. Sophie once thought about trying to prepare it using Earth tea-making methods, hoping it might taste even better. Mr. Macy took a sip of the hemp reed leaf tea, sighed happily, and said, "What kind of story do you want to hear?" "Just tell me. As long as it's not a fairy tale, I'll listen to legends from the continent, local customs, hero stories, or love stories." Sophie blinked her bright eyes eagerly. "What's a fairy tale?" Mr. Macy asked, having never heard the term before. Well, fairy tales are stories told to children," Sophie explained. "Huh? Aren't you just a kid yourself?" The others laughed, with Lias exaggerating by holding his stomach. No, it's not that. Sophie blushed from their laughter. Fairy tales are about small animals, or rather magical creatures, and then they're treated like people. I can't really explain it well to you. She wanted to say personification, but her language skills in this world were limited, and she didn't know the word. Ha ha ha. The others laughed even harder. Seeing Sophie about to get embarrassed, Mr. Macy finally said, all right, little Sophie is getting upset. I'll tell a legend from the continent. He teased, as for love stories, I don't think you'd understand anyway.
Who said I don't understand?
Sophie realized they were joking with her. She simply kept quiet, turned her head in frustration, and looked away. Miss, come have some water to calm down. I'm not angry, Miss, listen to the story the teacher is telling. Yes, teacher, please tell us. A long time ago. Amid everyone's chatter and Mr. Messy's stories, time flew by quickly. To reach the next town, they had lunch on the move. The carriage was very smooth, and Sophie was worried she might get car sick, but she felt fine until they stopped in the evening, feeling only a little tired. The inn in the town was very clean. They rented a yard, which was quite spacious for over 40 people, but the food was hard to swallow. After a warm bath and lying comfortably on a soft bed, Sophie found she couldn't sleep. She listened to Nora's even breathing on the floor and thought about the strong person in Messy's story. She secretly made a decision to start exercising her body in a planned, step-by-step way from tomorrow. A healthy body is the foundation of everything. Although Sophie isn't suited to learn magic or fighting skills from another world, she could at least practice yoga, which every homebody should know. She had also wanted to learn Tai Chi, but she only remembered the first part.
Oh well.
If she had known, she would have started earlier. Maybe because she had something on her mind, Sophie woke up very early the next morning. She tiptoed, quickly put on comfortable cotton clothes suitable for exercise, tied her flax-colored hair into a simple ponytail, and went outside. The yard was empty. Afraid her footsteps might disturb others, she put on 2 pairs of socks and ran off. Luckily, the ground in the inn was very flat and clean, so she didn't have to worry about hurting her feet. The yard was about 200 or 300 meters in a circle. Sophie didn't expect that after running almost 10 laps, she would start to feel a little tired. She pinched her small calves, which had little flesh, and felt proud. In her past life, she was very afraid of running. Just hearing about 800 meters made her legs weak. But she didn't expect that her new, small, slender body was actually quite good at it. Sophie smiled while panting, her face shining with confidence. In the middle of the yard, on the grass, Sophie found a spot and started practicing yoga. Although she had long arms and legs, her flexible body and familiar movements made her very happy. The rising sun warmed her skin, and she heard the quack sound, break time. Silly little birds from another world, so small yet able to make duck-like sounds. She remembered that on the first day she woke up in this world, they had woken her up with their noise. Suddenly, Sophie turned around with a start and exclaimed, "Ah!" A row of people was standing in front of her. Not only her maids, guards, and nannies like Nora and Lias, but also Uncle Dak and Teacher Macy. Sophie patted her chest and said, "You scared me." "What are you all doing, miss? What are you doing?" Nora asked quickly. "Nothing much. I was just exercising," Sophie replied, raising her hand to wipe sweat with her sleeve. She looked a bit annoyed and said, "See how much I sweat? Hurry up and help me prepare some water for a bath. They shouldn't scare her like that."
Little Sophie, what kind of exercise is that?
"It looks strange," Uncle Dak asked loudly. Knowing someone would ask, Sophie explained, "It's not some special technique. I just stretch my arms and kick my legs a little, so I can grow tall and have a perfect body in the future." Sophie pulled the innocent-sounding words from her mouth, and they were so funny that she didn't realize it herself. However, others found it very hard to hold back their laughter. One guard couldn't help but chuckle softly, and soon everyone was laughing loudly. Only Mr. Macy's deep eyes seemed to flash with a strange light, but Sophie didn't notice. Seeing everyone laugh so hard they were almost falling over, Sophie couldn't help but roll her eyes. "Miss, Little maid Lias whispered shyly. Will I really be able to get a good figure? Of course. Sophie winked at her seductively. Do you want to learn? Lias's face turned even redder. Can I? Sure, as long as you call me teacher, I'll teach you. Proud, Sophie blushed slightly, glowing faintly. So far, the journey hadn't been difficult. There weren't many merchants or travelers passing by. Everyone was in a hurry, and between towns, there were only farms and forests. The newness of everything quickly wore off, and Sophie adapted to this life. They planned their route carefully, and each day they could usually find a good place to rest. Sometimes, in the wilderness, they couldn't take baths, but Sophie knew this wasn't the time to be picky. Of course, she kept up her morning runs and yoga. Now everyone knew about Sophie's perfect body, routine, and innocent Lias actually started to learn from her. Sophie took her seriously, teaching her carefully. This surprised some unscrupulous people who liked to watch the jokes, but everyone still got up early to see what was happening. To quickly get rid of her illiterate label, Sophie decided to start learning to read and write from Mr. Macy the next day. With Sophie's mental strength, learning to recognize characters quickly was easy, but writing all those foreign symbols, well, was not. Fortunately, Mr. Macy neither took the Bible. Sophie doesn't know if such a thing exists in this world, nor used elementary school textbooks to teach her. Her first book was Travel Notes of the Sorsogon Continent, written by a man named Vincent Farrell, which suited Sophie's taste very well. While marveling at Sophie's memory, Mr. Macy also realized that he couldn't treat her as an ordinary 4.5-year-old anymore. Based on her understanding and thinking skills, he truly believed he had a genius student. In addition to reading and writing, Sophie enjoyed listening to Nora's gossip and Mr. Macy's stories. One day, she couldn't hold back and told the fairy tale of The Little Mermaid. The two maids were so moved that they cried tears of sadness, and even Mr. Macy sighed deeply. Why do mermaids not have souls? I've never heard of that. But the witch in the story is really mean. She must be a messenger of evil, Nora asked after calming down. Sophie awkwardly tugged at her hair near her ear. Could it be that mermaids really exist in this world? She hesitated and said, I was just making it up. Fairy tales are all made up. Lias nodded seriously and said, Oh, so fairy tales are just stories children make up. Sophie's stories are very good, Mr. Macy summarized while stroking his beard. But I've never heard of mermaids from the royal family at sea falling in love with humans. That's a very special idea, huh? Miss, can you make up another fairy tale? I want to hear more. Nora looked at Sophie eagerly. Sophie didn't dare to tell another story. She was a little scared just now, almost revealing a secret. But she really wanted to see a real mermaid. She shook her head, pretending to read a book of miscellaneous notes, occasionally asking Mr. Macy about words or phrases she didn't understand. After 10 days, the caravan finally reached a big city called Haydink. It was the largest city before leaving the Orland Empire. Once outside the empire, there were more robbers, so Uncle Dak decided to rest here for a day to buy food and supplies. Sophie also felt excited about shopping. She touched the magic crystal card her mother gave her before leaving and looked for Aunt Ilian, who was known for bargaining well, to explore the city. Nora and Lias, who had already heard the news, arrived early and were waiting nearby. To everyone's surprise, Mr. Macy, who was smiling kindly, also wanted to join.
Sophie was very happy about that.
Uncle Dak sent 2 guards to follow them, which made him feel at ease. After all, this was the territory of the Orland Empire, and no noble from their country dared to offend them here. At first, Uncle Dak wanted them to take a carriage to explore the city, but Sophie, tired of riding, strongly protested, so they gave up. Sophie, like a happy little bird, flew out of the house, skipping and jumping as she led everyone outside. Haydink is different from the similar big city, Sanyana. Because it is closer to the southern part of the continent near the Beast Forest, the air is more humid, and there are more mercenaries passing through. The streets are narrower than Sanyana's, but both sides are lined with tall trees with huge blue-green leaves. Sunlight filters through the leaves, casting beautiful dappled shadows on the ground. The busy shops are neatly arranged along both sides of the street, with plants similar to climbing ivy covering the walls. From a modern point of view, the city's mayor seems to care about the environment, as people are often seen cleaning the streets. In everyone's admiration, Aunt Ilian truly lived up to her reputation. She bargained so skillfully that shop owners broke out in cold sweats and looked pale. Sophie bought a lot of things, some useful and some not, and all her shopping bags were carried by the two guards, which made her feel very accomplished. After buying so many things, I didn't spend many coins. Sophie was disappointed she didn't get a chance to try using her card in another world. The prices here are so cheap. As noon approached, Sophie looked at her hungry stomach and realized it was time to eat. She looked around but couldn't find any restaurants or food stalls. Huh? Why are there no restaurants? Where does everyone eat? Sophie wondered. When she looked up, she saw two guards with eager expressions. Then Mr. Macy finally smiled and said, "Haha, you're hungry, right? Come on, I'll take you to try the most famous grilled meat here, made from a special tree called huanmu." You probably don't know, Mr. Macy continued, but near Hating City, there's a tree called huanmu. It's only found here in the whole continent. The meat grilled with it is very delicious. Many people travel a long way just to taste this huanmu grilled meat. I've tried it a few times, and the flavor is truly memorable, he explained and sighed happily as Sophie and the others looked confused. During these days together, Sophie realized that Mr. Macy was quite cunning. Seeing his calm smile, Sophie felt both annoyed and amused. He must have planned this long ago. Just now, she was wondering why Mr. Macy didn't seem like someone who liked shopping, but he didn't complain at all while walking around. Now she understood he was sneaky. Her small, hidden feelings of warmth suddenly disappeared. To prevent the smell of grilled meat from affecting other shops, Lord Federin moved all the restaurants and bars in the city together. "Come with me, I'll take you there," Mr. Macy said, holding Sophie's small hand and smiling as they headed back the way they came. "This is just a food street," Sophie said happily when she saw many food shops and stalls around. "The air is filled with a strange, delicious smell of grilled meat. The whole street is smoky and crowded with people, very lively." Mr. Macy expertly guides them around until they find what he says is the best barbecue restaurant. It's so busy that they have to wait for a seat. Sophie used to dislike waiting for food in her past life, but her love for good food often made her wait outside restaurants during off hours just to taste the dishes. After trying them, she would even go home to try making them herself. But now, Sophie has to wait outside with everyone else. It's spring, and the garden is full of blooming flowers. Sophie is drawn to them and starts walking along a small path to admire the scenery. She notices a large, lush flower tree with small, light purple flowers that look like lilacs. The scent is strong, reminding her of a perfume she once knew. Suddenly, she hears a tiny woo-woo sound and walks toward it. Sophie, small and slim, feels lucky about her slender figure. She pushes through the thin, tangled branches and sees something surprising under a big tree nearby. There, she sees a tiny black cat, about the size of her palm. Well, not exactly a cat because it has 4 ears, 2 on each side. Its fluffy tail is almost as big as its body. It has 2 light blue eyes that stare at Sophie without blinking, as if it has already noticed her. In front of it, there's a pile of freshly grilled meat, steaming hot, about half her height. The woo-woo sound it makes is a little like a small dog's bark. It seems to be warning her not to come closer. Sophie had never seen such a cute little creature before. It seemed to be eating some barbecue it had somehow gotten from nowhere. She slowly walked over, showing what she thought was her most innocent and kind smile, and softly asked, "Little Black, where did you come from?" The little creature, whether enchanted by her beautiful smile or frightened by the name, Little Black, stared blankly at Sophie. Sophie gently picked up a piece of barbecue and held it out in front of the creature, tempting it. "Come with me. Sister has lots of good food for you." Little Black tilted its head, sniffed Sophie's hand, then quickly started eating the barbecue. Under Sophie's surprised gaze, it finished the pile of barbecue in no time. Sophie was shocked. She rubbed her eyes, unable to believe it. Where did this little thing put all that barbecue? It was only palm-sized, yet the meat was gone. She began to regret what she had just said. This little creature ate so much, it might soon eat her out of house and home. At that moment, Little Black licked its paws, then suddenly jumped onto Sophie's shoulder and sat still. Sophie was so startled, she almost jumped up. After a moment, she dared to turn her head and saw that it had already closed its eyes and was starting to doze off. Could it really be that easy to trick her? When Sophie returned to the restaurant entrance along the same path, only Mr. Macy and a bunch of recently bought items were waiting for her. "Where did you go? Everyone was looking for you," Mr. Macy said with a cheerful smile, showing no sign of worry. He quickly noticed Little Black on Sophie's shoulder, and Little Black squinted at him before closing its eyes again. Sniff, sniff. At this moment, Little Black seemed very unhappy with the name. It opened its eyes wide and looked at Sophie with disdain. Sophie didn't care at all. She kept her eyes fixed on Mr. Messy, waiting for his answer. Mr. Messy looked around carefully, then shook his head and said, "Over the years, I've seen many magical beasts, but I've never seen one like this. It's not in the Beast Guidebook either. I need to check carefully. Maybe it's a new hybrid breed of magical beast." Little Black rolled its eyes and grinned as if mocking them, but no one noticed. At that moment, everyone who had gone to find Sophie was returning one after another. When they saw Sophie, they all seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Maybe Little Black looked too cute. Everyone who saw it wanted to hug it. Nora was the first to reach out her hand. Little Black let out a strange wah sound, then bared its teeth at her. Nora quickly pulled her hand back in fear. "It's called Little Black. I found it in the garden. It really likes to eat grilled meat," Sophie explained, scratching Little Black's chin. Sure enough, it purred comfortably like a cat. Sophie smiled happily and proudly, saying, "Little Black must behave well." Seeing how gentle it was, everyone was amazed. Just then, a young waiter from the restaurant came over and said, "The private room is ready. Please follow me." Inside the private room, there were 2 tables. Only Sophie and Mr. Messy sat by the window table, while the other table was crowded with people. Sophie didn't mind sitting with the staff, but the rules of a noble family are strict. No one can break them. After everyone sat down, the waiter first brought drinks and fruit. The drinks were fresh fruit juices. The environment here is pollution-free, which is really good. The fruits grown here are excellent, and there are definitely more varieties than on Earth. A shadow suddenly flashed, and the most beautiful and largest honey fruit had disappeared. Little Black appeared in front of Sophie, holding a honey fruit bigger than its body, munching on it with a crunch-crunch sound. Immediately, the room fell silent. Even though Sophie had seen Little Black eat grilled meat before, everything in front of her still surprised her. But Little Black looked so cute like this that Sophie couldn't help but giggle. People who had never seen Sophie's beautiful smile froze in place again. The long grill was brought into the restaurant by the staff. To let customers enjoy the fun of cooking themselves, the prepared meat and vegetables, along with boxes of salt, sugar, and spicy seasonings, were placed on each table. Soon, sparks and smoke burst out, filling the room with a fog-like atmosphere. The whole space was filled with lively and strange smells and a festive feeling. After eating the grilled meat, Sophie finally felt a small taste of satisfaction in this strange world. Mr. Messy ate happily, nodding his head. The fruit wine that arrived later excited the men, and even Aunt Ilian drank quite a bit. Sophie also wanted to try, but she didn't succeed. Little Black's ability to drink surprised everyone. After several jars, he didn't get drunk or even get a little bloated. Sophie became even more sure that she had picked a real glutton. The happy lunch didn't stop Sophie's shopping mood. After leaving the food street, Sophie asked Mr. Messy to take her to see some special shops in Haydink. Since she had someone familiar with the area, she didn't want to miss this chance. It's hard to refuse such kindness. Mr. Messy led everyone to a busy street filled with mercenaries. The shops mainly sold different supplies needed by mercenaries of various professions. For example, there are shops for wizard supplies, warriors' gear, thieves' tools, and simple medicine shops. Since not everyone can afford to hire a priest for healing, for minor injuries, Mercenaries often use hemostatic powders and bandages. There are also bookstores, magical pet shops, and a few auction houses. Sophie, in her previous life, didn't play online games like World of Warcraft, but she read many fantasy novels. So she had a rough idea of what the other world was like. The shops on this street didn't surprise her, but seeing them real in front of her was still very new and exciting. After leaving the wizard's supply shop, Sophie decided not to go to the gear or thief shops. Even if she did, she wouldn't understand what the items on the shelves were for, unlike the shop she visited in the morning, where she could point and ask. She definitely had to visit the bookstore. In just 10 days, Sophie had learned quite a few words, mostly guessing, and she could barely recognize most of the book titles. The staff stayed outside, not following her, and Mr. Macy didn't mind her either. He went to pick out his favorite books. Sophie happily chose a bunch of travel guides, novels, and poetry collections. The waiter helping her carry the books was so surprised he couldn't close his mouth. He had never seen a child buy so many books before. She carefully looked around but still wasn't satisfied, and she started to miss the bookstores she visited in her previous life. "Why don't they have books on magic or alchemy?" Sophie asked the waiter, who was staring at her blankly. Oh, the waiter finally understood. "Those books are only sold in the magic shop." "Huh? I didn't see any in that shop just now." Is that all? Are there any other books?" Sophie didn't wait for his answer. She turned around with a frown and asked, The waiter was surprised by her question. He suddenly stretched out his arm and pointed to a small, shabby door that seemed to lead to a storage room. "There are some books inside. They haven't been sold for a long time. They're all piled up there. Would you like to take a look?" "But," he added, glancing up and down at Sophie, "it's not cleaned inside and there's a lot of dust." "Sure, I'll go see." The waiter was quite impressed today. Someone loved buying books so much, and she was just a young girl. He placed the large stack of books he was holding on the counter, then took a key from a small cabinet behind him and said to Sophie, "Come with me." He opened the creaky little wooden door. Dust flew into the air, making both of them cough. The waiter used his sleeve to wave away the dust, then gestured politely for her to enter. Sophie nodded and stepped inside. The small room wasn't very messy. The books were neatly stacked by category, mostly novels, travel stories, and so on. They looked old, though some were newer, but none of the content was particularly special. Sophie looked through the shelves for a while and finally found a book about plant distribution on the Sorsogon continent. It was thick and heavy. She chose it because each plant mentioned was accompanied by a detailed illustration, skillfully drawn and very professional. Sophie was quite pleased. After that, she didn't find anything else valuable. As she was returning to the door, she accidentally tripped. The book in her hand slipped and hit the face of the curious waiter who had been watching her. Both of them exclaimed softly. Sophie kept apologizing. Sorry. The waiter covered half his face with his hand, looking a bit embarrassed. "It's nothing." Sophie looked down and realized that the thing she had tripped over was a pile of even more worn-out books. She crouched down and brushed the dust off them. Among them, she found one book that was completely intact but looked very old and battered, to the point that she couldn't even see its title. Sophie opened the first page, which read, "I am Amonrez Ranconi, an alchemist from a declining era of alchemy. During my over 140 years of practicing alchemy, I discovered many relics left by my predecessors and was greatly inspired by them. After carefully studying their great inventions and research, I felt even more admiration for their achievements. As my life nears its end, I realize how sad it would be if these things are not passed down. So I recorded them here, along with some of my own experiences and feelings, hoping future alchemists can avoid some detours. Then I can peacefully return to the embrace of the divine." Hearing this, Sophie's heart beat faster with excitement. She had found a treasure. Her unusual reaction was noticed by her little black cat, who had been curled up on her shoulder. The cat shifted uncomfortably, which helped Sophie calm down and settle her excited feelings. She pretended to casually pick up 2 more old books and turned around, asking, "How much do these old books cost?" The waiter, who was still rubbing his face nearby, glanced at the books in her hands and said politely, "Miss, These books are meant to be recycled as waste paper. You can just pay whatever you think is fair. Sophie's mood instantly brightened, but she still kept a neutral expression and said, "All right, then please ring up my bill." In another world, books are really not affordable for most people. Although it slightly hurt her to spend 36 gold coins, Sophie didn't mind the cost of each book. She was very generous and paid easily, using a card just like on Earth. Honestly, just having that big book about plants was enough to make her happy, not to mention the alchemy notebook. She really felt she had gained a lot this time. Sophie asked the shop assistant to give the wrapped books to the guard waiting at the door. That's when she realized Professor Macy was already waiting outside. "Teacher," Sophie couldn't hide her excitement and ran happily to Mr. Macy. "What books did you buy?" "Miss," before Mr. Macy could answer, Nora and Aunt Ilian hurried over, one wiping her face and the other brushing off her clothes. "Where have you been? Why is there so much dust? Hee, this bookstore is really too small. I just looked through their old book storage room and bought a few books. It's not enough fun." She pointed at the big bag the guard was holding. She thought she was on Earth, where she always needed a whole shopping cart full of things. "Huh." Mr. Macy chuckled and shook his head. "This is the biggest bookstore in Haydink. Haha, I didn't expect you to buy so many. The money you spent on all these books could last a normal family for years. And you still think you didn't buy enough, huh?" Sophie didn't expect books in this world to be so rare. She had visited her parents' study before, with many bookshelves, not less than her grandfather's collection back on Earth. She thought it was similar here. "They didn't know the books would be so expensive," she said with a pout. "When I paid, I realized how costly they are. I should have just bought them in Sanyana. Buying cheap books anywhere is hard, and copying a book without mistakes is very difficult." "Oh, are they all handwritten?" I thought. "You think it's made with magic copying? Really? Then it must be even more expensive." Mr. Macy stroked his beard and shook his head with a smile. Sophie rolled her eyes inwardly, thinking she had never heard of such magic. She quickly changed the subject. "Did the teacher buy any books?" Mr. Macy shook his head. "I didn't see any special books. It's better to come outside and enjoy the sun." He paused and looked at Sophie, saying, "It's good for kids to get some sun." Sophie made a face inwardly, but looked excited outwardly. "Haha, shall we keep shopping?" Mr. Macy still smiled calmly, and the two maids and Aunt Irian also looked eager. The two guards, however, held a bunch of things in each hand, had many ornaments hanging around their necks, and looked sweaty. They tried to appear brave and strong, which looked quite funny. "There's a magic pet shop ahead. It's pretty interesting. Sophie, do you want to take a look?" Mr. Macy raised his chin toward the front. Everyone immediately agreed to the idea, even the worried-looking guards. On the continent of Salsog, having a powerful magic pet greatly boosts your strength and chances of survival. Although magic pets are expensive, seeing more of them is a good experience. Indeed, the magic pet shop looked quite grand from the outside, with elaborate decorations. The wide open door was flanked by large white marble pillars, shiny and see-through. The upper parts of the pillars were carved with various magical beasts, lifelike and amazing. If Nora hadn't pulled Sophie inside, she would have liked to admire it longer. As soon as I entered the door, wow, it was a tall and large shopping hall. There were really many customers, very different from the nearly empty bookstore just now. Most of them were wealthy young masters and young ladies with their attendants. On the left side of the hall, there were rows of cages of various sizes, filled with all kinds of cute little animals that dazzled the eyes. However, Sophie didn't recognize any of them. She knew that each person could only have one contracted magical beast, so she quickly understood that the animals in the cages were pets kept at home. They had little or no magic power. On the right side, shelves were filled with magical beast eggs, each with a label underneath showing the species and price. There were clearly more customers interested in the eggs than in buying pets. Sophie had just approached a shelf with magical beast eggs when her little black companion suddenly became excited. It was excited because Sophie noticed that Black had a pair of speaking eyes and she could communicate with it telepathically. Seeing its eager, drooling gaze, Sophie felt a bit overwhelmed. Could it be that these magical beast eggs looked more delicious to Black than roasted meat? Besides, hadn't she just finished lunch? She didn't dare stay any longer, or else this little guy might try to snatch a magical beast egg to eat. Its quick move to grab fruit earlier was truly hard to defend against. Oh no, Sophie muttered as she turned around and accidentally bumped into someone nearby. She was caught off guard and fell to the ground. Black gently landed on her skirt's hem, luckily not being crushed. Sophie was a little worried about Black, afraid she might accidentally hurt it. Hey, what are you doing? You bumped into me and hurt me. Apologize quickly. A delicate voice shouted from the other side. Sophie looked up and saw a girl about her age also lying on the ground, angrily shouting at her. At this moment, the servants on both sides hurriedly helped the two people up. Fortunately, neither was hurt. Sorry, I didn't see you and accidentally bumped into you. My apologies, Sophie said calmly, choosing to stay peaceful. Mr. Macy didn't seem to mind Sophie's words, but the household servants found it strange. Everyone knew the little lady's temper had improved, but how could she not be angry after hearing that? However, the girl opposite refused to give in. Then give me your pet, and I might forgive you, she said. It turned out she liked the little black pet. Sophie smiled. From the girl's clothes, she seemed to be from a wealthy family, blonde hair, deep green eyes, very beautiful. She would definitely grow up to be a stunning woman, just as good as her mother or sister. Even though the little girl was throwing a tantrum, she still looked adorable. Sophie smiled and said, I've already apologized. You don't look hurt, so whether you forgive me or not is up to you. The girl snapped, pointing at Sophie's nose angrily. Catch this ugly thing and stop talking back to me. Being called an ugly thing by someone pointing at her nose was a new experience for Sophie. She wasn't angry. The girl was clearly spoiled. Maybe Sophie had been even more over the top before. Just then Nora stepped in, worried. Our young lady has already apologized to you. Why are you being unreasonable? Sophie looked at Mr. Macy, who was squinting and standing nearby. He showed no intention of helping. It seemed he was just watching the scene unfold with interest. Faced with a group of eager guards, Sophie nodded gently. She calmly walked up to the little girl and smiled, saying, Hello, my name is Sophie Swallow. I come from Sanyana City. May I ask your name? Sophie's sweet smile immediately distracted the girl. Her eyes flickered with confusion first, then with fear. She took a small step back, but then, seeming angry at her retreat, she stepped forward again and asked, what do you want? Seeing her stubbornness, Sophie smiled even more happily. After all, she was just a child. She reached out with a friendly gesture, knowing her smile was very powerful. She aimed to win her over with kindness. Not much. I just want to know your name. The guards behind the girl also stopped moving because Sophie's smile had calmed them. The girl timidly said, My name is Honey Lagru. I come from Kakampa City. She looked weak and lost her earlier confidence, unsure how to face Sophie's friendly smile. Really? That's great. We're heading to Kakampus too. Can I call you Honey? You're very pretty. Unlike me, who looks so ugly, Sophie said, then lowered her head, pretending to be very sad. Hearing Sophie's compliment, Honey's face lit up with pride. But when Sophie said the last part, she suddenly felt guilty. I didn't mean you. I was just. She was a kind child, easily won over by Sophie's friendly words. Sophie felt a little happy inside. She had succeeded. Both sets of servants relaxed, since they didn't want to fight over such a small matter. See how cute it is. Sophie proudly held up a small black cat in front of Honey's eyes. Its name is Little Black. Little Black rolled its eyes in annoyance and let out a small whimper. What kind of magical beast is Little Black? I've never heard of it. It looks so cute. I don't know what it is either, but maybe it ate a lot of grilled meat. Then I comforted Little Black, saying, Be good, Little Black. Let this sister pet you. Reluctantly, Little Black made a soft sound, but when Honey's gentle hand touched it, it didn't react much. Little Black is really adorable, Honey exclaimed happily, seeming to forget her earlier annoyance. Sophie saw how cute Honey was petting Little Black and felt happy too. This child is quite simple, just a little spoiled. Even though she was bossy and got her way, Making friends with her isn't so bad. By the way, will you go back to King Camp City?
Sophie asked.
We're leaving tomorrow. My brother is here on business, and I came along to have fun, Honey said with a look of regret. Why don't we go back together? I'll ask my brother if his work is done later. Sounds good. Where do you live? Friendship between kids is unpredictable. They were just arguing, and now they're suddenly good friends. The onlookers found this amusing and nodded in surprise. When there was no more excitement, people gradually left. Under Little Black's strange, eager gaze, Sophie didn't dare stay any longer. She and Honey agreed to meet again tonight and hurried out of the magic pet shop. Sophie decided to head home. Everyone was curious but didn't ask questions though Mr. Macy's probing look made Sophie feel a bit cold. Little Black's lingering stare at the shop door made Sophie both annoyed and amused. Back at the inn, Sophie looked at the pile of things she had bought. Suddenly, she lost interest. She quickly told a few maids not to touch the bag of books while they tidied up. Then she grabbed Little Black to give it a bath. Luckily, a small basin was enough to wash Little Black, which Sophie did herself. Little Black seemed to enjoy the bath very much, looking nothing like a water-fearing cat from Earth. She dried Little Black with a large towel. It was inconvenient without a hairdryer, so she thought a little magic for daily life was quite useful. Just as she was about to sigh in relief, Little Black shook its body gently. The water disappeared, and each hair stood up shiny and black. Then it slowly settled down, feeling dry and smooth, with no wetness left. Hey, Little Black, do you know magic? Sophie's eyes sparkled. Little Black looked at her with disdain, yawned, then jumped onto her shoulder and took a nap. You ungrateful little thing. Sophie muttered helplessly. After dinner, Honey came over. Sophie had already set out the snacks she bought during her shopping trip on a small table in the yard. She also asked the shop owner to make a big jar of fresh fruit juice. She even invited Mr. Macy and Uncle Dak to join them. The cute little guest was so happy to see the sweets on the table that she started grabbing things to eat. Sophie was worried that Little Black might do the same, so she tried to feed it first. But to her surprise, Little Black wasn't interested in the snacks at all, and was now lying still on her shoulder. A handsome blonde man who came with Honey saw that his sister couldn't be trusted, so he awkwardly cleared his throat and introduced himself. You must be Miss Sparlow. I am Honey's brother. My name is Ronald Lagru. Another handsome man. Sophie secretly thought that these two siblings looked very much alike, especially their eyes and noses. Ronald appeared to be about 17 or 18 years old, about 185 meters tall, with a face showing some strong, masculine features. Hello, Ronald brother. Just call me Sophie. This is my Uncle Dake and Teacher Macy. Although Sophie was a homebody in her past life, she was still polite when meeting new people. She confidently introduced everyone, then asked him to sit down and signaled Nora to pour drinks for everyone. Do you know what your relationship is with Berg Lagru from Jacampa City? Uncle Dake, who always spoke loudly, asked directly. Ronald answered seriously. He is my father. Do you know my father? Although he asked this, there was no surprise on his face. Haha, not many people know the famous Berg Lagru, but I do. He probably doesn't know me, Uncle Dake said with a smile. I heard he has 2 sons and a daughter. Are you the older or the younger? I'm the older brother. I also have a younger brother named Giroux. Yes, my second brother went to learn magic. He doesn't have time to play with me, Cinnamon said, just swallowing a small snack. She pouted unhappily. Everyone was amused by her words. Seeing Sophie looking at him curiously, Uncle Dake quickly explained. Berg Lagru is the president of the Warrior Guild headquarters and one of the famous 13 Sword Saints. Mr. Macy stroked his beard and smiled, then asked Ronald, if I'm not mistaken, you're already a senior swordsman, right? Ronald nodded. Yes, I just changed my clothes and forgot to remove the badge. Good, a hero at a young age, Uncle Dake praised. You're not even 18 yet, right? I am 15 this year. After hearing his words, Sophie couldn't help but click her tongue. The 15-year-old boy was pretending to be very mature. She also didn't think about it. She was the real, mature one. Seeing Honey just happily eating, Sophie asked, Brother Ronald, I heard you all are also going to Jacampus. Do you know when you'll leave? Miss Sophie, Are you a member of the Schwerow family from the Orlan Empire? Ronald asked back instead of answering. Little Sophie is the daughter of Faye Schwerow. Her grandfather is Duke Roy Haybreck of Jacampus, Uncle Dake explained. This time, we're taking Sophie to see her grandfather. Really? Honey exclaimed. The Duke is Sophie's grandfather. At the same time, Ronald looked surprised too. What's wrong? Sophie asked confused. Have you met him? Sophie, your grandfather is very strict. Aren't you afraid of him? Honey asked, holding her brother's hand. Hee, I haven't met him yet, Sophie said, tugging at her hair. Ronald shyly explained. The Duke seems to never smile. He's very firm about everything and many people feel scared of him. I saw him at a banquet once. Actually, he's not that scary, he said, scratching his nose and laughing awkwardly. It seems her grandfather is tough to deal with. Sophie didn't expect that even a young lady like Honey, who loves to tease others, would be so scared. Ronald also looked a bit guilty. I need to be careful. I must not act rashly. Tomorrow, can you come with us? Sophie also wanted to learn more about her grandfather before meeting him. Maybe she could find out from Honey and the others. Oh, Ronald snapped back to himself and said to Sophie, my work isn't finished yet, and I probably won't leave for 3 more days. But since you're a lady from the Duke's family and friends with Xianmier, I feel more at ease. Tomorrow, I will let Xianmier travel with you, and after I finish my work, I will catch up with you. Is that okay? Before he finished speaking, Xianmier excitedly shouted, Great. Sophie, we can go together. Sophie also nodded happily. But she noticed Uncle Dake and Mr. Macy exchanging meaningful looks. Before she could ask, Mr. Macy smiled and said, I have a question. Does your matter relate to the auction in 3 days? Yes, I came to Hastings specifically to attend that auction, Ronald answered straightforwardly. Hee, I heard this auction will have some very special items. Yes, we heard that among the items is a magic core from an 8th level fire-type beast. My father asked me to find a way to buy it. But recently, many people have come to Hastings, and we don't know how many competitors there are. I see, Uncle Dake said, as if he suddenly understood. No wonder so many outsiders have come to the city. The inn was already hard to find yesterday, and today, when we were shopping, there were people everywhere. I was wondering about that. Sophie was very curious. Is an 8th level magic core rare? Of course, Uncle Dake said confidently. A pure 8th level magic core is worth at least 3 million gold coins. Wow, that much? Sophie, who loved money, immediately had dollar signs in her eyes. She then asked, So, does that mean 8th level magical beasts are hard to catch? Nonsense, Honey said eagerly. 8th level magical beasts are very rare, and their powerful magic makes them almost impossible for ordinary people to catch. Alright, it's getting late. The 2 little ones should go to bed now. We need to leave early tomorrow, Mr. Macy said with a smile, watching the 2 kids who still looked eager for adventure. Actually, Sophie was also curious about the 8th level magic core. She really wanted to see it for herself. But what mattered more to her was gathering some information about her grandfather. For now, Sophie was very happy just to go with Honey to Jacampus. The next morning, after breakfast, Ronald led Honey to find Sophie and the others. Behind them, there was a big cart and more than 20 guards. Among them, a middle-aged man with chestnut hair wearing a mage's robe caught Sophie's attention. The gleam in Mr. Macy's and Uncle Dax's eyes when they saw him made Sophie sure he was not an ordinary person. No wonder Ronald trusted Honey with him. He was a powerful mage. Yes, Sophie had heard that having a mage's long-range support could greatly boost the fighter's strength. From her observation, no one in their group seemed to use magic, except Mr. Macy, who was still under Sophie's watch. Her sharp intuition told her teacher was a clever old fox hiding his true strength, but she hadn't found proof yet. After introductions, Sophie was excited to learn that the chestnut-haired man was actually a beginner mage. She thought to herself that this person was worth watching carefully. She even secretly hoped they would encounter some bandits, so she could see if magic battles in this world were as exciting as in movies. If the guards knew what Sophie was thinking right now, they would definitely be furious. After saying goodbye, the group quickly set out. Honey was determined to squeeze into Sophie's carriage, while Nora and Lias refused to switch. The guards also seemed to think this was better for their safety, so the number of people in Sophie's carriage increased from 4 to 5. I never thought my grandfather would be a fierce and strict person, as Honey described. In Sophie's previous life, her grandfather was a kind old man who always helped her with whatever she needed. He was so used to Sophie that he had no temper left. I wonder what the first meeting with my grandfather will be like. Oh well, when the time comes, everything will work out. We started traveling again. Every day, Sophie practiced writing a lot of words under Mr. Macy's guidance, like a young student doing homework. But as the road became bumpier, the carriage shook more, making it harder to write neat, curvy letters. Most of Sophie's time was spent reading books she bought at the bookstore. As she learned more words, her reading speed improved. When she got tired of reading, she would chat with Honey, asking about the local customs of Jacampus and stories about her grandfather. She also enjoyed listening to Mr. Macy tell funny stories. She was very busy. Honey didn't care much for reading, but she was very interested in Sophie's small inventions. At first, she tried yoga for a couple of days but then lost interest. She also took Sophie's hot water bag and asked Grandma Marrow to make a matching backpack, which she happily carried around all day. She kept asking Sophie to invent more fun things. In the end, she even took on the role of Little Black's caretaker. But instead of feeding him properly, she was actually teasing the little animal. Little Black used to eat a lot, but after Honey's teasing, he looked a bit weak and tired. Sophie doesn't care about these things. As long as she isn't disturbed, she can play however she wants. Black, the little black cat, often looks unhappy and pities himself with a sad, innocent look, complaining about the mistreatment he receives. Every night before bed, Sophie makes Nora take out a book she calls Plant Encyclopedia. Sophie carefully reads it by the magical lamp beside her bed, not just skimming through it like during the day. She wants to memorize all the content and illustrations in the book, mainly for her future culinary plans. The food from another world is too simple, and to enjoy delicious meals, she needs to understand plants. Although the book often mentions their alchemical value rather than whether they are edible, Sophie, who is used to fine food, first wants to know which plants can be eaten and which can be used as spices. Memorizing such a large book is no problem for Sophie, who has strong mental power. She also long ago put her alchemy notes into her special backpack and hasn't told anyone about it. She still can't read the old writing from hundreds of years ago, but she plans to learn someday. Time flies. Sophie's caravan smoothly enters the country of Dueston. Along the way, they encounter only a few robberies, which pose no real threat because the bandits are weak and disorganized. Uncle Dake and the mysterious wizard never have to show their strength. Sophie thinks the wizard is too mysterious. Besides eating, he mostly stays in the carriage meditating to gather magic power. Sophie is quite disappointed about this. What annoys her even more is that she secretly suspects Mr. Macy has already seen through her hidden mischievous side. Every time she accidentally shows a look of disappointment, she notices a flicker of amusement on his face. As they got closer to the Beast Forest, more mercenary groups appeared. Most of them were on missions, while a few were just trying their luck. As the saying goes, traveling 10,000 miles is better than reading 10,000 books. Sophie loved this kind of travel life. She felt she had gained a lot of new experiences on this trip. After seeing many mercenaries from different non-human races, Sophie was no longer as inexperienced as when she left Sanyana City. At least she no longer stared at others without blinking. That day, the caravan chose to set up camp in a small valley not far from the main road. The spot was perfect, sheltered from the wind and dry. There was a small river nearby, so Sophie and Honey wanted to go fishing. The fish in this world were not very different from those on Earth. Sophie used to eat some common types, and they were available here too. But people rarely ate fish. When they did, it was usually just grilled fish. Sophie asked Nora about this, and her answer made her secretly laugh. It turned out that people from this world didn't know how to remove the fishy smell properly, so the fish tasted too strong. Only poor families ate fish out of necessity. Sophie knew it was unlikely they would catch any fish, just the two of them. So she persuaded Uncle Dake to help and promised to cook a delicious fish soup. Uncle Dake was not tempted at all. Honestly, he didn't believe she could make anything tasty from fish. Anyway, setting up the tent didn't require his help, so he agreed reluctantly, mainly to keep the two young ladies safe, in case they accidentally fell into the river. The great swordsman was indeed different. He swung his big sword quickly and caught several fish, making Sophie and Honey cheer and clap excitedly. Listening to the cheers of the two children, Uncle Dake also got excited. Fish were being thrown onto the shore one after another. If Sophie hadn't shouted to stop, perhaps. After handing a big pile of fish to the grandmothers to clean, Sophie pulled Uncle Dake and Xiang Mir to the nearby dark forest, excitedly looking for mushrooms and fungi to make fish soup. Actually, Sophie had another purpose. She had studied the plant encyclopedia for many days and finally found a few plants that looked like ginger, basil, and cumin. She was eager to try her luck and see if she could find them here. There were quite a few mushrooms and fungi in this forest. She didn't find basil or cumin, but ginger was everywhere. Sophie happily dug up a lot. An unexpected discovery was a plant that smelled very much like mustard. Haha, she could try the taste of exotic sashimi later. Xiang Mir probably never picked mushrooms before. When she ran over excitedly, holding a big bunch of colorful mushrooms, Sophie shook her head and sighed, feeling regretful for bringing her along to cause trouble. Uncle Dake helplessly carried the mysterious plants Sophie had sorted into his shoulder. He didn't believe that putting these into the soup would make it taste good, but seeing Sophie so confident, he finally started to look forward to this dinner a little. As soon as they returned to the camp, Nora rushed over, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. She loudly said, Miss, there's a mercenary group camping nearby tonight. They are all students from the Magic and Martial Arts Academy participating in the trial. Oh, really? Sophie was in a good mood today, but when she thought of her poor magic talent, her expression darkened a bit. Where are these students from? Nora scratched her head. I haven't had a chance to ask yet. They're just students. What's there to be so happy about? Cinnamon noticed Sophie's unhappy mood and, recalling Sophie's lack of talent in magic and combat skills, she expressed her dissatisfaction with Nora. Sophie felt a warm feeling inside. At first, she didn't truly see Cinnamon as an equal friend, only as a fellow lonely girl she wanted to help, hoping to find a playmate herself. She didn't expect that behind Cinnamon's stubborn and rebellious exterior, there was such a sensitive and understanding heart. At this moment, Sophie was grateful for their meeting and was glad she hadn't missed her. Sophie took Cinnamon's hand and smiled brightly. Let's go, Uncle Dac. We're going to make some delicious fish soup. Her sunny smile dazzled everyone. Because everyone didn't have high hopes for Sophie's fish soup, by the time they returned, dinner was already ready on the stove. Sophie wasn't upset about this. She wasn't worried at all that her fish soup wouldn't be popular. The fish had already been cleaned. Sophie, with everyone watching in surprise, directed the clever Mama Maloney to slice the washed ginger, then picked out the tenderest silver fish and set it aside. She chopped the remaining fish into pieces and, together with the ginger slices, poured everything into a large pot, added water, and started boiling it on high heat. Before the fish soup was fully cooked, she decided to try the raw fish slices. Some curious maids helped Sophie squeeze juice from mustard leaves, then sliced the leftover silver fish and prepared the sauce. Since there was no soy sauce, she used alien bean paste instead. By then, the aroma of the fish soup was already filling the air. Sophie quickly lowered the heat and let it simmer slowly. In just a short while, the aroma attracted many people. Even Mr. Messy sat down next to Sophie with a gentle smile, looking very proper. Sophie pouted, knowing she couldn't do anything to change Mr. Messy's friendly expression. Still, she didn't want to let him off easily. Teacher, do we have any magic users here who can make ice cubes? Sophie thought that if she froze sashimi on ice, it would not only remove some of the fishy smell, but also taste better. Oh, you want to do what? Hearing Sophie's idea, Mr. Messy smiled and pointed at the mysterious magician Ludwig, who was also drawn by the smell. Him? Isn't he Earth magic user? Hannah asked curiously. Making small ice cubes is easy for a beginner magic apprentice. Mr. Messy said with a smile. Sophie's master looked a bit annoyed, but decided to sacrifice a little for the delicious result. So, the first sashimi from another world was created. As the inventor, Sophie naturally wanted to try it first. It seemed no one else dared to taste it. Delicious. Absolutely tasty. Fresh, tender, and without a hint of fishy smell. The dipping sauce wasn't quite like the Japanese soy sauce from her past, but Earth couldn't find such fresh fish, and her new mustard sauce had its own special flavor. Miss, how can you eat raw fish? Nora asked hesitantly. Hearing her, Sophie, who was still enjoying the delicious sashimi, looked up. Besides Mr. Messy, almost everyone looked at her with surprise. It's so tasty. Would anyone like to try some? Sophie tempted them. Only a furry little paw and a small black face with drooling, pleading eyes responded to her. Haha, Little Black has good taste, Sophie said as she picked up a slice of raw fish, dipped it in sauce, and drizzled some mustard-like juice before offering it to the Little Black. The black cat sniffed the fish hesitantly, then bravely took a bite and chewed. Everyone watched quietly, their expressions changing from sadness, pain, surprise, to enjoyment and longing. Tears welled up in its light blue eyes. It was silent, still silent. How is it? Is it tasty, Little Black? Sophie asked, knowing her tears were caused by the spicy mustard. Sniff, sniff. The black cat nodded quickly, eager and crying out as it started eating on its own, looking surprisingly skilled. Help yourself if you want to eat. Sophie also ate quickly, focused on her food. Everyone hesitated at first, but then followed Sophie's example, trying the strange, delicious dish. Soon, the spicy mustard made everyone tear up, and Sophie couldn't help but smile proudly. But there wasn't much left. In no time, the raw fish was gone. Uncle Dake, still wanting more, went to the river and caught a lot of big silver fish. Sophie looked at the 3 moons rising and shook her head with a sigh. The power of good food. The fish soup in the pot smelled stronger and richer. Adding a little salt should be enough. At that moment, a group of students from the mercenary team arrived. The leader was an old wizard with silver hair, wearing a wizard's robe. Behind him were 3 young men and a woman, all around 17 or 18. The old wizard smiled slightly, glanced at Sophie and the others, and politely said, "Hello. We are from the MERS Magic and Martial Arts Academy. I am Anyetrin, the instructor here to test their skills." Oh, Uncle Dake was in a very good mood after tasting the delicious food. He approached them and said, "So you're top students from the MERS Magic and Martial Arts Academy. Hello, my name is Xian Dake. We are heading to Jacampus City. Where are you going?" "We're here to train in the monster forest," the old mage explained. "Come sit down and have some dinner with us," Uncle Dake warmly invited. The others quickly made space, looking at them with admiration and respect. Only Sophie and Honey were unhappy with Uncle Dake's generosity. The 2 little girls pouted, making Mr. Macy laugh even more. The fish soup was served, and its delicious taste amazed everyone again. In just a few minutes, except for the fish bones, they had almost finished licking the pot clean. After dinner, Sophie learned the names of the 3 boys and 1 girl through introductions. The tall, handsome one was the intermediate swordsman Locke. The clever, small one was the beginner thief Do3. The honest, slightly chubby one was the water element beginner mage Musa. The only girl was the wind element intermediate mage Halfany. The students formed a temporary mercenary group called the Fervent Fire Raccoon Mercenaries. When they found out that Sophie's sister was a new disciple of Master Stephen Xian from the Moss Academy, everyone was filled with respect. It seemed her sister had a very impressive teacher. Halfany, still thinking about the wonderful meal, finally couldn't hold back. She took out some candies and gave them to Sophie, asking kindly, "Little Sophie, can you tell me how you made these fish so delicious?" Sophie, who didn't like the Moss Academy for a well-known reason, didn't pay her any mind. "Oh, that's a secret recipe. I can't just tell everyone," she replied. Actually, she is not really stingy. She just doesn't like these people because they are sometimes arrogant, unreasonable, or scheming. Halfany is more like a child's trick, thinking her beauty and a few candies can buy friends, but Sophie knows she is not an easy child to fool. Of course, her own people, who have just enjoyed a good meal, would not betray Sophie. Even if they wanted to, they couldn't clearly explain how she managed to get rid of the fishy smell. By the way, Mr. Terrence, what was their trial task? Mr. Macy noticed Sophie didn't want to talk to them and stepped in to help. A flicker of disappointment passed through Terrence's eyes. He probably also wanted to know Sophie's delicious fish recipe. Oh, their task this time is to go into the monster forest and hunt for the magic core of a fire tier 4 monster called Firefox. Oh, just a few of them? No, not at all. There are 10 people in their group, all students from our school. The others are over there. Terrence pointed to the 7 or 8 tents set up by their mercenary group. Sophie, still a child's body, was tired after a day of playing with Cinnamon. They didn't care about the adults chatting around the campfire and went back early to their tents to wash up and sleep. Before leaving, she specifically told Nora and Lias to clean and store the plants she collected today, packing them separately. The next morning, after breakfast, the fervent Firefox mercenary group surprisingly followed the convoy and set out together. Sophie heard it was because everyone was traveling the same way, so they decided to go together. At this moment, inside the carriage, there was a lively discussion about the Magic Weapon Academy, trials, mercenary groups, and the monster forest. Mr. Macy was very knowledgeable, and the 2 children and 2 maids asked all kinds of strange questions that he easily answered. It turns out that the story is similar to fantasy novels. On the continent, there are 3 famous magic and martial arts academies. The MERS Magic and Martial Arts Academy is one of them. These academies mostly admit children from noble or wealthy families. Only a few talented children from poor families are accepted. During school, students get 3 chances to pass trials. They must complete all 3 trials to graduate. If they don't finish by a certain age, they have to leave school. The trials are chosen randomly. It seems that getting a degree from another world is also quite difficult. Teacher, I want to go see the Beast Forest. We're passing by this time, so why not take a look? Sophie plans secretly. That's great. I want to go too. Honey Clover claps happily. The Beast Forest is one of the most dangerous places on the continent. There are many very strong magical beasts inside. You're too young. It's better to go when you're older, Mr. Macy says seriously. Just exploring the outskirts, not going inside. We probably won't meet any dangerous beasts, right? It's still not safe. But aren't you going there to see the beasts? No, I'm interested in plants. I want to learn more about them, Sophie says, showing Mr. Macy the book, Plant Encyclopedia, and pointing out the plants she wants to find. Mr. Macy looks at Sophie in surprise. She always surprises him. Yesterday, he was amazed that she used some plants she dug up to cook delicious fish. Now, he feels even more surprised by what she's doing. Did you buy this book in Hastings City? When did you start reading it? Mr. Macy asks, trying to hide his excitement as he flips through the book. I bought it at a small bookstore in Hastings. I only read it at night. That's right, the young lady reads until very late every day. Nora couldn't help but interrupt, as she had already noticed that the young lady had become very diligent. It's a good book, Mr. Macy nodded. Since you're so dedicated, I'll talk to Uncle Dark and the others to see if we can stay a few more days near the Beast Forest. But what do you plan to do with those plants? Are you going to eat them? Mr. Macy is really clever. He guessed Sophie's main goal so quickly. Sophie could only nod gloomily. I also want to dig them up and grow them at home. Hee. Mr. Macy patted her on the head, smiling as if he had a secret plan. Do you know how to eat them? Suddenly, Sophie felt a strange breeze coming from nowhere. I'm just studying, right? She hadn't seen the real thing, so she didn't know if they could be eaten or not. But the person in front of her seemed useful for her experiments. Hee. She chuckled silently in her mind. Mr. Macy shivered slightly. He looked around. It seems a bit cold. Xiangmir didn't quite understand what they were talking about, but she was determined to explore the Beast Forest with Sophie. Just the outskirts were fine, as long as it was the Beast Forest. Things went even more smoothly than expected. That night, the caravan arrived at the small town. After dinner, they gathered the core guards for a small meeting in Uncle Dark's room. Using the excuse of waiting for Ronald, and with Mr. Macy's mediation and Xiangmir's strong insistence, everyone agreed to stay for 3 days around the Beast Forest. With the protection of a powerful swordsman and a beginner magic user, there was little danger in just exploring the outskirts. Sophie and Honey were happy to have their wish granted. They were so cheerful that even when they saw the Fervent Fire Raccoon mercenary group, they would greet them kindly with a nod. The beautiful Honey's smile, combined with Sophie's less attractive smile, quickly won the hearts of many men and women. After about 10 days, Sophie, Honey, and even Little Black had become familiar with the teachers and students at the Magic and Martial Arts Academy. No one could tell that Little Black was a magical beast, but no one thought it was one either. Sophie didn't tell anyone that Little Black might have magic, so everyone thought it was Sophie's pet and often fed it tasty treats. It seemed these students were mostly talented graduates of the academy, and a few were quite impressive. However, Sophie no longer made any special treats because she didn't want to stand out. Still, a girl named Halfany kept talking about her everywhere and kept trying to chat with her, which was very annoying. Finally, Honey got so angry that she lost her temper and stopped. It seemed these two young ladies were protected by many guards, so they didn't dare to be aggressive, but they still didn't give up completely. The Magic and Martial Arts Academy is divided into the Magic Department and the Martial Skills Department. Students usually form groups of 2 from these departments to participate in trials. In the Fervent Fire Raccoon mercenary group of 10 people, 4 came from the Magic Department and 6 from the Martial Skills Department. Among them, 5 were swordsmen, and 1 was a thief. Thieves are also trained by the Martial Skills Department, mainly for gathering information, setting traps, and assassination work. From the guards accompanying them, it was clear that 2 of the boys in the group had important identities. One was a mage, and the other was a swordsman. However, everyone kept their identities secret during the journey. Only Uncle Dake would sometimes be happy and send a few people to challenge them, making the atmosphere quite friendly. In the eager anticipation of 2 young girls, the town closest to the monster forest, Luboming Town, finally arrived. The town's inns and shops were quite large and numerous. Merchants and mercenaries came and went constantly. The small shops by the roadside displayed various monster eggs, bones, skins, magic cores, and alchemy ingredients from the monster forest. Sophie was eager to enter the forest right away. The next morning, the teachers and students of the Mosi Magic and Martial Arts Academy set out early. They wanted to finish the trial quickly, having already said goodbye the day before. Sophie carefully packed her valuable belongings in her backpack and handed them over to Nora and Lias for safekeeping. Then she gently picked up Black from her shoulder and looked into its shiny eyes. She said, "Black, stay here and wait for me. Be good and listen to Nora. We will come back in a few days." She was about to hand Black to Nora. "Whoa!" Black loudly protested and jumped back onto Sophie's shoulder. Sophie patted it and said, "Be good, Black. I need to go somewhere very dangerous, so I can't take you with me." Whimper. Black shook its head and ignored her. Sophie explained, "It's really dangerous." Black remained silent. Sophie continued, "You have to listen and stay still on my shoulder. Don't run around, okay?" Black didn't respond. While Sophie kept giving instructions, Black stayed quiet. Nora and Lias giggled happily watching them. Mr. Macy was left behind to guard the town, accompanied by Uncle Dake and the mysterious wizard Ludwig, each leading 8 of the strongest guards. They set out with the 2 excited girls with dark circles under their eyes, heading toward the monster forest. "Wow, this is the terrifying monster forest." Hearing the sneaky, whispering sound near her ear, Sophie couldn't help but giggle. The little girl was so cute. This wasn't a haunted house at an amusement park, so why was she speaking so quietly? "What are you laughing at?" "Because you're so timid. You're even speaking in a whisper. You're the timid one." "I just don't want to attract dangerous monsters." All right, I won't laugh at you anymore. Honestly, I want to find some plants." "What about you?" "I'm just going with you." Uncle Dake walked easily at the front, with the 2 little girls riding on a beast-shaped horse. Ludwig stayed beside the beast, and the others followed on foot. Actually, there probably aren't many monsters around the edge of the monster forest. They had been scared away long ago by the constant flow of people. After walking all morning without any special discoveries, they found a relatively flat open space and stopped. Ludwig pointed to a simple map they bought in town and said, "This area is safer. Not far to the east, there are many mountain fire rabbits. I can go catch some for lunch, roast rabbit." After discussing, they decided to split into 3 groups. Ludwig and Xiangmir took 8 guards to catch rabbits. Uncle Dake accompanied Sophie to find the plants she wanted, and the rest gathered firewood and water to prepare lunch. Uncle Dake mounted his beast-shaped horse and placed Sophie in front of him. He said, "Sophie, we'll ride slowly forward. When you see interesting plants, we'll stop. How does that sound?" Sophie took out several sheets of paper she had prepared in her bag, each filled with drawings of different plants. "Uncle Dake, look. When you see a plant that matches these pictures, just tell me. Having pictures makes it easier. You little one, why do you like to draw these things? You're so different from your old-fashioned dad." Uncle Dake smiled as he gently patted Sophie's hair. As they walked along, they saw only one plant they recognized, an herb Sophie had renamed ginger after reading Plant Encyclopedia. She didn't care what it was called in the other world. She just translated the name into Chinese sounds. She was a bit disappointed because she thought the plants she drew were supposed to be found in the monster forest, but they were harder to find than she expected. Just as they were about to turn back, Sophie spotted a large patch of cumin, which she had been looking for. She hurried over and picked a handful of tiny, grain-sized fruits. She popped one into her mouth and confirmed it was exactly the flavor she remembered, stronger than Earth's cumin. It seemed her guess was right. She could find plants that could replace Earth's spices based on the book's descriptions. That was wonderful news. Sophie collected a small bag of cumin, leaving some full seeds for planting. She planned to try roasting rabbit with it later. Back at the camp, Honey and the others had already returned. When they saw Sophie, they excitedly talked about the mountain fire rabbits, how many there were, how they could breathe fire, and how powerful Ludwig's magic was. Everyone was very excited. No matter what, everyone was enchanted by the rabbit meat cooked with cumin. They ate until they couldn't eat any more. The biggest eater was Xiaohei, who Sophie had shared a lot of her portion with. Everyone who saw Sophie looked at her with bright, eager eyes, hoping she would invent more delicious foods. It made Sophie feel a little overwhelmed. The mountain fire rabbit is a first-level magical beast. Its magic core is small, about the size of a pinky finger, red like a ruby. But I heard they're not worth much. Each one only sells for a silver coin. Sophie saw a pretty pebble and took a small handful to play the childhood game, catching stones. Honey was also nearby, excitedly shouting and playing enthusiastically. Because everyone was very full, they didn't go far in the afternoon. Sophie was helped by a group of people who had tasted success before. With more people, they were stronger and managed to find mustard and mint. Since they had used up the mustard they collected last time for sashimi, Sophie carefully dug out a few large, good ones to plant back at home. The mint, in this world, is different from Earth's. On Earth, mint and basil are common herbs, mainly eaten with leaves. But in this world, mint is a translucent yellow fruit about the size of a grape, tasting exactly like Earth's mint. Inside the fruit are small seeds similar to grape seeds. Sophie collected many mint fruits, but was worried about crushing them. After fussing for a while, a skilled guard helped by making a small wooden box. Now Sophie could put all her mint fruits inside and was very happy. Since tents are not easy to carry, they only set up 2 at night. Sophie and Honey shared one, and the other was for Ludwig to meditate in. A few people stayed on watch, and everyone went to bed early. Before sleeping, Ludwig, a earth magic user, made some small magic devices. These could sense any magical beast or person approaching the camp, which was very convenient. Sophie was growing to like magic more and more. The first day, she was too excited to sleep much. During the day, they walked quite far. As soon as Sophie and Honey laid their heads on their pillows, they fell asleep. Their biological clocks were very accurate. Just as dawn broke, Sophie woke up as usual. She was about to go outside when a small black creature tugged at her pant leg. "Little Black, what's wrong?" Sophie whispered softly, crouching down to avoid waking Honey. Ugh! Little Black nudged a corner of the tent with its nose. Sophie then saw a pile of things there. Upon closer look, it was a collection of colorful stones of different sizes. Sophie picked up one and looked at it in the light. Wow, so beautiful. Like a gemstone. It must be a magic core. Where did all these magic cores come from? Sophie looked at Little Black with curiosity. Little Black, are these magic cores? Little Black squinted and nodded, then nuzzled Sophie's hand affectionately. Did you bring all these? Sophie couldn't believe it. Little Black nodded proudly.
Wow.
Sophie carefully examined Little Black from head to tail. Luckily, it wasn't hurt. She hugged Little Black and stroked its fur, saying, "You did so well. But please don't let others see you use magic, okay? I'm worried they might try to take you away." Little Black made a contented mew-mew sound, seeming to agree. Then it jumped onto Sophie's shoulder and stayed still in its usual spot. Sophie thought she shouldn't tell Honey about this for now, or Little Black might get exposed. She didn't have time to look closely and quickly wrapped the pile of magic cores in a piece of clothing, placing it in her backpack. She carried it carefully, glad it wasn't heavy. Turning around, she saw Honey still sleeping soundly. She let out a gentle breath and smiled happily. They ate some dry food for breakfast, then continued walking into the forest. The surroundings grew darker, and the air smelled faintly of decayed leaves. Tall trees blocked the sky, and many bushes spread out beneath the big trees. As they went deeper, more types of plants appeared. Maybe because they were lucky, everyone worked together and finally found many plants listed in Sophie's drawing. To carry them easily, they picked the fruits and seeds of these plants to plant later. Under Sophie's hopeful gaze, they also dug up many plants without fruits or seeds. There are many different plants in the monster forest. Sophie even found some not listed in her plant encyclopedia. She guessed the author didn't include them because they weren't useful for alchemy. Sophie was careful not to touch these unknown plants, knowing many could be poisonous. She was always cautious in such a dangerous place. Suddenly, Sophie saw something she never expected. Familiar earth plants, and they were so huge. She had almost given up hope because her book didn't mention any earth plants. She rubbed her eyes in disbelief. It was ginseng, with small red berries on top.
Wow.
Such a big ginseng, and it's not yet fully grown? Carefully, Sophie started digging it out herself. She didn't let anyone else do it. She worked slowly, trying not to damage it. The ginseng was purple, top-quality purple. She remembered her old Chinese medicine grandfather saying it was legendary top-grade ginseng, at least 1,000 years old. It should have been obvious by now that I have become quite experienced, or perhaps there are no gods or spirits in this world at all. While lost in my thoughts, Sophie tried hard to suppress her excitement and finally reached out to dig through the last layer of soil. What's this? It looks strange, and the root is so big. Honey May asked as she saw Sophie holding the strange plant with a complicated expression for a long time. Sophie quickly explained to avoid suspicion. Yes, I think it looks weird too. I want to dig it out and check. Miss, I saw a lot of these just now over there. A guard pointed to the right. Really? Take me to see, Sophie said excitedly again. Sure enough, there was a patch of about 10 ginseng plants. Sophie had to ask everyone for help because her small hands couldn't dig them all out quickly. After collecting 3 top-quality ginseng and more than 700 or 800-year-old excellent ginseng, Sophie also found a huge, top-quality yellow essence plant nearby. She was so happy she almost fainted. It was time to head back. After continuous harvesting and digging, everyone's bags were full of woven baskets, including Sophie and Honey May, and even the beast horses. Sophie felt a little reluctant but knew that even if they took a little more, they couldn't carry anything else. This was a monster beast forest, and danger was always nearby. Maybe because they traveled farther today, they finally saw quite a few monsters from level 1 to 3. The level 3 wind wolves, level 2 earth skin mice, and level 3 armored boars all left a deep impression. However, the guards easily dealt with them. Every time they encountered monsters, Sophie and Honey May were usually surrounded by guards, and because they were small, they often couldn't see much. Uncle Dak once said that encountering wind wolves was lucky because it wasn't a pack of wolves, or else it would be trouble. That's true. If these 20 people had met hundreds of wind wolves, they would have been eaten. Luckily, this wind wolf was just out for a walk alone. At night, Sophie repeatedly told Little Black not to sneak out. She held him tightly, and only then felt safe enough to sleep. The next morning, before dawn, Sophie and Honey were woken up by guards. They had been attacked by robbers. The guards told them to stay inside the tent, not to go out, and to stay quiet. Outside, they heard fighting sounds. Brave Sophie quietly lifted the tent flap to peek outside. But everything was blurry, and she couldn't see clearly. Suddenly, a dirt wall appeared in front of her. No, it wasn't a wall. Around their tent, a wall about 2 meters high had been built. This must be a magic defense spell using earth magic. Sophie and Honey admired it. Outside, loud clanging and occasional explosions continued, and Sophie started to worry. Suddenly, with a loud boom, part of the dirt wall on one side of the tent was blown apart. Sophie and Honey screamed in fear. Haha, there are 2 little girls here. A pretty girl too. Now, a gruff man with a big sword and a big yellow tooth grin shouted. Before he finished, the arm holding the big sword was suddenly cut off. He cried out in surprise, and as he turned around, a sword pierced his chest. "Are you both okay, Sophie?" Uncle Dak asked as he pulled out the sword. Wow, Honey vomited, and Sophie, already feeling sick, couldn't hold back her own nausea when Honey vomited. Both little girls had never seen someone being killed before. They were so scared that they fainted and vomited a lot, tears and runny noses everywhere. They almost vomited up everything they ate last night. After they finished vomiting, the bandits were mostly dead or had run away. Everything was settled. Sophie brought some water, washed her face simply, then helped Honey to wash her face, as she was still crying. She changed into a clean dress and threw away the dirty one to avoid remembering the horrible scene later. Honey also cleaned herself up like Sophie. The 2 girls held each other's cold little hands and looked at each other with lingering fear. Although Sophie is much older than Honey in age, she has lived on Earth in a safe environment for 25 years and has never experienced such a terrifying event. So her reaction was not much better than Honey's. "Honey, from now on, we must become strong. Otherwise, it will be very easy for—" Sophie couldn't finish her sentence. Honey nodded hard. After experiencing such a terrible scene, both girls firmly decided to become stronger. They cleaned up the battlefield. Luckily, only 5 guards were injured, and their wounds were not serious. A simple bandage was enough, so they could continue. But this unexpected robbery made everyone very angry. They didn't expect bandits to be so bold, daring to rob so close to Luboming town. Sophie asked a guard for a badge from the bandit gang. She planned to keep it as a reminder to herself never to relax or let her guard down. Black seems unaffected by the intense fight. It stayed on Sophie's shoulder the whole time. When the big yellow-toothed enemy died right in front of them, Black didn't even blink. Afterwards, Sophie and her companion felt very ashamed, realizing they were less calm than Little Black. Sophie and Xiemir didn't eat any breakfast. They quickly packed up and set out. The return trip went smoothly, and they didn't encounter any bandits. Sometimes they saw mercenary groups entering the monster forest, but quietly passed by without greeting. In the evening, they arrived back at Luboming town. As expected, Xianmir's brother, Ronald, was already there. He was a bit helpless when he learned his sister went into the monster forest without permission. However, he trusted his guard's strength. He scolded his sister a few words, but then hugged her affectionately to comfort her. Sophie watched this and felt a bit jealous. Having a brother like that is really nice. She thought about her own siblings at home, who she rarely sees, and wondered how they were doing. It might be a long time before they meet again. After joining Ronald's convoy, Sophie and her friends didn't leave immediately. It took Sophie a whole day just to organize the things they brought back from the monster forest. First, she found a carpenter in town to make many flower pots. She planted the plants they dug up. Then she sorted the seeds and fruits into boxes. She also bought a big cart to hold all the pots and boxes. The box with ginseng and yellow essence was carefully kept in Sophie's own car. In the end, even the new guards of Shinmier's family knew that the young lady of the Duke's family liked to play with some seemingly useless plants, quite a strange hobby. At Shinmier's request, the convoy stayed another day in Lubanming town. According to Seongmir, she said that if they didn't visit the nearby famous town near the monster forest to shop and buy some things, it wouldn't be right. How could they prove they had been there otherwise? So, everyone went shopping together again. Besides the original team from Hating City, Seongmir, Ronald, Ludwig, and their followers also joined. After this shopping trip, Sophie couldn't close her mouth. She noticed that the magic cores sold in the town's magic shops were all smaller than the one Xiaohei had brought her, and there were fewer types. Most importantly, the prices of these magic cores were very high. Sophie, who loved money, couldn't thank cute Xiaohei enough. She took Xiaohei off her shoulder and kissed him several times that day. Luckily, everyone already knew she was a bit strange, so no one suspected anything about her actions. They set out again, with 9 large wagons and over 100 guards, looking like a small trading group. Sometimes Seongmir would squeeze into Sophie's wagon, but most of the time she stayed in her brother's wagon. From Seongmir, Sophie learned that the highly sought-after 8th-level magic core was not bought by Ronald. The competition was fierce, and it was finally sold to a mysterious woman for 8 million. However, Ronald didn't seem too upset. He looked calm and composed, unaffected by the loss. Mr. Messi and Uncle Dake also admired his attitude. Maybe, as the eldest son of the family, he was raised to be like this. Getting back on track, after traveling for a month and 20 days, they finally reached their destination, Jicampa City. As expected of the largest city in the Cade Empire, the walls of Jicampa City are even taller than twice those of Sanya City. To Sophie, they seem to reach the sky. Since the city is surrounded by plains, it looks even more impressive. Looking out the window at the passing vehicles and crowds, Sophie feels like she is in a dream. The scene resembles those in fantasy movies and games, making it feel very unreal. Is this Jicampa City? Sophie whispers to herself. Mr. Messi sees Sophie's big, wide-open eyes as she gazes outside, blinking in wonder. He can't help but explain. Jicampa City is the political and economic center of the Cade Empire. It has over 3 million people. It's the closest capital to the monster forest among the 5 great empires. Besides the Olan Empire and the Mosin-Loren Empire, the Floja Empire and the Kunim Empire also need to pass through here to reach the monster forest. So, it's both a major transportation hub and one of the main trade centers on the continent. It's very lively and prosperous. Their convoy slowly enters through the huge city gates, lining up in a queue. The streets inside are wide, with 4 large carriages able to travel side by side. The roads are smooth and clean, paved with blue stones. Tall trees line the streets, giving a tropical feel, with leaves as large as banana leaves. The air is filled with a faint, sweet scent of tropical fruits. From the way people dress, life here seems quite wealthy. The carriages are also very fancy, many bearing prominent family crests. Many women wear veils or hats, perhaps to protect against the sun or avoid unwanted attention, adding a touch of mysterious elegance. As for the mercenaries, there are all kinds of groups, big and small. Among them are many dwarves, elves, and orcs. 2 young maids and Sophie are leaning on the carriage window, happily watching everything outside. The convoy passed through 2 busy streets and then turned into a quieter area, likely the neighborhood of the wealthy and noble. After a few more intersections, the convoy stopped at a fork in the road. Before parting, Seongmir reluctantly said goodbye to Sophie and gave her a beautiful hairpin with a blue magic core, which Lu Benming had bought. Sophie was very touched because she knew how much Seongmir loved these hairpins. Originally, Seongmir had begged for this pair of hairpins in Lu Benming's town. So, Sophie returned one to Seongmir and kept the other herself. This gesture eased Seongmir's sadness, and she happily agreed to wear matching hairpins when they met next time. Sophie then took out a lovely red magic core as a gift for Seongmir. They waved goodbye and got into their cars, and the convoy split into two groups. The Duke's mansion was not in this area. It was about 40 minutes away from where Seong-mir and Sophie parted. That was a long drive. No turns, no other vehicles or pedestrians, just straight ahead until reaching the grand gates of her grandfather's estate. Sophie kept telling herself to stay calm, but was still amazed by the sight before her. Even compared to Windsor Castle or Buckingham Palace on Earth, this castle was more impressive to Sophie. The light gray walls stretched endlessly, covered in purple wall-climbing vines. The huge dark green iron gate was decorated with intricate patterns. The top of the gate was made of white stone carvings, with a shining family crest in the center. The crest featured a large golden eagle with open wings, standing on deep purple vines. The eagle's black eyes sparkled like gems, giving it a powerful look. About 100 meters to the left, there was a small side door for easy entry and exit. Clearly, someone had already discovered the convoy inside the castle. About 20 guards stood near the gate. Uncle Dak dismounted from his horse-like creature and approached the leader. Sophie couldn't hear their conversation. After about 15 minutes, the large green gate slowly opened. Uncle Dak remounted his horse-like creature, waved, and signaled for the convoy to follow him into the castle. After passing through the corridor, everything suddenly opened up. A straight, wide stone road stretched ahead. On the left, tall, lush trees grew close together, each as thick as two people. Their branches and leaves spread out like umbrellas. The moss beneath the trees showed the place was old and full of history. On the right, there was a large lake with scattered big blue stones along the shore. In the distance, a stone bridge crossed the lake, leading to a white, Baroque-style pavilion. Sophie felt like she had entered a huge park. Following the stone path for about 10 minutes, a grand building appeared. It had white walls, a large sky-blue domed roof, and multiple levels with different heights, all connected. The windows had sky-blue wooden frames with semi-transparent, crystal-like glass. In front, there were over 30 white stone steps, with ramps on each side for carriages. When they reached the main building, the carriage stopped. Sophie got out and looked up. Standing beside the steps was an old man with deep blue and white hair. He looked like a steward, but more elegant and scholarly than usual. He was smiling at her, his eyes shining briefly. He walked over, knelt down, and looked directly into Sophie's eyes. He said, "I am the steward here, Boro Craig. You must be Ivy's daughter." In his eyes, Sophie saw genuine excitement and kindness, which made her nervous feelings ease a bit. She bowed politely and said, "Hello, Grandpa Craig. I am Sophie Schwartz." Then she showed her brightest smile. Manager Craig paused slightly when he heard Sophie call him that, but he was soon touched by her innocent, cheerful smile. He gently patted Sophie's head and smiled happily. "Little Ivy's daughter is already so grown up. Time really flies," he sighed, looking like he was reminiscing about something. "Is your mother doing well?" "Mom, Dad, and my brothers and sisters are all fine. They're getting ready to move to Tianjin City," Sophie said, trying to sound more like a young girl. Manager Craig nodded, seeming not surprised by what Sophie mentioned. He stood up and nodded to the servants who had been coming down from the carriage behind Sophie. Seeing Mr. Macy, who had a special presence, he asked, "Who is this gentleman?" Sophie quickly introduced. "He is Mr. Macy, my teacher, hired by my mother. Oh, I apologize." "Hello, Mr. Macy," Manager Craig said politely. Mr. Macy also bowed and replied, "No need to be so formal, sir." They exchanged smiles. Holding Sophie's small hand, Manager Craig smiled and said, "The Duke is out on an important matter today, but he should be back before dinner. Let's go settle your things first." He turned and waved his hand behind him. That's when Sophie saw a large group of servants waiting nearby. "This is Miss Ivy's courtyard. Since she left home, I've been keeping it clean and unchanged, just as it was. The speaker is Grandma Melisai." Manager Craig introduced her as a nurse who has watched over her mother since childhood. She is now wiping away uncontrollable tears with an apron, her gray and white hair sticking to her face. Her chubby body radiates warmth, making Sophie feel a wave of sadness. "Mom is doing well now," Grandma, don't be sad. You'll see her again. Grandma Melisai gently hugs Sophie. Yes, yes, Sophie is such a good girl. Sophie doesn't refuse her hug. A mother missing her biological child is a common feeling. Her own mother on Earth must be thinking of her just the same. Grandma Melisai says shyly, wiping her tears. Look at me. What's wrong with me? As they walk into her mother's beautiful garden, Sophie can't focus on the lovely flowers and strange plants. She follows Grandma Melisai, marveling at the winding corridor that combines different styles. The building is entirely Western in structure, but its design and winding paths have a strong Eastern flavor. They pass a small fountain and arrive in front of a pretty 3-story small house. Sophie, sweetheart, you rest here first. When the master comes back, we'll make arrangements, Grandma Melisai says with a smile, pointing at the small house. Hearing the word, sweetheart, makes Sophie feel very loved, like she is being spoiled. Even Nora and Lias, carrying bags behind her, smile softly. The small house looks like a luxurious villa. Its 3 levels are arranged neatly, with 2 open-air courtyards and a small terrace in the yard. The first floor has a living room, dining room, and kitchen. The second floor has a study, bathroom, and storage room. The master bedroom on the 3rd floor has no walls or doors, like a separate stage that rises up, closely connected to the outdoor scenery, offering a very open view. This house is so lovely. Even on Earth, only a few people can have such a beautiful environment.
But
why is there only 1 bedroom? Does Mom live here alone? Grandma Melisai's eyes flickered. She explained a little sadly, the servants live in the small house behind. At first, the master wanted to help the young lady learn to take care of herself. Later, she got used to living alone here. It's just her. Grandma Melisai hesitated. The young lady has always been very independent. Actually, the master, hearing her words, Sophie started to feel a bit uneasy. So this is the legendary castle where the princess is kept. Living here alone must be lonely. No matter how beautiful the scenery is, it can't hide the cold loneliness of midnight dreams. Sophie imagined a small girl with blue hair walking alone in a spacious room. The faint smoke rising in the bathroom twisted and stretched, sometimes relaxing, sometimes twisting, then slowly fading away. Sophie shook her head, trying to clear her messy thoughts. The scent in the room was said to be her mother's favorite. It was light and gentle, like the smell of gardenia flowers. Afternoon sunlight spilled through the window. Sophie squinted like a kitten, leaning against the pool. The black cat was dozing nearby on the clothes she had taken off. Miss, the Duke's castle is really big, much bigger than ours. Besides, just the lady's small courtyard is so beautiful and large. Lias carefully washed Sophie's hair, secretly gossiping. It turns out the lady grew up here. No wonder she's such a stunning beauty. Hee. Sophie saw her face full of envy and wanted to tease her. So, if you live here in the future, in a couple of years you'll grow into a beautiful lady, right? Miss you. Lias was good at everything, but she was too shy. Her face, already flushed from the steam in the bathroom, turned even redder. Sophie teased her again. Why are you so shy? No one else is here, and the one who's naked is me. Sophie was used to this kind of private free bathing, and honestly, her current figure wasn't very impressive. Lias, have you noticed? There are very few maids here. I only saw Miss Melisai, Sophie continued. Really? Miss, I also only saw 2 maids boiling water. The others are all male servants. Lias stopped what she was doing. Maybe because there's no lady of the house. She guessed with wide eyes. Maybe. But this place is really nice. I like it a lot. How about you and Nora? Do you like it here? If the miss likes it, we like it too. But Miss Xiangmir, said the Duke, is very, very strict. We're a bit worried. Lias looked a little anxious. It's okay. Trust me, Lias. I can handle Grandpa. Sophie was very pleased with the luxurious castle. She was determined to win her grandfather over, so she could live peacefully. Meanwhile, far away, the Duke suddenly sneezed inexplicably. He looked around, but there was nothing suspicious. At tea time, Sophie's determined expression caught Mr. Messy's eye. He almost smiled. Sophie seems to be in a very good mood. Upon hearing his words, Sophie suddenly felt a wave of frustration. She was embarrassed because he had seen her mistake and made fun of her. She rolled her eyes in annoyance. She realized that Mr. Messy knew all about her little secrets. The lovely afternoon suddenly felt less fun. In fact, her mother had run away secretly, and her kind grandfather might not even acknowledge her as his granddaughter. What should she do now? Sophie wandered in her mother's garden for about an hour to calm her mind. Finally, it was dinner time. The servant told Sophie that her grandfather had already returned. She checked her outfit carefully. Her light brown hair was styled in her favorite princess, Cece's classic hairstyle, with no accessories. She wore a simple, elegant white silk dress with a high waistline that fell naturally. The hem reached her mid-calf, and a big purple bow was tied at the back, with 2 purple ribbons flowing down. She wore a pair of light brown leather boots. Her plain face shone with confidence, and her bright, deep, cat-like eyes showed her natural, unique charm. When she entered the dining room, Mr. Messy and Uncle Dake were already waiting. Sophie was about to relax when she heard footsteps behind her. She turned around and saw Manager Craig walking in behind a handsome middle-aged, or older, man with a calm face, following him through the door. Sophie took a deep breath.
Wow.
So cool. And very cold. A gust of cold wind swept through, and the room's temperature suddenly dropped. Sophie shivered and looked at Manager Craig with a puzzled expression. He nodded slightly at her. A strong pressure pressed down on Sophie. She looked up at the famous Duke Hubrecht. He had neatly trimmed hair of the same color as her mother's, a strong facial structure, and sharp purple eyes like an eagle's. His tall figure was dressed in a close-fitting dark brown swordsman outfit, giving him a charming middle-aged man look. But his serious expression, with a hint of weariness and a calm confidence from many years of experience, was different from typical middle-aged men. If it weren't for Manager Craig's gesture, Sophie wouldn't believe that this was her real grandfather. He looked surprisingly young. He stared at Sophie with a blank face, eyes fixed on her. Everyone around felt the pressure, but Sophie didn't back down. She looked directly into his eyes. Was it a stare-off? Sophie had played this game many times in her past life. Who was afraid of whom? After a long moment, a sudden sneeze broke the silence in the hall. It was Little Black. Sophie chuckled, her clear and sweet voice echoing in the room. "Grandpa, your cold air is almost making Little Black catch a cold, haha." Hearing this, Uncle Dake tried to hold back his laughter with a cough. Mr. Macy was already laughing so hard his eyes disappeared. The atmosphere in the dining hall eased a lot, and the temperature seemed to rise. Even the servants looked relieved. The Duke's eyes suddenly sparkled with sharpness. His gaze softened a little, but his face remained long. He glared at Little Black, who surprisingly made a funny wah sound back at him. The Duke snorted softly. "Are you Sophie?" "Yes," Sophie replied. She was nervous inside, but kept a calm look. She smiled politely, showing her good manners from her past life. "Grandpa, nice to meet you. Please take care of me." She bowed naturally, showing that she had learned some simple ladies' manners from Mr. Messy during this time. The Duke's face showed a quick flash of surprise. He nodded to Mr. Messy and Uncle Duke Dake, who were watching the scene. "Let's talk after dinner." The dinner table had simple food: potato and mushroom soup, bread, ham, roast meat, and red fruit wine. Sophie also had a glass of river milk, which tasted just like milk from Earth, but it came from a river ox instead of a cow. Sophie was very good at table manners from her past life. She had made it her goal to try all the world's foods, so she practiced the basics and studied dining rules from different places. She believed she could handle any kind of meal. So, even in the quiet environment of the Duke, Sophie was confident and elegant, finishing her dinner smoothly. After dinner, Uncle Dake and Mr. Messy exchanged a few words and then went to rest. The Duke told Sophie to wait in the study, which meant they would talk about important matters. On the way to the study, Manager Craig asked, "Sophie, are you afraid of the Duke?" "Oh, Grandpa Craig, I'm not afraid of him. Besides, I carry his blood. I am his granddaughter, and he is my grandfather. Why should I be afraid of him?" Sophie answered, reminding herself as well. Having struggled through many exams in her past life, she had built some mental strength. Manager Craig nodded approvingly. He encouraged her, saying, "Don't be afraid of your grandfather. He's just a lonely old man." He shook his head and sighed. "If Miss Ivy hadn't run away, then I wouldn't be here, Grandpa Craig." Sophie comforted him. "That's right. If Miss Ivy hadn't left back then, there wouldn't be such a lovely Miss Sophie now," Craig said, coming out of his sad mood. He showed a playful expression and exaggeratedly acted out Sophie's playful teasing. When they reached the door of the study, Sophie and Manager Craig were already very familiar, like a real grandfather and granddaughter. The Duke's study looked like a big library. In the middle was a large hall with a big desk covered with books and papers, which seemed to be his workspace. On the left was a round lounge with a fireplace and a huge sofa, probably very cozy in winter. On the right was the door to the library, which Craig explained had 5 floors, 2 underground and 3 above ground, holding hundreds of years' worth of books collected by the Hubrecht family. Each book was carefully preserved. Sophie was very happy. So many books meant she could read for a long time. After thanking Craig, Sophie happily wandered around inside. She picked up a book titled Research on Alchemical Potions and sat at a small table in the hall, sipping tea and reading. It was a very technical book about alchemy. Most of it Sophie didn't understand, but she recognized all the plants mentioned. Without realizing it, she memorized everything in the book. She closed her eyes and recalled the content, which was very good, including the complex alchemical diagrams, all perfectly remembered. Sophie didn't expect her reading speed to improve again. The water in her cup was still warm, and only a short time had passed. Should she find another book? Just as she hesitated, Grandfather Hubrecht finally arrived. Before Duke Hubrecht could sit down, Sophie stood up and asked, "Grandpa, can I look at the books here?" Duke Hubrecht's sharp eyes quickly glanced at the book in Sophie's hand. He frowned slightly and said with a hint of sarcasm, "Can you understand it? Tell me, what is that book you're holding?" "Alchemical Medicine Research." Sophie raised the book. "I don't understand it, but it's quite interesting." "Why do you find it interesting?" Sophie chuckled awkwardly, as if in an interview. "Combining different kinds of plants using special methods to turn them into substances with medicinal value. That's very interesting." Or, during the process of making these medicinal substances, discovering the different traits of various plants and the endless possibilities of the results can be very exciting. Even, she paused, noticing the Duke's sharp gaze fixed on her without showing any emotion. "If we find new, valuable plants, that would be very interesting too." She nodded confidently. "It would definitely be very interesting." It's just some alchemical medicines. What use could they possibly have? How could they be useless? If used properly, they can even save lives." Sophie was surprised by his question. "Save lives? What good are those powders?" "If you want to save lives, you should go see a priest," Duke Hubrecht said, his brow slightly troubled. Sophie sensed a hint of worry in his words, but she didn't ask. She remembered that in this world, there were no doctors. People only went to priests for illnesses, big or small. Herbs and medicines weren't really needed. She shook her head, still influenced by her grandfather's teachings from her previous life. She subconsciously thought traditional Chinese medicine was the best. But now, she had traveled to a magical world. Everything was different, wasn't it? She pouted, feeling a bit angry. "I don't believe that all priests can cure every illness." "Oh," Duke Hubrecht's eyes suddenly sparkled with sharpness, as if he understood something. His worried expression seemed to ease a little. Sophie didn't know which of her words had made a difference. Seeing her grandfather's expression brighten slightly, she secretly felt happy and decided to keep trying. "I heard you brought back a lot of strange, worthless plants. Are you planning to find new uses for them?" The Duke continued to ask about the previous topic. "Maybe, who knows?" Sophie smiled sweetly and flattered him as she walked up to the Duke. "Grandpa, could you find a place for me? I want to plant and take care of those things." Strangely, at this moment, the cold aura around the Duke seemed to weaken quite a bit, but he didn't respond to Sophie's request. Sophie decided to stop pushing. She took out her mother's letter and unfastened the Angelina's shield from her neck, handing it to Duke Hubrecht. The Duke picked up Angelina's shield, and his expression softened. He gently touched the gem that emitted a faint glow, remaining silent for a long time. Sophie quietly watched the beautiful gem, feeling a mix of longing and reluctance, wishing she could take it back. After a while, the Duke opened the letter in front of Sophie, reading it without showing any emotion. Sophie watched carefully, trying to read his face for clues, but she saw nothing. Just then, the Duke looked up and caught her expression. Sophie was startled and quickly avoided his gaze, feeling a bit embarrassed. "So, you plan to stay here for a while?" Sophie quickly nodded. "Grandpa, I want to stay in my mom's old yard. I really like it there." When she mentioned her mother, her grandfather still seemed upset. He let out a small, and looked displeased. Sophie quickly tugged on Duke Hubrecht's sleeve and pouted. "Grandpa, please." Probably. The Duke had never met someone daring enough to act so spoiled with him. He stiffened for a moment and pulled his sleeve away, muttering awkwardly, "Nonsense. Yay. It seems this trick works pretty well on Grandpa too." Sophie felt proud and got more excited. "I just want to stay with Mom, okay? Please, Grandpa." She stretched out the long sound, her sweet voice making her own skin crawl with embarrassment. "All right, I'll tell them later." Duke Hubrecht seemed a bit annoyed but agreed to her request. "Grandpa, can I have a map of this castle? It's so big here, I'll definitely get lost," Sophie said. She didn't usually get lost, but it was always better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Duke Hubrecht raised an eyebrow and casually took a piece of animal hide from a box under the table. He handed it to her. Sophie opened it and saw a simple map. It wasn't very detailed, but the main places were marked with small writing. "Great." She looked up and met Duke Hubrecht's thoughtful eyes. The Duke didn't speak. He took the map, drew a circle around one of the courtyards, and pointed at it. "Here, don't go there." Where is that?" Sophie blinked curiously. Duke Hubrecht's face grew serious again. Sophie immediately raised her hand. Okay, I won't ask. You can look at the books here, but don't go near this long desk," the Duke warned, pointing to his desk. Sophie stuck out her tongue and shrank back. "Got it," the Duke called out at the door. "Come in." The door opened, and a man in his 30s, dressed as a guard, entered. He saluted and said, "My Lord Duke, Glenn, give the order that Sophie should stay in Ivy Water Garden. Send someone to call Manager Craig here," the Duke commanded. "Yes," the man replied and quickly left. "Grandpa," Sophie said sweetly, pointing at the large library. "I want to." Duke Hubrecht waved his hand to her and immediately picked up some documents from the table to read. Sophie felt relieved and ran happily into the library. When she came out holding a stack of books, Manager Craig was already waiting with a gentle smile. "Grandpa Craig, you're here," she exclaimed happily. Hee. Manager Craig ignored the fierce stare from Duke Hubrecht behind him. "Sophie, good girl. Grandpa will take you back to rest." Sophie nodded happily and called out to Duke Hubrecht, "Grandpa," holding up her books excitedly. "Thank you, Grandpa. I'm leaving now." Duke Hubrecht's face brightened at her words. He shot another glance at Craig, showing a hint of satisfaction. After Sophie and the others left, Duke Hubrecht suddenly asked loudly, "How is it?" At that moment, a man in black appeared silently in the otherwise empty study. Standing behind Duke Hubrecht, he said softly, "Not bad. Courage, wit, and character are all good. No trace of princess-like fragility. She understands how to read people and seems to have a maturity beyond her age. She's quite promising. Wasn't she described earlier as a spoiled, unruly young lady with no discipline? What happened? Oh, after falling from the tree and hitting my head, I couldn't speak at all. I had just recovered from that injury a week before coming here. After I recovered, I felt like I had become a different person." If Sophie heard these words now, she would definitely be horrified. Lord Hubrecht was fully aware of all her circumstances. "Have you found any information about Mr. Messy?" "Not yet. It seems Miss Ivy hired someone temporarily. Keep searching." "Yes. I never thought that the nasty boy Feischwallow would give me such a wonderful granddaughter." "Yes. But her appearance doesn't look like Ivy, right? Lord Habrek interjected. Yes, haha, that girl is truly a pure blood of the Habrek family, Lord Habrek said proudly. Did you notice her eyes? You mean, exactly. It's a pity that such talent is wasted on being a magic and martial arts failure. Humph. I will find a way. It seems our Lord is quite pleased with Sophie. But Sophie's words did remind me. Should we ask Albert to take a look? Maybe these alchemists have some ideas. It's better than being helpless. Yes, Miss Sophie is right. Master Mankong was injured too badly this time. Even the best priests in the Empire can't help. If we can't get the bishop of the Holy Mountain within 3 months, it might be very dangerous. Anyway, I will go see Albert tomorrow. All right. The Duke stopped speaking and carefully examined the shield of Angelina, his mind drifting elsewhere. When Sophie followed Manager Craig back to her mother's water bloom garden, the moon was already high in the sky. The moon from another world looks similar to Earth's, shining silver, but there are small differences in color. Each moon has a beautiful name. Aiko, worry-free, and Purple Lotus. Aiko leans more red, worry-free more yellow, and Purple Lotus more purple. These 3 moons, like Earth's, are sometimes full, sometimes crescent. When one is at its fullest and biggest, the other 2 are at their darkest and smallest crescent shapes. In the yard, the servants were busy organizing the large carts of luggage. Sophie didn't want to sleep alone in the big bedroom on the 3rd floor, so she made Nora and Laya sleep on the floor beside her bed. The other servants went to stay in the small house behind the main building. As for Mr. Macy and Uncle Dake, they naturally didn't need her to worry about them. She planned to renovate the small house tomorrow according to her own ideas. Since she would be living here until her mother sent someone to pick her up, she wanted to make it comfortable. She knew the layout needed some changes, but she wouldn't tear down the house. Still, she thought she should ask her grandfather first. She wanted to give her 2 maids comfortable beds, a large, beautiful kitchen that could also be used as a laboratory, and more. Lost in her thoughts, Sophie finally fell asleep peacefully. The morning in Water Bloom Garden was very beautiful. Flowers of different colors bloomed happily in the sunlight, showing charming smiles. Sophie and Lias woke up early as usual, went for a run, and did yoga. Sophie, who already felt very healthy, became even more confident. She was running more laps and taking less time. Her flexibility and coordination also improved a little. Miss, I can hold that pose for a long time now. Teach me a new move tomorrow. Lias proudly followed Sophie, clearly having experienced the benefits of yoga. After sweating, every pore seemed to open, feeling very comfortable. Yesterday, her conversation with her grandfather went fairly well. Under her childish appearance but mature heart and her ability to read situations and be cautious, Sophie made some progress in handling her grandfather. Although he was a bit strict and cold, he didn't make things difficult for her and even agreed to her small conditions. It seems that the peace envoy sent by her mother might actually be able to do some good, Sophie thought happily. At breakfast, Sophie asked Mr. Macy for a few days to tidy up and prepare before resuming classes. Uncle Dake, however, submitted his resignation, saying that since the miss had been delivered, he and the guards were ready to leave, as there were other matters to handle in Tianjia Cloud City. Sophie was very grateful for Uncle Dake's care along the way. She specially had some maids prepare delicious dried cured meat to take with him on the road, made with her best recipe and special ingredients from another world. She tasted it and thought it was quite good. She packed a big bag and personally handed it to Uncle Dake. After seeing Uncle Dake off, Sophie headed straight to her grandfather's study. She wanted to look for books on interior decoration and architecture to avoid causing trouble with her renovations. She also asked Nora to bring a plate of dried cured meat as a snack. This was a habit from her past life, reading and thinking while snacking, showing her true homebody nature. Miss, that's all we have, Nora pouted. If I hadn't been quick, Little Black would have eaten it all. Haha, Sophie smiled, realizing the dried meat had disappeared just now.
It turned out it was stolen to be eaten.
She gently held Xiaohei in her hand, stroking its fur. Xiaohei, you really know how to eat. Xiaohei purred comfortably, squinting its eyes and occasionally licking the leftover scent around its mouth. It also sneakily glanced at the plate Nora was holding. "Miss, didn't you promise everyone they could eat these pickle meats for dinner?" Nora glared at Xiaohei and pouted. "What should we do now?" "It's okay. We can make more. We still have plenty of prepared seasonings," Sophie comforted her. The large sofa in Grandpa's study lounge had long caught Sophie's attention. She placed the plate of dried meat on a small coffee table nearby and asked Nora to brew her a cup of mint tea. By the way, Sophie had already prepared this mint tea on the way. The method was to crush and seed the mint, mix it with honey and sugar, and store it in a sealed bottle. When drinking, just scoop out a few spoonfuls and mix with warm water. Its flavor was very popular among honey and others, especially suitable for women and children who love sweet things. The fragrant aroma of the tea filled the room. Sophie picked out a few books from the library, flipping through them while nibbling on the dried meat and occasionally taking a sip of tea. She was truly enjoying herself. Since arriving in this different world, she had never felt so relaxed. Suddenly, a breeze blew in. Sophie reached out to grab the dried meat, but found her hand empty. Where did it go? When did Grandpa sit on the sofa across the room? The plate of dried meat was already in his hands. It tastes good. Grandpa showed no shame about taking her food. He confidently asked, "Is there more?" "Ask the kitchen to make some again, Grandpa." Sophie happily put down her book and skillfully climbed onto her grandfather's lap, just like she used to do with her grandfather in her past life. She actually liked this handsome grandfather. He was her only grandfather in both her past and present lives. She rested her chin on his leg, looking a bit proud, and asked, "Is it tasty?" Duke Hubrecht looked uncomfortable with physical contact, which Sophie had noticed yesterday. His body stiffened quickly, but Sophie's sensing could tell. Still, this kind of close gesture was her way of showing affection, especially when she acted cute and obedient. Anyone would be willing to help her, especially her grandfather from her past life. Seeing her proud expression, Duke Hubrecht immediately understood and asked, "Did you do this, Grandpa? There's still dinner." Sophie smiled sweetly. "Can I change the layout of that small building?" "The kitchen is too small. After making some pickled meat, there's no space to move around." "Oh," Duke Hubrecht was not moved. "What else? I want to change the third floor too. I'm afraid of living alone in such a big room." "Grandpa, at least let's make a room for the two maids to stay in. Your mother has lived alone since she was young." "Why can't you?" Duke Hubrecht asked sternly. "Oh, Grandpa, you can't treat children like that. It might cause psychological problems when I grow up," Sophie said, making a scary face. But it didn't scare anyone. Instead, it made Duke Hubrecht smile slightly. He reached out and tapped Sophie's forehead. "Where did you hear that?" Duke Hubrecht returned to his calm expression. "Just go to Manager Craig and tell him what changes you want." "Great, Grandpa. You're so kind," she said, holding onto the Duke's leg and shaking it vigorously. "And my piece of land. Go see Manager Craig," the Duke said, unable to resist her shaking and passing the responsibility to him. "Oh," Sophie cheered happily. She stood up, picked up her mint tea, and offered it to Duke Hubrecht. "This is my mint tea. Please try it, it's very tasty." Duke Hubrecht took a sip, frowned, and said, "It's too sweet." Oh, Sophie remembered that the men didn't seem to like sweet things much. At least, Mr. Macy and Ronald didn't seem to enjoy the mint tea either. "Grandpa, next time I'll make you a special kind of tea that you like." "I promise." Although Duke Hubrecht's face showed no change after hearing her confident words, he didn't realize that his eyes were shining with happiness at that moment. Drawing a few interior design sketches was quite easy for Sophie, who was used to drawing blueprints as an industrial design graduate. But the magical world still surprised Sophie. Magic was indeed used in architecture. Automatic water systems, underground sewage, heating, and ventilation all employed magic, achieving results comparable to Earth's technology. Sophie, who once thought this world was backward, was now very impressed. Of course, only the royal family, powerful hereditary nobles, or super-rich tycoons could afford to live in such luxurious houses. After handing the drawings to Manager Craig, Sophie stopped worrying about them and focused entirely on her plants. Her grandpa indeed granted her a large, fertile piece of land not far from her water garden, and he even found an experienced gardener named Kodo for her. Sophie happily darted around like a groundhog. She was transplanting and planting various plants she would bring back. Most of her days were spent working in this field. The first time Sophie showed her drawing, it was immediately handed to the Duke, who was once again surprised. He thought, "What a genius! A girl just over 4 years old can make such a drawing," but he knew she had only just read some books in the study before drawing it. Every move she made was under his watch, so there was no way it was fake. The drawing was simple but skillful, with clear lines and accurate perspective, easy to understand. The experienced Duke had never seen such a detailed plan before. Even the maids who didn't understand architecture could see what it was. If he hadn't forbidden it, the architects hired to rebuild the small building would have wanted to meet the artist for free. In the following meetings, the Duke looked at Sophie strangely. She noticed but thought her grandfather just wasn't used to having a granddaughter yet. She believed he would get used to it soon. Sure enough, after a while, he stopped staring at her so strangely. Actually, the Duke was no longer surprised by her. She behaved so much like a child older than her age that he couldn't help but accept it. After seeing this many times, he no longer found it strange. A few days later, almost everyone in the castle liked Sophie. Of course, mainly because they loved the delicious food she made. In fact, Sophie never actually cooked. She just gave instructions while the maids and servants happily prepared the meals. No matter what, everyone who tasted her tasty food became her loyal fans. It seemed that winning people's hearts with good food was just too easy. After more than half a month of renovation, Sophie finally moved into her small house happily. Now, the house is filled with her personal touches, all arranged according to her preferences. The spacious, bright, and large open kitchen is very nice. She added a small bathroom inside her private bedroom. Nora and Lias live in the room next to hers, and they can hear her just by calling out, which is very convenient. Also, the furniture placement and curtains are just right for her. To thank everyone and celebrate her new home, Sophie specially prepared a big meal with her helpers in the new kitchen. Everyone came, and even the cold wind from Duke Havlik couldn't dampen their enthusiasm for good food. Since moving into the water bloom garden, Sophie's life has finally become normal. Every morning after breakfast, Mr. Macy comes to teach her. After lunch, she takes a nice nap, like a homebody. In the afternoon, she mostly spends time in her plant garden or kitchen. For dinner, she eats with her grandfather, then reads in his study until he tells her to go to bed. When she returns to her small house, Sophie takes a comfortable shower and keeps reading late into the night. She's a night owl, but her afternoon naps help a lot. Mr. Macy's small yard isn't far from the water bloom garden, only a 10-minute walk. Manager Craig sent 2 male servants to take care of Mr. Macy's daily needs and even set up a nice study room for him. They also bought many books that Mr. Macy likes, filling big bookshelves. In the mornings, Sophie's lessons include practicing writing and learning elf language. The story is as follows. One day, while writing and chatting with Mr. Macy, Sophie suddenly remembered how much time she had spent learning English on Earth. Before crossing over, she had only half-learned Japanese and French. She felt secretly happy about this. Teacher, does everyone on the whole continent understand the common language? So, as long as I know the common language, I won't have to worry about people not understanding me when I go somewhere. Hee, that's generally true. But on the Salsagon continent, there are other languages besides the common language. For example, elves usually speak Elvish, dwarves speak Dwarvish, orcs speak Orcish, and even magicians have their own special languages. However, everyone understands the continent's common language, so communication shouldn't be a problem. Also, on other continents, there are languages of the gods, demons, and dragons. Wow, so many languages. Sophie felt a bit discouraged. Then her eyes lit up again. She was very strong in her mental power and had a good memory. How could she forget this? She raised her right hand eagerly and said, "Teacher, can I learn all of them?" Huh? Mr. Macy was surprised. Did I hear you right? You want to learn all these languages? Sophie nodded eagerly. Hee, little girl. Mr. Macy couldn't help but smile. He poked her head with one finger. You really thought of that. Who would be your teacher, god or demon? No one can know all languages. Then, teacher, teach me all the languages you know. Sophie rubbed her sore forehead and pouted. Why do you want to learn so many languages? You won't even use most of them, but it might be useful. If I learn the languages of other races, maybe I can get along better with them when I meet them, Sophie mumbled softly. Ouch, he poked her again on the head. Teacher, stop poking, it hurts so much. You must not be lazy. Remember, if you don't listen later, I will punish you harshly. Mr. Messy usually squints his eyes, but now they are wide open.
Yay.
You promised, Sophie exclaimed happily. Great. Teacher, which languages do you know? Tomorrow I will teach you Elvish. Mr. Messy avoided her question. Don't think Elvish is as simple as common. You will have a tough time, little girl. I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid. Sophie had no idea she was digging herself into a big hole. Soon, she would regret this decision. Right now, she was happily smiling, being served tea and snacks, and constantly flattering everyone. Everyone loved these snacks, even Black, who usually only ate meat. After getting a new kitchen, Sophie was very happy. She wished she was taller and had bigger hands. She called some maids to help her test her new stove design. After thinking for a while, she decided to make some snacks: dumplings, cookies, egg tarts, peach pastries. She tried many kinds, and people from another world had never seen these before. The result was that everyone loved them. Honestly, Sophie always felt sad that she traveled to a magic world but couldn't use magic. However, after finding a top-quality ginseng, she became interested. She wondered if these rare herbs could change her weak body that couldn't practice magic or martial arts.
She was eager to try.
Since she grew up with her grandfather, a traditional Chinese medicine doctor, she was quite familiar with herbs. She had read most of the Huangdi Neijing since she was young. She also knew that medicine can be harmful if misused, but she thought that slow, long-term treatment might bring some change. Over the past few days, I studied some alchemy notes in my grandfather's study, but none mentioned using herbs to improve health. Of course, if it were that easy, everyone around the world would already be experts. Anyway, I decided to do a small experiment first. I stepped onto a stool, ready to begin my big experiment. Sophie kept the others away and only let Nora and Lias, her trusted maids, stay with her. She chose a large ginseng root, about 700 to 800 years old, and cut a small piece about 2 centimeters long. She diced it into tiny pieces. Not daring to use an iron pot, she found a stone pot with a lid, put the ginseng inside, and added water to start boiling. After it boiled, she simmered it on low heat. It simmered for almost a whole day until the ginseng turned into a thick, paste-like substance. Sophie turned off the heat. Once it cooled, she added some honey and mixed it well. She didn't dare to add other herbs for now. Mainly, she added honey to mask the strong ginseng flavor. She rolled the mixture into small pills about the size of a thumb. There were 9 pills in total. She cleaned the stone pot and stored the pills in a clean small wooden box. Nora and Lias thought Sophie was making something delicious again. They had gotten used to her mysterious cooking over the past few days. Little did they know this was something extraordinary. If not careful, it could even be dangerous. Actually, Sophie was very cautious. She had already calculated that eating such a small piece divided into 9 doses shouldn't cause serious problems, maybe just a fever or something minor. But she was still careful with this foreign ginseng. She didn't want to take any chances. She didn't consider testing the medicine on others or animals. She preferred to try it herself so she could understand how it made her feel. By the time evening came, and it was almost time to sleep, only Sophie, Nora, and Lias remained in the small building. Sophie took her 2 maids to the bathroom, where she carefully filled a basin with cold water. She looked serious and said, "If I start feeling very hot or if I have a nosebleed later, don't worry. Just put me in this cold water basin. Please don't tell anyone, understand?" Nora and Lias looked at each other, confused about why Sophie would have a nosebleed. Nora asked nervously, "Are you sick, miss?"
No, I'll be fine. Just remember what I said, Sophie replied.
The 2 maids nodded, understanding. Sophie opened a small box and took out a pill. She took a deep breath and swallowed it without hesitation. The maids watched her with surprise. They only stared, unsure of what to do, because this continent didn't have pills like these. Sophie chewed the pill a little. Her face scrunched up because it tasted strange, sweet, sour, and bitter all at once, even with honey added. "Lias, go pour me a glass of water," she said. Lias was surprised but quickly responded, "Okay." Soon, she returned with the water. Sophie drank the whole glass to wash away the strange taste. She felt fine afterward, no discomfort in her stomach. Now, she just had to wait. Sophie took out a travel journal and started reading. The maids kept staring at her intently. An hour passed, then another. Sophie looked up and saw Nora and Lias beginning to doze off. She stood up and gently woke them, smiling. "All right, go to sleep now. Everything is fine." "Okay," they both said, sighing in relief. Sophie thought about how she took the pill about 3 hours after dinner. By then, her stomach should have been empty. After 2 more hours of digestion, she saw no reaction. It seemed fine. Sophie nodded, feeling that the experiment was basically successful, though she wondered if long-term use might have any effects. For over a month, Sophie took 1 small pill every day. Gradually, she started to notice some changes. During her morning exercises, she ran more laps. She wasn't surprised by this. Even without the pills, her fitness was improving with practice. But after a month, she had doubled her usual laps. Not only that, her yoga practice also changed. She felt that during meditation, which was yoga meditation, Sophie didn't know how magicians meditate. Her skin seemed to breathe. It was a subtle, pleasant feeling she had never experienced before, even after practicing yoga on Earth for a long time. She thought it might be an illusion. She held her breath for a moment, but it didn't work. It was definitely an illusion. Still, Sophie believed something was happening to her, though she couldn't figure out what. Starting from the second time, Sophie added things to the pills, like mint and honey fruit. She thought these might neutralize some of the cold nature of certain plants and fruits without affecting the medicine's power. Mostly, she just wanted the pills to taste better. Fortunately, her efforts paid off. The latest batch of pills even had a blueberry gum flavor. Just as she was feeling proud, a little black creature snatched one and ate it like a candy. Sophie watched, feeling a bit upset. She sternly told the little black creature that it absolutely must not eat too many, or it could get burned by the fire poison. Little Black disdainfully curled its lips but continued eating without pause. No matter where Sophie hid, it could always find her. Surprisingly, this turned into a daily hide-and-seek game. Little Black would bring the pills it found and hand them to Sophie. Then, when Sophie hid, it would happily find her again. Sophie couldn't help but smile wryly, but since Little Black's way of eating didn't seem problematic, she just let it be. While Sophie was still enjoying the fun of constantly trying new things, unexpected visitors arrived at the castle. In the evening, Sophie was tending her cumin in her plant garden. She had grown it herself from seeds she brought back from the monster forest. The southern climate was very humid, perfect for plants. In less than 2 months, Sophie had already harvested a crop, thanks in part to the experienced gardener, Ketamu. Also, Sophie was not used to the fact that there was no cooking oil made from plants in this world. Every time she wanted to make some Chinese-style dishes to satisfy her cravings, she had to use animal fat rendered from meat. Luckily, the animal oil she made didn't taste as strong as lard. Still, she missed the shelves of peanut oil, soybean oil, olive oil, and sunflower oil back at the supermarket. She was trying hard to come up with a version of plant oil suitable for this world, but her train of thought was interrupted by a call. "Miss, Master Craig sent someone to inform you. The Duke wants you to go to the main hall of the main house to meet a guest," said the breathless maid, Sienna, who was responsible for cleaning. Nora and Lias were busy with Sophie in the garden, so the message fell to her.
"Oh?"
Sophie looked up, confused. "What kind of guest is it?" Sienna shook her head. "The visitor didn't say, only told me to hurry you along." She stood up, brushed the dirt off her clothes, and said, "Let's go. I should change my outfit first. Look at this dirt." At the entrance of the hall, Manager Craig was waiting. When he saw her, she hurried over and asked, "Grandpa Craig, who does Grandpa want me to see?" "Your friend is here to see you," Manager Craig said with a gentle smile, patting her head. "Friend?" Sophie's eyes twinkled. She was about to speak again when she heard footsteps. Out of the hall came someone she hadn't seen in a long time, Xiang Mir. "Sophie." Xiang Mir happily circled around her and then looked disappointed. "Why didn't you wear the hairpin I gave you?" "Huh." Sophie was very happy to see Xiang Mir, but was surprised by her question. She asked, "I didn't know you came. Why didn't you tell me in advance?" It's because of you," Xiang Mir pouted, looking a bit wronged. "Huh." Sophie looked at Xiang Mir in confusion. She asked curiously, "Because of me? Come with me and you'll find out," Xiang Mir said, pulling Sophie into the hall. Inside, Duke Hablek and a middle-aged man were sitting. "Father, this is Sophie," Xiang Mir said first. Sophie called out, "Grandpa." Duke Hablek still looked cold and expressionless, but when Sophie called him, his eyes softened for a moment. The middle-aged man seemed to notice the change in the Duke. He smiled, surprised, and stood up, looking at Sophie holding her daughter's hand. He said, "So this is Miss Sophie Schwaro. I am Berglagru, Xiang Mir's father." "Oh, hello, sir." "Just call me Sophie," she replied. Sophie bowed to him. She remembered that this person was probably the leader of the warrior guild. No wonder he was tall and strong, with a commanding presence. Among the crowd, he could be seen easily. His face was similar to Ronald's, but with a sharper jawline. His blonde hair was messy around his ears, and his beard made him look a bit wild. His strong build and large finger joints showed his great strength. "Haha, Duke, Chamel and Sophie are good friends now. So Sophie calls me uncle, but I am actually a lot older than you. I really have a bad deal," Bergragua joked. "It's your own fault for not finding a wife earlier," Duke Hubrek said coldly. While he spoke, Sophie noticed Shamil's hand, which she was holding, was trembling a little with nervousness. Seeing her face turn pale, Sophie felt a bit sorry for her. "Grandpa," Sophie pouted and said to Duke Hubrek, "Chamel is my good friend. Don't be so serious. You're scaring her." The Duke glanced at the two children but said nothing. He looked at Bergragua with surprise and asked, "What is it exactly?" Bergragua looked at Sophie again, then took a small velvet box from his pocket. He handed it to Duke Hubrek and signaled him to open it. Duke Hubrek opened the box with curiosity, then closed it and looked at Bergragua, waiting for an explanation. "This is a gift from Sophie to Chamel," Bergragua said, nodding toward Sophie. "I just found out yesterday, so I came to bother you today." Hearing this, Sophie looked at Chamel in confusion. Seeing Chamel pouting and glaring at her, Sophie asked, "What exactly is going on?" "Hee." Berglagru chuckled softly. "Sophie, you probably don't know what you gave to Xiang Mir, do you?" Sophie looked at her grandfather. Seeing he had no particular expression, she said, "It's a magic core." "What's wrong?" Hearing this, Berglagru's expression became even stranger. He stared at Sophie and asked, "You just casually gave her such a pure, 8th-level fire-type flame rhinoceros magic core?" He also looked at Duke Hablek with surprise. Sophie asked confusedly, "So that was an 8th-level magic core? No wonder it looks so pretty." She nodded and said, "But that magic core isn't very big. I just thought it was beautiful, or I wouldn't have used it as a gift." At this, Berglagru was so angry he chuckled. He shook his head and said, "I don't even know how to explain you. How can you use something like that as a gift? Do you know how much it's worth? When I saw Xiang Mir playing with it, I was shocked too. We can't afford such a gift, but—" Sophie wanted to explain, but Duke Hablek interrupted her. "Sophie, where did you get this magic core?" Sophie hesitated. She didn't want to tell him about Blackie. "I found it in the monster beast forest." "Ha," Berglagru exclaimed. "You found it?" The two little girls shivered in fear. "Yes, I found several," Sophie said, seeing their disbelief. She didn't dare say she had a bunch more magic cores, most of which were bigger than that 8th-level one. She glanced to her grandfather, who also looked unconvinced, and quickly said, "Really? Just wait, I'll go get them for you to see." After saying that, she turned to run. "Wait," Duke Hablek said. Sophie stopped, and turned to her grandfather. "Grandpa, I will bring it over soon." Duke Hablek did not reply to Sophie. He said to Berglagru, "I believe everything Sophie said. Since she has given this magic core to Hammer, there's no reason to take it back." He then placed the velvet box into Berglagru's hand. Hearing her grandfather's words, Sophie felt warm inside. Her grandfather was really kind. She looked at Berglagru, who was standing there with his mouth open in surprise, clearly not expecting the Duke to come like this. "Haha," Hammer giggled. "Daddy looks so funny." Sophie couldn't help but laugh too. "By the way, Uncle, I remember Hammer and Ronald went to Hating City to join an auction. Weren't they trying to get an 8th level magic core?" Berglagru felt a little embarrassed by the two girls' laughter. He nodded and said, "Yes, I wanted to buy that magic core for Ronald to make a big double-handed sword, but it was sold for 8 million gold coins." But he raised the small box with the magic core and continued, "This magic core is very valuable. It's a top-quality one, so pure. It could sell for over 10 million coins." Sophie instinctively believed he was telling the truth. If someone else said this, they might have kept the core for themselves, since it's a gift. Anyway, it's a gift, so Berglagru seemed like a good person. "Uncle, just take it." "I have more," Sophie said sincerely to Berglagru. Then she stepped forward, took Hammer's hand, and said to Duke Hablek, "Grandpa, I have more things for Hammer. Can I give them to her?" "Oh no, I can't do that." Berglagru quickly waved his hand. "We can't take any more things, not even this magic core." "Haha, Uncle, don't worry. I just want to bring some tasty snacks for Honey," Sophie explained with a smile. At this moment, even the Duke was amused by Berglagru's expression, a hint of a smile flashing in his eyes. "Go ahead." The Duke nodded at Sophie, then said to Berglagru, "Borg, you all stay for dinner. I have something to discuss with you." After visiting Sophie's water bloom garden, Honey was so envious she wished she could stay there forever. Sophie, as the host, happily invited her to come and stay when the time was right. In Sophie's huge kitchen, Honey tasted what she said was the best snack in the world, and she packed up all the leftovers, even the crumbs. Sophie also gave her a lot of different fruit teas she had recently tried making Honey so happy she was practically dancing with joy. No one knew what agreement had been reached between Duke Hablek and President Berglagru. Berglagru looked very happy, with a bright red face. The dinner atmosphere was very good, and Berglagru kept praising the delicious food at the Duke's house. He even suggested sending a chef to train at the Duke's place. However, the Duke would never agree to this. He acted as if he hadn't heard Berglagru's suggestion, showing no response. Sophie, besides smiling mysteriously, also acted as if she hadn't heard anything. Berglagru had no choice but to let it go. After dinner, Sophie and her grandfather saw them off at the door. Honey reluctantly said goodbye to Sophie, holding her hand. After they left, Sophie happily tugged on Duke Hablek's sleeve and asked, "Grandpa, can I go play at Meal's house?" "Play?" Duke Hablek turned around with a serious face and said, "Regarding those magic cores you found, I want to hear your explanation." He emphasized the words "found." Sophie held a box containing a magic core, her mind racing quickly. Spending so many days with her grandpa, she had unknowingly come to see him as her closest person. After arriving in this world, she had only spent about a month with her kind mother, but her grandpa had become more important later. Although her kind grandpa was strict and serious by nature, very different from any family member she had known before, she could feel his care for her. He always kept a stern face and was polite to everyone, but he never said anything harsh to Sophie. If Sophie were a real 4-year-old child, she might have been afraid of his stern appearance like Meal. But because Sophie had an adult soul, she was not scared. Instead, she surprisingly gained his approval. Her feelings for him were naturally not as deep as those for her family in her previous life, but in this chaotic world, he was the only person she could rely on for now. So, she didn't want to hide the truth about the magic cores from him. Sophie took her little black creature off her shoulder. Little Black, she shook her sleepy, full-stomach Little Black until it opened its eyes wide in confusion and looked at her. "How do you think he would react if I told him these magic cores were all made by you?" Sophie asked worriedly. Hearing her words, Little Black closed its eyes as if it was about to fall asleep again. Little Black, Sophie shook it again. Is that okay? Sniff, sniff. Little Black licked her hand calmly, not caring about which noble title the Duke held. Do you think he will believe us? Little Black yawned and looked around, then jumped onto Sophie's shoulder to sleep. Sophie took a deep breath and decided to be honest. She thought it was better to tell the truth than to hide. After all, she was just a child, and she could always act stubborn if needed. The study and lounge had become an important place for the old and the young to share their feelings every day. Of course, there was also the dining room. The two only met during dinner and the time after dinner. At other times, everyone was busy with their own things. Even when they were in the lounge, most of the time Sophie was reading and the Duke was looking at documents. No one talked much, but Sophie liked the quiet. It made her feel safe in a strange way. Sophie placed the box on Duke Hableck's lap. Grandpa, it's all here. The Duke opened the box and was immediately amazed by the colorful magic cores inside. He casually picked up a blue one, pure and flawless, from a 9-tier magical beast called the Ice Snow Poison Python. After thinking for a moment, the Duke put the magic core back into the box and closed it. Then he looked at Sophie with his deep purple eyes and asked, Go on. Grandpa, it's all Little Black, Sophie said with a smile. Actually, Little Black found all of these. Duke Hableck's eyes sparkled. Little Black. Yes. Sophie quickly pointed to the small creature on her shoulder, who seemed to be sleeping again. That's it. The Duke frowned and asked, What is Little Black's background? I found it when I was in Hating City, Sophie proudly said about finding the little black creature. Wow, Grandpa, you don't know. When I saw Little Black, it was eating a big piece of roasted wood meat. It was so big. Sophie gestured with her hands. No one knows where it came from. It ate everything in just a few bites. It was so amazing, Sophie said excitedly. And then I asked if it wanted to come with me, and it agreed. Do you know what it is? Lord Duke asked again. No, I don't. Sophie shook her head. No one knows, not even Teacher Messy. Grandpa, do you know? The Duke also shook his head at Little Black. Then how did it bring so many magic cores to you? I don't know. Maybe it saw I liked playing with those red magic cores from Mountain Fire Rabbits, so it helped find them, Sophie guessed with a blink. Hearing her words, the Duke looked very worried. Do you even know where it found them? I remember you only wandered around the edge of the monster forest for a few days. It's impossible for such a high-level monster to be there. I don't know, Sophie pouted. When I woke up in the morning, those things were just there. She pouted. Little Black wouldn't tell me. So how can you be sure it gave them to you? It told me, Sophie said. You just said it wouldn't tell you, the Duke said, feeling a bit frustrated. Talking to children is always hard. But Sophie also felt she couldn't explain clearly. Little Black said it was giving them to me. Right? Little Black. She shook Little Black again to wake it up. Little Black squinted unhappily. It snorted at Duke Hableck and stretched lazily. Before it finished lazily stretching, Sophie grabbed it and asked, Is that true? Tell Grandpa, did you really find those magic cores? Blackie rolled his eyes, then took out a few small medicinal pills that Sophie made and chewed them happily, acting like a little troublemaker, which made Sophie giggle. The Duke's forehead was slowly covered with a big bead of cold sweat, and the room's temperature suddenly dropped. Sophie immediately shivered. Her grandpa was angry. Knowing when to act wisely is smart. She quickly threatened Blackie. If you don't tell, I won't make your favorite flavor of treats anymore, pointing at his mouth. This threat seemed very effective. Blackie's chewing suddenly stopped, and he made a cute, woo-woo sound, rubbing against Sophie's hand to please her. Sophie lifted her chin, gave Blackie a quick look, then made a teasing face at Duke Hableck. Blackie immediately jumped onto the Duke's lap, making a cute, woo sound. Then he took out a magic core about the same size and gently placed it in Duke Hableck's arms, then snuggled back to Sophie, staring at her with his light blue eyes without blinking. Woo-woo, he seemed to say. Is that enough now? Sophie picked up Blackie and gave him a big kiss. Blackie, you're the best, she said happily. Duke Hableck, who was usually very calm and never showed any emotion, was finally surprised. What kind of magical beast is this? Why is there no magic fluctuation? It's only the size of a palm. How could it hide so many things? And where does it get all the food it eats? Its belly doesn't look swollen at all. He picked up the magic core Blackie had given him. Good heavens. If you haven't seen a Tier 10 Earth Element Beast core from the mountain-breaking lizard, which is kept by the family collection, you wouldn't believe that Little Black casually gave him such a priceless treasure. After a long moment, Duke Hablek finally recovered from his shock. He saw someone and a black-clad person fighting over small snacks on the table. He smiled bitterly and said, "Sophie, come here. I hope no one finds out about this today." The Duke waved the beast core in his hand. "You know, just this one beast core is worth a fortune." No, he shook his head. It could be used to exchange for a small country. His tone was very sure. "So, if anyone finds out, I'm afraid." Sophie's first reaction was to think she'd become rich. Her greedy eyes sparkled again. Duke Hablek quickly tapped her forehead to wake her up, but she said, "Grandpa, doesn't that mean we'll be very rich?" "Humph," the Duke snorted, interrupting Sophie's dream. "You little greedy girl. Don't let anyone else know about this, understand? Otherwise, it could cause a war. But Grandpa, today, Shinmir and the others." Sophie shrank back.
Don't worry about that.
"I've already warned them," Duke Hablek said sharply. "They won't say anything. Luckily, you didn't show them this box today, or it would be trouble. By the way, it seems the others who came with you don't know about this, right?" "I didn't tell anyone, not even Shinmir or Teacher Macy," Sophie said proudly. "If others find out, they'll definitely try to take Little Black away. So I secretly hid the beast cores." "Humph." Duke Hablek was noncommittal. He looked again at the sleepy Little Black and thought to himself, "Steal it? That would require some skill. By the way, Grandpa, Little Black can also do magic. It's really powerful," Sophie boasted. The Duke was not surprised at all. After the earlier shock, it seemed nothing could surprise him anymore. "But I told it not to use magic when others are around," Sophie added with a smile. She gently placed a finger on her lips and whispered, "Shh. This is our secret, okay?" Then she pointed to the Duke, Little Black, and herself. A warm light appeared in the Duke's eyes. He nodded and said, "These magic cores." "Grandpa," Sophie interrupted eagerly, "you should keep these cores." "I don't need them, and I can't sell them." Hablek's face twitched at her mention of money. "You're so young. Why do you need so much money? With money, I can go anywhere. Without it, I can't go anywhere." "Not having money is just impossible," Sophie said casually, quoting a famous saying. "Oh," the Duke repeated with slight surprise. "With money, you can go anywhere. Without it, you're stuck." "Yes," he nodded. "That's a new way to put it. I guess you're right. But I want some magic cores below level 3. Do you have any?" "What for?" "To do experiments. I want to create a medicine that can improve my weak body." "So, nonsense." The Duke's face immediately darkened. "You think you can make such things? Even many generations of alchemists haven't succeeded. You're so young, and you don't even understand alchemy properly. How can you experiment on your own? Moreover, using a magic core is very dangerous. One careless move could cause an explosion." "I do not agree with this." Sophie was initially startled by his stern tone. Then she thought that her grandfather was worried she might do dangerous experiments. However, she wouldn't compromise on this matter. What should she do? Should she tell her grandfather that she has already made some small progress in this area? After thinking carefully, Sophie decided not to tell her grandfather about the potion for now. Anyway, she couldn't clearly explain the small changes happening to her recently. "All right, I won't do it. But Grandpa, can you make me a test crystal ball?" After feeling the subtle changes in her body, Sophie wanted to have one. It would be best to keep it nearby, so she could check her progress anytime. It would be very convenient, saving her from asking others and avoiding disappointment if the test results weren't good. "Sophie, I know you're upset about not being able to learn magic or combat skills, but I will find a way to help you," Duke Hablek said comfortingly as he saw Sophie's worried face. "No, Grandpa. I want a crystal ball to test my magic power," Sophie said anxiously when her grandfather didn't answer her. "A crystal ball? Who do you want to test?" "Oh, Grandpa. Just make one for me." Sophie tugged hard at the Duke's arm. All right, Duke Hablek said strangely. What's so fun about that thing? Satisfied, Sophie returned to her small courtyard. She sent 2 maids to prepare bathwater, then nervously and excitedly went back to her room. She casually closed the door and carefully took out the crystal ball, placing it on the table. According to the book, she took a deep breath to steady her emotions, then placed her right hand on the crystal ball. She focused her attention and imagined channeling energy into the crystal ball. Why, channeling energy? The book says that during magic testing, one must use mental strength to inject their magic into the test crystal. Sophie didn't know what magic was, so she mimicked the powering up scene from martial arts novels.
Huh?
There was a reaction, an extremely strong one. Magic is divided into 8 main types: fire, water, earth, wind, lightning, light, darkness, and space. These are the primary types. There are also other branch types such as ice, electric, wood, or undead magic. Ice magic is a branch of water magic. Sophie's sister, Zandora Sparlow, has talents in both water and ice magic. Similarly, electric magic is a branch of lightning, wood magic is a branch of earth, and undead magic is a branch of darkness. Most mages only have one magic attribute, and since human life is limited, focusing on mastering one attribute that suits them usually yields the best results. However, some rare geniuses are born with 2 or more magic attributes. Such people are very rare. That's why Zandora was favored by Master Stephen Xin at the age of 9, even though she was too young to attend the Magic Academy. At this moment, the crystal ball in Sophie's hand was glowing silver, and the glow was getting brighter. It hurt her eyes, so she quickly pulled her hand back. What's going on? Sophie sat down heavily on the floor, her heart pounding uncontrollably.
Silver.
That means... She couldn't believe what she had just seen. She quickly got up from bed and nervously flipped through a small wooden table's book, muttering, "Silver, silver." Finally, she found it. She read aloud, "Fire element, red, hot and passionate. Water element, blue, gentle and pure. Earth element, yellow, honest and steady. Wind element, green, free and unpredictable. Thunder element, purple, sharp and wild. Light element, white, pure and warm. Dark element, black, mysterious and changeable. Space element, silver, tolerant and mysterious." Ah, really? It's actually the space element. Sophie became excited. She had hoped that after this period of taking the ginseng supplements, her magic power would improve a little. But the recent test surprised her greatly. So amazing. Sophie couldn't help but jump and shout with excitement. The little black cat had to jump onto her bed, lying on her pillow, looking at her with disdain and confusion. After a long while, the sound of 2 maids knocking on the door outside brought Sophie back from her extreme joy. In a bathroom filled with the scent of gardenia, Sophie stretched her limbs freely, enjoying the warm bath, and her mind wandered. Wasn't the magic test done by Master Stephen Xin? Surely, with the level of the Dean of the Merce Magic and Martial Arts Academy, he wouldn't make a mistake. What could be the reason? The crystal ball clearly showed a very good space attribute talent. Could it really be the effect of the ginseng pill she took this month? Sophie couldn't believe the medicine's effect could be so good. Another possibility, very close to the truth, was that her soul, which traveled through time, somehow gained the space attribute during the crossing. If that's true, once discovered, she might be captured for research or even burned. Sophie shivered, feeling danger nearby. "Miss, is the water cold?" Lias asked. Oh no, it's not cold. Sophie shook her head. Yes, over the past few months, Lias had been training with her every morning. Maybe she should let Lias try a month of the potion experiment to see if the potion is the cause. Sophie nodded. That's right. She must not reveal her space magic talent easily. First, find the cause, then think of a solution. Although it's summer and very hot outside, the room's temperature is kept around 20 degrees Celsius with magic. It's a luxury. Feeling warm all over, Sophie felt very comfortable. She dressed up and told Nora and Lias to finish their washing and come to her room. "I got a magic crystal ball from my grandfather today. I'll test your magic power with it," Sophie said, standing by the table and signaling the two maids to come closer. Both of them got excited. Wow, that's great. Will you help us test? Who wants to go first? Sophie asked.
Me.
Me first, Nora eagerly volunteered. Put one hand on the crystal ball and focus on channeling your magic into it, Sophie guided. But I don't know where my magic is. Nora looked worried. It's okay, just concentrate, Sophie said, even though she was only half sure herself. She didn't know how to explain it well. Oh, Nora said, placing her hand on the crystal ball and closing her eyes. Sophie and Lias stared closely at the crystal ball. It gradually glowed with red light, growing brighter and brighter, illuminating Nora's hand and face in red. Wow! Lias exclaimed, it's glowing! It's glowing! Nora opened her eyes in surprise and looked at the crystal ball. She saw the ball gradually darken until it returned to its clear, colorless state. Miss? Nora withdrew her hand and excitedly looked at her young lady. Sophie, so you also have magical talent. The red color shows you have fire magic talent, Sophie explained with a smile.
Wow.
That's great, Lias cheered, while Nora still stood there, stunned and unable to believe it. It's true, it's true. I told you, Lias said, pulling Nora and shaking her gently. Nora snapped out of her shock and screamed as she jumped up. Sophie also smiled, happy for her. She had already been frightened earlier by her own silver glow, so she wasn't too surprised. Although Nora's red light wasn't as dazzling or strong as Sophie's silver glow, it was still rare. Lias, Sophie interrupted. You try next. Nora seemed to remember that her young lady didn't have magical talent. She looked nervously at Sophie. Miss, I'm sorry, she whispered. Why are you apologizing? Sophie said with a smile. This is such a good thing. You should be happy. Seeing that Sophie wasn't angry, Nora relaxed. She pushed Lias gently. Your turn. Oh, Lias also placed her hand on the ball. After a while, the crystal ball slowly emitted a faint green light, which quickly disappeared. Lias looked disappointed and pulled her hand back, but soon she was happy again. Miss, what does green mean? What kind of talent is that? She asked. Oh, Lias, you have wind magic talent, but not as strong as Nora's, Sophie replied while thinking. All right, let's let Lias try. She took Lias's hand and asked, There is something I want to discuss with you. Would you be willing? What's the matter, miss? Lias asked. This is something only you two and Black know. Sophie looked at Lias and Nora, who was also watching her. I made a small pill, the kind Black eats like candy every day. The two maids nodded. Sophie continued, Actually, I've been taking it for about a month now, one each day. Sophie held up a finger to show. Lias should know that now, during my morning runs, I can run many more laps. Seeing Lias nod in agreement, Sophie added, It's all thanks to this little pill. So, Sophie looked at Lias. I want you to try it too. As she said this, Sophie secretly smiled, feeling like a salesperson tricking someone in a past life. Great. I'd love to try, miss. Lias agreed happily, quickly dismissing the words Sophie had prepared to persuade her. Miss, I want to try too. Can I? Nora asked, leaning in. Surprised that these two maids were so eager, Sophie nodded. Then both of you try it. But I should warn you, it works for me, but I don't know if it will work for you. Nora and Lias happily nodded. They had actually wanted to try for a long time. Seeing Black so happy eating it every day made them a little jealous. At this moment, Sophie took out 3 pills, swallowed one herself, and gave the remaining 2 to them. They happily chewed and tasted the pills, looking very funny. Very tasty, miss. Nora's eyes sparkled brightly, and she eagerly asked, No wonder little Black loves to eat so much. Can you give me a few more? No way. Seeing Lias also look eager, Sophie cheerfully refused. These are medicine. You can't just eat them randomly. You can only have 1 each day, or you'll get sick, she added. Don't compare yourselves to little Black. He can eat so much in 1 meal and still be fine. Can you do that? The 2 girls shook their heads disappointedly. Sophie chuckled and said, I only eat 1 each day too. If you like candies, I can make some tomorrow without medicine, just fruit-flavored sweets. You can eat as much as you want. Is that okay? Hearing this, The girls' faces lit up with joy. Really? That's wonderful. Miss. Sophie felt a mix of emotions upon discovering her new magical talent. She was excited to tell everyone she wasn't a useless mage or warrior, but also worried about revealing her secret and causing trouble. In her imagination from fantasy novels, space magic was extremely useful. It could be used in fights for quick teleportation, giving her a strong advantage. Even more exciting was the ability to have a personal space, a pocket dimension to carry many items without others noticing, a skill that city girls who love shopping would envy. Excited, Sophie searched through all the books she could find about space magic, hoping to learn this mysterious power herself. Sadly, she discovered that space magic, like light and dark magic, was very rare and only a few people could master it. Moreover, those with these three types of magic often had some blood relation to gods or demons. This made the rarity of these three types of magic even greater. Therefore, it is impossible to learn magic by reading books alone, especially since books on these types of magic are very rare. Most of them are controlled by the Magic Guild, Magic Academy, and powerful noble families. Of course, light and dark magic can be learned at the Church of Light and the Church of Darkness. However, space magic can only be learned at the three largest magic and weapon academies. Sophie searched through her grandfather's study, but couldn't find any books about space magic. Since she didn't want to ask him directly without being honest, she had to give up on self-study for now. Regarding language learning, Elven language is very difficult. Its grammar is strange, and the way of expression is complicated. Mr. Macy took the opportunity to challenge Sophie. Although Sophie has a good memory, they didn't have any ready-made textbooks. Every day, Mr. Macy taught her some sentences and usage in Elven language, and Sophie had to practice repeatedly from her memory. Unlike learning a common language, which she used every day and had many books to read and learn from, Sophie could only practice speaking Elven language with Mr. Macy. She needed to understand and memorize what she learned each day during class. She also had to spend time practicing how to write in Elven language, but she was not very good at writing in the common language yet. To have more time for conversations, Sophie made a tough decision. She sacrificed her precious afternoon nap and agreed to Mr. Macy's food agreement, which made him promise to spend all his lunch break practicing with her. Actually, to be honest, Mr. Macy didn't usually take naps. However, whenever Sophie practiced conversations with Sufila, he would always smile and rub his stomach, looking like he had nothing to say unless there was something good to eat. It was quite amusing. Feeling both pain and happiness, Sophie enjoyed her life as a young lady quite freely. Another month passed, and Sophie noticed that her already strong mental power seemed to have become even stronger. She could stay up all night reading without feeling tired the next day. The feeling of her skin breathing during yoga and meditation also became more intense. Nora and Lias also mentioned that their physical strength was constantly improving. Since they practiced yoga, Lias felt her progress even more strongly than Nora. That night, Sophie took out her crystal ball to check her progress. As expected, the results were not as good as she had hoped. After a month of taking ginseng pills, neither of them showed much change in their magic levels. The only difference was that Lias's green light shone a little longer than last time. Sophie felt a bit disappointed with this result. Did it mean that her space magic talent was truly due to her soul crossing over? Sophie understood that now was not the best time to let everyone know about her space magic talent. So, she decided to continue pretending to be a weak mage and warrior until she found a better plan. Time flew by, and 3 years passed quickly. Sophie was about to turn 8. During these 3 years, her kind mother never sent anyone to pick her up. She only received gifts from her family on her birthday and New Year's. It was impossible not to feel some resentment, but luckily, Sophie's mature soul didn't spend too much time dwelling on it. Instead, her relationship with her grandfather had become as close as with her own family from a previous life. She could even guess his mood from a single gesture or expression. Although she always stayed modest, her adult nature sometimes showed through small mistakes. Luckily, Everyone was used to her oddities and cleverness, so no one suspected anything. Her older siblings were already famous geniuses on the continent. The better they performed, the more unnoticed Sophie seemed. Also, her true situation was well hidden by Duke Habrake. In Jicamp City, only the Hamer family and a few others recognized her as the Duke's granddaughter. Over the past few years, Hamer had grown more beautiful and charming. As the daughter of the martial arts guild leader, she acted cold and proud in front of outsiders. But when she was with Sophie, she was always sweet, loyal, and a good friend and sister. Children of the same age in the city had already formed 3 groups. Hamer was the leader of one of these groups, made up of children from the wild faction of the Cade Empire. Their parents were powerful, but mostly not officials in the court. Among them was Hamer's father, one of the 13 great sword saints, and also the head of the magic guild, Bauer Stripe. His granddaughter, Roselle Stripe, was also in Hamer's camp. Some children from large mercenary groups based in Jicamp City were also part of this group. There were also 2 other groups led by Charles Benjamin, son of the Cade Empire's prime minister, and Anthony Sanchez, son of General Todd Sanchez. Because the right prime minister and the grand general are political rivals with conflicting views, their supporters have formed 2 factions in the court. The children of members from these factions naturally dislike each other, and fights often happen. As a result, Xiang Mir and her friends became a neutral third party, someone both sides wanted to win over. However, Xiang Mir, who is proud and confident, doesn't like people who are equally proud, so she mostly keeps her distance from them. Sophie, who was born and raised in the new society under the red flag, felt very strange after hearing Xiang Mir's confident analysis. Kids forming groups is normal, but they usually just play together if they get along, or play separately if they don't. But these little kids are divided into factions because of political struggles. That's too much. Sophie could only shake her head in disbelief. By the way, what about the princes and princesses? Which factions do they belong to? Oh, they don't really play with us. Besides going to school, royal children rarely go out and they only attend banquets sometimes. Then which faction does my grandfather belong to? Huh? I don't know. Maybe I can ask my dad. Bah, I might as well ask my grandfather. Sophie didn't see herself as part of the Cade Empire. Her family name is Swarlow, from the noble family of the Orlon Empire. She wasn't interested in the factions of children. Every time Xiang Mir tried to invite her to gatherings, she refused with various excuses. However, she had met Rosalie Streep a few times when visiting Xiang Mir's house, so they could be considered acquaintances. Sophie spent nearly 3 years mastering Common Language, Elvish, Dwarvish, and Magical Language. Apart from the Common Language, the other 3 languages are quite difficult, even more so than the Earth Greek that Sophie once thought was the hardest to learn. The most challenging part is learning their ancient forms and understanding their history, which is hard even for Sophie, who has a photographic memory. Because of this, Sophie feels that Mr. Messy is even more mysterious. She has not been able to figure him out after so long, and no problem has ever stumped him. At first, Sophie thought he was just a knowledgeable scholar, but as her own learning improved and she gained more knowledge, she realized she might never reach Mr. Messy's level in her lifetime. Even Duke Hablek was amazed by his knowledge, because he teaches very rare things. For example, the ancient magic language he taught Sophie is not even taught at the best magic academies, and it includes not only words, grammar, and pronunciation, but also lost writing styles. The Duke didn't think Sophie would find much use in learning these magic languages. However, the Duke has never been able to find out where Mr. Messy comes from. It's as if he appeared out of nowhere. The few famous scholars on the continent have never heard of the name Messy. Still, having such a teacher by Sophie's side is a comforting thing, no matter his purpose. Learning these languages is really hard, so Sophie decided to pause her studies of the next language. She needs some time to rest because she knows she can't learn everything at once. She's not even 8 years old yet, and she doesn't want to push herself too hard. Sometimes she thinks it's incredible that she has been able to stick with her studies for so long, given her lazy personality. She had good ideas, but she didn't want Mr. Messy to laugh at her. She had been holding back, determined not to let him see her fail. even though he was always joking about her. It's so unfair. Sophie felt helpless with her teacher. He was much harder to deal with than Duke Havlik. No, she needed to find a way to distract him. Although he was very interested in the delicious food she made, he had become the third pickiest eater in the castle after Little Black and Grandpa. Sophie didn't always have time to think about food. Her only wish was that the castle's food wouldn't be as hard to swallow as the strange food from another world, and that she could eat familiar Earth foods when she missed her family. She hadn't shared most of her tasty recipes from her past life, but she knew she shouldn't seem too capable as an 8-year-old girl to keep her low profile. What should she do? Recently, Mr. Messy hadn't been bothering her to study much. He spent all his time working on the little inventions Sophie had created. These inventions were actually Go, the board game. Last time, Sophie decided to distract Mr. Messy, so he wouldn't keep quoting her words to tease her. Now she deeply regretted asking him to learn all the languages she knew. It was a big mistake. She finally thought of a trick playing chess. Sophie couldn't find small black and white stones to make a Go board, but that wasn't a problem. She asked Grandma Maroney to make many small black and white cloth pieces. Even though they didn't look very nice, they could do the job. Then she set up a large chessboard she had painted herself in the pavilion of the Water Blossom Garden, waiting for Mr. Messy to take the bait. Sophie first played Gamoka with him. Given her skill level, it was clear that Mr. Messy, being a beginner, was no match for her. But before Sophie could feel too pleased, they quickly became evenly matched. This shows that smart people pick up new games quickly, which made Sophie feel a bit unaccomplished. Seeing Mr. Messy want to play chess, Sophie felt like running away. After losing to Mr. Messy again, Sophie angrily took out the rules of Go. She hadn't planned to do this so soon, but she was annoyed by Mr. Messy's proud look. As expected, the endless possibilities of Go quickly caught Mr. Messy's interest, and his enthusiasm for the game kept growing. To Sophie's surprise, he even brought in Duke Hubrecht because winning against Sophie was hard, but it might be possible to beat a fellow beginner like the Duke. Anyway, Sophie's goal was achieved. Now, Mr. Messy and her grandfather were busy playing, while Sophie brewed a pot of her special red tea and brought out a plate of small snacks, happily watching from the side. "Grandpa, could we make these small game pieces out of stone or something harder?" Sophie asked casually as she watched them play. "Just the same size, and the colors can be painted on." The Duke looked up at Sophie with a questioning look. "Things made of cloth aren't very durable, and they're hard to clean if they get dirty," Sophie explained with a smile. "If we use small stones, we could hear a nice clicking sound when they move. That would be fun." The two players exchanged a glance and nodded, seeming to agree that it made sense. The Duke shouted. Hiss! Duke Havlik's guard, Glenn, appeared. "My lord!" He saluted. "Wow!" Sophie jumped in surprise. "You're so skilled, Uncle Glenn. You're amazing." She quickly offered him a plate of snacks, trying to please him. "Why did you appear just when Grandpa called you?" "Where were you earlier?" Hearing her question, Glenn's face showed a hint of annoyance. Hee, Mr. Macy chuckled, almost losing his composure. The Duke's mouth twitched. "Go find someone to make 2 sets of this Go board, one with stones and one with crystals," he said, pointing at the cloth pieces on the table. "Yes." Glenn put the snacks Sophie handed him back on the table, then suddenly disappeared with a whoosh. Sophie watched him vanish with a longing look, thinking this must be what they call a shadow guard. She wondered if she could learn this kind of skill. After years of good training and nourishment, she was confident in herself. Maybe she wasn't suited for fighting techniques like aura combat, but what about light-footed skills similar to those on Earth? Without hesitation, Sophie left the two playing chess to find Grandma Maloney. She wanted to make some sandbags to tie around her wrists and ankles for practicing light-footed skills. Whether the martial arts novel's methods were useful or not, she had to try first. "Your granddaughter, Duke, is truly extraordinary," Mr. Macy said with a squint and a smile after Sophie left. "Oh, did you know?" Mr. Macy whispered mysteriously. "She only came up with this Go idea to slack off." It seemed he knew his student quite well. Slack off, yes. You see, over the past few years, she has learned a lot of knowledge, even mastering several languages of different races. That girl really works hard. It's not that I praise her. Simply working hard isn't enough to reach her current level. No need for you to say that. Recently, she wanted to relax a bit and be lazy secretly. She was afraid I would laugh at her. So she came up with this plan. To keep me busy so I wouldn't look for her, Mr. Messi said, nodding towards the Go board on the table. By the way, about this Go game. Yes, I wonder how she managed to make it. This thing is really impressive. Mr. Messi scratched his head and said seriously. The Duke also nodded in agreement. Nora, who has a good talent for fire magic, was sent by her grandfather to study at the Nivus Magic Academy in Campus City, thanks to Sophie's efforts. Although this academy isn't as comprehensive as the 3 major magic and martial arts schools, it is located near the Magic Guild headquarters, so its overall strength is quite good. Nora couldn't believe her own good luck in arranging her daughter's education. How could such a wonderful opportunity fall to a maid? She also wanted to go, but she knew her role and responsibilities. Besides, as a personal maid, how could she leave her lady to go to school? In the end, Sophie persuaded and ordered her, saying that sending her to school was so she could learn well and come back to protect her. The school was in the city, so she could return any time during holidays. Nora finally agreed and swore she wouldn't reveal anything about her background at school. Sophie smiled and nodded. She never thought about hiding her background. Since Nora said so, she decided to let her go, so she wouldn't overthink. Lias has changed a lot over the past 3 years. The thing she is happiest about is her figure. As the young lady said, practicing yoga for several years has made her body better and better, with a firm front and a rounded back, even better than Nora's figure. It's truly amazing. Also, because of her changing appearance and aura, Lias, who was shy before, has gradually become more confident and charming. She privately noticed that the castle's male servants keep looking at her, and those who used to watch and laugh are now silent. For a girl of about 17 or 18, this feels like a dream come true. Sophie once asked Lias if she wanted to go to school. But Lias was worried that if her 2 personal maids went to school, no one would take care of her. Besides, her magic power isn't very strong, so there's no need to force herself to learn magic. She can learn a lot just by staying with the young lady. Sophie has only 5 ginseng roots left from the creatures she brought back from the monster forest. 3 of them are 700 or 800 years old, and 2 are over 1,000 years old, top-quality roots. Sophie believes that these otherworldly ginsengs are also very nourishing, and they don't cause heat like those on Earth. She divided 1 top-quality ginseng into 3 parts and soaked each in a jar of fruit wine. She also used all the extra-large yellow ginsengs to make wine, even building a special cellar for it, keeping it away from others. In addition, Sophie made many different flavored fruit candies for everyone to enjoy. They are very popular, except for Blackie, who is very discerning. Besides the ginseng pills, Blackie refuses to eat any of the candies. Even if Sophie mixes the pills with the candies, Blackie can pick out the pills to eat. With Blackie being a big eater, Sophie's ginseng supplies seem to be running low. Luckily, since Sophie and her 2 maids started making fruit candies tailored to their tastes, they no longer wanted to eat the ginseng pills. Otherwise, those dozen or so ginseng roots wouldn't have lasted until now. Near dinner time, Sophie took out a small bottle of her 3-year-old ginseng wine. She didn't want to take too much, as the longer the wine was stored, the more precious it became. She took a small sip. The fruit wine with ginseng added became rich and fragrant, much stronger than before, but it didn't have the overpowering medicinal taste she expected. This was 1,000-year-old ginseng. Just 1 sip made Sophie feel warm all over. Luckily, the wine wasn't very strong, but she still felt a bit dizzy and sweaty before calming down. It felt so nice. After a while, she slowly stood up. Oh no! The bottle she just filled was already finished by Blackie, who was snoring beside the empty bottle. Sophie felt very sad. She loved Blackie and her precious wine. She shook her head, refilled the bottle, and picked up Blackie to leave the cellar. She placed Blackie on her bed, washed herself, changed into new clothes, and carried the wine to the dining room, planning to serve her grandfather well. The next morning, before Sophie finished breakfast, Duke Hableck's guard, Glenn, hurriedly came to see her. "What's wrong? Did grandfather fall ill?" Sophie was frightened by the dark circles under his pale eyes. "I can't say for sure."
The Duke.
"Please, miss, go see him," Glenn said, clearly not good with words. Sophie had no choice but to drop her breakfast and run as fast as she could to her grandfather's house. As she ran, she casually untied the sandbag from her body. Glenn, who was right behind her, watched her throw things and run faster, feeling both confused and surprised. The door to her grandfather's bedroom was tightly shut. Outside, a man dressed in black stood there. His face was very ordinary, not noticeable at all, with no special features, just the kind of person who could easily be a spy or assassin. Sophie had never seen this man before, but when she saw him, she felt a strange sense of familiarity. "Gentlemen," Glenn said politely, bowing slightly to the man in black.
"Please do not disturb the Duke.
"He is fine. Sophie, you should go back now. When he comes out, he will call for you," the man in black said firmly, with a tone that left no room for argument. He didn't introduce himself to Sophie. She didn't know who he was or why he spoke to her like that. She just felt that he knew her, like an old friend. But from his eyes, Sophie saw a calmness that made her feel safe. It seemed her grandfather was really okay. "Really? Is Grandpa feeling unwell?" "He is very well," the man replied briefly. Sophie looked at Glenn, who nodded at her. "All right, I'll go back and wait. Let me know immediately if there's any news." Slightly annoyed, she pouted and turned to leave without saying more. Back in the water lily garden, Sophie suddenly remembered she hadn't seen Blackie all morning. She lost her interest in breakfast and started searching everywhere upstairs and downstairs for Blackie. "Miss, is the Duke feeling sick?" Lias finally asked, unable to hold back. Sophie remembered that she and Glenn had just run away earlier. When they returned, they didn't say anything and kept running up and down the stairs. It seemed to have scared her. "Grandpa is fine. Did you see Little Black?" "I don't know where it went." "Oh, I just finished tidying up the room, and it was still sleeping on your bed," Lias, who was innocent, said with a smile. "Today, it really slept a lot." "Huh." Sophie also felt a bit surprised. "Yesterday, Little Black drank that bottle of wine and has been sleeping until now."
"Could it be that, Grandpa?"
At noon, Little Black finally woke up. It looked very happy. Sophie checked it carefully from head to tail and didn't find anything unusual, so she finally relaxed.
"What could have happened to Grandpa? There's been no news until now."
Sophie felt a little worried. Food poisoning?
Impossible.
The alcohol content in that fruit wine couldn't have been that high. She thought she was careless. She didn't know much about Grandpa's health, and she rashly gave him ginseng wine. Now it seems likely that he drank too much because he didn't know the situation. Even Little Black, who ate ginseng pills like candy, got dizzy from drinking. My own grandfather might be in trouble. The next morning, there was still no news from my grandfather. Sophie hadn't slept well all night. She looked tired and held a book, but hadn't turned a single page for a long time. Mr. Macy noticed her mood and asked, "What's wrong? Why are you so distracted?"
"Huh."
Sophie looked at her teacher and pouted sadly. "It seems my grandfather is sick. I don't know how he's doing now." "No way. With his health, he shouldn't get sick so easily," Mr. Macy said, surprised. "That's why I'm worried." Sophie's face scrunched up. "I don't know when he'll get better." "I thought so. Yesterday, I wanted to play chess with him, but I couldn't find him anywhere," Mr. Macy said, still not believing the Duke was sick. "Who told you he was sick?" "Sophie, he's been in his bedroom the whole time, and Uncle Glenn can't say what's wrong," Sophie said, pulling her hair. "So I thought." "So you guessed wrong." Mr. Macy poked her forehead. "Don't worry, he'll be fine. But I gave him some wine that day, and I don't know how much he drank." Sophie's voice got softer. She felt very guilty. "What wine?" Mr. Macy's ears perked up. When he heard about wine, he looked very serious.
Sophie hesitated.
"It's just some wine I made myself. But if he drank too much, maybe." Oh, Mr. Macy smiled kindly at her. Sophie awkwardly bit her lip and forced a small laugh. "Maybe I should go get some for you?" He nodded, stroking his beard. That sounds like a good idea. Sophie had to go back to her private wine cellar. This time, she learned her lesson and only poured one glass. She didn't want Mr. Messy to have another accident. When the little black cat saw the wine again, it got excited. Sophie grabbed it, refusing to let it drink anymore, which made the cat meow loudly in frustration. No, little black, you drank this wine last time and slept for a long time. Now you want to drink again after waking up? Absolutely not. I don't agree, Sophie said firmly, shaking her head. Meow. The little black rubbed against Sophie, licked her hand, and looked at her eagerly. Be good. We can only have one glass every 10 days. Drinking more can make you sick, Sophie said nervously, still worried about Mr. Messy's condition. She decided to check on him first. Seeing her so determined, the little black made 2 sad meows and gave up. Carefully, Sophie placed the glass of wine in front of Mr. Messy. She pouted and said, Teacher, you should try it. But slow down. This wine is very nourishing. Be careful not to get dizzy. Oh? So, the Duke drinks too much of this wine. Mr. Messy picked up the glass, sniffed it, and looked closely at its color. Just a guess. That's all it is, Sophie quickly explained. Then she whispered, mostly it made the little black dizzy. Haha, even the little black got dizzy, Mr. Messy asked in surprise. He pointed at the annoyed little black on Sophie's shoulder. Meow. The little black was unhappy. When he was pointed at, he rolled his eyes in frustration. Why does this little thing have such a big temper? Mr. Messy said, amused, unable to hide his smile. He took a sip of the ginseng-infused fruit wine. His eyes immediately sparkled with a sly glint. Not bad. The taste is really good. Although the taste was okay, Sophie still had some confidence in this wine, but she wasn't sure about the amount of ginseng in it. Suddenly, the ground and table shook. An earthquake. Sophie's first thought was that it was an earthquake. The year before, during the Wenchuan earthquake, she had a good online friend who was injured in that disaster. Having seen many news reports about earthquake relief, she was very sensitive to such events. But before she could fully react to the shock, the shaking stopped. Teacher, Sophie asked Mr. Messy while shaking him gently, was that an earthquake just now? Mr. Messy's eyes sparkled. He frowned slightly and then patted Sophie on the shoulder to comfort her. It's nothing serious. It seems like a top expert has appeared. Sophie patted her chest and let out a breath. That was scary. I thought it was an earthquake. Such a big commotion. Must be some powerful expert. Mr. Messy smiled and shook his head. It's hard to say who the expert is, but they are definitely very strong. He then picked up his glass of wine and took a sip. Luckily, I didn't spill the wine. Otherwise, I'd be losing out. Did they fight? A battle of the strong. Sophie's eyes spun in circles. She clasped her hands together and looked up longingly. I really want to see it. Mr. Messy chuckled. Haha, Sophie, you like watching fights? Are you a girl? What do you mean? I just want to see what kind of top expert you're talking about, Sophie said, annoyed by his laughter. What's wrong with girls liking to watch fights? Mr. Messy saw her pouting and her face stretching long. He quickly changed the subject back to the wine. What did you use to make this wine? I've never tasted anything so fragrant before. Sophie didn't expect Mr. Messy to praise the wine so highly. I used some special medicinal herbs to brew it. Please drink slowly. If you drink too fast, you might feel unwell. At that moment, Lias ran over panting and called out, Miss, the Duke is calling you. Oh, is Grandpa awake? Sophie jumped with joy. She ran out, then came back quickly to remind Mr. Messy, Teacher, please drink slowly. If you start feeling dizzy, stop drinking right away. Mr. Messy smiled and waved his hand. Go on quickly. Grandpa, Grandpa. Sophie ran to her grandfather's study, grabbing his hand anxiously. What's wrong with you? Did you drink too much? You're making me so worried. Duke Habrick's lips curled slightly. His eyes showed no such strong emotions before, only love, relief, excitement, happiness, and a little curiosity. Sophie, tell Grandpa, how did you make that bottle of wine? It was clear there was a problem with the wine. Sophie asked nervously, Grandpa, is there something wrong with that wine? How much did you drink? I drank the whole bottle, the Duke said boldly. Sophie staggered. You drank it all. Grandpa, didn't I tell you? This wine is very nourishing. Drinking too much at once can be too much to handle, Sophie said, almost crying. It really is powerful, the Duke nodded. The magic and fighting energy I haven't made progress on in 20 years. This time, I broke through. All thanks to your wine. Huh? Grandpa, are you a dual cultivator of magic and martial arts? Sophie was surprised and almost couldn't believe her ears. Aren't you supposed to be bad at both? Humph. Nothing can scare your grandpa, Duke Havelrek replied confidently. Grandpa, what level are your magic and martial skills at? Sophie asked curiously again. This time, both have broken through to the saint level. Sophie widened her eyes in disbelief. She had lived with her grandpa for so long and didn't know he was a legendary dual cultivator of magic and martial arts, both reaching the saint level. That means he is both a sword saint and a saint-level mage. She opened her mouth, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Sophie, Duke Havelrek saw she was silent for a while and softly asked, Do you still have that kind of wine? Sophie nodded blankly, still stunned by the news. Then go pour me another bottle. Huh? Sophie was surprised. Grandpa, you can't drink anymore. If you drink again, The Duke, in a good mood, slightly smiled. It's not for me to drink, but to use it to help others. It might be useful. I was so scared. Sophie patted her chest. Grandpa, you've scared me to death these past 2 days. Why did you drink all that wine? I thought. Tears welled up in her eyes, looking so pitiful. Her little granddaughter was usually well-behaved and mature. Duke Havelrek had never seen her cry like this before. Seeing her tears, the seasoned Duke immediately felt flustered. He has never seen such a situation before. Maybe his strict and stern demeanor always scares children. Even Sophie's mother, Ivy, has never cried or acted spoiled in front of him. It's the fault of your grandfather. He quickly tried to comfort her, but he didn't know what else to say. Fortunately, Sophie was not truly a child inside. She quickly calmed her emotions. It was indeed her true feelings just now. After all, her grandfather is the closest family member she has. The incident had made her feel very upset these past few days. Luckily, her grandfather was not hurt. Otherwise, she wouldn't know what to do. By the way, Grandpa, she sniffed and asked, was that earthquake you caused just now? Earthquake? The Duke paused for a moment, then understood. Probably yes. Haha, so the greatest expert is my own grandpa. Sophie finally managed to smile through her tears. Expert. Oh. Teacher Macy said just now that the earthquake was caused by a top expert. Really? The Duke looked thoughtful. Grandpa, who are you trying to save? Sophie suddenly remembered and asked. He's a friend of mine. 3 years ago, he was hit hard by a magic backlash. Even the Archbishop of the Holy Mountain couldn't heal him. So, I want to try using your wine. Maybe it will help, explained Duke Havelrek.
Ah, magic backlash.
He's a very powerful mage, right? Yes. Master Mankong is a strong lightning-type holy mage. Wow, even a holy mage can get hurt? Grandpa, are there people more powerful than a holy mage? Sophie blinked, unable to believe it. He was attacked by 2 masked fighters. Our rescue came too late, and he was badly injured. Is it a backlash? Sophie hasn't been idle these past few years. Was it because her magic didn't work, or was it blocked by someone? Sophie listened as the Duke explained. At that time, he almost used a forbidden spell to end his life along with those 2 people. Luckily, our people arrived just in time. But he had already completed the spell, and to avoid harming others, he retracted part of it, which caused a backlash. She asked, You mentioned 3 years ago? What about now? His condition is still very bad. Although his external injuries have healed, the backlash is severe. He can't even perform simple magic now. Sophie thought for a moment and said, Grandpa, I don't think we should use that potion for now. Its power is too strong, and I worry the master might not handle it. The Duke asked, Then can we just take a small amount each time? Grandpa, Sophie hesitated, could you take me to see the master? Maybe there are other ways. Havelrek, the Duke, thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Over the years, Sophie rarely went out, except occasionally visiting Xiangmier. Her life was like her previous one, staying at home. Over time, she started to feel like she had just changed bodies. Nothing else had changed. She still moved within the same familiar circle, just a larger one here. Sophie was very used to this life. Her grandfather's large castle gave her a safe and comfortable home. There weren't many people there, and everyone liked her. She enjoyed this simple social life, without the need to compete or scheme like children in big families. Sometimes she thought, if she still lived with her cheap parents, she wouldn't be able to live as freely as she does now. Without constantly living under the shadow of my talented older siblings, I only worry about the judgment of those around me. Here, as long as I don't break Grandpa's rules, I can do whatever I want. Although Grandpa always looks serious, his affection for me is genuine. He never interferes with what I want to learn or which plants I want to study. Even my small requests are usually granted. The only regret is missing my family on Earth. Returning through space and time might just be my wishful thinking. Sophie's talent for space magic is excellent, but she struggles to find ways to learn more about it. This time, Grandpa wants to save a holy magic master. I'm not worried about whether I can help with his illness. I know exactly what kind of ginseng I dug up. It's so powerful it can even revive the dead. Even if I'm not sure how useful it is for magic users, at least it won't make things worse. Honestly, I also have some hopes. Since holy magic masters are usually very experienced, even if he's just a lightning mage, he might have some space magic knowledge stored away. I took a high-quality ginseng and sliced 2 centimeters wide pieces. I put them in a soft cloth box. Then I thought for a moment and grabbed a small cloth bag about the size of a palm, filled with 20 or so ginseng pills. I handed the cloth box and the small bag to Lias, who was nearby, and then left the house. The Duke was waiting for me in front of the carriage. I ran over happily, clearly excited about this trip. I've been on the large carriage of Duke Hablek before, but each time I went out, I was always with a group of maids and guards. I've never gone out with Grandpa before. Grandpa, how long will it take for the carriage to arrive? The large, empty carriage was quite spacious. Sophie stubbornly squeezed next to the Duke, leaning on him, and the Duke was already used to her boldness. Not for long, Duke Hablek said briefly, as usual. Then shall we have some tea? Sophie winked at Lias happily. Lias skillfully took out a small stove and a set of crystal tea, ware from a small cabinet in the carriage. She also pulled out a tiny teacan from her bag and boiled water to make tea. Sophie was a bit disappointed that there were no purple clay teapots or even porcelain here. Only crystal. She couldn't stand using the Duke's silver tea set, so she was glad to use crystal instead. She never expected that the crystals here would be as cheap as glass, since everything made of glass on Earth was replaced with crystal in this world. When she first learned that the windows and cups were made of crystal, Sophie, who thought this world was too backward to produce such advanced glass, was amazed and sighed in wonder. Thanks to Sophie's long teaching, Lias had learned a lot about tea culture. She knew what kind of tea leaves to use, the right water temperature, the proper tea ware, the brewing method, and what snacks to pair with the tea. After brewing 2 cups of Sophie's homemade, by Luo Chun, Lias brought out the prepared snacks and set them on a small table. Sophie watched the tea leaves swirl and open in the water. She smelled the light, fresh aroma of the tea and nodded with satisfaction. It was good, though it still had some differences from the real by Luo Chun on Earth. But her homemade, by Luo Chun, had the advantage of being pure and pollution-free, with a natural spiritual energy hidden within. Grandpa, this is the new tea I just made, Sophie said, tasting the slightly bitter yet rich tea on her tongue, breaking the quiet atmosphere in the carriage. How is it? Do you like it? Duke Hablek squinted without speaking. After a moment, he took 2 more sips and asked, "What kind of tea is this?" "I call it Bilyuakun." Sophie felt she was being quite bold. Bilyuakun, nice name. His praise made her a little shy. Wow. Black, who had finished sleeping, jumped onto the carpeted floor of the carriage. He stretched lazily, sniffed the air, then leapt onto the table. With both paws, he grabbed a snack and ate it without hesitation. Black, Sophie said, trying to be patient as she pulled him back. Can you be a little more polite? Wow. Black seemed not to hear and kept calling at the teapot. Sophie glanced at her grandpa. who looked as if he hadn't noticed anything, with no change in expression. She then turned to Elias and said, "Give him a cup too," while gesturing toward Black. She thought to herself that since her grandpa found out about Black's abilities, he had been more tolerant of his greedy nature and didn't mind much. Speaking of food, Black was the pickiest. His nose was very sensitive, so he could tell what was tasty without being told. It was funny that he even wanted to pick at the tea. Whoever heard of an animal that liked to drink tea? He held a small teacup, almost as big as his face, and sipped happily, which made Sophie giggle nonstop. The carriage traveled for about an hour and a half before reaching their destination. It was a small courtyard, larger than Sophie's old home in Sanyana City. In the center stood a tall, grand tower, the legendary Mage Tower. After getting off the carriage, I saw a man with white hair dressed in a white mage robe standing nearby. Behind him, there were 5 or 6 students, the oldest about 30 and the youngest only a teenager. Duke Havlek held Sophie's small hand and approached these people. "Roy, is this your granddaughter?" the old mage asked with a smile. The Duke nodded and introduced, "Sophie, this is Master Mankong." "Hello, Master. I am Sophie Charlot. You can just call me Sophie," Sophie politely bowed. "Ha, good, good." The old mage happily patted Sophie's head. From his face, Sophie saw no sign of sadness or loss of magical power, which made her admire his strong mind even more. Imagine starting as a magic apprentice and going through tough training to reach the level of Saint Mage. Losing all of that must be a huge blow. The Mage Tower has 9 floors, each with a magic-powered elevator in the middle, similar to a modern office building. After a brief tour, Sophie followed her grandfather to Master Manking's laboratory on the top floor. Just like Dumbledore's room in Harry Potter, everything was neat and orderly. In the main hall, there was a set of brown animal skin sofas. The old mage dismissed outsiders and invited them to sit. "Today, I want to check your injury again," the calm and serious Duke said directly. "You've probably noticed 2 days ago I broke through to the saint level." The old mage's eyes shone with a strange light. "Indeed, I sensed something different when I saw you just now," he said with a slightly excited, trembling voice. "What exactly happened?" "Master, may I see your injury?" Sophie asked sweetly. "Oh," the old mage looked at Sophie in surprise, then turned to Duke Habrake. Seeing the Duke nod, he asked with a smile, "What do you want to see?" Sophie went to Master Menkatong and sat beside him, gently taking his right hand to check his pulse. In her previous life, she learned pulse diagnosis from her grandfather, an old traditional doctor. She could tell some simple illnesses. She had also checked her own pulse and found it similar to that of Earth people, so she wanted to try. She wasn't sure if she could find out the old mage's illness, though. After a while, she felt his pulse was blocked and his energy and blood were weak. She thought that ginseng could help boost his energy and blood. To clear the blockage in his meridians, internal energy would be best, but in this world, no one understood internal energy. Their fighting energy might work, though. Sophie looked up and saw the master and her grandfather making funny faces at each other. She burst out laughing. "What are you two doing?" she asked, copying their silly expressions with her soft voice. Both adults looked a little embarrassed. Cough, cough, the old mage asked first. "Sophie, what did you find?" He raised his right hand. "Grandpa," Sophie replied without answering directly. "Your fighting energy is very strong, right?" "Yes," Duke Habrake said, puzzled why she asked about his fighting energy. "I think the meridians in the master's body seem blocked. Maybe your fighting energy can clear those blockages, and then some herbs can help restore his energy and blood." "It should be fine," Sophie explained. Duke Habrake was surprised. "Meridians? What are those?" Sophie suddenly had a headache. How could she explain it? "Grandpa, I can't explain it well. I'll draw a picture for you." Sophie asked Master Menkatong for paper and a pen. She first drew a diagram of the human body structure, then sketched the main meridians inside the body. Thanks to her years of art training, she drew smoothly. She also marked the areas where problems might occur. "These are meridians," Sophie pointed out to both of them. "Everyone has them. Can you control your fighting energy very carefully? Then, imagine guiding it into the master's body through these meridians." Some parts are blocked. Your energy needs to be very precise, slowly clearing these blockages. That way, the blockages can be removed. The two listened, confused but trying to understand. How do you know all this? The Duke asked, unable to hold back. Sophie rolled her eyes inside. How could she explain? She just said, I've used my mental power to observe the organs and structures inside the body. Also, I can feel the problem from here. She pointed to the master's wrist. Why don't you try it on me first? Sophie suggested, seeing their doubtful looks. That's not right. The old mage quickly shook his head. It's better to try it on me. The Duke slowly stood up, walked over to Sophie, and after a moment of thought, his eyes showed determination. Sophie, are you sure this diagram is correct? Yes. Sophie glanced at the diagram again and nodded confidently. It might be painful, but it can be done gradually. There's no need to clear everything at once. Duke Hablek looked at the old mage and said, Anyway, Menkatong, let's give it a try. The old master was not at all nervous. He smiled and nodded in agreement. They arrived at the meditation room. Duke Hablek sat cross-legged behind Master Menkatong. The meridian chart painted by Sophie was taped to the wall in front of Master Menkatong. Everything was ready. Sophie took a piece of ginseng she had cut earlier. She used a small knife to divide it into 4 parts and handed one to the old master. Please hold this in your mouth. It's to help restore your energy. Although the Duke was somewhat doubtful about what his young granddaughter said, he wanted to help his old friend's injury heal as soon as possible. He had tried all the methods he could think of. Even if there was only a small hope, he didn't want to give up. He cleared his mind and focused all his energy into his hands. He pressed his hands against Master Menkatong's back, trying to push out the tiniest amount of energy. This energy entered the meridians in the master's back and followed the path shown on the chart. Sure enough, there was a blockage at the spot Sophie marked. Duke Hablek felt that the energy he sent in was also blocked and couldn't go further. He increased the flow of energy. In an instant, the blockage was cleared. The old master let out a soft cry, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. The Duke was startled and immediately stopped sending energy. How do you feel? The Duke asked, supporting Master Menkatong. Master, how do you feel? Sophie asked anxiously. Does it hurt? The old master's face was pale, but he smiled and shook his head. It's okay. I was just a bit surprised. Let's keep going. Master, if you feel you can't hold on, just signal us and we will stop right away. Sophie felt a little regretful. Maybe it would have been better to nourish him with ginseng first before trying to open the meridians.
Let's start again.
Duke Hablek was more careful this time, taking nearly half an hour to successfully open a meridian. He withdrew his hands, and the 3 of them let out a sigh of relief. At this moment, not only Duke Hablek and Master Menkatong looked pale and sweaty, but Sophie was also cold and trembling. She quickly asked, Grandpa, how are you feeling? The Duke wiped the sweat from his face and saw that the old mage's face was only pale, with no other signs of trouble. He said to Sophie, We opened a meridian. It will take some time, so let's rest first. The old mage shakily stood up, stretched his limbs, closed his eyes, and felt his body. Then he said excitedly, I feel much lighter. This method seems to work. Hearing this, Sophie finally relaxed her worried heart. Seeing her grandpa's face was not much better than Master Menkatong's, she quickly put a ginseng piece into his mouth. Grandpa, eat this. It will help. In this world, fighting energy is different from internal energy. Fighting energy is like Earth's hard chi, with good attack power. In the beginning, it mainly strengthens the body. Only later can it be released outward. But fighting energy is stored in muscles, not in meridians, so recovery is slower than internal energy. Of course, with the help of the 1,000-year-old ginseng, Duke Hablek's fighting energy recovered quickly. After several attempts and consuming a lot of ginseng by evening, he finally cleared all the blockages Sophie pointed out. By then, Master Menkatong was too exhausted to stand and lay motionless on the ground, looking more like a seriously ill patient. How do you feel? Although Duke Hubrek was also sitting on the ground, his strong warrior body made him much healthier than the old mage. Plus, Sophie kept giving him ginseng to boost his energy, so his face looked better. Yes, Roy, this is great. Even though I can't move now, I can feel a lot of magic energy returning to me, Master Menkatong said with a look of unbelievable joy. Good. Duke Hubrecht's chest was still rising and falling quickly, but a small smile was forming on his lips. Sophie wasn't sure if she could fully restore Master Menkatong's magic powers. She was just acting with a healer's heart, trying to lessen his pain as much as possible. She didn't know if her efforts might cause worse problems. Basically, she was trying to help with good intentions, even if it was risky. If her old traditional doctor grandfather saw what she was doing, he would be very angry. Seeing the happiness on her elders' faces, Sophie finally relaxed. She knew that opening up the meridians was easy to talk about, but very dangerous to do. Luckily, her grandfather had already become a sword saint, or she wouldn't dare take such a risk. She would just use medicine to slowly help him recover. Sophie, go make some tea. The stuff you gave me tastes terrible. Before Sophie could feel proud, Duke Hubrecht interrupted her thoughts. Oh, Grandpa, that's a treasure. Sophie rolled her eyes at his words. Haha, Master Menkatong added with a smile. It really doesn't taste good. Sophie stomped her foot, too angry to say anything, and went out to find someone to make tea for them. As soon as she left, the old mage said, Roy, your Sophie is really impressive. How did she come up with that method? He tilted his chin toward the diagram of the meridians. She has loved studying all sorts of strange things since she was young. I was able to break through because of her, Duke Hubrecht said, quite pleased with his granddaughter. Although she couldn't practice magic or martial arts, her intelligence was unmatched by others. Oh? Tell me, how did she do it? She made a kind of wine, claiming it was for nourishing the body. It tasted so good that I drank too much, and I broke through. Huh, the old mage snorted. It's that simple? That's too easy. I remember you haven't advanced in over 20 years, and you're both a magic and martial artist. How is that possible? Duke Hubrecht raised his eyebrows but said nothing. Actually, he wasn't entirely sure how it happened, but he knew he advanced because he drank that bottle of wine. Tea is here. Sophie pushed the door open. Behind her, Laius and Master Menkatong's student, Nino, carried a tea tray. Nino was supposed to make the tea, but Sophie stopped him, since Laius was more experienced at it. Teacher, are you okay? Nino hurried over when he saw his teacher lying on the ground with a pale face. He looked angrily at the Duke.
I've fine.
Help me up, the old mage said with a shake of his head and a smile. Thanks to the Duke for healing my injuries. Really? Your injury is healed? Is that true? Nino was excited. Then why does your face look so bad? The old mage looked at Duke Hubrecht with an apologetic expression. Nino, you're good at everything, but you're too impatient. Haha. Sophie saw the middle-aged man being scolded by the old mage and shyly lowered his head, unable to hold back her laughter. Laius saw her lady smile and also burst into laughter. Now, Nino felt even more embarrassed by the two girls' laughter, especially since one of them was a beautiful woman with a striking figure.
He blushed.
The Duke, who was in a good mood, also smiled when he saw them joking around. The old mage had already lost his composure and was laughing freely. After laughing for a while, Nino helped Master Menkatong sit down, and Laius brought over the prepared tea for the two adults. At this moment, the old mage waved at Nino, saying, You go prepare dinner first. I have something to discuss with the Duke. Sophie also stood up, ready to leave the space open for them. But before she could take a step, she heard the old mage call out, Sophie, wait a moment. I have something for you. Huh? What is it? Sophie's eyes lit up. The old mage, after Nino and Laius left, took off a ring from his left hand and handed it to Sophie, saying, This is a gift for you. Is that okay? The Duke was surprised at first, then looked at it with some doubt. The old mage reached out to stop the Duke from speaking and smiled at Sophie, saying, This is a space ring. It's not very useful to keep here. Inside, I've collected some miscellaneous items over the years. If you find it useful, keep it. If not, just throw it away. Really? Sophie opened her mouth wide, stunned by Master Menkatong's words. A space ring. Although Sophie had known about space rings for a long time, she had heard they were rare and hard to find. As alchemy declined, there were fewer and fewer space rings remaining in the world. The ring in front of me has a simple design and doesn't look special at all. I never expected it to be a space ring worth a fortune. Sophie felt a bit overwhelmed by the generosity of the old mage. Master, thank you, but this item is too valuable. I can't accept it. Sophie looked at the ring longingly for a moment, then quickly refused Master Mingtong's kind offer. The old mage didn't mind. He smiled gently and put the ring into Sophie's small hand, saying, "Good girl, take it." Sophie looked up at her grandfather. Seeing him nod at her, she happily accepted this precious gift. She tried to wear the ring on her finger, but it was too big. Even her thumb couldn't fit it. Embarrassed, she looked at Master Mengtong and reached out to return the ring, saying, "It's too big. I can't wear it so." Master Mengtong chuckled. The little girl was so adorable. The more he looked at her, the more he liked her. "This ring needs a drop of blood to recognize its owner," the old mage patiently explained after laughing. "I already removed the blood contract between us. Just put a drop of your blood on it, and it will work." Sure enough, many magical items and stories seemed to need a blood oath. Sophie nodded, took out a small knife, took a deep breath, and made a tiny cut on her hand. Ouch! She thought her fear of pain from Earth had followed her here. She squeezed out a drop of blood and dropped it onto the ring. In an instant, Sophie felt like she was in another space. It was about 5 cubic meters big, filled with some books, a few magic cores, and some magic scrolls and potions similar to those sold in magic shops. It was so amazing. Coming back to her senses, Sophie put the ring on her left index finger. Sure enough, the ring gradually shrank to fit her finger perfectly. She kept thinking, "Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master." Master Mengkatong smiled and nodded at her, while the Duke picked up her small cut. A flash of blue light appeared, and the wound healed completely, leaving no scar. "Wow," Sophie asked happily. "Grandpa, are you also a water magic user?" "Humph." Duke Hablek snorted and didn't reply. "Sophie, who else is a water magic user?" Master Mengkatong blinked and asked, following her question. "My mom," Sophie answered confidently. "Yes." Master Mengkatong glanced at the awkward Duke and teasingly winked at Sophie. "That's right. Sophie's mom, Ivy, is a genius in water magic." Sophie nodded in agreement, then saw her grandpa return to a serious expression. She knew he didn't want to talk about it anymore, so she stopped. With her strong mental power, Sophie could easily use the space ring. After a few seconds, she took out all the magic cores inside. "Master, you can keep these magic cores. I'll take the rest," Sophie said happily, playing with the ring. She knew the magic cores were valuable, but since Black had many, they didn't attract her much. "Grandpa," Sophie said before Master Mengkatong could react, pointing outside the door. "I'm hungry. I'll go see if dinner is ready. You two can chat slowly." She believed her grandpa would explain the magic cores to the master. After dinner, Sophie handed the bag of ginseng pills she prepared to Master Mengkatong, hoping to help him recover quickly. She carefully reminded him to eat only 1 pill each day and explained the precautions, just like an old Chinese doctor. However, she didn't see the excitement flickering in her grandpa and the old mage's eyes. On the way back, Sophie suddenly remembered that she had been so happy she forgot an important matter. "Grandpa," Sophie hesitated. "Grandpa, I forgot something. Can we ask the master to keep it a secret?" "Why?" "I don't want others to know. If they find out, they'll come looking, and it would cause trouble for you," she said sweetly, trying to flatter him. "Humph." Duke Hablek saw through her little scheme at once. "Are you worried about trouble yourself?" Hee, she chuckled awkwardly. Yes, you understand me best." The Duke closed his eyes to rest and said, "It's already been taken care of. Don't worry." "Really?" Sophie eagerly grabbed her grandpa's hand. "Grandpa, you're so thoughtful. I was just distracted by something earlier." "Were you distracted by that ring?" Hee. Sophie was very happy with the space ring the master gave her. She reached out and showed it to the Duke. "Grandpa, isn't it amazing? Why can't modern alchemists make things like this anymore? This is a treasured item from Master Mengkatong. It was probably given to you as a thank you for healing him," Hablek said with emotion. Alchemy was already in decline 1500 years ago. The so-called alchemy masters today are far behind. No one can make space items anymore. Oh, Mom said she wanted to find an alchemy master to be my teacher, Sophie said, pouting in dissatisfaction after hearing her grandpa. She said I have strong natural mental power and would be perfect as an alchemist. Turns out, she was just trying to flatter me. Duke Hablek gently patted Sophie's head but didn't say anything. He didn't want to comfort her with kind words. It was better for her to face reality early. However, her initial decision did not waver at all. She was sure she would find a way to help this little thing. Grandpa, Sophie felt a little sleepy as the carriage gently rocked. She lay down, resting her head on her grandfather's lap. Blackie, out of habit, moved to her chest and curled up. She stroked Blackie's fur and then asked, "Do we have any books about space magic?" "I haven't seen any before." "Space magic?" "Yes." Sophie raised her left hand. "I'm very interested in space objects. I want to understand what space magic really is." I'll help you look for some." The Duke looked at his granddaughter like she was a cute kitten. He didn't want to crush her small wish and happily agreed to her request. "Okay." Sophie closed her eyes, worried that her excitement might show. She was so happy finally she had a chance to learn space magic. After breakfast, she dismissed Mr. Macy, who was busy playing chess, and arranged for Elias to learn fighting skills from the Duke's guard, Glenn. This was approved by the Duke. Sophie then started studying the space ring given to her by Master Menkatong. Inside the ring, there were 3 types of items: books, magic scrolls, and magic potions. She didn't pay much attention to the scrolls and potions now. She planned to ask someone later how to use them. Her main focus was on the 20 or 30 books. Master Menkatong's collection over the years was truly impressive. These books not only included those about his specialty, lightning magic, and related materials, but also more books about other magic types. There were also magic notes and alchemy notes from masters over 100 years ago. There are only 7 sacred magic users on the entire continent. No, now with my grandfather included, there are 8. Each of these books is extremely valuable. She had never seen so many top-quality books in her grandfather's large library. Sophie was very surprised to find 2 books on space magic, Introduction to Space Magic and Space Magic. The Space Magic book was written in ancient magical language. If Mr. Macy hadn't carefully taught her over the past 2 years, Sophie might not even recognize the titles. This book is quite old, as the ancient magical language has been lost, and even a piece of paper written in it is very precious. She thought that even Master Menkatong might not recognize what kind of book this is. But even if he did, this space magic book wouldn't be very useful to him as a lightning-type mage. She decided to keep these 2 books and put the rest back into her ring. She opened Introduction to Space Magic and started reading. The book is divided into 2 parts: Space Magic Meditation and Basic Uses of Space Magic. Sophie spent the whole morning reading it all at once. Now she understood why her attempts to meditate using other main element methods failed. The elements of space magic are very different from water, fire, wind, earth, and other magic elements, so the meditation techniques are also different. After lunch, Sophie locked herself in her room and told Elias to guard the door. No one was allowed to enter. She was about to conduct an important experiment and didn't want to be disturbed. Using the right method makes things much easier. Sophie's strong mental power played a big role. Without much effort, she sensed the magical space elements. Small silver balls appeared in her perception. These balls moved toward her one after another, like a stream. The feeling on her skin was very familiar, like the breathing sensation she experiences during her daily morning yoga and meditation. Interesting. She started to observe how the magic elements gathered. All these elements entered her body through her skin. That's why she felt her skin was breathing. They traveled along her body's meridians and slowly moved toward her head, stopping right at the middle of her forehead. Wow, this place is huge. Sophie felt like she had entered a vast space, endless and boundless. In the center, there was a purple crystal ball. She wanted to reach out and touch it, but couldn't. She realized she couldn't find her hands. Then she thought, maybe this is what is called a consciousness space. All those magic elements had come here. But how could there be a crystal ball in her consciousness space? Could it be that her mental power had become so strong that it formed a crystal? Actually, Sophie's guess was quite close to the truth. The crystal ball was indeed a crystallization of her mental strength. Before Song Xian's soul entered Sophie's body, it was detected that her mental strength had already reached the level of a great mage. Over the past few years, Sophie had been practicing yoga, which is known to be a mental discipline more than a physical one. As a result, her mental power had gradually grown stronger without her realizing it. The most important point is that the continuous intake of ginseng supplements greatly improved Sophie's physical constitution, providing a solid foundation and possibility for even greater mental strength. Eventually, her powerful mental energy formed a crystal, even without her knowing. Sophie did not know that in this world, only a divine-level mage would develop such a mental energy crystal. As her magic level increased to match her mental strength, she would surpass the divine level and become the only divine mage on the Sorso-Gaon continent. So, what is magic? Magic is guided by mental strength, which manipulates magical elements arranged in specific patterns to create spells, then releases them. The two main points of magic are guidance and arrangement. As long as one has enough mental strength, they can guide the magical elements and perform the desired spell. The book, Introduction to Space Magic, provides some simple space magic arrangements and spells, all below level 3. For a beginner like Sophie, this is enough. The most important thing at this stage is to accumulate magic power through meditation. Once she understood this, she felt very happy. She could finally play the role of a magician. There was one thing she hadn't expected. Her body had already accumulated a large amount of magic power through practicing yoga and meditation. Otherwise, she wouldn't have felt familiar during her recent meditation. But she didn't realize this yet. Because of the special nature of space magic elements, others cannot feel the magical fluctuations on her, not even Duke Hablek or Master Menkatong, who are powerful magic users. Otherwise, Sophie's little secret would have been exposed long ago. Looking out the window, it was already evening. Sophie opened the door and saw Elias standing calmly at the entrance, looking like a top-notch bodyguard. Smiling secretly, she decided to cook a delicious meal to reward herself and share her happiness with everyone. After all, getting rid of the big label of being a useless magic and martial artist was worth a big celebration, even if she didn't plan to let others know this fact. Sophie was still giving instructions while cooking. Braised ribs with fermented rice and preserved bean curd, stuffed peppers, curry honey chicken wings, steamed tofu with minced meat and chili, stir-fried green beans with preserved vegetables and minced meat, garlic-flavored pea shoots, double-layered milk pudding. Over a dozen Chinese dishes dazzled the eyes. Blackie, Duke Hablek, and Mr. Messy, 3 big food lovers, had their eyes shining with greed, waiting eagerly for the feast. "Sophie, bring out your good wine," the Duke said confidently. "With so many delicious dishes, how can we do without wine?" Haha, Mr. Messy squinted and stroked his goat beard, nodding. The Duke has good taste. Ordinary wine can't match such fine dishes. Their words made Sophie, who had planned to serve only regular fruit wine, feel a bit choked. But they were praising her cooking, so she couldn't really argue. Wearing such a big compliment, even if she was reluctant inside, she didn't dare say no. Just a small bottle. 3 food lovers each got a glass, leaving a little for herself. Sophie ignored their jealous looks and drank her share first. The next moment, a flush of red spread across her face. "Kids shouldn't drink wine. It's a waste," she muttered. Mr. Messy mumbled softly. Sophie immediately wanted to rush forward and grab the portion in front of him, but he quickly protected his drink and shouted, Okay. Can I pretend I didn't say anything?" "Absolutely not. Don't drink too fast. Do you all understand?" Sophie said sternly, with a slightly annoyed look on her red face, which made Mr. Messy laugh out loud. The Duke and Little Black were sensible and ignored their conversation. They held their drinks tightly and drank very quickly. Seeing this, Sophie chuckled happily, feeling very good. In less than a month, the wine in the jar was almost finished. Sophie originally refused to drink it this way. But Mr. Messi said that after drinking this wine, his long-term insomnia was cured. The Duke said that after drinking it, his fighting spirit increased and his mental strength grew. Even Little Black said that after drinking it, he became well-behaved. Faced with 3 eager eyes, Sophie had no choice but to reluctantly agree, but she only gave each person 1 cup per day. With Mr. Messi always available for advice, Sophie found it easy to read the book, Space Magic. She didn't know what kind of person the author was, but his explanations of space magic theory were simple and clear. Compared to Introduction to Space Magic, it was like heaven and earth. Sophie originally wanted to first use meditation to increase her magic power to a certain level. With strong magic power, she could then study this ancient book made from some unknown beast hide. But the temptation of a good book was too great, and she couldn't resist. Space magic is the most powerful type of magic among humans. It can oppose the prophecy magic of the Light God King and the dark magic of the Dark Lord. Not only is its attack power strong, but it also has absolute defensive advantages. Amazing! In the book Introduction to Space Magic, it didn't mention that space magic is so impressive. Space magic is special because its element is different from other magic elements. It is an attribute-free magic element. As the name suggests, space magic allows one to control space. Only those with space magic power can use it, and the prerequisite is strong mental strength and magic power. Personal space is the basic magic in space magic. The caster uses their mental strength to create a space that belongs only to them. The size of this space depends on the strength of their mental power and does not consume any magic energy. The stronger the mental strength, the larger the space. Sophie was excited when she read this. The book, Introduction to Space Magic, didn't mention personal space as a magic. She was a bit disappointed at first, thinking that in this world, there was no such thing as personal space, only space-based objects. She continued reading. Any items placed inside personal space will not change over time, but living creatures cannot be stored inside, or they will be punished by the space laws. Skipping a large part of the explanation, Sophie turned directly to the spell for personal space. She glanced at it, memorized it, and began to recite, "In the name of Sophie, by the power of the Creator, open my personal space." Suddenly, Sophie felt a huge space appear before her. It was gray and endless. She was surprised. This was her personal space? She casually picked up a book and threw it inside, then used her mind to close the space. Sure enough, the book disappeared. Sophie recited the spell again, opened the space, and retrieved the book, which was unharmed. But if she has to recite spells every time, it becomes inconvenient to handle things. She tried using her mind. With a whoosh, she smoothly opened the space.
Great.
It turns out that spells are only needed the first time to open the personal space. Sophie placed the book into her space, took it out, put it back, and took it out again, having fun. Her space still looks quite large. Sophie put all her treasures and unused items into her personal space, keeping some frequently used things in her ring. By the way, this ring can also serve as a cover for her personal space. Master Munkong truly helped her a lot. He not only gave her a valuable space ring, but also the long-awaited space magic book. Sophie was very grateful to him. The book, Space Magic, also explained in detail the arrangement and spells for space magic from level 1 to forbidden spells. It was very different from the Introduction to Space Magic she had seen before. Many of the spells were in ancient magic language. Sophie treasured this book. Coincidentally, Duke Havlik also sent her a large collection of books and notes about space magic and alchemy, which she had never seen in the library. She spent a lot of time studying these fascinating magic books. Time passed quickly. Winter arrived. Jacampa City is in the south, so even in winter, there is no heavy wind or snow. It's just a bit cooler than usual. Sophie really likes the winter here. Her water bloom garden is full of flowers. No matter how long she stays outside, she doesn't get sticky or sweaty. Moreover, every winter, Jacampa City holds the 100 Fragrance Festival, the Passion Festival is a unique traditional celebration in Jacampa City with a history of several thousand years. Every year, the coldest day in Jacampas marks the start of this grand festival, lasting for a week. It is somewhat like celebrating the new year, with every household decorated with lights. However, here, there are no traditional lanterns, only magical lamps. During this time, the streets are filled with all kinds of flowers. Even the street snacks are shaped like flowers. Children happily run, jump, and enjoy the festival's new clothes, delicious food, and joy. During the Passion Festival, the king, ministers, and officials do not need to attend court. Everyone has a holiday to join the celebration. Additionally, the festival is also an international trade fair, where envoys and merchant groups from different countries arrive in Jacampa City to participate in trade talks, auctions, and carnivals. The 2 weeks before the festival are the busiest. Nora has returned from the Magic Academy for the holiday, and the whole castle is busy. A week is spent just on cleaning and decorating. Then, they prepare various foods for the festival. Sophie also makes small pastries in different flower shapes and cakes decorated with colorful cream flowers. The dishes are also carved and decorated, all related to flowers. Harmonia sent a message early, inviting Sophie to visit her family for a couple of days before the festival. Sophie greeted her grandfather and took Harmonia's favorite candies and snacks to go. "Miss, look. The flowers are already displayed on the streets," Nora, now a beginner fire mage, said. She is still as curious and impatient as ever. Sophie looked out the car window at the busy street filled with flowers and happy people. She felt a bit nostalgic for the lively scenes when buying New Year goods on Earth. Nearby, Laya saw her face show sadness and thought she missed her family in Tianjiayun City. She quickly comforted her, saying, "Miss, are you homesick? Didn't Madam just write that everyone is doing well? Don't be sad." Sophie chuckled at herself. Homesick? Yes, she did miss home, but she was thinking of her distant home on Earth. Here, she rarely thought about her family in Tianjiayun City. A week ago, on her birthday, she received a gift from her mother, a beautiful set of jewelry. But for Sophie, being able to live together every day was the greatest happiness. Luckily, Sophie was no longer the awkward girl she used to be. Growing up in such an environment without support might have caused her psychological problems. "By the way, Nora, tell us something fun about school." Sophie changed the subject. As soon as she mentioned school, Nora, the gossip girl, started talking nonstop. She talked about competitions, handsome boys, the list of beautiful girls, princesses. She kept going until the carriage reached the gates of Xiangmir's house. First, they paid their respects to Xiangmir's parents. Her mother was also an elegant and beautiful woman. She liked Sophie very much, especially because she knew Sophie's mother was not with her. Every time Sophie visited, she treated her like her own child and prepared many pretty dresses for her before she left. They brought gifts prepared especially for them. Lord Ragwo received delicious dried cured meat, and Lady Ragwo received Sophie's carefully made natural beauty and skin moisturizer. Actually, every time Sophie visits Honey's house, she usually brings the same 2 gifts. This is because in Honey's invitation, there is a message from the Raglo family emphasizing that these 2 items must be brought as gifts. Are these gifts really necessary? Even if Sophie wanted to give something else, she couldn't. Honey finds this both funny and a bit frustrating. After the adults are satisfied and leave, Honey happily pulls Sophie by the hand, and they head upstairs to her room. As soon as they enter and sit down, Honey eagerly asks, "Sophie, where are my gifts?" "Hee, I knew you'd be anxious," Sophie laughs, pinching Honey's nose. "The gifts are with Nora, and you will definitely get yours." Nora and Lias are not new visitors here. They know that Honey wants to play with Sophie, so they want to chat with Honey's maid earlier. When Honey hears there's something delicious, she gets very excited and quickly calls someone to fetch Nora. Soon, Nora comes in carrying a big bag of treats, and Honey's eyes light up with happiness. "Sophie, do you know?" Honey says while eating honeyed pastries, speaking unclearly. "After the Bai Xiang festival, I will go to school." "Has the Duke told you to go to school too? Or maybe you can go with me." "Really? Which school will you attend?" Sophie is a bit surprised, but she remembers that when she first arrived, her older brother and sister also went to school. They were probably just over 9 years old then. Not decided yet, honey pouts. I was going to go to the Tretch school that my brothers attended, but they insist I go to the Gelfry school. Oh, what's the difference? That Guilford school is a girls' school. All girls attend, and even the teachers are mostly women, Honey Mir said with a wrinkled nose. I don't want to go there. What do they teach at that school? Sophie asked. I'm not sure. Maybe just reading and writing? Honey Mir replied. Oh, I thought they would teach magic and martial arts, Sophie said, not knowing much about the education system on the continent. She assumed all schools taught magic and combat skills. Sophie, don't you know? Our family has a secret martial art, so we don't need to go to school to learn it, Honey Mir said proudly, showing off. I've already trained our family's purple flame fighting energy to the 2nd level. When I reach the 3rd level, I'll be a beginner swordsman. Really? That's great, Honey Mir. You're amazing. Sophie valued her only good friend so far and was genuinely happy for her. Don't worry, I'll protect you. No one will bully you, Honey Mir said confidently, patting Sophie on the shoulder, almost knocking down Little Black. Little Black didn't mind, and just rolled his eyes. Honey Mir's attitude was funny, but Sophie was touched. She nodded seriously. From now on, I rely on you. Okay. The friendship between the two girls grew even stronger, and they both felt an indescribable happiness. Sophie took a small bag from her space ring, containing specially prepared ginseng pills for Honey Mir, flavored like her favorite fruit.
Hoot. Honey Mir was surprised.
How did you make this bag? Oh, look, Sophie said, not planning to hide the space ring from Xiangmir. She pointed to the ring on her finger and explained, this is a space ring given to me by someone else. The small bag was taken from inside it. Space ring? Wow. Do such things really exist? Xiangmir asked curiously. Sophie nodded, took the small bag out, then put it back, and took it out again, demonstrating a few times. Keep this a secret, Xiangmir. Only you know this. Yes, I am the best at keeping secrets. Xiangmir nodded seriously. Inside are 30 pills that can increase your strength. You can only take one each day, and absolutely no more, understand? Sophie handed the bag to Xiangmir. Xiangmir opened the bag and took out a pill. Aren't these candies you made? These are not candies. They are made from medicinal herbs. Remember, never take more than one. Sophie explained that these pills, made from the remaining 1,000-year ginseng left by Master Menkatong, were very special. She and Lias had both taken them, and the effects were excellent. Sophie's bag now weighed about 40 kilograms, and Lias had also made rapid progress in learning martial arts from Glenn, earning lots of praise. Seeing Sophie's serious expression, Xiangmir nodded to show she understood. Also, what's inside this bag must be kept secret, okay? Why is that? Xiangmir asked, scratching her head in confusion. Because it's something that can boost your strength, and everyone wants it. What if others come asking for these pills? I only have this much. If they all get taken away. Sophie felt like she was scolding a child. Yes, no one can tell anyone. Xiangmir nodded. Then, can't Mom and Dad say anything either? Sophie looked annoyed. Of course. Absolutely. I can't say more. In the afternoon, Lady Lagrova took Sophie and Chamel shopping. Since arriving at Campus, Sophie rarely went shopping herself. She usually just made a list for Manager Craig. There was no point in going out with maids, nannies, and guards. They wouldn't give good advice. Taking her grandfather along was something she never considered. As a homebody in her past life, Sophie often ordered things online. Even when she had to go out, she went straight to her Target. But now, she was happy to walk around with her mother and sister, enjoying the fun of shopping. Because of the 100 Fragrance Festival, the streets were crowded. Most people carried big bags of festival gifts. Vendors shouted their wares, and the air was filled with the scent of flowers. Lady Lagrova held Sophie and Shamil's hands on each side, walking past shops. Behind them, a group of guards followed, but Sophie secretly thought they were probably just carrying things. Sophie, I think your homemade lotion works better than these store-bought ones, Lady Lagrova said as they left the cosmetic shop. How did you make it? Andy, it's nothing, Sophie blushed. I just made it myself. It's not as fancy as what they sell in stores. Haha, after I used your lotion, people said I looked younger, Lady Legriva said, touching her smooth face under her veil. That's because you already look young, Auntie. No matter how you look, you don't seem like a mother, Sophie said sweetly, smiling and tilting her head. Sophie, my mom is really my biological mother, you know, Honeymere said unhappily. Haha, of course, Sophie said, trying not to laugh. I know she's your mom. I mean, Annie looks so young. She seems like your older sister. Oh, right. Honeymere thought for a moment, then nodded seriously. Last time I went shopping with my mom, someone said we looked like sisters. Mrs. Raguro, listening to the innocent compliments from the two little girls, felt very happy. She hugged the two kids and kissed them again. Tell me, what do you want? I'll buy it for you. Yay! Honeymere cheered happily, her big dark eyes full of joy. She stretched out her little hand, counting on her fingers, and said, Max's red bean cake, little lady's hairpin, and the fire lion skin boots. Seeing the increasing frown on Mrs. Raguro's face, Sophie couldn't help but giggle. After shopping all afternoon, the three girls looked full of energy and not tired at all. When they reached the door, they were still excited and shouting happily. Madam, the second young master has returned. The housekeeper at Honeymere's home was waiting at the door. As soon as they arrived, he reported, he also brought two friends with him. Second brother is back. Honeymere was so happy, she pulled Sophie by the hand and ran inside. This time, second brother must have brought me a gift. Let's go see. Holding Honeymere's tight grip, Sophie had no choice but to follow her. Before they reached the living room, they heard loud laughter coming from inside, and Honeymere quickened her pace, pulling Sophie along as they rushed in. In the living room, besides Lord Raguro, there were three other people. They were all about 15 or 16 years old, wearing gray mage robes. They seemed to be Gilded Raguro, the second older brother of Xianmere and his classmates. Xianmere! One of them stood up and called out to her. Sophie quickly broke free from his hold, and Xianmere jumped into his arms, exclaiming, Second brother, why did you come back? Gilded Raguro doesn't look like the blonde, blue-eyed Lord Berg Raguro, but he resembles Lady Raguro in some ways. He has reddish-brown hair and dark brown eyes, with softer facial features, a pretty forehead, a straight nose, and a gentle smile on his face, making him look surprisingly handsome. This is my sister, Xianmere, Gilded said, patting his sister and introducing her to his friends. Xianmere, these are my friends Blake and Munkholm. His two friends also stood up politely. The first, Blake, is a short, slightly chubby boy with fair skin and narrow eyes. His short, dark gray hair is soft and combed back, giving him an innocent look. The other, Munkholm, is very tall, almost as tall as Lord Raguro, but he doesn't have the same strong presence. His large mage robe makes him look thin, with slightly tan skin, a round face, bright eyes, and long green hair tied in a ponytail. He looks friendly and approachable. Hello, Miss Swarovski. I am Gerard Lagru, the second brother of Xianmere. He bowed politely. Although Sophie is just over 8 years old, she is already about 1.3 meters tall, almost half a head taller than Xianmere. However, in front of Gerard, who is nearly 1.8 meters tall, her small height is no advantage at all. She politely bowed and said, Hello, Gerard brother, then smiled at his two friends and said, Hello, you can just call me Sophie. Xianmere and Lord Lagru were used to Sophie's smile, but these three little boys clearly couldn't handle it. They were all stunned by the bright smile on this seemingly ordinary little girl's face. Although Sophie rarely shows her smile in front of strangers, since Xianmere's brother is not exactly a stranger, she naturally didn't exclude him. But the three foolish boys, staring blankly, immediately made Sophie realize her oversight. She cleared her throat and changed the subject, saying, Did Gerard brother come back for the 100 Fragrance Festival? The three boys finally snapped out of it, their ears turning red with embarrassment. Huh. It seems someone has been enchanted by Sophie's smile again. Xianmere chuckled nearby. Xianmere's words made the three even more embarrassed, especially Gerard. He looked at his sister with some regret, surprised that even the three of them couldn't resist this little girl's gentle smile. He exchanged glances with his two friends, then turned politely to Sophie and said, "Sorry, we lost our manners, haha." After a pause, he added, "We came here on a mercenary mission to Campus and also to visit home." "It's okay." Sophie nodded at them naturally and found a small sofa in the corner of the living room to sit down. She looked up and unexpectedly met Lord Riguroa's teasing gaze as he sipped his tea. She couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. "Is it fun to make fun of people?" "Second brother, are you already a mercenary?" Xiangmir excitedly grabbed his hand and stared at him without blinking. "What kind of mission did you take? Is it interesting?" "Hee," Gerard said, tapping her head with his finger. "You know I like to play, but mercenary missions are very serious. Whether they're fun or not isn't the point." He raised his chin seriously as he spoke. Both friends burst out laughing at his serious look, and Lord Riguroa, the leader of the warrior guild, also smiled gently. Xiangmir rubbed her head and said angrily, "Second brother just likes to bully people. You haven't told me what your mission is yet." "Oh, with a D-grade mercenary team like ours, we can only take simple jobs like delivering goods," Gerard said, looking a bit dissatisfied with his current task. "This time, we are helping Master Monk Tong deliver something to the Mage Guild." Sophie, hearing the name Monk Tong, Sophie was surprised. She didn't know that the Master was part of the Mage Guild. "What's wrong?" Xiangmir asked curiously when she saw Sophie looking surprised. "Sophie knows Master Monk Tong, right?" Lord Riguroa said confidently. "Yes," Sophie nodded. "My grandfather took me to his house once." "So, your mercenary team is just the three of you?" Xiangmir asked, exaggerating by holding up 3 small fingers. "Haha, no way," said the chubby Blake, smiling as he explained. "This time, all of the Blue Horn's mercenary team is out in full force. If only the 3 of us are traveling, it won't be so quick to come from the Floja Empire. It might take more time and safer routes." "Wow, what about the others? Where are they?" "Oh, they're already staying at the inn. Since Giroux and I are classmates and good friends, they definitely want to see our legendary beautiful Princess Xiangmi." Blake smiled like a wolf grandmother seeing Little Red Riding Hood, and Sophie couldn't help but shiver with goosebumps. Xiangmi was immediately dazzled by Blake's sweet words and happily called her maid to bring out her favorite snacks to treat them. Of course, she didn't want to share the snacks Sophie brought. "Second brother, your task is already done, right?" Xiangmi asked eagerly while biting a fruit and speaking unclearly. "The 100 Fragrance Festival is coming soon. Can we leave after the festival? We just returned this afternoon after handing things over to Master Menkatong. We haven't reported our mission to the Mercenary Guild yet, but our mercenary group will probably rest for a while and won't take new missions so quickly." "That's great. The 100 Fragrance Festival will be lively this time. Big brother will come back too." Xiaomi turned to Blake and Meng Kerm. "You too, have you ever participated in the 100 Fragrance Festival here?" Seeing both shake their heads, she was even happier. "Then you're in luck. Our 100 Fragrance Festival is very lively. The streets are full of flowers, and there are many fun activities to enjoy. I'm sure you'll love it." Sophie understands Gillard's happiness very well. Since her 2 brothers went to school separately, their family rarely gets together. In this world, there are no fast transportation tools like planes or trains. Traveling from Sanyana City to her grandfather's place takes about a month and a half. Sophie knows this very well. It is said that 1,000 years ago, on the Sorsogon continent, there were teleportation arrays that could transfer people between towns. Unfortunately, she has never seen them herself. Although she is not with her parents and older siblings, thinking of her grandfather makes Sophie feel warm inside. She carefully hides her small sadness and watches her good friend's happy family scene. A strong warmth and bright smile gradually appear in her eyes, making her little face shine with a lovely glow. This also makes Gerald, who accidentally sees her, involuntarily blush. However, no one else around notices this. Sophie stayed at Humming's house for 2 days and had a very happy time. She really liked the lively and relaxed atmosphere there. Naturally, Sophie learned that Gerald is a genius in fire magic. He inherited Lady Raguva's magical talent and was accepted into Montreux Academy, one of the 3 famous schools in the Flosia Empire. According to his friends Blake and Munkholm, he performs very well at school and is one of the top 10 experts. Their Blue Horn mercenary group, like the passionate Fire Raccoon mercenary group Sophie and her friends once met, is a student mercenary team. They often use school holidays to complete mercenary missions to improve their ranks quickly. The level of a mercenary also greatly affects their graduation results. In just 2 days, Honey and Sophie had already become friendly with the visiting mercenaries. Even when Sophie said goodbye and was about to leave, everyone still happily agreed to attend the 100 Fragrances Festival together.
No promises.
Off I go. There is a beautiful legend about the origin of the 100 Fragrances Festival. Long ago, in the city of Jacampus, there was a girl named 100 Fragrance. She was very beautiful and kind, known as Princess 100 Fragrance. One day, the Demon King came to the city. When he heard about her, he declared he would marry her or destroy the city. To save her people, Princess 100 Fragrance bravely chose to sacrifice herself and left with the Demon King. Later, people commemorated Princess 100 Fragrance. Every year, on the coldest day, every household in Jacampus would set out fragrant flowers, light lanterns, and hold a grand 100 Fragrances festival. No matter how many wars or dynasties changed, this tradition was always kept alive. Grandpa, how can the Demon King come here? Don't all demons live on the Kemisara continent? Sophie asked as she rested on the big sofa in the study, nibbling on delicious fruit. Can't he really cross the super scary Forbidden Sea? During the festival days, the Duke was busy as usual. After dinner, everything was the same as always. But Sophie wasn't in the mood to read. She casually chatted with her grandpa. Sophie, you should know that both the divine and demon races are very powerful beings, Duke Hablek said as he looked up from his pile of documents. For us humans, those are terrifying forbidden lands, and they, including the dragon race, perhaps don't see them as important. But don't worry, with the rules set by the Creator God, they probably won't interfere with what happens on the Sorsagon continent. Wasn't Princess Bashyang taken away by the Demon King? Sophie was unhappy with her grandfather's explanation. It's just a legend. The Duke dismissed those stories. Who can really say what happened thousands of years ago? Grandpa, it's vacation now. Why are you still so busy? Sophie pouted. Meanwhile, the little black creature nibbling on honey fruit beside her also showed its teeth at Duke Hablek. The Duke glared at the little black creature, but said nothing. By the way, Grandpa, which faction do you belong to? Sophie suddenly became interested. Huh. Duke Hablek raised an eyebrow. Well, I heard from Honey Blossom. Sophie tugged at her hanging hair near her cheeks, the Prime Minister and the General, then she pointed with her 2 fingers. Kids shouldn't get involved in such complicated matters. Duke Hablek frowned. I'm just curious to know, Sophie argued. You don't know, right? Now, even kids are divided into factions, so I don't want to be used someday without knowing. Her words made the Duke's eyes sparkle with thought. He pondered for a moment, then stood up and took some papers from his big desk, handing them to Sophie. This is what you want to know. But how they choose their factions has nothing to do with our family. Because our Hablek family is hereditary nobility, we only pledge loyalty to the king of the Cade Empire and never participate in faction fights. Really? Sophie looked at the complex family relationship chart in front of her, which even clearly listed who is an undercover agent of which faction. She asked in surprise, Grandpa, your information is so detailed, even spies? If someone finds out, that could be bad. Humph. Duke Hablek snorted softly. It's not so easy for anyone to get things from me. Grandpa, how do you gather your information? Sophie became curious. She remembered stories from martial arts novels about organizations that sell secrets, and asked, Is it through restaurants and taverns? Huh? Duke Hablek looked at her sharply, surprised. He understood that restaurants and taverns could be sources of information, though they weren't his main sources. He found it strange that Sophie would ask such a question. Sophie stuck out her tongue. I was just guessing. Aren't those places noisy and crowded? I have an organization called Eagle under my command. Every member is an excellent thief and each is skilled at gathering intelligence. Oh, I see. Sophie understood now. Thieves are good at hiding, setting traps, and spying. She nodded. But isn't that very hard? Gathering information must be complicated. Why do you say that? Well, if you want certain information, you have to decide how many agents to send, what level they should be, whether they can complete the task, whether they'll get hurt, be captured, or reveal their identity. Sophie shook her head, making a dismissive sound, looking unimpressed. To achieve your goal, you can't be afraid of risks and obstacles. Duke Hablek said dismissively. But if there's an easy way, why not use it? Sophie was confused. Isn't that what the books always say? An easy way. The Duke's eyes sharpened. What is it? Sophie was also inexperienced. She tugged her hair and said, It's what I just mentioned. Just put people in restaurants, taverns, or brothels to watch and listen. You can gather a lot of gossip, and if needed, send someone to check it out. Hablek, the Duke, looked down in thought after hearing her words. Sophie quickly said, Grandpa, I was just talking nonsense. Just forget it. Huh? Nonsense. The Duke looked up, his stern expression becoming even colder. I see you have some ideas. We have people in places like mercenary bars, but their usefulness doesn't seem as great as you say. Also, what is a brothel? Sophie felt a bit embarrassed. How could she explain a brothel to her grandfather? She quickly thought and awkwardly said, It's, just a place for entertainment. Entertainment place? That's a new term. The Duke found her wording strange. Tell me, what kind of entertainment is there? Singing and dancing shows, bard storytelling, gambling. Basically, places where people go when they have free time, Sophie explained as simply as she could so her grandfather would understand. Duke Hablek tapped her on the forehead with his finger, a faint smile in his eyes. You little thing, you read too many messy books and are always daydreaming. I'm not, Sophie pouted, feeling a bit upset. Well, the thing is, the best information usually comes from these places. If you open some entertainment centers, set up secret private rooms, and send someone to listen in, all the people with secrets will end up spilling them. Besides, she smugly added, aren't secrets meant to be shared? Just need to provide a place that looks private enough. Do you think that alone can help you gather useful information? The Duke, though intrigued by her wild ideas, was still skeptical about Sophie's suggestion. Don't forget about magic. If you use a soundproof barrier, you won't hear anything at all. Sophie realized that, in this magical world, listening in was not so easy. She frowned, thinking about how to find out what people were talking about. On Earth, she could just use a recording device, but here… Sophie's eyes lit up. Grandpa, isn't there some kind of alchemical device that can record sound? If we make a small one and hide it under the table, it could record everything they say. Are you talking about a recording crystal? Duke Hablek looked surprised. Do you know how much that costs? He shook his head. Not only is it expensive, but it can't be used again. No way. Really? Sophie's face scrunched up in disbelief. That can't be true. After thinking for a moment, she looked up again. Grandpa, don't you think I have a point? The spies in those mercenary bars can get some information, but I guess they only gather general news. Important things are probably not discussed there. I believe that only in the places I mentioned, such as the restaurant, the dining hall, and the secret rooms and entertainment venues, as well as the most relaxed places for people, can we gather unexpected information. Sophie looked at her still expressionless grandfather and said, Besides, I think most people wouldn't think to use soundproof magic at that time. Grandpa, how many people actually know how to use soundproof magic? Unquestionably, Sophie's words touched the Duke's heart. Indeed, they had never considered this angle before. Maybe it's worth trying. The Duke nodded and said, Your idea is worth a try. But since you brought it up, I want you to come up with a complete plan. Sure, Sophie had written many plans before, so she wasn't worried. She happily nodded and said, I'll prepare a proposal for you. After a moment of silence, Sophie remembered something else. Grandpa, Honey is going to school. I heard it's either trick school or guile-free school. Duke Hablek went back to reading his documents. Sophie couldn't help but be curious. What do you think they teach at those schools? The Duke looked up and gave Sophie a quick glance. His long fingers tapped twice on his chin and said, "Probably just reading, writing, math, and history of the continent." Oh, Sophie sighed in disappointment, tugging her hair. "I thought there would be some fun classes." "Why? Do you want to go too?" "No way. I've already learned most of that stuff." "It's boring," she muttered. "All right, it's late. Time to go to bed." "Oh." Sophie climbed onto her grandfather and gave him a quick kiss on the face. "Good night, Grandpa. Good night." Watching her little granddaughter jump around with her strange pet, Duke Habrick helplessly shook his head. He was gradually used to her close actions. He really couldn't understand his stern and serious reputation was well known, yet she was not afraid at all. In fact, she seemed never to have been afraid. Sophie was very excited. After her bath, she lay on the bed and started imagining plans for an entertainment city. She thought about the setups of large nightclubs from her past life, entertainment halls, saunas, massages, casinos, private rooms of different levels and prices, some exclusive services. Wow, that was scary just to think about. Sophie shivered with goosebumps. Such places, women definitely wouldn't want to go. Maybe she should set up a beauty and fitness center just for women? She was starting to daydream a little. In her past life, she often did the same when taking on projects. Her mind was now working at full speed. She got up, grabbed paper and a pen, and started sketching nonstop. She kept going until she finalized the overall idea. Once a homebody's enthusiasm for work is ignited, it's unstoppable. Sophie not only spent 2 days writing a thick project plan, but also made clear and simple diagrams. When she handed everything to her grandfather, she let out a long breath. Then she slept well for 2 days, such a satisfying feeling. It had been a long time since she had experienced days like this. Actually, she was more interested in the crystal recorder mentioned during her conversation with her grandfather that day. She had read many alchemy books over the years and had a basic understanding of alchemy. However, she had never personally made alchemical items, even though she was eager to do so. Since recording crystals are so hard to find, she wanted to try something. She wondered if combining her basic knowledge of physics and chemistry from Earth with magic alchemy here could create a more interesting recording device. Sophie borrowed a so-called valuable recording crystal from her grandfather. Wow! She was surprised. It was as big as her fist and quite heavy. She had already seen how to use it in a book. The crystal's top and bottom each had a trigger button. To record, press the bottom button. When finished, press it again to stop. That's pretty simple. Also, this type of recording crystal can play back recordings. Just press the top button, and the sound comes out of a row of small holes on the side. However, this crystal has obvious flaws. It is large and heavy, and the recording time and number of plays are limited. Generally, the longer the recording and the more times it can be played, the more expensive the crystal. To Sophie, this device was like a dumb camera, not very professional. Although it's a combined recorder and player, it's disposable after one use. It's not attractive, portable, eco-friendly, or economical. In her past life, Sophie used lightweight recording pens and MP3 players with recording functions. Compared to those, magic mainland devices still lag behind. Sophie carefully studied how the recording crystal works and how to make it. She found that, apart from the connection parts, it mainly involves magic circles inside. Its energy source is also a magic circle that concentrates energy. These magic formations are not very complicated. They're usually recorded in alchemy books. Crystals are not valuable in this world. People use them as glass. The biggest challenge is how to precisely embed these magic arrays into the crystals. After thinking carefully, based on the previous concept of recording and the urgent need for a recording method, Sophie decided that using separate recording and playback devices was better. By separating the playback part from the recording part, the size of the crystal can be greatly reduced. Ideally, it should be as small as a button, light and easy to hide. So, she plans to make a small crystal with only a recording function and a separate device with playback capabilities. This way, one device can serve many users. However, embedding both the recording magic array and the energy concentrating array into such a tiny crystal is very difficult. Sophie has strong mental power but is not familiar with these magic arrays. She also believes that the recording crystal must be reusable. What should she do? Could she perhaps extract the data from the crystal, similar to how a recording pen works, and store it in a large-capacity playback device? This idea excites Sophie. It's basically energy transfer. Sound is energy too. First, record the sound with the recording array, then transfer it to a playback array. As long as the storage space of the playback device is large enough, it will work. The recording array that has been emptied can be reused. Energy transfer is easy. Sophie recently learned a second-level space magic called space transfer, which can move anything to a designated place. The stronger the magic, the larger the object, and the farther the distance. Sophie is confident in her understanding of space transfer magic. She had just seen the ancient magic circle for space magic and the space transfer array. She thought that studying it carefully might allow her to convert sound energy. Next, there was the energy gathering magic circle. This small magic circle was really impressive, almost like a generator that could keep providing power. But its structure was quite complicated. Most of the large part inside her recording crystal was occupied by this energy-gathering array. Even so, the crystal could only be used a limited number of times. Plus, if she added a space transfer array, the crystal would probably need to be bigger. After thinking it over, she decided it was better not to use this energy-gathering array. But without it or a battery, how could she solve the energy problem? Sophie was worried and tugged at her hair. Then she remembered. She could use magic cores. She still had many magic cores from Mountain Fire Rabbits. Although they were low-level, they still contained energy. She could directly transfer the energy into the magic circle, so she wouldn't need the energy-gathering array. Yes, that was a good idea, Sophie nodded to herself. But then she recalled that the book said the energy inside magic cores was unstable and couldn't be directly embedded into a magic circle, or it might cause an explosion. No, that wouldn't do. She had to go back and think again. Since the energy-gathering magic circle couldn't be skipped, could she improve it? Maybe she could make it smaller and simplify the design. Sophie was already very skilled at using her mental power. Before learning space magic, she had a strong mind but nowhere to use it, which made her feel frustrated. The deeper her understanding of magic, the more she realized how important mental power was in using magic. As a mage, controlling magic depended on her ability to control her mental strength. So, a wizard's meditation is not just for increasing their magic power, but more importantly, for training their mental strength. Sophie used her mental energy to connect with the recording crystal in her hand. Suddenly, a very clear energy-collecting magic circle appeared before her eyes. It was made up of many intersecting nodes forming a strange pattern. Its structure looked no different from the energy-collecting circles drawn in alchemy books. Sophie withdrew her mental energy and wondered how she could improve it. She checked many books, but they all described the same type of energy-collecting circle. The precious book she treasured, Space Magic, only mentioned space-related magic circles and did not include energy-collecting ones. Was she stuck here? Sophie felt very frustrated. But with her limited knowledge of magic circles, trying to modify a widely used magic circle was probably beyond her ability. After 2 days of tinkering and feeling upset, Sophie was rummaging through her personal space when she suddenly found a notebook of alchemy notes she had bought years ago in Hating City. She was overjoyed. She had kept this notebook among her treasures because the language was difficult to understand, written hundreds of years ago. Later, she forgot about it. Now, its appearance was like a gift in her time of need. Ignoring everything else, Sophie quickly flipped through the pages and finally found the section about energy-collecting circles. Wow, what a great work! There are 3 types of energy-collecting circles, and the notes beside them are very detailed. Even someone like Sophie, who doesn't study magic circles much, could understand easily. Sure enough, one of the 3 types of energy-collecting circles was very special. It was not a flat shape like the one Sophie had seen before, but a 3-dimensional structure that covered all directions. Although it required a large area, it was said to lose very little energy and had the best effect. The notes specifically mentioned that if an alchemist's mental strength is strong enough, they can compress this three-dimensional energy concentration array into a smaller size. This way, energy loss would be almost negligible. Sophie was overjoyed. This was exactly what she needed. Others might not be able to do it, but when it comes to mental strength, she had plenty. After spending nearly half a month, Sophie asked her grandfather to help her gather many small crystals about the size of buttons, along with many alchemical materials. Duke Hablek had recently been captivated by her plan and was very supportive, only warning her at the start to be very careful and not to act recklessly before quickly disappearing. She memorized all the important formations and precautions, ready to begin her amazing alchemical journey. Picking up a small crystal, she planned to start inserting the energy concentrating array, recording array, and space transfer array in that order. Sophie focused all her mental energy into the crystal to build the three-dimensional energy magic array. Just as she was about to start, the crystal suddenly cracked with a loud snap. Frustrated, she picked up another crystal, but as soon as her mental energy entered, it cracked again. She was annoyed. Things weren't going well. Was she using too much force? Building magic arrays inside objects is very difficult, especially for those below intermediate level. Most beginner alchemists wouldn't even dare try. Sophie, still a novice, was attempting the most difficult magic array. If she succeeded, it would be incredible. Fortunately, the crystals weren't very valuable here. Sophie kept experimenting over and over, constantly learning from her mistakes. With her strong mental power backing her, she finally managed to compress the entire three-dimensional energy array successfully. To her surprise, it only took up a tiny space inside the small crystal. Just as she was about to continue and inscribe the recording array, the small crystal suddenly flashed brightly. Sophie was surprised and quickly retracted her mental focus. Wow, what's wrong with this small crystal? Why is it shining so brightly? After adding the energy concentrating array, it changed and looks even more beautiful than a diamond. Unsure, Sophie shook her head and picked up her alchemy notebook to check. A mammoth Ranconi didn't explain what different changes would happen after using this three-dimensional energy concentrating array. He only mentioned that, although he discovered and proved the cleverness of this formation, he hadn't done any compression experiments because his mental strength wasn't strong enough. Sophie started to guess. Could this crystal have been changed in its material structure because it was placed inside a high-level energy concentrating array? If so, can it still be called a crystal? She kept looking at the shiny crystal, feeling proud because she had spent over a month working on it, and it gave her a sense of achievement. At dinner, Sophie proudly showed her grandfather the small crystal. "Grandpa, look." Duke Hablek took it and looked at it. "What is this?" "I don't really know," Sophie said, frustrated, tugging at her hair. "Grandpa, haven't you seen something like this before? From its shape, it looks a bit like the small crystal I had someone make for you last time, but..." Duke Hablek frowned, sensing strong energy fluctuations inside. He couldn't quite tell what kind of energy it was. "Exactly," Sophie said proudly. "I put an energy concentrating array inside, and it turned out like this." Energy concentrating array? The Duke shook his head, finding it hard to believe.
Impossible.
"Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? How could a tiny thing hold such an array? Do you think you're a master alchemist?" Sophie pouted, feeling upset. "It's really a energy gathering array. If you don't believe me, try inputting some mental energy and see for yourself. Let's eat first." The Duke put the crystal aside, picked up his knife and fork, and declared that eating was the most important thing. Sophie's delicious recipe had already made everyone very hungry. When it was mealtime, no one wanted to do anything else. Sophie couldn't do anything about it, so she pouted and stayed silent. At that moment, Mr. Macy, smiling warmly, reached out his hand. "Let me see it." "Okay." Sophie was suddenly happy. She ran over, picked up the small crystal, and handed it to Mr. Macy, excitedly asking, "Does the teacher know?" Mr. Macy carefully examined it, closed his eyes to think for a moment, then nodded and said, "Not bad, Sophie. Did you make this yourself?" "Of course. It took me more than a month to make it," Sophie said proudly. If I'm not mistaken, it's no longer just a crystal. It should be a divine crystal, Mr. Macy said seriously, so much so that even Duke Hablek, who was stuffing food into his mouth, choked. The Duke coughed for a while before stopping. He looked annoyed and said, "Divine crystal? I think you're crazy." Haha. Sophie couldn't help but laugh at her grandfather's words. She pointed at Mr. Macy, laughing so hard she couldn't speak. But Mr. Macy, who had been smiling all along, didn't laugh now. His expression turned serious. This is indeed a basic divine crystal. Dear friends, there will be an update tonight. Although Sophie's mind was full of questions, she decided to finish her dinner before asking Mr. Macy about it. The three of them stayed quiet, with only Mr. Macy and Little Black still quickly moving their knives, forks, and paws. Sophie was distracted because of her worries, and the Duke looked thoughtful. After dinner, Mr. Macy was invited to the study lounge for the first time. Lias brought in some black tea, and then left. For a moment, no one spoke. After a short silence, the Duke picked up the crystal and used his mental power to examine it. He then turned to Mr. Macy and said, "Tell me your opinion." "Yes, there is definitely a high-level energy converging formation inside," Mr. Macy said with a smile. "Although this formation does have the effect of gathering energy," the Duke said with a frown, "it is not a magic circle for energy convergence." "So I said it's a high-level energy converging formation." Mr. Macy's smile didn't change. "Sophie, how did you get this diagram of the formation?" "If I'm not mistaken, this formation has long been lost on the Sorsogon continent."
Ah.
Sophie was surprised by his question. She honestly replied, "I have an alchemy notebook that records it." "Whose alchemy notebook?" the Duke asked. "Written by someone named Amandrias Ranconi."
Ah?
"Oh," Mr. Macy said softly. "So it's him. Who is he?" Duke Hablek doesn't seem to remember this name. He was a master alchemist from 600 years ago who created many interesting alchemical works. But he disappeared at a young age, Mr. Macy said, speaking as if he knew everything. He mentioned in his notes that he discovered many ancient alchemical sites, Sophie guessed. "Did he go treasure hunting later?" "Haha, Sophie wants to find treasure too." Mr. Macy laughed so hard his eyes almost closed. "Hee hee," Sophie chuckled mischievously. "Not digging for treasure would be silly." She looked at Mr. Macy and asked eagerly, "Teacher, do you know where there might be treasure?" "Hey," the Duke, noticing how excited they were about the topic, warned with a serious face, "let's focus on figuring out what this thing is first." I only set up an energy gathering array inside," Sophie explained honestly. She didn't understand why Mr. Macy kept calling it a divine crystal. "This magic circle is already considered a divine formation," Mr. Macy said. "Most alchemists wouldn't be able to use it even if they knew about it." "I think Sophie's mental strength has already surpassed that of a grand mage. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible to compress such a high-level formation into such a small crystal," he added, his eyes shining as he looked at Sophie. "Huh." Sophie was surprised. Duke Hablek also looked shocked. "Teacher, stop fooling me. My mental strength is pretty good, but not that special. I worked really hard to make this energy gathering array. I broke a lot of crystals trying to get it right," Sophie replied. "Haha, I was right. Without compression, maybe a mid-level magic guide could handle this, but compressing this kind of formation would be very difficult even for a grand magic guide." Mr. Macy nodded confidently as he spoke. "Then why do you call it a divine crystal? Have you ever seen a divine crystal?" Duke Hablek interrupted. "Because this crystal has the ability to continuously gather energy. Have you noticed? Usually, energy-collecting formations can gather energy, but most of it disperses during the process, leaving only a small amount behind. This formation is a three-dimensional structure. Once it starts working, as the energy keeps increasing, very little is lost, almost none. That's why I call it a divine crystal, because it has this special trait. Also, this divine crystal can grow bigger as it keeps gathering energy," Mr. Macy explained clearly. "Really? It grows bigger?" Sophie looked surprised, as if she had seen a ghost. "Yes, that's the most amazing part. How can ordinary things handle so much energy? Because it's a crystal, an element without any specific attribute, it can keep increasing as it gathers more energy. The energy gradually solidifies and attaches to the surface of the crystal, making it grow in size. What if someone engraves an attribute into this energy-gathering formation? Sophie asked. Haha, then it would definitely explode, Mr. Messi replied. Sophie shivered in fear, saying, Lucky. Lucky. Duke Hablek's face also changed. He glared at Sophie and said sternly, Are you afraid now? You must never do experiments on your own again. It looks like we need to find you a good alchemy teacher. No more, please. Sophie just experienced the joy of alchemy and doesn't want to be bound by restrictions. However, her eyes lit up as she said, I have a teacher now, and she reached out to pull Mr. Macy. Mr. Macy stroked his beard and nodded in agreement. Humph, he's not an alchemist, Duke Hablek said unhappily. Grandpa, the teacher, is very skilled. Most alchemists probably don't recognize this kind of energy-gathering array, Sophie quickly said, speaking kindly. Over the years, her relationship with Mr. Macy has been very close and trusting. The Duke thought for a moment. Sophie had a point. He himself didn't recognize this advanced magic array. It seemed this mysterious person was a good teacher. Sophie is right in some ways, but does Mr. Macy have any research on alchemy? I just want someone to guide Sophie when she does experiments, so she doesn't get hurt or mess things up. The Duke's words were quite considerate, especially since he usually didn't talk much. It was rare for him to explain his intentions so clearly. Sophie felt very touched. She ran up and hugged her grandfather's neck, acting cute. Grandpa, I understand. Don't worry, I'll be careful. At most, I'll watch her do experiments from the side, Mr. Macy said seriously, nodding at Duke Hablek. Then he turned to Sophie and said, But Sophie, good wine and good food are also important. Got it, Sophie wrinkled her nose. Teacher is starting to look more and more like Little Black. The Little Black, lying on Sophie's shoulder and hearing its name, made a woof sound in response. Sophie laughed happily. See, teacher, even Little Black agrees with me. That's the fun of life, Mr. Messi replied happily, adding proudly, only eating, drinking, and wandering around can truly be called enjoying life. Humph, the Duke said unhappily. Aren't you worried about teaching the children bad habits? Hee, Sophie. She's a clever little girl, full of ideas. Why would she need me to teach her about life's big truths? Mr. Messi said dismissively. Honestly, I think she could teach me a thing or two. Teacher, what exactly are you talking about? Sophie leaned on her grandfather, feeling a bit confused by the praise. I don't understand. I'm just praising you, Mr. Messi said with a smile as he took a sip of tea. What about this divine crystals? Sophie asked, feeling a bit uncomfortable from his laughter. She changed the subject. I think it could be used as an energy source. Of course, it can. It's a real treasure, Mr. Messi said, squinting at his slightly bitter red tea with a meaningful look. When a mage meditates, just wearing it can have unexpected effects. What kind of effects? Of course, it attracts magical elements, Mr. Messi explained. A high-level energy gathering array. Think about it. A mage's magic power would definitely surge upward like a flame. He exaggeratedly gestured with his hands as he spoke. Oh my gosh! Sophie's eyes widened in amazement. She couldn't believe it. She hadn't finished her own project, but had created something even more amazing. However, Duke Hablek was the first to think about keeping it secret. Such an important item, if it got out, could cause big trouble. It was more dangerous than the last magic core incident. The ability to boost magic power was too tempting. He couldn't help but want to keep it for himself, especially considering the mages stuck at their bottlenecks. Sophie and her grandfather exchanged a look. From the excitement and worry in his eyes, she could guess what he was thinking. Grandpa, don't worry. No one else will find out. Only the three of us need to know. Of course, if your friends or assistants need help, I can do more. It's not a problem at all. Hablek, the Duke, listened but didn't say anything. He just looked at Mr. Macy without speaking. Mr. Macy understood his meaning perfectly. Calmly, he waved his hand and said, Don't worry, I won't cause any trouble. The Duke looked at him for a moment, then snorted softly through his nose. He then told Sophie, You're a sensible girl. This must stay a secret. Your friend Cinnamon can't know either. The more people who know, the more danger there is. Remember that. Sophie nodded. Then she asked, "Grandpa, should I make a few more of these things?" Habrick thought for a moment and said, "Make a few more and try wearing them. It might help your health." Sophie felt warm inside. She was glad her grandpa was still worried about her health. She happily nodded. "I understand. I say, we haven't played chess in a long time. How about a game?" Mr. Macy said lazily from the side. "Really? You're still upset about losing last time?" Habrick's cold voice followed. "Have you been working on some new trick?" "Of course. This time, you're going to lose to me. You're too confident," the Duke said, pulling out a chessboard and two elegant boxes from under the table. He placed them on the coffee table. "Don't let me down." Sophie also got interested. "I'll go get some snacks," she said. "You guys start playing." Then she jumped and ran out the door. The remaining two people, hearing there was food, immediately perked up, and the chess pieces clattered loudly. The light from the lounge spilled through the window, adding a touch of warmth to G Campus's winter. In the following days, Sophie made some divine crystals. Besides keeping some for herself, she divided the rest into two parts, giving one to her grandfather and the other to Mr. Macy. However, this upset Little Black greatly, and Sophie had to make a few more for it. Before giving them to Little Black, Sophie specifically tugged on its little ear and told it not to let others see. But instead of gratitude, Little Black rolled its eyes in disdain. Since the crystal accidentally turned into a divine crystal, Sophie had to give up on using divine crystals to make recording crystals. However, she had a new idea. Since three-dimensional energy compression arrays can be shrunk, maybe ordinary energy arrays are easier to make? After consulting Mr. Macy, Sophie began experimenting. Sure enough, after discarding a few small crystals, she succeeded. Ordinary energy arrays are definitely not as good as advanced ones. The small crystals, after being placed into a normal energy array, showed no change and still looked like small crystals. She couldn't tell whether to be angry or happy. Sophie patted her own head, realizing she hadn't thought of such a simple problem and had spent so much effort before finally figuring it out. With the basics of making divine crystals, Sophie quickly produced a recording crystal. She carefully set up a small switch on the base of the recording crystal, allowing her to start recording when needed and turn it off to save space. This way, unnecessary sound data wouldn't waste storage. Of course, this depended on the recording array having enough capacity. If recording continuously, it should last at least a day and night. Perhaps because Sophie's energy compression array worked very well, the energy problem of the recording crystal was basically solved. Each crystal could be reused for a year or more without any issues. Of course, the recording device didn't need to be made from crystals. To understand different alchemical materials, Sophie experimented with various substances she had. In the end, she decided to use refined iron and ink silver for the main body of the device. She knew her grandfather wouldn't agree to her making molds, firing boilers, or forging metal, so she simply drew the plans and handed them to Manager Craig. As for carving the array inside, she would handle that herself. All the steps went smoothly, and soon Sophie made a large-capacity recording device. Splitting the recording and playback functions actually improved the quality. The sound became much clearer, and the playback was very realistic, making it perfect for use as evidence. She was especially pleased with how she used the space transfer array, which was entirely her own idea. Duke Hubrick looked at his proud little granddaughter and was once again amazed. She was incredibly talented. Just by exploring on her own, she had created such an ideal recording device. The recent experiment left him speechless. Even the alchemy masters he knew hadn't made anything so imaginative. Such a device could greatly impact intelligence work. Simply placing a small crystal under the table in a secret room, then taking it out daily to transfer recordings into the player, was convenient and simple. It could be reused many times. There was no need to worry about high costs, soundproof barriers, or others discovering its purpose. Even if someone found out, without Sophie's specially made playback device, they wouldn't be able to listen to the recordings. Therefore, the safe transfer of information is guaranteed, and the loss of intelligence agents will be greatly reduced. Additionally, the benefit of standardized specifications is that just by carrying this small crystal, Any base equipped with a player can transmit information. Very good, Sophie. The recording crystal you made is very useful. Duke Hablek first praised Sophie's work, his sharp eagle-like eyes fixed on her. Do you know how much those original recording crystals are worth? No, I don't. Sophie shook her head. She didn't know the prices of many items. The one I gave you is worth 3 purple crystals. Wow. Sophie was surprised. That much? 3 purple crystals. That's 300 gold coins. Only intermediate or higher-level alchemists can make recording crystals, and there aren't many of them. Besides, they don't bother making things like recording crystals. Also, no one has ever thought of using large amounts of expensive recording crystals to gather intelligence, the Duke explained. So, Sophie asked. So, I want to hear your opinion. Duke Hablek's cold voice remained steady. What do you think about using this invention? Sophie was caught off guard. Grandpa, I haven't thought about it. If we put this into the commercial market, Duke Hablek pointed to Sophie's work, it would mean huge profits for us. Sophie nodded in agreement. But, the Duke continued, if other hostile groups start using it, our intelligence work will face unprecedented challenges. There was a moment when Sophie was overwhelmed by the strong aura coming from him. Her grandfather was right. How could they benefit from this? Once the product hits the market, just by buying a player, all the information stored in the standardized recording crystals could be played. This would make all secrets disappear, which goes against her original purpose of research. Grandpa, I didn't think that far. I made this just to make gathering intelligence easier. Also, aren't we quite wealthy? If I had to make and sell these every day to earn money, that wouldn't be good. Besides, Miss Sophie doesn't need to rely on selling alchemical items to support herself. Wouldn't that make her a labor? That's true. It might be difficult for others to copy the magic formations here, Duke Hablek nodded. He didn't actually plan to make money from these recording crystals. He just knew his little granddaughter was a bit greedy, so he wanted to test her judgment, and he was very pleased with the result. Humph, of course, Grandpa. I'm not bragging, Sophie said excitedly. My magic formations are quite complex. Most people definitely can't understand them. Yes, there are ancient space magic formations there. Even modern space mages might not understand them. But Grandpa, our entertainment city should be almost finished, right? Sophie asked. Once it's done, I can hide this little crystal under the table, haha. A mischievous smile appeared on her face. The Duke, who was just proud of his granddaughter's performance, saw her sneaky smile and couldn't help but frown. The entertainment city will take about 2 more months to complete. But in a few days, I plan to inspect the territory. Will you go? Oh, Sophie pouted. A few years ago, she was very excited when she first went on a tour of the territory with her grandfather, but after 2 times, she lost interest. Actually, she liked the huge estate castle, but she couldn't stand how scared and nervous the local people seemed. She tugged at her hair. Do I have to go again? I won't go this time. Please come back early, Grandpa. Duke Hablek nodded and advised, make sure to always wear the divine crystal. I really think it's useful. Then he gently patted her head. Make some more of these recording crystals and players when you have time. I need them. Okay, I understand. Sophie nodded obediently. With the divine crystal, can I increase my magic power? Sophie also needed a chance to let her grandfather know she could do magic. Even though she wanted to stay low-key, her closest family members had the right to know her true abilities. During meditation, the divine crystals she wore attracted a lot of elemental energy. But because the crystals themselves are neutral, the elements they attracted were mixed and disorderly. Look at all these colorful elements swirling into her body. Sophie wasn't sure if this was good or bad. Tracking these elements into her consciousness space, Sophie was quite familiar with it. The purple crystal ball still floated high in the space. The once peaceful, silvery space filled with calm elements now seemed restless because of the constant influx of colorful magical elements. The chaotic scene made Sophie unsure what to do next. Should she try to use her mental power to control it? She used her mind to calm the elements and then gathered them by type. Soon, besides the original silver space elements, 7 small groups of elements appeared in red, blue, yellow, green, purple, white, and black. Haha. All 8 main element types are now present. Compared to the vast ocean-like space elements, these 7 tiny groups are almost negligible. After she assigned their territories, she noticed that the elements rushing into her mind automatically moved toward their respective groups, as if they had eyes. Maybe their mutual attraction caused this. At least now, things wouldn't be as chaotic as before. Sophie sighed in relief. She thought these faint elements probably wouldn't affect her magic training much, so she decided to go with the flow and not worry about them. Since Liam's martial arts teacher, Duke Hableck's guard, Glenn, went to patrol the territory with the Duke, Liam was free and happily followed Sophie around. She kept offering tea, water, and snacks, never resting. Seeing her busy figure, Sophie shook her head with a look of old wisdom. Just as she was about to go to the garden, Manager Craig arrived. "Sophie, Miss Hanmeal is here. She's waiting for you in the hall." "Huh?" Sophie was surprised. "Isn't Hanmeal at school?" She quickly stepped toward the main house, still thanking Manager Craig. "Grandpa Craig, you could just send someone to call me." "Why come personally?" "Nothing much to do," Manager Craig said kindly with a gentle smile. "You should go now. I'll arrange lunch." "Okay." Sophie nodded happily and ran off quickly. Hanmeal. Sophie ran into the hall and saw her good friend, Honey, waiting for her. She couldn't help but shout, "Aren't you in school?" Before Honey could answer, she asked again, "You didn't even send me a message to let me know." "I prepared some delicious food for you, Honey." Sophie looked at her friend with a happy smile and threw her arms around her for a big hug. "Isn't this a surprise for you?" "Ugh." Sophie wanted to look serious, but her mouth was curling up into a smile. She hadn't seen Honey in a long time and was really happy to see her. "I thought you went to school." "Sophie, I broke through. Do you know? I was about to go to school, but 2 days before that, I advanced to the 2nd level of the Purple Flame Fighting Chi." Honey's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Wow, that's so cool. I'm only 9 years old and already a beginner swordsman. No one in my family has ever reached the 3rd level so young. Do you think I'm a super genius? That's amazing." "Honey, you are the legendary super genius," Sophie said excitedly, opening her eyes wide and speaking dramatically. She patted Honey on the shoulder. "Congratulations." Honey nodded happily, and the joyful atmosphere surrounded both of them. At that moment, Lias and 2 maids brought in tea and snacks. "Sophie, have you invented any new treats lately? Hurry up and make some for me." "Why don't you stay a few more days?" Sophie said with a playful smile. "If you want delicious food, it's easy to get. Yes, I told my mom I want to stay for 10 days this time." Honey was in such a good mood. "Now they'll agree to anything I say." "Hee, I'm a genius." "Lias, go arrange it." "Honey will stay with me." Sophie smiled happily and turned to Honeydew, saying, "My grandfather isn't home right now. He's gone to the territory and won't be back for a long time. Since you're here, you can keep me company." "Really? That's great. I'm always nervous about meeting your grandfather," Honeydew said with bright eyes and a sigh of relief. "Will your family still want you to go to school?" Sophie asked curiously. "I don't want to go, and I just advanced to a new level. My power isn't stable yet, so I can't go to school." "Oh, by the way, Sophie," Honeydew whispered suddenly, "I've been thinking. The reason I advanced so quickly this time is definitely because I ate that bag of pills you gave me last time." "How did you make them?" "Hee, if they work, that's enough." "Don't worry about how I made them," Sophie replied with a smile. After lunch, Mr. Macy claimed he wanted to catch up with an old friend and insisted on staying with Sophie and Honeydew. Sophie couldn't help but suspect he had plans to eat and drink for free. She chuckled to herself. Anyway, with Honeydew around, she knew the next couple of days would be all about eating. Under Mr. Macy's enthusiastic invitation, Honeydew, who was supposed to chat with Sophie about gossip, was dragged away to play Gamoku. Mr. Macy was really dedicated to playing chess. Clever Sophie only played Go with him, never giving him a chance to win at Gamoku, which made him quite frustrated. His skill at Go wasn't very good after all. He couldn't always go bother the Duke for fun. Hee, Honeydew was a beginner and Mr. Macy was determined to win a couple of games this time. Honeydew, who had never played chess before, naturally lost badly. But she was stubborn and refused to give up, insisting on playing game after game. Mr. Macy was overjoyed and very proud of himself. The calm and gentle appearance that used to be there is gone now. Sophie couldn't stand it anymore, but she wouldn't take the trouble onto herself. Instead, she decided to get some delicious food. She asked Shina to stay nearby and not forget to bring hot tea for the two of them. Then she took Lias straight to the kitchen. She decided to make a fruit salad. Looking at the colorful fruits in front of her, Sophie remembered her favorite fruit platter from her past life. It was not only nutritious but also very beautiful. She was sure that her family's food lovers would love it at first sight. Sophie peeled and cored various tropical fruits like honey mango, pear, blue melon, fire jujube, and vanilla plum. She cut them into small pieces, soaked them in salt water for a while, then drained the water. She went to the ice cellar and took a big scoop of homemade vanilla ice cream, placing it on the fruits. When the ice cream melted completely, she stirred everything well. Sophie tasted it, sweet but not too heavy, cold and refreshing, making her feel happy inside. Although these fruits were different from those on Earth, they were colorful and eye-catching, with a fresh, sweet taste that was very unique. Before Sophie could fully enjoy her nostalgic moment, Little Black couldn't hold back anymore. It reached out with its tiny paw to grab some. Lias shouted hurriedly, "Aw, Little Black." "No." Seeing this, Sophie quickly gave Little Black a big bowl. Luckily, she made plenty, or there wouldn't be enough for everyone. She pinched Little Black's ear and said, "This is too cold. You can't eat too much. And remember to lick your paws clean before coming to me after eating, got it?" Ugh ugh. Little Black made a cute face, looked at Sophie, rubbed against her hand, and wagged its tail vigorously. Its adorable behavior made Sophie laugh. When did this little thing learn to act like a dog? Wagging its tail. Someone who didn't know might think it had turned into a dog. Sophie handed the large bowl to Little Black. She looked at the delicious fruit salad and couldn't resist anymore. She decided to eat first. "Lias, you should try some too," Sophie said. The beautiful fruit salad was too tempting for any girl, and Lias's eager eyes showed she couldn't wait. Lias licked her lips. "Miss, it's so tasty. Can I have another bowl?" She gestured with her finger. Little Black, hearing this, also raised a small paw and looked at Sophie eagerly.
No.
"Eating too much cold food can upset your stomach," Sophie replied. She took out two simple, clear crystal bowls and filled them with fruit salad. It looked even more tempting this way. Then she put the remaining fruit salad back into the icebox. Only then did she let Lias carry the tray to find the two people playing chess. Harmed all afternoon by Mr. Macy's words, Honey Blossom saw the fruit salad brought out and immediately rushed over. Her face, which had been worried before, now lit up. "What is this?" "Take your time," Sophie said, worried she might drop the bowl with her eager, hungry look. "This is a dessert I just made called fruit salad." Honey Blossom nodded hurriedly, waving her small fork and stuffing food into her mouth before she could speak. Mr. Macy ate more gracefully. Since desserts aren't very attractive to men, he didn't seem very interested. But he clearly appreciated Sophie's new creation. "I want more, Mr. Macy said, even though he hadn't eaten much of his own bowl. Honey Blossom had finished hers and started to complain. "There's none left," Sophie answered firmly. Honey Blossom pouted unhappily. Suddenly, she remembered something and her eyes brightened.
Oh.
"Sophie, do you remember that time we went to Eston and you made sashimi and fish soup?
Wow.
Can you make them again for me?" "Haha," Mr. Macy also chimed in. "That fish was really delicious. I've never had such tasty fish before." He stroked his beard with a smile on his face.
Oh, right.
"It's been a long time since I last ate fish. Since coming to this world, I think that was the only time. But there's no fish at home," Sophie said, feeling helpless. "Just go buy some." Honey gave Sophie a quick look. "That's not so hard." "Humph," Sophie said dismissively. "Miss Honey, do you know where to buy fish? On the noble continent of Solzorg, no one really eats fish. Only poor families have fishy-smelling grilled fish on their tables." Sophie had never seen fish in the storage at home, so she didn't think about eating fish at all. "Is there no fish for sale?" Honey asked, surprised. "Haha," Mr. Macy smiled. but his eyes twinkled mischievously. Isn't that obvious? Sophie said, twitching her mouth. Maybe in the poor area north of the city, they might sell some. But, she paused, whether it's fresh or not is hard to say. Maybe they're selling fish that have been dead for a long time. Oh, Honey looked very disappointed. So, how can I eat the fish you made? She thought for a moment, then her eyes widened. Maybe we can ask someone to catch some? Isn't there a big lake over there? Mr. Messy pointed southeast. Really? I've never seen it, Sophie said, surprised. The castle was so big that she rarely went to the lake. The main reason was that the lake only had a pavilion and some scattered stones, not even a big willow tree. The water was always calm and still, like a dead pool, so Sophie often forgot about it. I've seen bigger fish before. Hee, Sophie thought for a moment. How about we go to the Nyas River near Jacampa City tomorrow? I've wanted to go for a long time. Let's have a picnic, okay? A picnic? Yes, we can bring tasty food and go for a trip. Maybe we can catch fresh fish from the river and cook it right away. Wow, great?
Great.
Let's do that, Xianmier said happily, then giggled foolishly. But, Sophie frowned again. Last time Uncle Dake caught the fish and I think none of us are good at fishing. What if no one catches anything? She's not good at water and might fall into the river trying to fish. Hey, Xianmier puffed up her chest confidently. Don't forget, I'm now a beginner swordsman. Catching fish is no problem for me. Sophie rolled her eyes, not wanting to discourage her, but catching fish really is a problem. Sophie looked at Lias. Lias looked uncomfortable under her lady's gaze. Miss, I'm afraid of water. I can't go into the river, she admitted shyly. Looks like she needs to learn to swim quickly. Sophie was afraid of water in her past life too. She knew swimming was a great way to stay healthy, but she was still not good at it. Since fate gave her another chance, she didn't want to carry that old fear anymore. She looked up and saw Mr. Macy, still smiling calmly. It made Sophie feel annoyed. Teacher, do you know how to catch fish? Catch fish. Mr. Macy stroked his beard and squinted thoughtfully. That's something for you young people. I can't be the only old man catching fish for you, Sophie whispered softly. I have an idea. Let's make a fishing tool. Everyone can go fishing. Hearing this, Sophie immediately perked up. She gave Mr. Macy a meaningful look, thinking, I don't believe you'll resist the bait. Mr. Macy looked at her strangely, feeling a chill down his back. Tonight, I'll make black pepper baked ramen for you, Sophie suggested happily.
Yi, Xianmier cheered.
Then you guys keep playing. I'll go prepare the things we'll need for tomorrow. Oh, Xianmier's face suddenly looked sad. Teacher Macy, are we still playing? Why not? Mr. Macy smiled. You haven't finished this game yet and you're already giving up? I'll play and I won't admit defeat, Xianmier said stubbornly. Ignoring their quarrel, Sophie led Lias to the steward's small building, where they found Craig, the steward, busy organizing accounts. Hello, Sophie. What brings you here? Do you need something? Craig asked curiously when he saw Sophie enter. Grandpa Craig, I want to take Xianmier to the Nyas River tomorrow. Could you help me prepare a carriage? Sure, no problem, Craig nodded. But the Duke told me that if you go out, you need to have a guard team follow you. Okay, Sophie agreed with a nod. Although she had learned some space magic, she had never fought anyone. If she encountered troublemakers or robbers, she might not be able to protect herself. Grandpa Craig, why don't you come with us? I'll make some delicious fish for you, Sophie said sweetly, her words warm enough to melt Craig's heart. Fish? Craig thought he must have heard wrong. Master Steward, the fish Miss made is very delicious. Lias couldn't help but interrupt. Wow, Little Black nodded seriously. Sophie, Grandpa likes the things you make the most. But since the Duke isn't home and there are many things to handle, I won't go tomorrow. You all have fun. Craig, the steward, gently patted Sophie's head with kindness. Grandpa Craig, is there really fish in our big lake? Yes, Steward Craig smiled. Quite a few. The water in our big lake is fresh and fish from outside often swim in. Fresh water, Sophie wondered. I thought it was still water. If bad people follow the fish in, wouldn't that be unsafe? Haha, our little Sophie is very clever, Steward Craig said gently with a smile. Our castle has a protective barrier, so small fish can swim in. But bigger creatures, larger than a palm, can't get in or out. Oh, I see, Sophie nodded. If she had known there were fish in her own lake. Sophie shook her head regretfully. After leaving the steward, she went to the kitchen. She prepared a lot of picnic foods for tomorrow, like salad, sandwiches, ham, dried cured meat, tea eggs, homemade pickles, and more easy-to-carry items. She also packed her pots, bowls, utensils, and her special seasonings in a big basket. Additionally, Sophie put some tasty drinks and fine wine into her space ring. For dinner, she made a very successful black pepper baked ramen. The cheese on top was golden and crispy, while inside it was soft and chewy. When she took a spoonful, long, elastic, pale yellow noodles stretched out. The steam rose quickly, filling the air with a wonderful aroma. Golden cheese wrapped with black pepper sauce and noodles. With the first bite, the rich cheesy flavor combined with the noodles and the flavorful black pepper sauce creates a perfect taste. After eating, Sophie picked up a beautiful travel book and handed it to Honey, then went to make a fishing rod. Luckily, her alchemy lab, which is actually a storage room in the corner of the water lotus garden, repurposed as her lab and quite spacious, had many materials. She found substitutes for fishing line and reel, but where could she find a fish hook and a fishing rod? Sophie took a hook from her curtain, but it seemed a bit too big. She held it with pliers and heated it over the fire. The hook made of black iron wire melted easily and turned red quickly. She cut off part of it, adjusted the tip's curve, and cooled it in water. She sharpened the hook's tip further, tied on the fishing line, and tested it. It should be able to hold a good amount of weight. As for the fishing rod, that's it. In her plant garden, there is a plant called kokoshu, which is hollow in the middle, similar to bamboo, and just the right thickness. With Uncle Ketemu's help, she made the first simple fishing rod from another world. Sophie tested the reel, almost perfect. It just made a bit of noise. The next morning, after a simple breakfast, Sophie, Honey, and Mr. Macy set out with their maid and guards. They left through the east gate, taking a different route from usual, so it didn't take long to reach outside Jacampa City. Winter had just passed, and the weather was still cool. A gentle breeze blew across the plains, making everyone feel happy. They arrived by the Nyas River, found a relatively flat spot, and everyone dismounted from their horses and carriages. Sophie asked Uncle Zahn, the leader of the guards, to send someone to help find some firewood. The maids went to organize the pots and pans, preparing to set up a temporary stove. Sophie, along with Honey and Mr. Macy, strolled along the riverbank upstream. The river was not very wide, less than 200 meters. Occasionally, the water gently lapped against the shore, adding to the quiet surroundings. In the middle of the river, the water flowed smoothly without waves, and it was hard to tell how deep it was. Near the shore, the water was clear, with long, soft plants swaying in the current, and small fish happily swimming by. The shadows of the trees reflected on the water, and the air felt unusually fresh and cool. Mr. Macy found a big tree and sat under its shade, watching the scene with a curious look. Honey was eager to try, ready to show off her beginner sword skills. Sophie didn't stop her. She let Honey wave her single-handed sword for a while. It looked pretty good, but after a long time, Honey hadn't caught any fish. Sophie frowned, thinking Honey was unreliable and couldn't be counted on. She decided to do it herself. Although Sophie knew there were no monsters in this river, she still wanted to be careful. Safety was the most important. She called Uncle Zahn to watch Honey, while she quietly took out her special fishing rod from her space. She put on her unique bait made of dough and ham, then cast the line into the water. Sophie was curious whether the fish from this world would bite. Before she could relax and focus, the fishing line suddenly sank sharply. She had a bite.
Wow!
Sophie exclaimed happily. She grabbed the rod tightly, turned the reel, and pulled the fish toward the shore. Then she swung it up and over her shoulder. Luckily, her body had been well trained over the years. A fish about half a meter long was flung onto the bank. Everyone was still watching Xiangmir when Sophie's shout caught their attention. They saw the fish Sophie had just caught thrashing on the shore, struggling to breathe and making a snap sound. Everyone was stunned. Sophie, did you catch this fish? Seong-mir asked loudly as she ran over. Uncle Zon and a few guards who were watching also came closer. How about that? Not bad, right? Sophie looked at the big fish with pride. She didn't expect to catch a fish so quickly after just dropping her rod. She took the hook out of the fish and shook her rod, then said to Seong-mir, "Want to try?" "Really? You caught it with this?" Seong-mir couldn't believe her eyes. "Watch this." Sophie put bait on the hook again, walked to the shore, and cast her line far out. In less than a minute, another fish was on the line. It seemed these fish had never seen such things before. Sophie looked around at the stunned crowd. Maybe she was showing off too much. She pretended to stretch her arms and said, "I'm so tired."
Who wants to try?
"I do. Of course I do." Seong-mir, now feeling better, ignored the eager crowd and excitedly grabbed Sophie's fishing rod. "Here, put this thing on the hook. As soon as the fish bites, it's caught." Sophie demonstrated. Seong-mir blinked her beautiful eyes in admiration, nodded, and then mimicked Sophie's actions, casting her line out. But this beginner fisherman accidentally swung the hook behind her, and it caught on the front of a guard's armor. The sharp hook caught on his chest plate. He gasped in surprise. "Ah." Seong-mir was strong and pulled him forward, dragging him about a meter away. Sophie was also startled and quickly stepped in front of the guard to ask, "Are you hurt?" The frightened guard, hearing her, came back to himself, touched his chest and said, "Oh, it's nothing," then took the fish hook and handed it to Sophie, just to scare. Mr. Macy, who was watching nearby, burst into laughter. The tense atmosphere eased, and everyone started laughing too.
Seong-mir was unhappy.
Her face immediately turned red. "Mr. Macy, why are you laughing?" "Haha, I'm just impressed. You caught such a big fish right away," he said, pointing at the guard who was fixing his clothes. Everyone else also started laughing. Uncle Zon exaggeratedly patted the guard on the back and said seriously, "Yes, indeed, a big fish." Then they all burst into more laughter. Seong-mir was so angry her face turned even redder. "You all, stop laughing. Or humph." All right, Sophie quickly said, seeing everyone about to laugh more. She stepped in to calm things down.
"It was my fault.
I should have told Seong-mir to be more careful. Luckily, no one got hurt." "Seong-mir, don't be mad. It's your first time using this fishing rod, so it's normal to lack experience. Keep practicing, and you'll get better. Everyone, let's spread out a bit." As Sophie finished speaking, everyone hurriedly moved away, as if the fishing rod was a very dangerous weapon. This time, Seong-mir learned her lesson. Carefully, she put bait on the hook and gently cast the line. Her movements were good, and her posture was graceful. Before long, another silly fish took the bait. Excited, Seong-mir shouted happily, feeling very proud. Since there's nothing else here, Sophie called 2 guards to help carry the already caught fish back to the camp. Lias and the others moved quickly and efficiently, finishing all the preparations in a short time, just waiting for the fish to be cooked. This time, unlike a few years ago, Sophie had prepared a full set of seasonings. She planned to make her favorite Sichuan-style grilled fish and then cook a big pot of delicious fish soup for everyone to enjoy. Sophie has already seen freshwater fish from this world. She remembers the large silver fish from last time, which had only one big bone and no small bones, making it perfect for eating raw. The meat was fresh and tasty, with a great flavor. However, people from this world don't remove the fishy smell or eat raw fish slices. It's a pity. Sophie feels a bit sad for them. Simple grilled fish usually has a strong fishy smell, but the best way to eat fish outdoors is still grilling. So today, she wants everyone to taste what real grilled fish is. She cleaned the fish by removing scales and opening the belly, washing away the black membrane inside. She cut the fish into 2 halves along the backbone and seasoned both sides with salt and fragrant scallions soaked in water. Then she evenly rubbed chili powder, Sichuan pepper powder, salt, chicken essence, and cumin on the fish. After placing it on a grill, she first cooked it on low heat to dry out the moisture, then brushed it with oil and grilled it over high heat to add flavor. She repeated this process 3 or 5 times until the fish turned a shiny white like jade. When the fish was nearly done, she brushed it with a sauce made of soy sauce, honey, and umami juice, sprinkled a little cumin and chili powder, and the delicious aroma of the fish filled the air. The grilled fish was placed on a plate. In another pan, Sophie heated oil and added pickled peppers, taro celery, soy sauce, fruit wine, fragrant vinegar, sugar, and other ingredients to release their aroma. She poured this fragrant mixture over the grilled fish, completing the dish. After tasting a small bite, Sophie nodded with a sense of achievement. It smelled so good. Suddenly, I heard a gasp nearby. I looked up and saw Mr. Messy holding a knife and fork, starting to grab some food. Before Sophie could speak, Little Black let out a displeased woo-woo, meaning, "I haven't eaten yet." "Why are you in such a hurry?" The two of them stared at each other fiercely. Frustrated, Sophie shook her head and handed the big plate to Lias. She then pointed to a large tree in the distance and said, "You two, go over there to eat." With so many fish, are you worried about not getting enough? She also signaled to Lias to carry the plate over. A few maids helped out, and Sophie worked quickly. But most of the work was up to her because grilling fish requires careful timing. If cooked too long, the meat becomes tough. The seasoning also depends on personal experience, how much of each spice to add. Nothing can be sloppy or all the effort will be wasted. Little Glutton Honey finally got tired of fishing and was tempted by the delicious smell of roasted fish. Ignoring Sophie's quiet laughter, she snatched a plate and started eating, calling out how good it was. This attracted everyone else, who also came over to help wash the fish and prepare to gut them, drooling in anticipation. Worried that the cooked fish might be snatched up by the guards and young men, Lias ordered them to line up and wait patiently. Sophie secretly chuckled to herself. This was just like lining up for food in the cafeteria. After repeating the same steps many times, Sophie grew a bit tired. Luckily, a young maid named Sally had a real talent for cooking. Sophie showed her how to grill 2 fish, and her performance was surprisingly good. So Sophie decided to let her handle the rest of the fish, while she stepped outside to get some fresh air. After grilling for a while, Sophie lost her appetite. She looked at the fish soup, which was almost ready, and poured herself a bowl. She drank it all in one go, feeling refreshed. Her earlier fatigue disappeared almost completely. I walked casually to the riverbank and saw Mr. Messy and Little Black already there, playing with fishing rods. Clearly, they were interested in this new way of catching fish. Mr. Messy was smiling as he examined Sophie's fishing rod, while Little Black was playing with the fish that had been pulled ashore and were still alive. "Teacher," Sophie called out, "are you full?" Mr. Messy exaggeratedly patted his belly and then looked a bit embarrassed as he said, "Not at all." Sophie chuckled quietly and then pretended to be serious as she said, "How about some fish soup? I think it tastes much better than last time." When Little Black heard there was soup, he quickly ran back, but Mr. Messy didn't have such a big stomach. He twitched his mouth awkwardly and said, "Aw, I haven't tried it yet." Sophie couldn't help but laugh. She had guessed it already. He was only interested in the grilled fish and hadn't noticed the pot of soup cooking in the stove. "Sophie," Mr. Messy looked down at her. "When did you make this fishing rod?" "Yesterday," Sophie replied, somewhat confused. "Why?" "Nothing, just thought it was interesting," Mr. Messy said, tapping her on the forehead. "Your design is pretty good." "Oh," Sophie responded lightly, thinking to herself that she didn't actually design it, she just copied it. Although she received praise from her teacher, she felt a little guilty inside. Sophie accidentally revealed her inner thoughts. She felt a bit guilty because, in this world, the fish were living happily. If she kept doing this, disaster might happen. If everyone used this method to catch and eat fish, those poor fish would surely hate her. "Sophie," Mr. Macy said disapprovingly, "this world is a place of survival of the fittest. The weak have no right to survive. Don't blame yourself for causing trouble to the fish. Have you thought about whether if the poor and slaves learned this fishing method, it might improve their lives? Maybe fewer people would go hungry." "Wow, teacher, you also feel sorry for the poor and slaves. Do you think all people are born equal?" Sophie was suddenly enlightened by his words. Could her teacher be so progressive? Born equal? Mr. Macy chuckled and shook his head.
Impossible.
People are not born equal, and they never will be. That idea is too childish. Hierarchies can't be replaced. Hee hee. Sophie laughed awkwardly while tugging her hair. I guess that's true too. Isn't that obvious? In this backward feudal slave society, if everyone suddenly became equal, chaos would surely break out. She didn't have the lofty ideals of overthrowing the empire and establishing democracy like some previous travelers. For a small girl like her, who accidentally traveled here, a peaceful life is the best. The flowers in the water blossom garden bloom and fade and bloom again. The simple, happy days quietly pass by over 3 years. Sophie has grown taller. From afar, she still looks ordinary with simple features, but after long yoga practice, her coordination has improved. Maybe because she is only 12 and not fully developed, Sophie has a neutral and relaxed aura. Her behavior is confident, with a hint of subtle rebelliousness. When you look closely, her purple eyes, which tilt slightly at the corners and sparkle with light when she moves, will leave a strong impression. Duke Hablek is growing more fond of his young granddaughter. Sophie's parents have written asking when she will return, but the Duke is really reluctant. Sometimes he feels he might be getting old and homesick, wanting to finish his tasks quickly so he can go home to chat, play chess, and enjoy good food with his little granddaughter. He never felt this way before when he was away. Now that Sophie is here, the whole castle feels full of happiness and the smell of delicious food. Regarding whether Sophie will go back to her parents, the Duke asked for her opinion. She thought for a moment and said, "Can I really not go back?" "Grandpa," she was honest, "the chance of not going back is very small, but maybe we can delay it a little." This answer made the Duke feel a bit uneasy. He was happy because he could spend more time with her, but also sad because she would eventually leave. Sophie understood her grandfather's mixed feelings. She felt the same way. After all, she is still a member of the Shawalo family. Although she doesn't have much emotional connection with them, her most important family member is her grandfather. But would the Shawalo family let her go? She looks ordinary and is considered a magical and martial waste, so she probably wouldn't be valued much by her family, but she still has some usefulness. Noble family marriages have long been a way to strengthen mutual interests. Perhaps they are even waiting for her to return so they can arrange a family alliance for her. "Grandpa, why did you oppose my mother marrying my father?" Sophie finally asked the question she had kept buried for years. Duke Hablek was furious just thinking about that time. That Sparlow family, what kind of people are they? How could they be a match for my daughter? "Grandpa, isn't it just that their family has complicated internal relationships?" Sophie said, clearly not considering herself part of the Sparlow family. Over the years, when she was bored, she would read interesting stories from her grandpa's intelligence reports, so she had some knowledge of the Sparlow family's current situation. Now, she couldn't help but ask playfully, "Grandpa, tell me about it. This family is one of the major powers in the Orland Empire. But for over 200 years, internal conflicts have been growing. Family members fight constantly for the head of the family. There are many internal and external problems. The current head is your darn grandfather, Drew Sparlow. He has a lot of holy tier fighting energy, but is bad at managing family business and solving family conflicts. Plus, his unworthy children are always scheming against each other. I wonder how long he can keep going." Duke Hablek sneered coldly. "Doesn't my father live outside the family estate?" Sophie asked, knowing a little but feeling overwhelmed after hearing her grandpa's words. "Does Grandpa not like him? This little brat actually managed to trick Ivy into his hands," Lord Duke said angrily. He suppressed his anger and patted Sophie's head, saying, "I don't like him. But since he gave me a good granddaughter, as long as he doesn't come into my sight, I don't bother with him." Sophie sighed softly, feeling that she had finally made some difference these years and didn't disappoint her mother's hopes. Hee. Maybe I'm only good for this much, she thought self-deprecatingly. Was it because the Shawalo family was too chaotic that Grandpa didn't accept Dad back then? Sophie asked next. Duke Hablek sighed, his eyes softening. "I promised your grandmother to raise Ivy well and find her a good marriage. But with a family like Shawalo, who eats people and spits out bones, how could I be at ease? So touching. It turns out my grandfather loved Mom so much, worried she'd be wronged. Sophie's eyes reddened a bit. She comforted her grandfather, saying, Mom must love Dad very much to do, comma. She hesitated. At least she's happy now. The Duke nodded without saying anything. So, what kind of person did you originally plan to find for Mom? Sophie asked curiously again. The Duke paused before replying. I was still considering a few candidates when she first met Faye Shawalo. Oh, Sophie was sure her grandfather wouldn't arrange a family marriage for her mother just for the family's benefit. Thinking this, she felt a warm feeling inside. The atmosphere became a little sad, and Sophie changed the subject. Grandpa, what was my grandmother like? The Duke's expression softened even more, and his deep purple eyes, like crystal, shone with a surprising light. Your grandmother was a wonderful and beautiful woman. She was gentle and kind, friendly to everyone, never lost her temper. Sometimes she would have small mood swings, but she loved to take care of flowers and plants, making all sorts of interesting things. She could create some amazing gadgets. He paused and added, Actually, your personality is very similar to hers. No wonder Grandpa was so patient with her. She always pestered him for this and that, making little toys and gadgets. He never interfered and always cooperated. Now she understood that her grandmother was like that too. Sophie immediately felt a strong sense of belonging. After hearing her grandpa's words, she believed she would get along very well with her grandmother if she were still here. Sadly, her grandmother had passed away too early. By the way, Grandpa, I don't know what's wrong with Little Black these days. It's been sleeping all the time. Sophie suddenly remembered something. She gently picked up the sleeping Little Black from her shoulder, brushed its fur, and frowned. I've called it, but it won't wake up. It's not interested in any treats either. Oh, Duke Habrick's eyes lit up. He took Little Black and looked at it from top to bottom, then used a water element healing magic. After a flash of blue light, Little Black still showed no response. He wondered aloud, could it be evolving? Evolving? Sophie was surprised. Little Black was evolving? But what level is it supposed to reach? She asked, confused. It looks like a sign before a magical beast evolves, Duke Habrick explained. But I haven't been able to identify what kind of beast it is. So, he shook his head. Sophie felt a little nervous because she knew that evolving magical beasts could be dangerous. If something went wrong, Little Black might. She wanted to help, but didn't know where to start. Blackie slept strangely for over 20 days, and no matter how much they called, it wouldn't wake up. Without Blackie's usual fussing for food and drink, Sophie felt a little lonely. That night, something finally changed. Sophie, who had been staying alert because of her worry for Blackie, was suddenly awakened by a bright light. Seeing that the light came from Blackie, Sophie was surprised but quickly reacted. She raised her hand and cast a strong protective barrier, a skill she had practiced well over the past 2 years. This way, nothing could disturb Blackie. At this moment, Blackie's body was slowly growing larger. It was rolling in pain, making soft crying sounds. Sophie could hear how much it hurt. She wished she could help, but she was helpless, full of worry and sweating with anxiety, with no idea what to do. Come on, Blackie, Sophie encouraged softly. She didn't know if Blackie could hear her, but she wanted it to know she was there. Don't be afraid, sister is here. Apparently, Blackie heard her. Its body stretched out a little, but then it twitched again in pain. The pain didn't last long, but for Blackie, who was suffering, and Sophie, who was anxious, it was a very hard moment. Suddenly, Sophie saw that Blackie, with 4 ears, grew 2 small new ears. It was very cute. At the same time, its back started to change. 2 large bumps grew at its shoulder blades, getting bigger and bigger. Soon, 2 beautiful black wings appeared, with shiny black feathers that sparkled brightly. Now, Blackie was as tall as Sophie. It still had its eyes closed, as if its transformation wasn't finished yet. Sophie stared at it closely, not blinking at all, worried that something might go wrong. At this moment, the flickering light gradually dimmed. Little Black exhaled and opened its light blue eyes. Little Black, Sophie excitedly ran over and hugged Little Black. Are you okay? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Cough, cough, Little Black coughed twice. I'm fine. That's good. You scared me to death. Sophie patted her chest. After a moment, she realized and pointed at Little Black, shouting, Wait, you just spoke. Humph, of course it was me. Little Black grinned proudly. Wow, you can talk now. Sophie gasped in surprise. Yes, Little Black squinted its eyes and spoke in a baby-like voice. I have already advanced. Haha. Sophie laughed and pointed at it. Your voice is so cute, just like a little kid. Humph, I, of course, am a little kid, Little Black said angrily in its young voice. I'm only 200 years old. 200 years old, Sophie asked in shock. Little Black, you're that old already. Little Black trembled with anger. I'm still very young. So, what exactly are you? Sophie had always been curious. I'm not a thing, Little Black said hurriedly, scratching its head. Sophie's eyes widened even more at its words. I am a Jarmano beast. Little Black surprisingly clearly said its name. Black was overwhelmed by her series of questions, his face darkening. In a sudden burst of inspiration, he bit down hard on Sophie's finger.
Ow!
She cried out as blood appeared, and she winced in pain.
Black.
You've bitten me until I bleed. Suddenly, a bright light filled her vision. A mysterious symbol appeared in midair. It split into two parts with a sharp swish, flying towards Sophie and Black's foreheads. Then, it quickly vanished into their minds. A buzzing sound echoed in Sophie's head, and she was startled by the sudden flood of information. What were all these things? Dear friends, Rose loves reading everyone's comments in the discussion area. Whether they praise or criticize, let's make them even more lively. With everyone's participation, Sophie's story will become more exciting. Thank you. Garmanoro, a divine beast from the demon world. It controls space and time and has a strange ability to listen to all sounds. It has endless potential for evolution. How did these things get into my mind? Haha, silly girl, I've already signed a contract with you. Now you don't have to speak so hard. Black's voice wasn't coming from his mouth but seemed to be directly imprinted on her soul. Sophie opened her mouth in shock but couldn't make a sound. Is everything Black said true? Was that shining symbol just a contract mark? Does that mean Black is now her main contracted beast? That's right, Black said proudly. Now I can eat whatever you make forever. Hearing this, Sophie was stunned again. Black is actually a divine beast, and from the demon world. This is terrible. Sophie looked up to the sky and sighed deeply. Oh my! She couldn't understand. Just now, it didn't seem like any of the ways described in the book to make a contract with a magical beast. She hadn't even finished reciting the long spell, yet Little Black had already handled it easily. It was unbelievable. Anyway, over the years, Sophie had already considered Little Black as family. Now, with an unbreakable blood contract between them, the mysterious feeling of being connected spiritually made her feel more attached to this strange world. By the way, speaking of this spiritual connection, Sophie was momentarily stunned. If Little Black can understand what I think, then it must know all my secrets. Don't worry, I won't peek at your secrets, Little Black said helplessly in her mind. It would take more practice for it to speak fluently. If I were that perceptive, wouldn't I already know all your secrets? No, that's not right. How do you know what I was just thinking? Sophie still felt uneasy. Her secret about time travel was a huge secret, and she had no intention of sharing it with anyone. That's because your emotions are very intense right now. That's how I sensed it, Little Black said disdainfully. And what you're thinking about right now is so easy to guess. Sophie snorted softly, feeling underestimated. What secrets could you possibly have? I already know you're a divine beast from the demon realm. Huh, Little Black was caught off guard. Well, besides coming from the demon realm, what bigger secret could it have? That's because I let you know, it said stubbornly. Then, Little Black, you're a divine beast, but you signed a contract with me. If I die, will you die too? When Sophie thought about this, her mood became heavy. She didn't want her short 100-year life to burden Little Black. Don't worry. We signed an equal contract, so it won't affect my lifespan. Little Black was touched by her concern. But you don't seem to die easily. Don't you know your own level? Level? Sophie was confused. I don't know. Just kidding. Your mental strength has already reached the divine level. Otherwise, how could you sign a contract with a creature like me? Little Black was very proud of its status. Divine level. Sophie was completely stunned. Of course, Little Black puffed up proudly. What do you think? If you weren't at the divine level, you couldn't sign a contract with me at all. And you couldn't even try, otherwise, you'd definitely die. Huh? I didn't feel anything just now. Sophie looked at it in surprise, not noticing any difference. I've never heard that you need to be at the divine level to sign a contract with a divine beast. The books didn't say that either. That's because the divine beasts here can sign contracts freely. But I am a divine beast from the demon realm, and I can't be compared to others. Little Black replied with a huff. I see, Sophie nodded. No wonder she couldn't find any information about Little Black anywhere. Then she remembered what Little Black had just said. How can I be at the divine level? When did that happen? I didn't know at all. Huh? Little Black looked more upset than if it were crying. You don't even know? Then who are you blaming? Anyway, you became divine level several years ago. It emphasized with a nod. Yes, that's right. One morning, you just became divine level. Wow, I am so powerful. Sophie was excited and said confidently, Divine level? That means I can do anything without fear. Little Black looked at her with disdain. You're still far from that. You're even below me. Don't think you can conquer the world. Of course you're amazing. You're a divine beast, Sophie praised, flattering him. Grandpa and the others are already so proud at the saint level. You said I've reached the divine level too. Your divine level is just mental power. It doesn't mean your actual strength is at that level, Xiaohei said, quickly dampening her excitement. And I just advanced to the second level of divine beast. I'm still far from being powerful. Oh, Sophie's excitement quickly faded. With her lazy personality, she wouldn't take risks unless absolutely necessary. Don't be fooled by her confident words about dominating the world. If she really had to act arrogantly, it would be exhausting. She wasn't that foolish. She preferred to stay low-key and enjoy life. Don't think she's working hard by learning all these skills again in this world. The main reason is that this world is full of unpredictable dangers, where the strong prey on the weak. As an adult, she's proud and doesn't want to end up needing others' protection. She must be fully prepared, both in strength and wealth. Her ultimate goal is to keep her freedom. This is her bottom line for survival. Once she adjusted her mindset, Sophie felt happier. Having a divine-level mental power is pretty impressive. At least now I can sign a contract with Xiaohei, haha. Yes, as long as you keep training your body well, your mental power can help you live a very long time. Xiaohei praised her for bouncing back so quickly from disappointment. Really? How long can I live? Sophie asked curiously. Based on your current physical condition, a few hundred years shouldn't be a problem, Sophie gasped. Wow, that makes me an old monster. Although people here generally live longer than on Earth, ordinary people usually live about 100 years. Of course, the stronger the person, the longer they live. Saint-level warriors and saint-level magic mentors can live over 300 years, but those are very rare individuals. I didn't expect Little Black to think so highly of her. Sophie shrugged indifferently. You really overestimate me. Everything I said is true. Little Black looked unhappy when she didn't believe him. At least the yoga practice you do every day greatly helps your mental strength and physical health. If you keep it up, you might even live longer. Hee, Little Black, be good. Come on, give your sister a smile. Sophie patted him comfortingly. Don't you believe I still trust you? Little Black rolled his eyes in frustration. He couldn't help it after all. She chose him. No need to argue.
I'm starving.
Hurry up and make me something delicious. Huh, Sophie was stunned. She hesitated. You used to eat so much when you were little. Now that you're grown, how much do I need to make? Just thinking about it makes me worried. Haha. Little Black couldn't help but laugh at her worried face. After a while, he blinked mischievously and made a smug expression. Then he retracted his beautiful wings and slowly transformed. In less than 2 breaths, He shrank back to his original size, except now he had 2 adorable new ears. Seeing this, Sophie quickly reached out and hugged him. Great. Little Black is still as cute as ever. She waved her hand to dismiss the barrier. Let's go to the kitchen. Outside the window, the sky was already slightly bright. Sophie, with her strong mental power, rarely felt tired. Since discovering that meditation made her more energetic than sleep, she mostly spent her nights meditating. Now, the person keeping Sophie company in the next room is no longer Nora and Lias. Since Nora, now a mid-level mage, and Lias, a senior swordsman, were promoted a year ago, Sophie recommended them to be managers at the Imperial City Entertainment Center, which she helped plan. Now, the ones taking care of Sophie's daily life are Solly, who is good at cooking, and Mia, bought back by her grandfather. Both are 2 years older than Sophie. Sophie's door opening startled them. They ran over in their pajamas. Solly asked in surprise, "Miss, what's wrong?" Sophie chuckled softly and said, "Nothing's wrong. Little Black just woke up and is a bit hungry. Since you're both awake, come join me." In the big house, only Sophie, Solly, Mia, and Little Black are there. They didn't bother changing clothes and rushed to the kitchen. Feeding Little Black was very important. Sophie was also a little hungry. She cooked a big pot of braised pork ribs for her meat-loving Little Black and asked Solly to make century egg and lean pork porridge. The century eggs were made from eggs of exotic land chickens, tasting quite similar. It was still early, and Sophie, in a good mood, didn't go for her usual run or do yoga in the yard. Instead, she was secretly talking to Little Black. "Luckily, you're eating the same amount as before. Otherwise, it would be too much trouble. Now that you're my contract partner, eating well and staying healthy is very important for me, this young divine beast," Little Black kept emphasizing. Sophie didn't believe it. "Are you saying divine beasts only grow by eating? I don't think so. Shouldn't practicing martial arts help you level up?" Cough, cough. Little Black looked a bit embarrassed. It stubbornly replied, "Anyway, I leveled up early this time because I ate well." "Oh? Then tell me, what exactly did you eat to level up?" Well. It shyly scratched its head. Hee, mainly because of the pills you made and that wine." "Oh," Sophie drawled, teasing. "I see. The pills are gone, so from now on I just need to give you wine." That might not be good," Xiaohei regretted being honest. "It would have been better not to say anything." "Ha, just joking. Your sister wouldn't do that." Sophie thought Xiaohei was still good at talking and could chat with her when she was free. "By the way, I think it's better you don't speak in front of others, so you don't attract too much attention," she advised.
Don't worry about that.
"I'm not that foolish," Xiaohei said cutely with squinted eyes. "That's great. I didn't expect my Xiaohei to be a divine beast. Your wings are really beautiful. But come to think of it, can you really fly?" Sophie drooled at the thought of those pretty wings. "Of course I can fly," Xiaohei replied with a full face of black lines. "Wow, that's amazing," Sophie said, hugging it and heading to the yard. "Show me your flying." Xiaohei stretched lazily, kicked its legs in a funny way, then suddenly grew larger, spread its wings, and lightly leapt upward, flying gracefully. Its movements were light and elegant. The rising sun shone on its beautiful black fur and wings, making them sparkle dazzlingly, almost like a dream. Behind them, 2 people exclaimed, "Miss, what is that?" "Is it a magical beast?" Mia, who was a bit braver, asked. The small black creature in the air was startled by her voice. Its wings trembled, almost causing it to fall. Seeing this, Sophie quietly chuckled and said, "Hee, you could say it's a magical beast." As soon as the words were spoken, Sophie heard Little Black's unhappy voice inside her mind, saying, "Why do you compare me to those low-level monsters?" Sophie was surprised. "You can hear such a quiet voice." "Of course. I can hear voices of any volume." Little Black landed in front of Sophie, rolled her eyes, and said, "That's one of my special abilities." "Wow." The 2 young maids screamed, shielding Sophie to protect her. "It's okay, haha," Sophie said, pushing them aside. "It's Little Black. You didn't guess, right?" She then signaled Little Black to change back to her original form. As Little Black transformed, Sally and Mia gasped repeatedly. Wow, Little Black is so amazing, Sally said carefully. It looks like it grew a new pair of ears. Picking up Little Black, Sophie thought to herself. So, controlling space and time is also your ability. Yes, that's right. But I'm only a second-level divine beast now, so these powers are still weak, Little Black replied. Oh? Then tell me, what exactly can your abilities do? Sophie asked excitedly, unable to hide her curiosity. I can teleport over short distances using space magic. As for time, I still have a long way to go. I can barely make a single object experience a brief reversal of time or a slight flow of time. Little Black paused, then added, but my best skill is listening in all directions. Haven't you noticed my many pretty ears? She puffed up her chest proudly and then reached out a paw to scratch her ears. Sophie was stunned by Little Black's abilities. She stared at her blankly, her face turning red, her eyes shining with tiny stars. So adorable. Little Black, can you take me with you through space teleportation? Sophie looked at him with a face full of intense longing. Take you with me? Little Black glanced at her small frame and said, I can't send you that far, and besides, aren't you good at space magic? I don't know how far I can send, Sophie said with a shrug. I've never dared to try. What if I send myself somewhere dangerous? You just need to relax your mental energy and check the situation there first. Then you can send yourself over, Little Black said, feeling a bit helpless with her self-taught skills. He couldn't believe she asked such a question. Relax my mental energy? That might work, Sophie said, never thinking of that trick before. But what if I see something far away and fall halfway through the teleportation? That's why you need to practice slowly, Little Black said, disappointed. The more you practice, the better you'll understand how far you can send yourself. Oh, Sophie replied. She had tried before in her castle, but because the distance was so short, she never really knew how far she could teleport with space magic. 2 years ago, Sophie had told her grandfather about her magic skills, but she was very careful about this. She couldn't let anyone find out her secret about traveling through space. In this world with gods, who knew what crazy things fanatic followers might do if they found out? So Sophie gently led her grandfather to believe that her space magic talent mainly came from the divine crystal. This answer immediately led her grandfather to repeatedly warn her not to reveal the origin of the divine crystal and, by extension, not to reveal where her magic power came from. So, she needed a reason to explain her magic's origin. Duke Habrick thought hard and finally came up with an idea. Due to the special nature of space magic elements, Master Stephen Xian did not notice the silver glow that often appears only at the end when testing Sophie's magical talent. Her grandfather emphasized that this was just a faint, hard-to-see light. This explanation makes sense. When testing magic talent with a crystal ball, the colors shown usually follow a certain order: red, blue, yellow, green, purple, white, black, and finally silver, which represents space magic. As long as this excuse comes from the Duke himself, even the most unbelievable explanations are accepted. As news of the Duke reaching the saint level spread, his reputation grew even more. Sophie, claiming to be his granddaughter, made it hard for others to oppose her. However, Sophie and her grandfather did not publicly reveal that Sophie was not a useless mage or warrior. Sophie didn't care, and Duke Habrick also thought it wasn't necessary, so they let others talk. Since Sophie's magic power had improved, especially with her rare space talent, Duke Habrick tried every way to find books about space magic for her. With her previous collection, Sophie was overjoyed. Mr. Macy also learned about this, but he didn't comment. Instead, he looked at Sophie with meaning and then started teaching her the language of the dragon race.
Wow.
The dragon language. If Sophie didn't know Mr. Macy's vast knowledge, she would have thought he was a big liar. Right now, Sophie was thinking about how to practice space teleportation secretly when the Duke sent someone to call her. Grandpa, what's the matter? Why so early? Grandpa rarely looks for her early in the morning because they usually have plans during that time. Did Black improve? Duke Habrick asked, staring at the small black creature on Sophie's shoulder. Yes, Sophie said happily. Grandpa, you already know? Black is now my contract beast. The Duke's eyes sparkled. Contract beast, Sophie nodded. Grandpa, it turns out Black is a divine beast. Its power is space control, which is just like mine. Humph. Black made a dismissive sound. What do you mean by just like? Only Sophie could hear this. Oh? So, it's a space-type magical beast. Duke Hablek looked surprised. No wonder I couldn't feel its magic energy. He paused and then said, That's good. It makes your space magic easier to explain. Just say it's because of the contract beast. He nodded confidently. That's true. With this explanation, the lie becomes perfect. Sophie couldn't help but smile. But before you become very strong, it's better not to let others know about Black. You understand why space-type magical beasts are very rare and can make others jealous. The Duke's lips curled into a small smile. Of course, with me here, you don't need to worry, but it's always good to be careful. Yes, I understand. You said it's a divine beast, the Duke asked. Yes, Sophie nodded. She had already discussed with Black. It's better not to reveal the secret that it comes from the demon world. Duke Hablek snorted softly. You're lucky, Grandpa. Black just transformed beautifully earlier. It even grew 2 wings. Sophie proudly placed Little Black on the carpet and said, Come, Little Black, transform into a grandpa for me. He's not my grandpa. Little Black glared at the Duke and reluctantly transformed again in a fancy way. Duke Hablek was also surprised by his new look. His sharp eyes sparkled as he squinted and asked, Can it fly? Did you try earlier? Yes, I tried in my yard this morning. It's pretty confident. It even scared Sally and Mia, haha. As Sophie laughed, Little Black quickly changed back and smugly showed his teeth at Duke Hablek. Grandpa, do you have a contract beast? I've never seen one, Sophie asked, taking the chance. She knew many people had contract beasts, but most stayed in their contract space to train and only appeared during battles. Unlike Little Black, who is both greedy and playful. Hee, the Duke patted her head. Are you curious? Sophie immediately nodded eagerly. Come out, my little soft one. Duke Hablek raised his right hand and drew a magic symbol, then recited a spell. Sophie felt the space in front of her shake. Suddenly, a huge magical beast appeared from the void. It looked like a snake, with thick scales. Even though she knew it was her grandpa's magical pet, Sophie was still scared and took a step back because its gaze was too terrifying. Its fierce eyes stared at her, making her face turn pale and cold sweat break out. There are many terrifying magical beasts in this world. She had seen some in the beast forest, but they weren't very strong. Others she only read about in books and never saw up close. So, when she suddenly saw such a big monster, she was scared and felt a little helpless. This reminded her that although she had learned many magic skills, she lacked practical experience. If something happened, she might not react in time and would be in trouble. She needed to think of a solution. The thought quickly passed, and Sophie steadied her mind. She walked back to the magical beast and looked at it carefully. The water magic energy was very strong, so it was a water-type beast. She remembered seeing a picture in a book and quickly identified its species. Grandpa, is this a 7th-level water beast called the Ice Shadow Snake? Duke Hablek saw his little granddaughter's reaction and was pleased. He didn't expect her to overcome her fear so quickly, stay calm, and make the right judgment. He was very happy. Now, Little Ro has already reached the 8th level, thanks to your divine crystal, he said softly, looking at his magical pet. The Ice Shadow Snake also came over and rubbed against the Duke's leg affectionately. Little Ro. Sophie's sweat dropped, trying not to laugh so hard her stomach hurt. That name is a bit. Your grandma gave it that name. Duke Hablek interrupted her, gently patting Little Ro's head like he was talking to a child. Oh, so Grandma named it, she said with a smile, but secretly thought it was funny that Grandma gave such a big, strange snake a soft and cute name. She also thought about herself. She wasn't much better. You look very much alike, more and more, Duke Hablek said kindly, as if he knew her thoughts. How did you meet my grandma? Oh, I found her in the magical beast forest, he replied. Found her? Sophie's voice, which was a little hoarse before, suddenly rose. Her grandpa's words sounded quite shocking. Yeah. Duke Hablek looked nostalgic. Back then, she was badly hurt and also lost her memory. Wow. Could she be another traveler from another world? That was Sophie's first thought when she heard, lost her memory. She shook her head. It probably wasn't a coincidence. But if she could travel, maybe others could too. Did she remember everything later? Sophie asked hesitantly. Duke Hablek's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and a hint of anger appeared on his face. Then his expression turned sad and gloomy. Yes, she did remember. But I wish she hadn't. It would have been better if she forgot everything. Huh. Sophie's curiosity kicked in. What happened? Grandpa, tell me. Duke Hablek shook his head and sighed. It's not the right time to tell you now. Sophie understood that since he said it wasn't the right time, he wouldn't say more. But she couldn't hold back her curiosity. Grandpa, what does Grandma look like? Can you tell me? She's very charming. That was all he said. And what else? What color is her hair? What color are her eyes? How tall is she? Sophie pressed eagerly. Her hair is black, and her eyes are the same color as yours. Duke Hablek's eyes grew deep, but no emotion could be seen. At that moment, the small soft creature beside him gently nudged his hand, seeming to comfort him. The terrifying beast that had just appeared now looked gentle, almost fitting its name. After a moment of silence, Sophie realized she probably shouldn't ask further. Even if she did, he wouldn't tell her. Grandpa, the atmosphere inside grew more tense, and Sophie broke the silence. I want to visit the beast forest. Oh? Why? Look at me. I've trained for so long but have never fought anyone. I have no real combat experience. Last time, I asked Nora and Lias, but they didn't dare to fight me. If I ever have to fight someone in the future, I might be at a disadvantage. So, I want to go to the outskirts of the beast forest to practice with some monsters. Sophie thought it was better to be honest. She might secretly leave without permission, but without Grandpa's approval, it would be very difficult. Also, I want to gather some useful plants. You know, the wine I've been brewing these years is almost all gone. The last sentence was clearly meant to make Grandpa feel guilty. Duke Hablek, who initially wanted to refuse, was indeed silenced by Sophie's final, more forceful words. He thought carefully. Her reasoning made some sense. Although Sophie's safety isn't a problem with her own protection, she will face complicated family issues and many malicious conflicts in the future. Without strong skills and quick reactions to defend herself, he didn't want to think further. Strangely, the Duke's attitude towards Sophie's mother, Ivy, was very strict, focusing on teaching her independence and adaptability without any leniency. But when it came to Sophie, his heart softened. He just wanted to spoil her, pamper her, and do everything for her. Seeing her happy smile was all that mattered, as if nothing else was important. These strange ideas even made him feel a bit odd himself, but he had long attributed it to aging, a softer heart, and perhaps a grandparent-grandchild bond. Little did he know, from outsider's view, he still appeared cold and indifferent as before. All right, I agree, but you must promise me a few conditions. After agreeing to several important conditions from his grandfather and numerous minor ones, performing a few skilled space magic tricks, and letting Black demonstrate its powerful space abilities, Sophie finally got the go-ahead. For Sophie, who loved traveling in her past life but never visited many places due to laziness, it was very difficult to persuade her grandfather to go to the monster forest for training. She was already very curious about all aspects of this world, having read countless travel stories about the continent. She wanted to see everything but couldn't experience it firsthand because of her age and strength. Now, with Black and her own mysterious magical abilities, Sophie couldn't hold back her eager, restless heart any longer. I'll go with her. Mr. Macy was the first to tell the Duke when he learned Sophie wanted to go to the monster forest. Then, the two of them exchanged a strange look for over 3 minutes. In the end, Duke Hablek nodded in agreement. Actually, the Duke had already given up on investigating Mr. Macy's background. His intelligence agency was now one of the best on the continent, and Sophie's entertainment city was famous across the land. Haha, no real rivers here, just a metaphor. Within 2 years, they had opened several branches, and various rumors and military secrets from different countries were almost all in his hands. Since last year, Under Sophie's suggestion, Duke Hablek's intelligence agency started selling information. They could find out anything, from secret plots to the family history of beggars on street corners, even the illegitimate children of distant relatives. But they couldn't find out anything about Messi. Because of this, Duke Hablek completely gave up on any thoughts about Mr. Messi. Originally, if they couldn't find out anything, it meant Messi was a very important person. Although the Duke usually wouldn't allow someone of unknown background like Messi to stay close to Sophie, what's meant to happen will happen, and it's better to be open about it. Besides, everyone could see how much Messi loved his granddaughter. Over the years, he has been teaching Sophie diligently, making her a very knowledgeable and talented young woman. She has never done anything harmful to the family, so the Duke, feeling grateful, relaxed his guard and let her do as she pleased. This time, when Messi asked to go with Sophie, the Duke didn't object. In his mind, Messi was already considered a top expert. As a holy-level figure, he still hadn't fully understood Messi's true strength. Instead, Messi's usual low profile made him seem even more mysterious. Having him nearby made Sophie's safety seem more secure. However, Sophie herself didn't agree. She was worried she wouldn't be able to protect Messi if something went wrong. That would be terrible. Her concern was met with mockery from Little Black, who said, "You're still worried about him? That guy is much more powerful."
Huh?
Sophie was surprised. "Is there something I don't know?" "Haha," Little Black chuckled quietly. "Do you know what he is?" "Huh?" Sophie was confused by the question. "What do you mean?" "I'll tell you, this guy named Messi is actually a true dragon. Oh my goodness." Little Black really knows how to surprise. Sophie felt her small heart take a big hit and almost break down. "A dragon?" Sophie grabbed Little Black's ear angrily. "Tell me clearly." "Of course I will." Little Black pulled back his ear in annoyance and looked at Sophie with disdain. "He really is a dragon. I'm sure of it. He's just hanging around here because there's good food." Sophie was so angry she poked Little Black hard on the forehead. "You think everyone is like you, only knowing how to eat. I'm telling the truth," Little Black said with a sad blink, looking very innocent. Sophie immediately softened. She picked up Little Black and gently rubbed his forehead. "I'm not saying I don't believe you, but this is just too unbelievable." Sophie couldn't believe it. Her teacher, who had been with her every day, was a human? He was a dragon? Little Black ignored Sophie, who was still staring blankly, and jumped onto the table. He reached out with his tiny paw and grabbed a big, sweet fruit, biting into it with a crunch. "That makes sense. No wonder I couldn't feel his magic or see his strength. And he knows so many languages, even ancient magic languages that have been lost for a long time.
Plus.
He even taught me to speak dragon language." Sophie's voice grew softer and softer until she finally nodded in agreement with Little Black's words. "All right, since he didn't tell me his true identity, I won't ask about his private matters," Sophie thought, respecting others' privacy. She decided to wait until Mr. Macy chose to tell her everything about himself. "Little Black, no one should know about this," she warned. "Did you hear me?" Little Black, busy munching on a fruit, nodded carelessly, not sure if it understood. Actually, Little Black didn't care much about this matter. Since Sophie didn't want it to talk to others, how could it possibly tell anyone? "All right." Sophie took a deep breath. "Since we don't need to worry about Mr. Macy's safety, let's get ready to go." This trip was very different from when she was 4 and reluctant to go out. Sophie felt very excited, especially with her endless personal space. She decided to go shopping in town first. She took out paper and pen and made a long shopping list. It took her 3 days. Sophie went out early every day and came back late, exploring every corner of the city. Since nothing in her personal space could spoil, she bought a lot, making up for the shopping she missed in the past few years. Even so, she didn't spend all the card her mother gave her. Looking at the many items in her personal space, she felt satisfied. She divided her personal space into sections for clothes, food, housing, transportation, and daily necessities. Each section was further divided into smaller areas. Sophie organized everything carefully, which made finding things much easier. She felt a great sense of achievement. Of course, She wouldn't open her personal space in front of others. She usually ordered what she needed, paid, and had it delivered. All the merchants loved to serve clients like her, especially the Duke's family. Considering the spoiled eating habits of a few people, Sophie directed the maids to prepare many foods and drinks, all served hot and placed in personal spaces. She also left plenty of delicious treats for her grandfather. Of course, with Sally, her trusted cooking disciple, present, her grandfather could have whatever he wanted to eat without any problem. All other preparations were complete, so Sophie went into her laboratory. While most things were easy to handle, it was still important to bring some medicines when going out. Since arriving in this world, Sophie had never caught common illnesses like colds or fevers from Earth. Over the years, while working with Mr. Messy on medicines, she only made some emergency supplies like anti-diarrheal medicine, anti-inflammatory drugs, bandages, and dog skin plasters suitable for this world. With Mr. Messy's guidance, Sophie's knowledge of herbs from this world grew richer. For this trip, she used her grandfather's secret family recipe to specially prepare a powerful detox pill. She searched all the magic ingredient shops in the city and even checked her grandfather's storage for materials. Additionally, with the help of the divine crystal, the magic elements within her changed wonderfully over the past 2 years. At first, besides Sophie's own space element, all other magic elements from different types flooded into her body. But over time, the flow of each element slowed down and became more balanced. Water, light, and dark elements gradually grew stronger and formed a stable three-way balance, pushing out the remaining weak elements. Sophie was very curious about these changes. The water element was easy to understand since her grandfather and mother were both water mages. She could feel a slight affinity for water magic within herself. However, the conflicting magical elements of light and dark both exist within her body, which puzzles her greatly. Fortunately, she does not feel any discomfort, and compared to the vast amount of space energy, these elements are insignificant. So, Sophie decided to let them develop naturally. Since she now has 3 other types of magical elements, Sophie naturally took the opportunity to learn more. She often asked Master Menkatong for basic magic lessons, especially in healing magic related to light and water. However, progress in dark magic was slow because there was very little information available. She also prepared special potions based on a Manrith Ranconi's formulas, including insect repellent and odor eliminator. The preparations were almost complete. Sophie checked her list carefully and felt very satisfied. Since she was going to train, Duke Hablek did not send many guards to protect Sophie. With Mr. Messy accompanying her, she believed nothing serious would happen. Besides Sophie, Messy, and Little Black, the Duke only sent 3 other people, including a hidden family guard. Sophie had always known she was protected by a secret guard. She could sense everything around her if she released her mental energy. However, she never used her mind to spy on others' hobbies, so she rarely remembered she had this ability. Otherwise, Little Black wouldn't have needed to remind her to use her mental energy during teleportation. The secret guard didn't interfere with her daily life. Her small house was off-limits to them, ensuring her privacy. So, Sophie didn't have any concerns about it. The other 2 people are a man and a woman. They are both highly skilled experts chosen by Duke Hablek, and they are also top leaders within the Eagle organization. The man is named Alan. He is a tall swordsman in his 30s or 40s. He wears a dark green warrior outfit, has black hair and blue eyes, and his eyes shine brightly. He is tall and strong, with a noticeable scar on his face that makes him look brave and capable. Sophie had already met him because of the Entertainment City affair, but they hadn't talked much. The woman is named Jenny. She is a mid-level wind mage, about 25 or 6 years old. She is small and delicate, wearing a gray mage robe with green symbols embroidered on the cuffs. She has long, flowing reddish-brown hair that falls over her shoulders, and her large brown eyes are framed by small, fan-shaped eyelashes. Her smile shows her cheerful personality. Because she had made great contributions to the Entertainment City and was rewarded by Duke Hablek with a special magic crystal, her magic level is now far above that of other talented young mages her age. Sophie was very impressed by her. Because Sophie knew well the abilities and status of these two people in the organization, she was surprised and a little flattered when she learned they had been sent by her grandfather to protect her. After all, the highest-ranked guard when her mother sent her here years ago was only Uncle Dake, a great swordsman. Uncle Alan, Sister Jenny, hello, Sophie politely bowed. Thank you for your trouble this time. Miss, please don't be so formal with us, lively Mage Jenny said first. This is a great opportunity we fought hard to get. Just call me Sophie, Sophie said in a tone that was half friendly, half commanding. The two, who had been about to be polite, saw that Duke Hablek also agreed with her, so they nodded in agreement. The cooperation between the two of them is very smooth. As long as you don't go to too dangerous places, there shouldn't be any problem. The Duke was pleased with his subordinate skills. After dismissing the two, the Duke called out his secret guard who had been following Sophie and introduced him to her, saying, "You probably already know this, but he is one of your secret guards, named Luke." Sophie carefully looked at the man in front of her. No, he was more like a boy. He looked to be under 20 and didn't have the bulky build typical of most warriors. Instead, he resembled the slender students from the Magic Academy, but he wasn't weak or sickly. He looked full of energy, with determined eyes that were deep brown, which made Sophie feel quite fond of him. Usually there are 5 secret guards watching over you. Luke is the best among them. This time, he will accompany you to the monster forest, the Duke said with a rare, serious expression, which made Sophie a little uncomfortable. Just keep Luke's information to yourself and don't tell others, the Duke paused. You need to watch out for Alan. I can't be sure if he's suspicious, but don't speak openly about certain things around him. If you notice anything wrong, kill him immediately, he added with a hand gesture that suggested killing. Sitting in a moving carriage without a family crest, Sophie remembered a conversation from 2 days ago in her grandfather's study. She realized her mood wasn't as light as she had thought. The scene replayed in her mind like a movie. Sophie had never seen her grandfather like that before. Her heart was pounding wildly, and it took her a while to calm down. Grandfather. Sophie's lips turned pale. What exactly happened? Someone has bribed our top officials to gain access to the organization's secret information and steal confidential data. Duke Hablek looked at her with a hint of sarcasm and said, after investigation, the most likely suspect is Alan. That's why I specifically brought him out to protect you and also to help reorganize the internal structure of the organization. He sighed and added, but I believe that as a great swordsman, you can handle this. Sophie had once performed a space magic called space concealment in front of Duke Hablek. It could hide her figure for a period of time, and the longer her magic power, the longer she could hide. This magic was very fast to cast, and even Duke's powerful mental energy couldn't detect Sophie when she was hidden. That's why he trusted her so much. Although Sophie had already realized when she first arrived that the lives here were not valued, facing death or having to personally cause harm to others was still very difficult for her. In her previous life, she had lived in a society with laws, and she had never even killed a chicken. She had only seen similar scenes in movies or TV shows. But now, she was about to face it for real. She felt confused and overwhelmed, as if she needed to overcome a mental barrier. Her grandfather was actually giving her a warning. Don't be afraid, I will protect you, a clear voice said beside her. Sophie looked up and saw Luke. She smiled gratefully at him. Don't worry, with me here, everything will be fine. Little Black also encouraged her silently. Sophie felt ashamed of her weakness. Wasn't it true? Even Little Black couldn't stand her worries. She felt a little embarrassed and said, I'm not afraid, I just worry that I might not be able to do it when the time comes, that I won't have the heart to do it. However, I understand the importance of timing. Before the Duke could speak to comfort her, Sophie steadied her emotions and said, You don't need to worry about me. She knew very well that if the traitor wasn't dealt with, her own people would suffer even more harm. But without evidence, it's better not to act hastily. You're right, Duke Hablek said happily. Sophie then realized she had accidentally spoken her thoughts aloud. She awkwardly smiled and changed the subject. Grandpa, when I'm not at home, you can ask Salari to cook whatever you want. She's become a great cook now. Duke Hablick looked at Sophie with a teasing smile. I heard you prepared a lot of food. Are you afraid you'll go hungry? He waved at Luke, signaling him to leave. Luke bowed and then disappeared outside the door. She also left you quite a bit of food. Sophie pouted playfully. She grabbed Duke Hablick's sleeve and shook it. Oh, I also have a gift for you. She took out a beautiful fishing rod from her personal space, specially made for her grandfather. A few years ago, Sophie went on a picnic with Cinnamon. Everyone had a great time, but it happened to be when Duke Hablick was inspecting the territory of Mosslarten, so he wasn't at the castle. When he returned and heard about it, he was very upset. Sophie then made many fish feasts for him to help ease his anger. Since then, Sophie made several fishing rods, which were divided among Duke Hablick, Manager Craig, and Mr. Macy. Now, whenever they have free time, they go fishing by the castle's big lake, often competing to see who can catch the biggest fish the fastest. However, this time she made a high-quality fishing rod with a magical whirlwind array. It has an automatic line reeling function, making it very easy to use. Plus, Sophie specially carved decorative patterns on it, making it look very delicate. Duke Hablick smiled slightly, took the fishing rod, and showed a look of affection in his eyes. But he still awkwardly asked, How many rods did you make this time? Haha, of course, I made this especially for Grandpa. There's only one. Sophie winked knowingly, emphasizing her point. She knew her grandpa's cautious nature well. Humph. The Duke snorted proudly. Let's see if they dare to compete with me this time. Coming back from her memories, Sophie's expression changed from worry to happiness. What's wrong? Are you a little reluctant? Jenny, sitting beside Sophie, teased with a smile like she was comforting a child.
No, Sophia blushed.
Sister Jenny, how long do you think it will take us to reach the monster beast forest? If we go fast, about half a month, Jenny replied. Mr. Macy was studying a chessboard at a small table across from them. Hearing their conversation, he looked up and smiled, interrupting. Are you in a hurry? Take out some of your prepared snacks, and I'll give you a tip. What kind of tip? Sophie asked, frowning at Mr. Macy's strange smile. Of course, it's about arriving at the monster beast forest earlier. Teacher, then tell me quickly, Sophie urged. Mr. Macy raised his right index finger and wagged it, playing hard to get. No good snacks, and I won't tell, Sophie pouted. It's not like I'm not giving you any. Just tell me early. What's the big deal? She then took out snacks and drinks she had already stored in her space ring. I want to eat dried meat. Little Black was unhappy with the snacks Sophie took out and started complaining in her mind. No, you just had a lot of ribs for breakfast. You can't eat more meat, she thought to herself. Big Sister Jenny, you should try some too, Sophie said, ignoring Little Black as she handed the plate to Jenny. Wow, so pretty, Jenny exclaimed happily, looking at the delicate snacks she had never seen before, her eyes shining. Sophie, where did you buy these? Hee hee, Mr. Macy chuckled. If you can buy these, I'll be impressed. His face looked mischievous, as if he made the snacks himself. Big Sister Jenny, don't be shy.
Try some.
These were made by the castle's maids and maidservants, Sophie said, picking up a small plate with different snacks and opening the skylight to call out to Alan, who was driving. Uncle Alan, have some snacks. Thanks, Alan replied with a smile, nodding at Sophie as he took the snacks. After a moment of wind, Sophie closed the skylight and sat down. She looked helplessly at Mr. Macy, who was slowly drinking tea and enjoying the snacks. Now can we talk? Swallowing her food, Mr. Macy smiled and said, If you want to reach your destination faster, you shouldn't take the main road. Humph. Sophie was annoyed by his teasing, not expecting such an answer. I know taking the small path is faster, but you know that path isn't much quicker, and it's not easy to walk. She had already studied the map. Why are you in such a hurry? I haven't finished talking. Mr. Macy stroked his beard. If you don't want to take the main road or the small path you mentioned, then maybe. Ah, I see. Sophie's eyes brightened. Are you saying we should go through Murdoch Canyon? Oh my. That's impossible, Jenny exclaimed, her mouth full of snacks, speaking unclearly. No way. Absolutely not. Sophie and Mr. Macy exchanged a knowing look and nodded at the same time. Then Sophie turned around confidently and said to Jenny, This time, We're going through Murdoch Canyon. It's a great chance for training. How can we miss it? Almost everyone on Sorsogon continent knew that Murdoch Canyon was one of the most dangerous places. The canyon was full of poisonous mists and inhabited by thousands of dangerous insects and monsters. People without enough strength would never dare to go near. Clearly, Jenny was frightened by Sophie's decision. She widened her eyes and glared fiercely at Mr. Macy, who was the main reason Sophie made such a choice. I think we have no chance of crossing Murdoch Canyon at all. Jenny, who is usually impulsive, blushed and shouted angrily. Don't just talk about you guys. I myself wouldn't dare go near there without full preparation. It's just too dangerous. Why would you take Sophie to that terrible place? Don't worry, Sister Jenny. I will protect you, Sophie quickly assured her, seeing Jenny's face turn from red to pale and then red again. You? Protect me? Haha. Sophie's words made Jenny laugh. But neither Sophie nor Mr. Macy smiled. Jenny's laughter faded as she saw their serious expressions. She raised an eyebrow in surprise. Sophie is very confident about her special deodorizing potion and detox pills, but she can't understand why Mr. Macy is also so sure. Maybe those things aren't a problem from the dragon's point of view. Jenny can't believe her ears. How can this little girl be so sure her methods will work? As a rational adult, Jenny knows that the Murdoch Canyon is dangerous. She feels responsible to explain it carefully to Sophie. Sophie, listen. Sister told you that Murdoch Canyon is very dangerous. It's not a place to play around. Don't think that using a magic shield will let you cross the canyon. How long do you think your magic shield can last? That's at least a 3-day journey. And during those 3 days, you'll have to keep your magic shield open day and night. Do you think that's possible? Even the great Archmage couldn't do that. Jenny's voice trembles a little. And there are many fierce magical beasts there too. She shivers as she grimaces. Sophie nods in agreement. The books mention this too. I already know. So, Jenny, don't worry. I have detox pills. As long as we can handle the magical beasts in the canyon, we'll be fine. At worst, we can just run faster. Detox pills? Jenny frowns and looks at her strangely. I've never heard of them. Hee. Sophie smiles brightly, like the sunrise. Of course you've never heard of them. I just made them recently. Jenny opens her mouth in shock, frozen for a moment, looking like she's lost her soul. Mr. Macy chuckles quietly beside her, seeming to enjoy watching others look so silly. Until they checked into the inn that evening, Jenny still hadn't recovered from the shock. She was deeply affected today, not only because Sophie mentioned a homemade antidote, but also because of her captivating smile. Even the next morning, she looked dazed, and Mr. Macy laughed at her for a long time. After this incident, when Alan learned that they would have to cross the Murdoch Canyon, their carriage had already reached the fork in the road leading to the canyon. Despite Sophie and Mr. Macy's insistence and Jenny's indifference, Alan reluctantly agreed to this clearly dangerous plan. They left the carriage at the nearest small town to the canyon and started walking. Black naturally stayed comfortably on Sophie's shoulder. Sitting in the warm carriage, it didn't seem hot, but once they started walking, the intense southern heat quickly showed its power. Not far into the walk, sweat began to drip. The two girls, who disliked sticky feelings, each used their own tricks to stay cool. As a wind-type magic user, Jenny summoned a gentle breeze. She cast a low-level magic spell, Gentle Breeze, controlling it in a small area. It didn't waste much magic power, but helped cool her down effectively. Sophie used her space isolation magic perfectly, sealing off the hot air around herself and Black. She also made a few ice cubes to wear, so even if the temperature rose a few more degrees, it wouldn't bother her. Mr. Macy was even more amazing. He didn't do anything at all, yet a calm breeze blew, and he didn't sweat a drop. Among these people, the hottest looking was the great swordsman Alan. However, despite beads of sweat constantly running down his forehead, he seemed unaffected, as he was used to the climate here. Apart from the heat, the journey went smoothly. Just before entering the Murdoch Gorge, Sophie carefully handed out enough detox pills and deodorizing spray to everyone, explaining how to use them clearly. She also remembered Luke. In fact, The night before the trip, Sophie had already given him a bunch of medicines and dry food she had prepared. Murdoch Gorge is about 200 kilometers southeast of the Monster Beast Forest. The gorge itself is not very long, only about 50 kilometers. If it were flat land, it would take less than a day to cross. But with uneven mountains, miasma, poisonous insects, and monsters, even very strong people would need several days to pass through. From Jicamp City to the Monster Beast Forest, most people choose the main road because it only takes 2 extra days compared to the smaller paths and is much safer. However, if they want to go through the Murdoch Gorge that Sophie and her group chose, they can reach the Monster Beast Forest faster, but only at the southeast entrance. From Jicamp City, whether you take the main road or the small path, you will only reach the northeast entrance. In comparison, the 2 entrances differ slightly in plant distribution and the types of monsters. When Sophie and her group last passed through the Monster Beast Forest, they used the northeast entrance. That's why Sophie was lucky enough to find valuable medicinal herbs like ginseng and yellow essence, which grow mainly in that area. Even though they are walking now, Sophie and her group are not moving slowly. After turning a big bend, the Murdoch Gorge appeared before them. They looked around the entrance of the gorge. Sure enough, there were no people or even birds around. Everything was very quiet. Sophie looked into the canyon, which was shrouded in mist, making it impossible to see anything. The canyon was about 2 or 3 kilometers wide, with very steep mountains on both sides. The mountains were covered with large, blue-green trees, and even at the entrance of the canyon, most of the area was filled with these trees. The trunks of these trees were very thick, but their leaves were surprisingly small. To travel light, Sophie had already revealed her secret of owning a space ring. Besides her necessary weapons and equipment, all her other belongings were stored inside the ring. Most of these belongings belonged to the 2 women. Sophie took out 2 thin scarves she had bought in the small town ahead. She gave one to Jenny and used the other to wrap her entire head and hair. In this place, a fashionable wide-brimmed hat was clearly not suitable. Jenny, who was initially puzzled, quickly understood why Sophie did this and copied her, wrapping her head in the scarf as well. Then Sophie took out 2 pairs of light, thin gloves, handed one to Jenny, and put on the other herself. "Sophie, how do you have so many tricks?" Jenny finally asked, unable to hold back her curiosity as she took the gloves. "Hee, that way I don't have to worry about those tiny bugs," Sophie replied. Her face was blurry behind the scarf, so her expression was unclear, but from head to toe, she had no skin exposed. "Aren't you already carrying insect repellent, deodorant, and antidote pills?" Jenny wondered, still confused about what the girl was thinking. "If those little bugs accidentally get crushed, it's pretty disgusting," Sophie said with a frown naturally. Mr. Macy, who had been laughing nearby, also chimed in, "If you don't need those gloves, why don't you give them to me?" "Humph." Jenny rolled her eyes at the rude guy. Because of him, what was supposed to be a simple sightseeing trip turned into a dangerous mission, or maybe one they wouldn't even finish. She felt a strong dislike for the smiling person constantly in front of her. How had she believed the silly stories from the old man and the little girl? It must have been the girl's bright smile that fooled her. She clenched her lips tightly, afraid she might say something angry. Jenny put on her gloves and nodded at Sophie. "Should I spray the potion now?" "Let me do it," Sophie said, taking out the potion. Carefully, she sprayed Jenny from top to bottom. The potion didn't smell much, but it was very effective at repelling bugs. "Big sister Jenny, put a detox pill in your mouth and let it dissolve. Don't swallow it right away." As she spoke, she finished preparing herself. Over there, Mr. Messy was helping Alan spray the potion too. Sophie skillfully lifted Little Black and sprayed all over, making the little black dog sneeze repeatedly. It was so annoyed that it kept grumbling in Sophie's mind. "Why do I have to get sprayed with this strange potion? Do I really need it? Why are you staying on my shoulder? Do you want me to take you back into the contract space?" Sophie said casually. "Otherwise, later, you'll attract a bunch of gross bugs, and I won't let that go." Little Black was choked by her quick words and didn't dare say it wouldn't attract bugs. Still, it kept making little oh sounds, clearly very unwilling. As for Mr. Messy, who was almost at the canyon entrance, Sophie didn't think about him. He already had all the necessary medicines, and after all, he was a dragon. Would he be afraid of the situation? Sophie shook her head and called out to Alan and Jenny, who were still hesitating. Let's go. Before setting out, Sophie removed the sandbag she had attached to practice her martial arts, light skills on Earth. Over the years, she had kept sandbags tied to her wrists and ankles, gradually replacing the sand with iron sand, increasing the weight. Sometimes she worried that her still-growing bones might not handle the long-term heavy load, but luckily, it hadn't affected her height. Without the sandbags, Sophie moved lightly, at least she thought so, and her speed was very fast. She quickly caught up with Mr. Messy in just a few steps. The group quietly walked through the foggy canyon. Alan, the great swordsman, led at the front, with Sophie right behind him. Mr. Messy and Jenny walked side by side behind Sophie. Because they disliked the legendary poisonous insects, everyone tried to walk quietly, thinking that making less noise would prevent attracting those insects. Especially the two girls, who would rather face fierce monsters than endless bugs. Maybe Sophie's insect repellent and deodorizing spray worked, because after walking about 5 kilometers, they hadn't seen any terrifying monsters or bugs. But in this strange canyon, the temperature was noticeably higher than outside, and a foul, fishy smell lingered in the air. Normally, the bottom of a canyon would be cool because of the breeze, but here, there was no wind at all. The tangled blue-green trees on both sides looked strange, stretching forward endlessly. It seemed as if the fog in the canyon was coming from these trees. The hot, swirling mist made Sophie feel like she was in a giant steamer. Sophie suddenly screamed and jumped up. The feeling under her feet seemed a bit different. She turned around to look at the spot she had just stepped on. What is that? The others quickly moved away, clearing the area. They saw that what they thought was a large brown stone suddenly moved. Sophie's first reaction was to run forward to avoid this slow-moving thing. But before she could start running, the ground beneath her cracked open with a long fissure. Something was about to emerge from underground. Alan quickly drew his greatsword, and Jenny tightly gripped her staff. Although Sophie had a space magic staff she took from her grandfather's treasure, it was quite old and long, so she wasn't used to it and rarely used it. Her strongest attack magic involving space was Tearing Space, Dimensional Slash, and Space Devour. Tearing Space could rip anything apart, and the stronger her mental and magical power, the more powerful the tearing. Dimensional Slash could cut through space in a straight line repeatedly, causing great damage to many enemies. Space Devour could swallow any object, magic, or energy attack, and was just as strong as an absolute defense. In this situation, Sophie was not panicked, but she didn't know whether to cast magic or stay still. Soon, a huge, earth-colored monster emerged from the widening crack. Its body was covered with many small, stone-like plates, resembling the natural rocky surface of the ground. Sophie only realized it was different when she stepped on it. It was a land-type monster called Earth Serpent. Recognizing its shape, Sophie quickly reacted. Suddenly, things moved very quickly. Despite having countless tiny, short legs, this enormous magical snake's large size didn't slow it down at all. It suddenly spun around and opened its big mouth, lunging towards Sophie to bite her. Sophie, who was still fairly calm, was shocked by this sudden change. The big snake's mouth was filled with hundreds of sharp, gleaming teeth, and drool dripped from its mouth, looking much grosser than the alien creatures she had seen in movies. She couldn't stand it anymore. Almost instinctively, she unleashed her full power, casting 2 space tears in quick succession without stopping. Normally, with her strength, just 1 space tear would be enough to defeat this low-level magical beast. But she was clearly startled earlier, so she hesitated. If others hadn't reacted quickly, she might have been caught in her own magic wave. Once everything was quiet again, Sophie carefully opened her eyes. The scene before her was disgusting. The huge beast's hard head was split in 2, with the upper part almost blown apart. There was blood everywhere. The remaining half was twitching and trembling. Sophie shivered and realized she was covered in cold sweat. She turned around, trying to hold back tears and stomach acid, taking deep breaths.
Wow.
Sophie, no way. Jenny shouted from a distance, raising her voice. You're so powerful. Sophie shook her head without replying. She was very unhappy with her performance. Her reaction had been too intense. She also felt uncomfortable about the bloody scene she had caused. It was too gruesome. Sophie, Mr. Macy interrupted her thoughts. Are you okay? Sophie opened her mouth, desperately trying to blink away the tears in her eyes. After a moment, she softly said, yes. She understood clearly that this was only the beginning. Since such bloody scenes were unavoidable in her future life, she decided to face them naturally and bravely. Alan quickly removed the magic core from the magic snake and handed it to Sophie, then patted her shoulder, without saying a word. Holding the magic core tightly, Sophie calmed down a little. At least, this was her first trophy. She carefully stored it in her space ring. Sophie, you're so quick. Jenny grinned at the little girl. Luckily, you acted fast, or else the magic snake might have used its stone wrap spell, which would have been really uncomfortable. Her teasing made Sophie relax. Thinking about how funny it would look if her whole body was wrapped in stones made her smile. Before Sophie could share her first experience of overcoming tears, a faint buzzing sound grew louder nearby. Oh. The group exchanged glances. Something big is flying toward us. Dear readers, over the weekend, Rose was busy moving and couldn't update twice.
Sorry about that.
Off I go. A few people quickly ran in the direction he pointed. Sophie reacted fast. She ran while checking everyone's clothes and weapons. She saw that there were no bloodstains or dark green slime from the magical snake on them. She hurriedly shouted, "Hurry up! Spray some deodorizing spray." After some chaos, they finally hid well before the poisonous insects arrived. Through the low bushes, they could clearly see what was happening in the distance. Jenny muttered, "Wind God, I ask for your endless power, air barrier." As she finished speaking, a barrier covered all of them. Seeing Sophie's surprised look, she explained, "It's better to have a barrier. Otherwise, those insects can sense us with their instincts. No way my potion works well. They shouldn't be able to smell anything." Sophie thought, feeling a bit uncomfortable. Did they doubt her ability? "It's not about the smell," Mr. Macy said. "Don't underestimate these poisonous insects. Within a certain distance, they can sense the heat from living creatures. Even if there's no smell, they can't be fooled by their eyes." Huh, Sophie was surprised. No wonder this place is called one of the most dangerous areas. Maybe it's because of these poisonous insects. They even have infrared vision. She had underestimated them. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Sophie stuck out her tongue at everyone. She also cast a space isolation spell outside Jenny's barrier, acting as a double safety measure. Double insurance. Haha, Mr. Macy chuckled softly and patted her head wrapped in a scarf. "Did I scare you just now, teacher? Don't mess up my head," Sophie said, feeling her face flush. She awkwardly didn't answer Mr. Macy's question. The large carcass of the magical serpent lay far away, and suddenly the strange buzzing sound grew louder nearby. Thousands of tiny, colorful insects looked like a dark blanket covering the body. Before long, about 15 minutes later, only the rough, hard shell of the magical serpent remained. These brownish, earth-colored shell pieces, which looked very much like the ground, appeared as a small dirt mound, oddly tilted. At the same time, many more insects arrived, covering the sky and making the already dim canyon look even more gloomy. Inevitably, swarms of insects also approached the bushes where Sophie and her friends were hiding. Fortunately, their double protective barrier was still strong, so the insects didn't notice them. After the serpent's body was eaten, the remaining insects hovered around for about 20 minutes before quickly flying away, just as they had come. The canyon gradually became quiet again, as if nothing had happened. Sophie let out a long breath, lowered the barrier, and stepped out of the bushes. She moved her stiff limbs and still felt a lingering fear from what had just happened. "Maybe we should go back and take the main road?" Jenny suggested, seeing Sophie's pale face. "It's still time to turn back."
"Yeah."
Alan agreed. Their advice made Sophie feel a bit embarrassed. Only Mr. Macy's eyes showed clear encouragement mixed with a teasing smile. Let's keep going. We need to speed up and get out of this place as soon as possible, Sophie said bravely. She was determined not to turn back now. They ate a little food and prepared to continue their journey.
Huh?
Jenny suddenly shouted. What about that pile of stuff just now? What stuff? The other people all looked at her with confused expressions. That one, the one with the magic snake shell, she said. Huh? It's really gone. They quickly ran over, but the brown shell that was once leaning there had completely disappeared. Ghost. In her panic, Sophie even called out in Chinese. Actually, she herself was a real ghost, but luckily, others didn't understand Chinese and thought she was just sighing. Haha. Little Black's loud laugh echoed in Sophie's mind. You're so scared. Those broken shells were eaten long ago by those old trees. What's there to be nervous about? Eaten? This time, Sophie used the common language of the mainland, showing a look of disbelief. Who ate it? Jenny asked. It said, Sophie stammered, pointing at Little Black. The shell was eaten. Jenny and Alan knew about Sophie's magical pet, so they didn't doubt her words at all. Who exactly ate it? Jenny asked anxiously, while Alan looked around expressionlessly. Only Mr. Macy's face showed understanding. Those trees, Sophie said, pointing to the side of the road, then asked Little Black in her mind, do those trees eat people? Little Black almost fell off her shoulder from her question. Eat people? Haha, those trees wouldn't eat people. They're not dead. You wouldn't run away, would you? It's strange, though. Old trees are common on the Kemisaro continent of the demon world. Why are they here? Are you saying those trees ate the magic snake shell? Jenny asked, eyes wide with surprise. It's the Little Black one who said that, Sophie thought when she heard that the tree doesn't eat people. Her slow mind started to work again. She looked around at the old tree, in the Little Black's mouth everywhere. She definitely couldn't mention the demon world, so she had to firmly say, It saw it. Are you sure you won't be mistaken? Sophie asked herself in her mind. This kind of tree actually comes over to eat leftover food? I didn't hear any sound at all. It's so amazing. That's right. The old tree loves to eat the bodies of dead monsters, Little Black confidently said. If those bugs hadn't come so quickly just now, the old tree would have eaten the monster's body. In the demon world, there are old trees everywhere. Using them to clean up trash is the best. Fast and clean. Sophie listened to Little Black's chatter with a face full of frustration, pulling along a pale Jenny. Don't worry, she comforted Jenny. These trees seem to only eat dead things. Otherwise, they would have come to eat us already. Jenny heard her words and looked a little more relaxed, but she moved faster, as if she also wanted to leave this dangerous place quickly. Teacher, do you know this kind of tree? Sophie couldn't help asking Mr. Macy, who looked very calm beside her. Actually, this kind of tree is called the old tree. It's an ancient species. I heard it disappeared long ago on the Sorsogon continent. I didn't expect to see it here, Mr. Macy said, shaking his head. If it hadn't eaten those armor plates, I wouldn't have recognized it. Ancient tree species. Sophie tugged her hair and frowned. No wonder it's so strange. It even eats things by itself. Think about it, it's a plant, not a monster, and it runs around, which is scary. Haha, everyone laughed when they heard her complaints, and the atmosphere became less heavy. You can think of it as half plant, half beast, but it is very poisonous. Never touch it casually. Mr. Macy's eyes sparkled with wisdom. I believe the toxic miasma in this canyon comes from these large trees. Of course, the Little Black Cat's voice echoed in Sophie's mind again. How can a tree from the demon world not have demon poison? But people from our demon realm won't get poisoned. Are you human? I didn't know that, Sophie teased. I am a divine beast. Little Black shouted angrily. I'm much more advanced than them. Antidote pills. Antidote pills. Sophie ignored Little Black and confidently declared, I am sure this pill can handle its poison. I believe it's a genuine ancestral secret recipe. Cheap for you. Seeing her proud look as if she was about to open a pharmacy, everyone couldn't help but smile. Luckily, Sophie's antidote pills worked. The poisonous miasma in the valley was very strong. Without a magic shield, most people couldn't get here. Of course, That doesn't include dragons or similar beings. They would have been poisoned and fallen to the ground long ago. Maybe the old trees thought they were dead and ate them all. No wonder they hadn't seen any corpses or bones along the way. The deeper we went, the harder the path became. We took small steps, and the foul smell grew stronger. Besides Mr. Messy, the other three all activated protective shields. Sophie had never seen a battle aura shield before. The Sword Master Alan's battle aura shield was light green, matching the magic shields of the two girls. Mr. Messy explained, only Sword Masters and above can release battle aura to form magic shields. The type of battle aura determines the shield's color. He pointed to Alan's aura shield. He is clearly a wind-type sword master, so his aura shield is green. Is that so? Sophie nodded. But our magic shields don't have colors. Hee hee, Mr. Macy chuckled. That's because magic and aura shields work differently. A magic shield is a barrier created by a mage using mental energy to arrange magical elements. An aura shield is formed when a swordsman or higher-level warrior pushes their own aura out of their body for protection. The whole afternoon was spent traveling. They only encountered 2 weak poison scorpions. The scorpions themselves weren't too hard to deal with. Using a few magic attacks should have been enough. But the problem was that the light inside the valley was too dim. By the time they spotted the scorpions, they were already too close. The scorpions kept spitting venom, which was both disgusting and troublesome. In the end, Sophie used her space transfer magic to move them away. Sophie had never cast such a large-scale space transfer before. She didn't plan to throw them very far. But when she cast the spell, she suddenly had a thought. She wanted to see how far she could transfer objects. Just a small idea, but it caused trouble. A group of over 30 mercenaries was walking along the main road to Dueston. Suddenly, 2 huge poison scorpions fell from the sky nearby with a loud crash. The mercenaries were stunned. The 2 dazed scorpions were also frightened by what had happened. They had been happily preparing to eat their next meal just moments before, and now they found themselves in a bright, unfamiliar place. Fortunately, the leader of this mercenary team reacted quickly. He thought his team was ambushed. Before the 2 silly scorpions could react, he ordered the archers and mages to attack from a distance. After a fierce barrage, they were defeated. Seeing that the 2 venomous scorpions were no longer moving, the mercenaries didn't dare to approach. They sent scouts to check around and found no other ambushes. Then they happily went to retrieve their spoils. Seeing that no one was hurt, Sophie quickly withdrew her mental energy. Her face turned red, and she mumbled, unsure of what to say. Mr. Messy burst into laughter. He must have seen the whole process, how it started, developed, reached a climax, and ended. The more he laughed, the happier he was. Sophie's face grew redder, while the other 2 looked surprised and confused. As for Little Black, he completely ignored them. Honestly, Sophie didn't expect she could teleport so far. She thought she could only throw them to the entrance of the canyon. She realized she had caused trouble, but luckily, the mercenary team reacted quickly. Otherwise, Sophie would have felt guilty for a long time. She instinctively remembered the badge on the mercenary team's flag. Maybe she'll meet them again someday. This time, Sophie finally understood. If she had used her mental power earlier, she might have noticed the 2 venomous scorpions from the start. But what annoyed her was Mr. Messy. He clearly knew everything, but didn't warn her. Instead, he looked like he was watching a show. When Sophie caused trouble, he became even more happy. This feeling is very strange. Everything is clear to me. Even tiny dust on a small flying insect sitting on a distant tree is visible. It's much clearer than using a far-infrared telescope, but Sophie isn't used to it. She's actually afraid of seeing something disgusting, so she prefers not to look. Teacher, Sophie, influenced by fantasy novels from her past life, is a bit worried about using her mental power. If I use my mental strength to check the surroundings, will it attract the attention of others who are also using mental power or magical beasts? Will they find me? Will they attack me? Huh? Mr. Macy looks at Sophie in surprise. You really don't know, do you? I only don't know, so I asked you. The book didn't say anything about it, Sophie says anxiously. The book didn't say, Mr. Macy strokes his beard and keeps walking steadily. Unless two people have mental powers of the same strength, they can't detect each other. Otherwise, the stronger mental power will find the weaker one. The weak can never find the strong. He pauses and looks at Sophie with interest. People with strong mental power don't need to worry about others discovering your probing. As long as you release your mental strength, anyone trying to check you will be noticed by you immediately. Besides, not everyone can use their mental power like that. Is it really that good? Sophie's heart lifts. Does this mean her divine-level mental power has no rivals? But Mr. Macy seems to have known her mental strength was very strong all along. That's probably why he gave that meaningful look. If he knows, then I know too. He's just a dragon, after all. I really want him to turn back into a dragon, so I can see how different he is from our Eastern divine dragon. Alan and Jenny were walking nearby, listening to the conversation between the master and his apprentice. The more they listened, the more surprised they became, but their worries were about different things. Before Mr. Macy explained the origin of the tree, Alan had already noticed that strange teacher. He initially thought this old man, dressed in a mage's robe, was just an ordinary mage of perhaps a higher level. But as they traveled, he saw that the old man didn't use any poison or insect repellent potions or antidotes like the Sufi often did. Well, maybe he had used them earlier, but he never cast any magic or protective spells, not even a shield. Even now, Mr. Macy looked fresh and clean, not at all tired or disheveled from harsh conditions. He often pointed out things to Sophie, and no matter what, nothing seemed to trouble him. It was clear he was very skilled and mysterious. Jenny was also amazed by their strength. As a mage herself, she knew that mages' bodies were very different from warriors. She was already close to her limit from this long, high-speed journey, but the old man and the young girl seemed to walk without even catching their breath, chatting happily. Maybe the old man used some magic gear or had strong magic power, but the young girl was also so capable of walking. Jenny wondered if she was really weaker than she thought. She had already cast wind magic on her legs, but why, in others' eyes, she was fast, yet here she couldn't keep up with the little girl? Feeling exhausted, Jenny stopped and said, "Let's rest for a bit." She felt a little embarrassed and asked, "What will we do tonight?" Sophie looked up and saw that it was already late. After walking so long, she didn't feel tired at all. She was glad that her body was her greatest asset, and she was proud of her persistent training. She gradually released her mental strength, and everything around her appeared clearly in her mind. Look, there are quite a few restless magical beasts. It seems the night here will be very lively. Using her powerful mental energy, Sophie carefully searched the area. She hoped to find a suitable cave, which would greatly improve their safety at night. Unfortunately, there were no ideal caves, only a few very small ones, too tiny for even one person to hide in. Most of the area was covered by old trees. After searching for a while, she found a small creek about 2 kilometers from their location, with a clear space nearby that could fit 2 tents. The group discussed it and decided there was no better option. At least, the land was open enough. Soon, everyone arrived at the creek. They cleared some weeds from the ground and sprayed insect repellent. Sophie took out 2 tents from her space, one for each gender. Sophie and Jenny were both mages, so they would spend the night meditating. As for Grandpa's warning, with Mr. Macy and Luke present, she wasn't worried. If Alan was smart, he wouldn't do anything harmful to her. In no time, they set up the 2 tents easily. The evening in the canyon was not cool at all, with no breeze. Sophie brought out a delicious, steaming dinner, and everyone ate happily. As a reward, Sophie asked Black to create a large protective barrier, covering the area, including the tents. She planned to rest well tonight. Although she was here to train, she knew she had to get used to it slowly, right? The water in the small creek was murky and dark, so no one dared to use it. Anyway, Sophie had enough water at her place. After a simple wash, everyone else went into their tents early, except Alan, who was eager to take the night shift. "Little Black, be alert tonight," Sophie advised. "I want to meditate. Call me if anything happens." "Yeah, about that jerky earlier. Can you give me some more?" Little Black begged, rubbing against Sophie. Sophie poked Little Black's head with her finger and reluctantly took out a large plate of preserved meat.
Don't just eat all the time.
Remember what I just said, okay? Okay, I got it. If anything happens, I'll call you, Little Black said, stuffing the meat into his mouth. This way of communicating without using words was very convenient for him. Inside the tent, neither of the two lay down to sleep. The magicians all used meditation to restore their mental and magical energy. Maybe because both of them wore divine crystals, which helped gather magic elements quickly, Sophie opened her eyes about half an hour later, looking refreshed. Thinking of Mr. Macy's words, Sophie proudly expanded her mental energy like a spider web. First, Luke sat cross-legged outside his tent. He was probably still invisible, as he didn't look tired at all. He sat with his hands resting on his thighs, gripping a shiny dagger in his left hand, alert and watching all around. Alan also sat cross-legged on the ground, right between the two tents. He was meditating with his eyes closed, but from the way he kept touching his great sword, it seemed he hadn't fallen asleep. In another tent, Mr. Messy was lying on his back with his limbs spread out. Before Sophie could look carefully, he suddenly opened his eyes as if he sensed something. His eyes showed a playful, teasing smile. Startled, Sophie quickly withdrew her mental energy. This dragon was so powerful, it could detect her almost instantly, even though she was told her mental strength was now at a divine level. Starting fresh, even though it was late at night, Sophie saw everything clearly. She thought, this is just like the incredible, spiritual awareness described in novels. Sophie activated her powerful spiritual sense, stepped out of Xiaohei's barrier, and began to move around the camp nearby, dancing and jumping freely, feeling like singing. With this strange, wonderful feeling, Sophie felt herself floating lightly into the air, flying higher and higher, looking down at Murdoch Gorge. A huge map appeared in her mind. The thick fog and poisonous mists in the canyon didn't affect her at all. Every corner was within her sight. She saw monsters fighting over food, insects flying and resting, and creatures sleeping and snoring. Nothing escaped her eyes. And underground? Sophie sent her spiritual sense deep into the earth. Wow, there was no resistance at all. She saw tangled, sprawling tree roots, tiny flowers and grasses slowly growing, and heard the faint sounds of insects underground and leaves opening. It was a strange, beautiful world. So amazing. Suddenly, a tiny voice asked, "Huh?
Who are you?"
Startled, Sophie exclaimed, "Huh? Who was talking?" Then she was surprised again. Was it herself speaking? Am I the one talking? She froze in amazement. Really, I'm talking? She thought, feeling like stone. The tiny voice giggled, hee hee. You're quite funny. Are you silly? Wow, you can use your consciousness to talk, Sophie finally realized. It felt just like talking to Little Black. As long as she thought about what to say in her mind, she could communicate. Where are you? I can't see you. I'm right here, the voice replied. Here. Here, following the sound, Sophie saw a large tangle of tree roots in front of her. Her consciousness entered it. Wow, it was very big inside. Sophie looked around. The most noticeable thing was a very cozy bird's nest. The nest was made of tiny branches and soft grass, decorated with small gems and pretty dried flowers. It looked very beautiful. Inside the nest sat a tiny beauty. She was only about 10 centimeters tall, wearing a pretty white puff skirt with a slim waist. Her long blue-purple hair reached her waist, and she was barefoot, looking like a flower fairy. You're the one who just spoke, right? You're so pretty, Sophie exclaimed. She felt a warm feeling and asked, Are you an element spirit? I'm not a spirit, the tiny beauty said with a frown. I'm a fairy, Sophie looked behind her. She had no wings, so she wasn't an element spirit. But she had never heard of fairies on the Sorsogon continent. What kind of fairy are you? Sophie wondered if she was like the cat fairy, rabbit fairy, or fox fairy people talk about on Earth. What kind of fairy? Fairies are just fairies, the tiny fairy said softly. What about you? Are you a human? Yes, I am a human, Sophie nodded instinctively. Are you the only fairy here? Yes, only me. I woke up here, She lowered her head and gently brushed the wrinkles on her dress, saying, "I've never seen a real living human before." "How did you get here?" Sophie smiled. "I'm just passing through. We plan to cross Murdoch Canyon to reach the monster forest." "Huh?" The fairy widened her eyes in curiosity. "Aren't humans afraid of magic poison? Yet you're still alive? That's strange. You haven't seen humans before, so how do you know we fear magic poison?" Sophie felt a bit annoyed that she was asked why she hadn't died yet, given her confident tone. "Oh, of course, because I have inherited memories," the little fairy said, giving her a strange look. "Don't you have them?" Then she seemed to remember something and added, "Right, humans probably don't. Are you talking about the inherited memories only monsters have?" Sophie remembered reading about it in a book. "Humph," the fairy snorted. "Who says only monsters have them? Fairies, dragons, and element spirits like you also have inherited memories." "Oh, I see. Sorry, I was wrong," Sophie smiled. "Let's get to know each other. My name is Sophie."
What's yours?
"I don't have a name," the little fairy said, pulling at her dress in frustration. "Then I'll call you Little Fairy. Is that okay, Little Fairy?" That's a really nice name. "Thank you." The fairy happily jumped up. Seeing her smile, Sophie also smiled and said, "Your inherited memories are really impressive. You speak the common language so well." "Hee hee, well, we communicate mentally so we don't need words," the fairy said with a laugh. "You're quite interesting." "Haha, Little Fairy, what do you usually do when you're alone?" Sophie felt a little embarrassed by what she said and quickly changed the subject. "Well," she thought for a moment, "I have a lot of things to do." Then she looked around and suddenly her eyes lit up. She clapped her hands happily and said, "Maybe I should go out and play with you?" "But," Sophie looked the little fairy up and down and shook her head regretfully, "if you go out like this, I'm afraid I can't protect you." "I don't need you to protect me," the little fairy blinked and said unhappily. "I'm serious. The outside world is complicated. If someone sees you, they might want to catch you for research. There are many people who might not have good intentions toward you," Sophie explained, feeling like she was talking to a child. She really couldn't think of a good way to take her out and keep her safe at the same time. She didn't want to see such a cute fairy get hurt. She could hide her in her hair or something, but eventually it would be obvious. The truth is, there are too many people and things in this world she couldn't resist. She couldn't and wouldn't want to involve such a lovely little creature in danger. Instead, she thought it would be better for her to stay in a familiar and safe place, living freely. It seemed the little fairy understood Sophie's feelings. She was surprised at first, then her eyes showed happiness. "I've decided, it's you." She gently flew up, spun around, and waved her tiny hand. Sophie suddenly saw everything in front of her brighten. "Wow, where am I? It feels like I have entered a world of flowers, with colorful blossoms blooming all over the hills." Sophie looks down and realizes that in this wonderful place, she no longer seems to be just a spirit but has a body. She stretches her hand and kicks her legs. "What's going on here?" Sophie asks in disbelief, looking around. "The place is so beautiful. Am I dreaming? How can there be such a place?" She starts to explore happily. "Here's my world, giggle." The little fairy finally appears. She stands in front of Sophie, looking like a happy Barbie princess. She is much taller than Sophie, with a small, delicate face, beautiful features, and long blue-purple hair decorated with tiny stars and gems. Her slender neck is smooth and white, and she wears a white, fluffy long dress that shows off her graceful curves. "Isn't it very pretty?" she asks with a bright, sweet voice, no longer sounding tiny like before. You can actually become bigger," Sophie exclaims in surprise. "That's great. If you grow bigger and wear a hat, going out won't be a problem." She pauses and then asks, "These flowers are so beautiful. Why are all the flowers from different seasons blooming here at the same time? And little fairy, how did you bring me here? All these flowers are my treasures. I planted them myself. Didn't you ask me what I usually do?" She winks. "I grow flowers here and make clothes and things. But this place is so beautiful. Why don't you live here?" "Of course I live here. I was just playing over there earlier," the little fairy says, pointing to her pretty hair. Is this your personal space? Sophie asks, seeming a little confused. No. How can someone grow flowers in their personal space? It's a world. Not just a space, the little fairy emphasizes. It's a world only fairies have. Well, it can also be called the fairy realm. Fairy realm? Sophie pinched her thigh hard, but it didn't hurt. She sighed in relief, realizing, so I'm dreaming. Hee hee, this isn't a dream. The little fairy giggled at her silly look. You can pinch all you want, but it won't help. You're just a spirit here, so you can't feel pain. Let me ask you, can you smell the flowers here? Sophie sniffed hard, but she couldn't smell any flowers. No wonder she felt something was off. Nothing seemed real. She realized she was just a spirit now. Is everything here controlled by you? She asked. The little fairy smiled gently and charmingly. Yes, I created everything here, so only I can bring you in. It's so beautiful, little fairy. I really like this place, Sophie said sincerely. You're very good, I like you, the little fairy suddenly said. Her big, purple crystal-like eyes sparkled with happiness. She turned around, stood in front of Sophie, then leaned down and gently kissed her on the forehead. Now I can stay with you forever. This was the first time in her past life that someone confessed to Sophie, and it was from a girl. She felt a bit stunned. The kiss that followed made her whole body tremble, and her face turned bright red. But it also felt a bit like that contract with Little Black. Her mind seemed to fill with many new thoughts. Suddenly, she froze, staring blankly. This is a fairy blessing, the little fairy smiled. Each fairy can only give one blessing, so you're very lucky, girl. Sophie suddenly woke up as if from a dream. She faintly understood the origin of the fairy from the thoughts that had been placed in her mind. It turned out that they were the true ancient descendants, pets of the creation god. Each fairy had a divine realm given by the gods, which was both their living space and the source of their magic. It is said that when the creation god left, he took most of the fairies with him. Since fairy reproduction is very slow, after many generations, there were no more fairies on the Salsagon continent. In the little fairy's mind, she was the only fairy here. Like elves, fairies are born with the ability to control plants. They're stronger than elves. All elves are said to be created by the goddess of life, but fairies are created by the creation god himself. The blessing of a fairy is almost like a divine blessing. When someone receives a fairy's blessing, they gain the fairy's special powers, including a natural affinity for plants and magical beasts, and the right to freely enter and leave the fairy realm.
Oh,
I am so lucky. Sophie's eyes sparkled with excitement. She wanted to rush forward and hug the little fairy, but she missed and realized she was only a spiritual being. Little fairy, you're so good. She asked curiously, does this mean we can always be together? Yes, exactly. It means I and my fairy realm can live in your mind's sea. The little fairy clapped her hands. Wow, I want to go out and play. I need to prepare some pretty dresses, make a few more hairpins, and as for the brooch, shoes. Well, I still don't like wearing shoes. She touched her dress and tugged her hair, talking to herself. Sophie looked annoyed. Just as she was about to speak, she suddenly felt a strong wave of exhaustion. In the next moment, her consciousness returned to her own body. She opened her eyes and looked around, but she couldn't see the little fairy. Was she just dreaming? What a beautiful dream it was. Suddenly, she felt a little empty and sad, a bit confused. Outside, the sky was gray and faintly bright. Jenny had already gone to sleep. Because she was a mage, she had replenished her magic and mental energy, but her physical strength still needed sleep to recover. She patted the small black creature lying at her feet and checked the time. Sophie quickly began to meditate, as her mental energy had been drained too much that night. When she finished meditating again, it was already morning. Jenny was gone, and only Sophie was inside the tent. Little Black, has the barrier outside been taken down? She asked casually. She didn't get a reply from Little Black. Turning around, she saw Little Black staring at the little fairy nearby. Little fairy? Oh. So everything was real. Sophie blinked twice, then reached out her hands to the fairy. I thought I was dreaming just now. The fairy flew onto Sophie's hand. Hee hee, I didn't expect you to have a Garmano. Oh? You know about it too? Sophie was still happy about finding her lost item. Suddenly, she remembered there were others here and hurriedly asked, "When did you arrive? Did anyone see you?" Hee hee, don't worry. Only you and this Garmano can see me because our fates are connected, the fairy replied, then turned to Little Black. Isn't that right? Haha, this is my first time seeing a fairy, Little Black said in a childish voice. Haha, the fairy giggled. You just learned to talk. Huss. She brushed her skirt and playfully winked at Little Black. Humph. Little Black snorted in anger and stopped speaking. Let me introduce them. This is Little Black, and she is Little Demon. Everyone, please get along well from now on. Sophie happily pointed at them. By the way, just now, I was with you, and I don't know what happened. I was about to speak, but suddenly I was back. Sophie still didn't quite understand what happened. Hey, I'll tell you, Little Demon said happily. Your mental strength was already pretty good, but our fairy blessing is not something ordinary people can handle. When you suddenly received so much at once, it used up a lot of your mental energy, so you couldn't hold on. I see, Sophie patted her head. Then why are you only coming now? Weren't you supposed to come with me? Oh, that's because I was packing my things. Also, I needed to say goodbye to them before leaving. Little Demon pouted and brushed her hair. Them? Who else? Of course, those tree spirits. They've been with me for so long, and now that I'm leaving, I should say goodbye. Huh, Sophie frowned. Those big trees that eat corpses. They're very gentle. Don't you feel it? Little Demon sat on Sophie's hand and swung her little bare foot. Without them, this place would be a mess. That's true. Maybe because of a fairy blessing, Sophie felt that those tree spirits didn't seem so unpleasant anymore. Can you feel it? Sophie closed her eyes, reached out with her recently restored mental strength, trying to sense the tree spirits Little Demon mentioned. But she couldn't communicate with them. That's not how it works, Little Demon said from the side. It's not about mental strength. You have to use your heart, your soul to feel it. The little fairy pointed to Sophie's heart area and said, Your soul? Sophie listened carefully and suddenly understood. She released the little fairy, sat up straight, and slowly relaxed her mind, just like she did during her daily yoga practice. Wow, she really felt it. She sensed the kindness of the trees, the sadness of the trees when the little fairy left, and the happiness, anger, and sadness of the surrounding plants, animals, and magical creatures. She could almost feel what all these beings were thinking. Maybe this was a blessing from the fairies? It felt like a natural instinct. Sophie opened her eyes, looking at the little fairy with excitement. I really felt it. Thank you, little fairy. Hee hee, isn't that a wonderful feeling? Yes, Sophie nodded very hard. Then she remembered something. You should change back to your bigger form. Soon, you can tell them you're here on an adventure too. That you got separated from others. As she spoke, she took a scarf from her personal space and offered it to the little fairy. They'll believe it. Hee hee, I can't do that, the little fairy giggled. I can only transform in the fairy world. Really? You can only grow bigger in the fairy world. Sophie looked a bit disappointed as she put away the scarf. So, you'll have to stay in my mind forever? As long as I'm in your mind, I'll know everything you see and hear. The little fairy happily spun around Sophie twice, then landed on her hand. All right, someone is coming. Before she finished speaking, she turned into a white light and entered Sophie's mind. Here, I can talk to you too. The little fairy's gentle voice echoed inside Sophie's mind. That's great. Sophie's face lit up with a big smile. During breakfast, Mr. Messy looked at Sophie teasingly. Did you sleep well last night? Yes, it was a nice dream. Sophie replied happily inside. She decided to pretend she didn't know about her mental spying last night. Mr. Messy frowned and looked at her several times. You seem a bit different. Different how? Jenny asked confusedly, overhearing his words. Mr. Messy's eyes sparkled briefly. He didn't answer Jenny, but kept staring at Sophie without blinking. After a while, he said, I really can't tell what has changed. Sophie chuckled inwardly. Finally, there's something even he can't see. Hey, Sophie, Is this guy really a dragon? The little fairy became more curious about these people. Not only was there Garminer, but also a dragon? I noticed too, Sophie thought to herself. But he didn't say anything, so I pretended I didn't know. Luckily, this time, even he can't see through it. Little fairy, you're really impressive. She looked up at Mr. Messy and said, Teacher, maybe I've gained a new understanding of using mental power. Also, I overused my mental energy last night and feel a bit tired. She deliberately misled Mr. Messy with a mischievous smile, making him experience being kept in the dark. Uncle Alan, today I will lead the way. Last night, I already learned about the distribution of monsters in this area. Sophie loudly called out to Alan, who was walking at the front. Alan stopped, looking puzzled. Last night? I didn't see anyone go out, and there's the barrier too. Ahem. Well, it's about alchemy gear. Special equipment used for scouting, Sophie explained. I can't just tell him it's because of my divine-level mental power. Mr. Messy smiled as if watching a good show, with a look that clearly said, Keep talking, keep making things up. I want to see how you explain this. Really? Such a thing exists, Jenny exclaimed excitedly. Oh no, there's still someone waiting here. How could I forget her? Maybe the great swordsman can bluff, but as a mid-level magic instructor, Jenny definitely knows about the current state of alchemy. How should I continue? Sophie said with a shy smile. I was joking. There's no such thing. It's Xiaohei. You know, it's a space beast, so it can naturally find its way. Xiaohei. Hey, that's too much. Why didn't it say anything yesterday? Jenny glared at Xiaohei angrily. Xiaohei. Who did I offend? Voiceover. Mr. Messy chuckled again nearby. Well, yesterday, yes, it was to train me, Sophie said, emphasizing with a nod. Oh. Jenny stepped over, hooked Sophie's shoulder, leaned in with a playful smile, and asked, Tell me, Sophie, why didn't it need to train you today? Haha, it's about overall strength training. Every day has different goals, Sophie said smoothly, feeling quite proud of her quick wit. Humph. That makes sense, Jenny muttered helplessly. She realized she couldn't treat this small team like normal people. She used to be confident in her social skills, but once she faced these two, she was at a loss. Such rivals. Throughout the rest of the journey, Sophie's performance as a guide was truly outstanding. She led them through twists and turns as if they were strolling in her own garden. The expressions of the people following her were quite strange and interesting. From the way they kept glancing at Black's actions, it was clear that their feelings went beyond simple surprise. Even Mr. Messy started to wonder if it was really because of Black. Sophie felt a bit helpless about which way to go next. After receiving the blessing of the fairy, she could sense the plants and magical creatures sending her kindness and greetings whenever she relaxed her mind. Because of this, her original plan to practice with the magical creatures might have to be abandoned. Little fairy, this is so amazing. I feel like even the magic poison from the trees is avoiding us, Sophie said happily as she walked and talked with the little fairy. I'll tell you a secret. From now on, you don't need to worry about any poison from plants or magical creatures because they will never hurt you, the little fairy said proudly. So, if someone tries to poison me in the future, it won't work, right? Sophie's eyes narrowed happily. Not exactly. I mean, poisons from plants and magical creatures won't affect you. But other types of poison.
Oh.
There are others? What kind of poison is that? Tell me quickly, Sophie asked, wide-eyed in surprise. For example, elemental poison, corpse poison, and mental poison. They are all very dangerous.
Huh.
I've heard of corpse poison, but what are elemental and mental poisons? Sophie asked curiously. Elemental poison is caused by magic elements like fire or cold. That's what I think, the little fairy explained vaguely. Sophie immediately thought of heat and cold toxins from traditional medicine. Then what about mental poison? Mental poison is probably what you call a curse. There are many kinds, and they are very powerful. The little fairy's voice trembled a little. Wow, really? Curses exist. Sophie frowned and tugged at her hair. But the books say curses are just stories, right? Stories? The fairy shook her head. No, they are not just stories. Some humans use curses. I have seen it myself. Let me think. Oh, yes, 3,000 years ago, I saw a cursed person who came to this canyon. Really? What happened to him? Of course, he died. I think he came here hoping to die sooner. Oh, Sophie was surprised. She suddenly felt that her joy of no longer needing to fear poison had faded. She couldn't believe someone would use curses. She felt a little scared. By the way, you said 3,000 years ago? Yes. Wow. Little fairy, how old are you? Sophie patted her forehead, feeling a bit shocked. She was so old. Should she call her old fairy? Sophie shivered slightly. I'm 4,561 years old, the fairy said shyly. I remember it clearly. I was still young then, wandering around here all day, and I saw that person. He, like others, didn't go far into the valley and was poisoned by magic toxins, but he carried a heavy curse. Sophie. After a moment, Sophie asked, have you ever seen someone go through this canyon without getting poisoned? Yes, I think many people passed through here when I was young. But over time, fewer and fewer did. In the past 100 years, only about 2 or 3 people have gone through. Why are there so few? Well, most of them ended up dying. Couldn't they just fly across? Why doesn't anyone use that method? Sophie tugged at her hair. Unless they ride flying magical beasts from very high up, she paused. Even the strongest wind magic can't make them fly that high. Plus, here they have to use barriers to resist the magic poison that's always trying to seep in. Do you think they can last long? Strange, these poisons don't seem very strong. Not strong? I don't know what you're thinking. This poison can invade your skin. I'm surprised you all haven't been affected. We took a detox pill and so far we seem fine. Detox pill? You have that. The little fairy sounded surprised. I made it. What do you think? Sophie unconsciously lifted her chin. Really? You made it? Is it interesting? How do you make it? Tell me. Okay. We'll talk about it when we get out. After a pause, Sophie tugged at her hair again and said, I still find it strange. Just because of the poison? How can this place be one of the top dangerous areas on the continent? That doesn't make sense. Did you forget how fierce the poisonous insects here are? Haha, I think if it weren't for the fact that you all don't have any scent, those little bugs wouldn't let you go. Moreover, there are many magical beasts hiding in the canyon. Hee, maybe so. While chatting, Sophie led everyone smoothly along the way. Everything went very well, and by evening, the canyon's exit was just ahead. Madison was very angry. He looked at the information in his hand, wishing he could immediately confront the elders. How could they send a mighty sword saint like him to catch a little girl? Is there no justice left? He shook his head. If it weren't for the fact that the person who gave him the task was Linda, a beautiful woman he admired for a long time, he would have already lost his temper. Speaking of this beauty, Madison's mood calmed a bit. It was her who helped him when he needed it most, or he wouldn't be where he was now. Thinking back to that disaster, he still felt hatred, pain, and suppression. His family was living peacefully in a small, remote village, but everything changed when he went out hunting. The village was raided by a band of robbers. Gentle Jer and cute little Jessie were all killed. The entire village, even the poultry they raised, was slaughtered, an atrocity. If Linda hadn't provided him with information about the bandits, helping him take revenge and introducing him to the organization, he might have lost the courage to live alone. He sighed. If he hadn't been unable to refuse Linda's soft pleas, he wouldn't have done such a thing. He once thought he had finally reached the strength of a sword saint and was among the top fighters on the continent. But he never expected that there were already 3 sword saints in his own organization. It seems the entire continent is far more than just the 13 great sword saints. Who knows how many other experts are quietly working hard under different names. This task originally had nothing to do with him. It seems the target changed their route suddenly, so the original ambush was cancelled. That's why they ended up finding him resting nearby.
He was bored.
He waited at the mouth of Murdoch Canyon. According to the intel, the target entered yesterday morning. He decided to wait here for 5 days. If those people didn't come out after 5 days, they probably never would. Honestly, he didn't think anyone could come out of there. At least, he wouldn't be foolish enough to go in himself. Suddenly, Madison raised his big sword. There seemed to be movement ahead. Haha, if I told people I got out of Murdoch Canyon in just 2 days, no one would believe me, Jenny said excitedly. She looked energetic now, even though she was exhausted earlier. Mr. Macy still smiled gently, but sometimes a sharp glint appeared in his eyes. The strangest was Alan. He clenched his sword tightly, looking conflicted.
Huh?
Sophie exclaimed in surprise. She had already noticed Madison at the canyon's mouth with her mental net. She stopped walking. There's someone at the entrance, and he looks suspicious. Madison was blocking the path with his big sword, clearly trying to rob someone. Besides Alan, the other two also looked calm and aware.
No worries.
With so many of us, we can handle just one guy, Jenny said, raising her staff and pointing at the entrance. Mr. Macy chuckled lightly. He jokingly suggested, maybe Sophie should just throw him far away. Sophie blushed at Macy's words, but inside, she thought that was a good idea. Especially considering her level, the chances of capturing someone are very low. But she is reluctant to use harsh methods. If she simply dismisses those who pose a threat, wouldn't that be better? Soon, they reached the canyon's exit. There, they saw a tall, imposing man with brown hair, holding a large sword, standing confidently as if he was unbeatable. Before Sophie and the others could ask anything, the man stared directly at Sophie and asked, "Are you the granddaughter of Duke Hablek?" Huh. Sophie looked at him in surprise. She had promised her grandfather before leaving that she would try not to reveal her true identity. Hearing him call her by name surprised her. "Who are you?" Before she finished speaking, a large sword suddenly pressed against her neck, making her cry out in shock. Alan, what are you doing?" Jenny was also stunned. Sophie then realized that the sword on her neck belonged to Alan. He definitely had a problem. Haha. The man on the other side smiled. "My name is Madison. Don't worry, we won't hurt her. We just want to exchange her for something with her grandfather." Sophie quickly tried to calm her little black and little demon friends, who looked ready to attack. It seemed they only wanted to kidnap her, so she relaxed her guard a little. "But you too," Madison said, pointing his sword at Mr. Macy and Jenny, shaking his head helplessly. "Sorry, only one of you can survive. Didn't we agree to only capture, not kill?" Alan asked Madison, his tone full of regret. Madison sneered at Alan. I don't talk to traitors." At that moment, Jenny started preparing her magic. "Wind God, I call upon your endless power, the wind judgment." Before she finished speaking, suddenly a large, tornado-like blue wind blade shot straight at Madison. Madison used her fighting spirit to raise her hand and swing her sword at the wind blade. The sword energy formed a white light that collided with the blue wind blade. There was a loud bang, and the wind blade disappeared after being overwhelmed by the white light. The white light paused briefly, then continued along its original path, cutting through the air. Next, there was a loud bang as a huge crack appeared in the ground ahead. Sword saint." Jenny's face turned pale. Sophie was also a bit stunned. Only a sword saint could use sword energy to this extent. "It's okay, Sophie. I won't let him hurt you," a small fairy's comforting voice said. "Hey, little black, take care of that annoying guy first. Help out a little." Hearing this, Sophie felt a warm feeling in her heart. "Are you talking about this great swordsman? I've never liked him. He dares to point his sword at us." Little Black, the divine beast, said with a serious tone. It was very angry. "Sophie, can you hide in the space? You should hide now." "The rest depends on me and Little Black," the small fairy said excitedly, eager to try. Sophie also wanted to see how Little Black and the fairy would deal with the great swordsman Alan. She quickly recited a spell to cast space hiding on herself. Her figure flickered, and then disappeared. "What?" Alan, who was still distracted watching Jenny and Madison fight, was surprised. How did Sophie, who was just under his sword, suddenly vanish? He thought he was seeing things. Before he could react, he was suddenly entangled by thorny vines. He desperately tried to cut the plants with his sword, but his arms were also caught and held in place by the tangled vines. He immediately used his fighting spirit to try to break the plants, but before he could release his energy, he was trapped by Little Black's space confinement, Normally, a great swordsman shouldn't be so easily caught, but because he was already struggling internally and then was thrown off by Sophie's sudden disappearance, he was caught by the two little guys. After capturing Alan, Sophie quickly joined Jenny to fight the Sword Saint. Since she was invisible, her threat to the Sword Saint was the greatest. Madison, who had reached the Saint level, could sense Sophie and Luke, the Shadow Guard, even while invisible. Although he couldn't use mental power as freely as a mage, his special sensing ability as a Saint-level warrior was very strong. Jenny was casting her strongest magic, Zephyr's Wrath. Sophie cooperated with a space ripping and then a space dimensional slash. Despite being a powerful sword saint, the three magic attacks bombarded him repeatedly. Madison was a little flustered when Sophie's magic suddenly struck, but overall, he handled it quite calmly. Sophie had previously only cast magic on a type of very hard stone called moist stone in the castle training room, mainly used to test strength and not much else. This was her first time fighting someone. With Mr. Macy and Luke nearby and Jenny constantly casting magic, Sophie didn't want to miss this good practice opportunity. She kept casting spell after spell, and after dealing with Alan, Little Black and the Little Demon joined the fight. The scene was incredibly exciting. Mr. Macy was watching with his beard, looking very pleased. Since the young lady was not in any danger, Luke didn't need to act for now. At first, Sophie was a bit clumsy, but gradually she became more skilled. Madison knew that the mages were not good at close combat. So, he swung his big sword to try to get closer to them and fight at close range. However, the small monsters kept controlling plants that wrapped around his legs, distracting him as he tried to deal with the plants. Little Black kept throwing strange little barriers at him, which were quite powerful. Because of this, he couldn't get close to them for a while. Plus, Alan had already been captured, which made him feel confused and a bit panicked. He didn't expect to be helpless against two girls. Finally, he used all his strength. Sophie fought happily, but unfortunately, her mental energy hadn't fully recovered from last night. Since her opponent was a strong saint-level warrior, she started to feel her mental strength weaken. At this moment, Sophie's space-hiding ability was also failing because of her tiredness. Slowly, her figure became visible. Next to her, Jenny was also exhausted. Little Black and Little Monster became the main fighters. At this time, Mr. Messy had seen enough and finally decided to act. He didn't do anything special, just released his powerful aura. Everyone except Little Black and Little Monster was shocked. This was real dragon power. Madison clearly felt threatened. He had never experienced such fear before. Without hesitation, he decided to retreat. He quickly cut the thorny vines at his feet, didn't even look at Alan, who was trapped, and then turned around and flew away from the fight scene. Sophie took a deep breath and relaxed. She plopped down on the ground, losing her composure, and tore off half of the veil still on her face. "I can't go on. I'm about to die from exhaustion." She took out several bottles of water from her ring, handed them to everyone, and then drank a large gulp herself. Jenny looks much worse than Sophie. Her headscarf is gone, and her pale face has dirty finger marks. Her mage robe is torn in several places. This time, she collapses on the ground, gasping for breath, seeming too tired to even drink the water Sophie gave her. As a weak-bodied mage, after a long day of travel through the canyon, she was already exhausted. Then, she faced a fierce battle against a sword master. Although she wasn't hurt much, she doesn't want to move her little finger now. "Teacher, you're amazing. You scared away that sword master," Sophie said, taking the last few high-quality ginseng pills she had left. She ate one herself, gave two to Little Black, and then put one into Jenny's mouth. "What's that?" Jenny asked curiously. "Candy pill, to restore energy. Why is it mine?" Mr. Macy reached out to Sophie. Sophie pouted and reluctantly took out another pill. "Teacher, you didn't fight. Hee, if it weren't for me, you might." He winked proudly and nodded toward Alan. "What you plan to do with that person over there?" "I didn't expect it, Alan." "How could Alan?" Jenny felt a bit sad. They had worked together many times and had good teamwork. His betrayal was hard for her to accept. "I don't know what to do either." "Teacher, what do you think?" Sophie asked Mr. Macy. Mr. Macy looked down and thought for a moment. Maybe we should listen to what he has to say first. Little Black, let him go first, but watch him carefully. Sophie gently told the little black on her shoulder, while secretly warning the little demon. Don't untie him for now. Be very careful not to let him escape. After the space confinement was lifted, Sophie and the others surrounded Alan. Jenny spoke first. Alan, what is really going on? Why did you betray us? Since the Sword Saint Madison ran away, Alan's face showed complete despair. He finally realized how strong the girl and her teacher were. Even the Sword Saint was driven off. Clearly, he was no match. So he had no intention of escaping. In fact, he had already accepted that he might die. Even if he survived, he knew he would spend his life feeling guilty and miserable. I'm sorry. Alan looked up, full of deep regret. This time, I betrayed you, but I don't regret it. They told me no one would get hurt, but I was fooled. I did it only for my little sister, Anna. He paused, trying to calm his emotions. A cursed nobleman wanted Anna. She was only 16 and a student. Of course, she refused. That nobleman then arranged for people to falsely accuse Anna of stealing a family heirloom. If she didn't give up the supposed heirloom, she would be taken to pay debts. That would surely mean her death. His eyes widened with anger, and the scar on his face looked fierce. Hearing this, Jenny was crying openly. Then why didn't you tell us? We could have worked together to find a way, Miss Sophie. Alan suddenly struggled to turn toward her, tears falling from his eyes. He spoke in a hoarse voice loudly. Please, I beg you, save my sister. Save her. Then, before Sophie could respond, a burst of greenish-blue energy suddenly appeared around him. The energy immediately broke the thorny vines wrapping around his body. He then raised his great sword and forcefully stabbed it into his own heart. Ah! 2 girls, no, 3 girls screamed loudly. There will be another update tonight. Thank you all for your support. I am very touched. Thank you. Bowing, the sudden change caught everyone off guard. Sophie was about to run over but was tightly held back by Luke, who appeared from behind. He shook his head at her. It's useless. The sword is aimed right at his heart. No, I want to save him. Sophie had always wondered about Alan's high status in the Eagle organization. Her grandfather wouldn't mistreat him, so it was hard to believe he would betray them. But now, Sophie thought Alan's betrayal was understandable. Not many people would go this far for their sister. She shook off Luke's hand and quickly ran to Alan's side. Her hands trembled slightly. Sophie took out the last small piece of 1,000-year-old ginseng from her space. She tore off a large chunk and stuffed it into Alan's mouth. She said to Alan, who was still trying to speak, "Don't talk. Eat it quickly. I can save you, and I can save your sister too." Then she chewed a small piece of ginseng herself. Alan, whose lungs were badly hurt, coughed up blood. The blood foam slid down his mouth. "Thank you." Alan shook his head, full of gratitude. Tears of blood welled up in his eyes, as if he had lost the will to live. He slowly closed his eyes. "No, if you die, I won't save your sister. You must stay alive. If you die, I won't save your sister." Sophie had never watched someone die before. She desperately tried to save his life. Seeing Alan seem to give up, she quickly and nervously said things to provoke him. Sure enough, Alan opened his eyes again, surprising Jenny and the others. They couldn't believe someone would talk to a person near death like that. "Eat it," Sophie emphasized. She knew very well that it was something made from the flesh and bones of the undead. She forced Alan to eat the ginseng. Then, Sophie began to use her remaining mental energy to cast her strongest light magic, Pray for Life. "Big Sister Jenny, Luke, help me hold him. I need to pull out his sword," Sophie said nervously. When they held Alan steady, she reached out and grabbed the large sword on his chest. Without hesitation, she quickly pulled it out. Blood sprayed from Alan's chest, splashing Sophie all over.
She didn't stop.
She immediately recited a spell. "Lord of Light, lend me your endless power to save your people. Pray for life." After finishing the spell, Sophie felt all her light magic power being drained. A white light sphere appeared from her outstretched hands and grew larger. She slowly guided the light into Alan's bloody chest. The bleeding slowed down immediately, and the blood vessels began to heal. The hole in his heart gradually shrank. Miraculously, over time, his heart healed, beating again once, twice, then slowly starting to beat normally. But just then, the last bit of white light disappeared. Sophie collapsed to the ground, weak and exhausted. Her magic and mental strength were completely drained, and Alan still had a large wound on his chest. No more. Sophie looked as pale as possible. She looked at Mr. Messy with hopeful eyes. Teacher, although her cute pleading usually didn't work with Mr. Messy, she still placed her last hope on him. Mr. Messy sighed helplessly. He recited a spell and cast a high-level water healing magic. Instantly, the lung tissue and remaining wounds on Alan's chest were healed. Alan slowly stood up, with an expression of disbelief. He moved his arms and legs, touched his chest and abdomen, which had once been badly injured. He opened his mouth, but only mumbled words that made no sense. Jenny also looked dazed. She realized that recently she had been overwhelmed by many surprises. Not only was Sophie, a space mage, able to cast light magic, but Alan was also revived from death. In comparison, Luke's performance was even more impressive. He stayed very calm, and when Jenny let go of Alan's hands out of shock, he steadied Alan, allowing the healing to continue smoothly. Fool, such a big fool, the little fairy shouted inside Sophie's mind. But inside, she was full of admiration and concern. You actually pushed yourself to this point. Don't you know Little Black's abilities? Huh? Sophie was stunned. What? Humph, she always forgets about me. I've gotten used to it. Little Black seemed quite displeased. Little Black? Can you also use light magic? Hee, haven't you remembered? Little Black can make time go backwards. Though it's a bit smaller now, reversing Alan's time for a little while should be easy, right? The little fairy chuckled, her voice trembling with excitement. Little Black looked very annoyed.
Ah, Sophie shouted loudly.
She truly regretted forgetting completely about Black's ability to control time. She wanted to save people, but had forgotten the most effective method. What's wrong? What's wrong? Sophie's scream finally woke Jenny from her distraction. Nothing, Sophie said, lowering her head in frustration. But then she thought that during her recent magic practice with light magic, she had gained new insights different from before. So, she decided not to dwell on it. Alan bypassed Jenny and Mr. Macy and came to Sophie. He knelt on one knee and looked at her directly. He said, "Great God of contracts, please listen to my call. Alan, swear on my soul to become Sophie's servant from now on, forever loyal to her." His words were firm, and immediately everyone was turned to stone. Since Sophie arrived in this different world, she never took oaths lightly. This is a world of gods and demons. Breaking a vow would surely bring divine or demonic punishment. People here also take their promises very seriously. She never expected Alan to do this suddenly, but it was too late to ask him to take back his oath. She was stunned. "I think we should change places now," Luke said at the right moment. "If the enemy gathers a large force and comes back to attack." "Oh, right, it's almost dark. I think it's better to go back to the canyon. At least no one would want to chase us inside," Mr. Macy said. His words were quickly agreed upon by everyone. "Should I help you walk?" Jenny asked, helping Sophie up. She was also having a hard time moving herself. "Hey, what smells so good?" "It smells so nice." Suddenly, a wonderful fragrance filled her nose. Sophie also sniffed and sneezed. Nothing?" She looked around but didn't see anything unusual. "Hey, Sophie, you forgot about me again," the little fairy complained. "The lovely scent on you is from the fairy world's flowers." At this moment, Sophie also detected a faint but very tempting floral fragrance on herself. The smell seemed to blend countless beautiful scents: mimosa, iris, jasmine, daffodil, rose. From the icy blue Himalayan poppy to the intoxicating desert mandrake. It was like a sea of flowers, poetic and flowing, full of charm. Surprised and a bit puzzled, she thought. Strange, why am I only noticing it now? It's been so long. It was always there, very faint. You couldn't smell it yourself. The stronger scent now is because you've been sweating. See all that sweat on you, TSK, TSK, the little fairy said. Sophie hadn't realized that she was now covered in sweat and messy with dirt all over. Since they communicated through mental energy, they could talk instantly. Sophie awkwardly smiled and explained to Jenny, "That's the scent of the sunscreen I applied." Sunscreen? What's it for? To block the sun? It smells so nice. Jenny looked eager and adorable. Sophie helplessly took out a small bottle of sunscreen and handed it to her. "Jenny, here, I'll give this to you." "Wow, Sophie, you're so kind." Jenny happily hugged her, squeezing so tightly that Sophie almost couldn't breathe. "Little Black, you should carry me now." "I'm about to be overwhelmed by her," Sophie said, not forgetting Little Black this time. Little Black's transformation naturally caused another round of amazement from everyone. But with Little Black carrying Sophie, the team quickly retreated back into the canyon. The little demon asked the tree friends for help and created a relatively clean open space for their tents. Xiaohei also smoothly set up a protective barrier around the tent area. Sophie introduced Luke to everyone. It seems only Alan is unaware of the Shadow Guard's affairs, but since Alan has sworn loyalty, he is one of us, and there's no need to hide it anymore. After a simple meal, tonight's safety depends on Mr. Macy and Luke. The other three must quickly regain their strength. But before that, Sophie wants to arrange some things first. She plans to send Alan and Luke early tomorrow morning with a letter to her grandfather in camps to rescue Alan's sister first. However, Luke strongly disagrees with Sophie's decision. His mission is to stay close to the young lady and protect her at all times. Leaving now would be neglecting his duty, and the Duke would be angry. Alan, though worried and anxious, also thinks this plan isn't good. Sophie suddenly had an idea and said, "Teacher, Jenny's sister, and I don't need to worry about safety. The sword saint we met today was scared off, and the teacher hasn't even fought yet, but he's only one person. If more come, you three might not be able to handle it," Luke disagreed. "If we can't beat them, we can run away. And even if more come, what difference does it make to you two?" Sophie replied. "Having one more person is always better," Luke said firmly.
"Oh, right.
"Teacher, and Jenny's sister can use wind flight magic. I can let Xiaohei carry me to fly. The bad guys can't catch us. I can also use vines to tie up the bad guys, just like I did with Alan." "It doesn't take much strength," Sophie said, suddenly showing her extraordinary abilities instead of her usual low profile. "Hey, I also want to ask you, how can a fairy use plant magic? Do you have fairy blood?" Jenny asked curiously. Well, Sophie hesitated, unsure how to explain. When I meditate using that, strange magic elements often come in. So, I really can't explain it clearly, haha. Her explanation was a bit vague, but Jenny accepted it naturally because she also used divine crystals, so she easily believed Sophie. "You're quite good at making things up, but I like that," the little fairy said with a smile. However, Mr. Macy's teasing look made Sophie feel very embarrassed, even though she was sure he couldn't possibly know about the little fairy's situation. "That makes sense," Luix finally said after thinking. "In the recent fight, Black didn't transform. If there's danger, letting it fly you away shouldn't be a problem." He looked at Mr. Macy and Jenny and then asked, "Miss, can I leave it to you too?" Mr. Macy nodded with a smile, stroking his beard. Jenny also kept reassuring him, "She's even better than me. Don't worry." It seemed Jenny was more eager to save someone. Luix and Alan exchanged glances and finally agreed to Sophie's request. Sophie let out a sigh of relief. Saving someone is like fighting a fire. She felt very sympathetic toward Anna's situation and hoped it was still possible to help. "Master, here's what happened with me and that Lost Soul organization." Alan was about to confess all his crimes. Sophie interrupted him. "Haha, just call me Sophie. I'm not used to being called Master. And I don't care about your past. Just go back and tell my grandfather. That's enough. After this matter is over, just follow me," she said. Alan immediately felt relieved. He had long understood that he could never return to the Eagle organization, and her words seemed to be helping him. Today, he experienced life, death, and rebirth all over again, gaining many insights. Unconsciously, his understanding of many things changed. Sophie's sincere attitude greatly increased his loyalty. Back in the tent, Sophie chewed a small piece of 1,000-year-old ginseng and began meditating. Today was her most exhausting day for her physical strength, mental energy, and magic power. Human potential is endless. In the middle of the night, Sophie woke up. The battles during the day gave her new understanding of magic. The light magic elements she gathered again increased a lot, and her mental strength had recovered most of its energy. "Sophie, you smell bad. Go wash up quickly," the little demon reminded her. Today had been so chaotic. She had only washed her hands and face casually during meals. Looking at herself, she was indeed very dirty. She glanced at Jenny, who was still meditating, then quietly left the tent. She cast a soundproof and shadowproof barrier around herself, then used water magic to create a lot of water. She washed herself from head to toe, using up a lot of shampoo and body wash. She looked like a cooked red shrimp with its shell removed. Only then did she take out clean clothes and put them on. She burned all the dirty clothes she had taken off, finally tidying up. After removing the barrier, she looked up and saw Luke standing there with a nervous expression. Sophie's face instantly turned bright red. I just washed up, nothing's wrong," she said. Without waiting for Luke's reaction, she quickly ducked into her tent like an ostrich. "Sophie, tell me, why do you eat that ginseng root when you save people or meditate? Also, I smelled the ginseng root in your candy pill." The little demon had wanted to ask this for a long time because she was very curious. Ginseng root? Oh, you mean ginseng. It is a very good supplement that can boost strength and improve health. Most importantly, if you are badly injured, this ginseng root can temporarily help control the injury. Sophie's achievements today are definitely related to ginseng. Really? I've never heard of it being so useful. I always thought it was poisonous. Humans are really strange. The little demon was very confused by Sophie's words. Poisonous? Little Black has eaten a lot of it too. It was because of ginseng that it advanced early. So, you must not underestimate what ginseng can do. But you are right. If people or monsters eat it without knowing its effects, they could get poisoned. Sophie spoke seriously, and the little demon was amazed. So, what kind of ginseng root can be eaten? The little demon still looked confused. Of course, the older the ginseng root, the stronger its power. But how much you can eat depends on your strength. Different people can handle different amounts. In this world, only Sophie probably understands the value of ginseng. In her previous knowledge, ginseng over 1,000 years old would definitely be a spirit or a fairy. But she didn't know how things worked in this world. Here, 1,000-year-old ginseng is everywhere.
That's easy then.
Since ginseng is so useful, I'll plant more in the fairy world. If you want it to last longer, just ask Little Black to make it slow down time. It will give you as many years as you want. The little demon clapped her hands happily. Little Black, can it also enter the fairy realm? Of course. As long as you want, anything can go in, the little fairy explained. Oh, I see, Sophie thought, as a bunch of things flooded her mind after receiving the fairy's blessing. She hadn't had time to look closely, or she might have asked a silly question. I'll stop talking now. I still have a glove to sew. I need to get busy, the little fairy said and fell silent. Sophie suddenly broke out in a sweat. So a glove? At that moment, Jenny had just finished meditating and looked to be in good shape, full of energy. Sophie, you seem different, Jenny said, staring at Sophie's face for a long time before finally saying so. Sophie didn't understand what she meant. Jenny reached out and touched Sophie's cheek. Look at how smooth it is. How moist and fresh. Your skin was already pretty fair, and now your cheeks have a pink glow. I feel like you're shining. Then she sighed and touched her own face. No, I just took a shower. I was really dirty today, Sophie said, feeling a bit shy under her touch. Jenny, compared to you, I look like a monster.
Please don't tease me.
By the way, has your magic power recovered? When she mentioned magic, Jenny perked up. She had gained a lot from the big battle yesterday, especially since it was rare to face a saint-level expert. Yes, I've almost recovered. Then let's go see Alan. I wonder how he's doing, Sophie decided. Today, no matter what, she was determined to get them back, to save the others. Alan's sister is so pitiful. We need to rescue her quickly, Jenny said, clearly thinking the same as Sophie. The two of them left the tent and saw that 3 men were already waiting there. They quickly went over to greet them. Master, I had a new breakthrough yesterday. I might be close to reaching the saint level, Alan said first. His trembling voice revealed how excited he was, trying to hide his emotions. After a good night's rest, his face looked brighter than Sophie had ever seen before.
Ah, congratulations.
But I told you not to call me Master anymore.
Just call me Sophie, she replied.
Sophie knew the reason for Alan's breakthrough. He had eaten such a large piece of ginseng that it was no surprise he advanced. So, she showed no surprise on her face. Everyone must be hungry. Let's eat quickly, Sophie said, pulling out a hot breakfast from her space ring. She also carefully served a bowl of porridge to Luke, who was eating with everyone for the first time. Hey, such good porridge. Give me a bowl too, Mr. Messi said, without hesitation. Luke has been eating dry food all along. I want him to drink some porridge to soothe his stomach, Sophie explained, a bit annoyed. She couldn't do much about Mr. Messi, who was always so greedy. Teacher, you're really good at stirring things up. Didn't you drink this kind of porridge yesterday morning? I love porridge the most. Give me another bowl, please. Sophie frowned but then scooped several more bowls. Whoever wanted to drink could do so. I want ribs. Bring me some ribs too, Little Black said excitedly. Sophie helplessly rubbed her head. Oh, Little Black, you just ate a big plate. Do you want more? Never mind. After we finish eating, you'll take those 2 back on your flying device. Just drop them off at the canyon entrance and we'll wait here. Sophie gave Blackie a task. She had already thought about it and decided that the best way to return quickly to Campus was to go back the same way they came. No way, absolutely not. I refuse, Blackie shouted angrily. Why not? You're the fastest. If we don't let these 2 go back on their own, it might take days and there could be dangers along the way. Remember, saving someone is like fighting a fire. Anna is still waiting for help, Sophie patiently explained. But I can't do that. I'm a divine beast, and I have my dignity. Besides you, I won't take anyone else, Blackie firmly replied. Ask that dragon if you don't believe me. Even he wouldn't agree. Hearing this, Sophie looked at Mr. Macy. Teacher, Blackie refuses to fly them back. What do you think? She pointed toward the canyon entrance. Oh, Mr. Macy thought for a moment. I think you should do it. You can get there faster. Me? Really? Yes, just toss them over.
Haha, he chuckled happily.
Although Mr. Macy's idea was a bit silly, it did give Sophie a bright idea. Since she managed to throw those 2 poisonous scorpions so far last time, she thought maybe she could do the same with these 2 people. Just do it. Sophie wrote a letter to her grandfather, describing everything she saw and experienced on this journey. She also asked him to find a way to rescue Anna. She handed the letter to Luke and said, when we go back, we won't take this route again. After we return to the town, you 2 should go get that magic carriage and rush back to Campus. The sooner, the better. Then she gave them a bag of dried meat for the trip. Don't be afraid, both of you. Soon, I will use magic to teleport you to the entrance of the canyon. You might feel a little dizzy, but don't worry, it will be fine. Sophie felt a bit embarrassed. She found it exciting to treat the 2 grown men like cargo and send them away with magic. Are you ready? I'm about to start, Sophie said. She couldn't bear Alan's full of gratitude and admiration gaze anymore, so she quickly told them to go. She extended her mental power to the canyon entrance, and the scene there appeared clearly in her mind, just like 2 days ago when they entered the valley. This time, Sophie was much gentler with her movements. She was very skilled at space teleportation magic, so she didn't need to recite a spell and could do it in 3 seconds. Alan staggered but quickly stood firm, while Luke rolled on the ground when he landed, moving smoothly and quickly. Seeing that both of them were fine, Sophie let out a soft breath and withdrew her mental power. This teleportation was very easy for her, using very little magic. She smiled happily. Please, can you 2 stop laughing? Jenny finally snapped out of her confusion and couldn't help but get angry. She never thought she would say such a thing. She used to be the happiest and most cheerful among everyone, but since meeting these two, everything changed. She was often mocked by the older one or dazzled by the younger one. She kept wondering if she had done something wrong. Why was this happening? Seeing that Mr. Macy seemed even happier after hearing Jenny's words, Sophie quickly said, "Ahem, let's get going too."